Chapter 1. A Second Chance at Life, a New Choice. Unfilial son, kneel before me. Your brother merely wishes to borrow some of your blood to improve his health. Yet you have the audacity to harm him, leaving him gravely injured. Are you even human? In the grand empire of Deqian, within the capital city, at the residence of the Duke of the Nation, Yi Qingtian, the esteemed head of the Yi family, wore a frown etched deep with anger, his eyes ablaze as he spat out words through clenched teeth. Beside him stood an elegant and regal woman, draped in flowing garments, her demeanor aloof, exuding an air of nobility. Below them stood a young man with a delicate appearance, his left hand wrapped in bandages, gazing at Yi Xian with a smug expression. As the scolding echoed in his ears, Yi Xian jolted awake, his complexion ashen, cold sweat trickling down his forehead as if he had just emerged from a horrifying nightmare. Dazed, he surveyed his surroundings, his eyes clouded with confusion and bewilderment. After a moment's reflection, Yi Xian sighed deeply. I never expected that I would be reborn. It is now the year 1453 of the Deqian calendar, the year I turned 20. Is it also 800 years since my demise? Yi Xian's gaze was complex. He was Yi Xian, the eldest son of the Duke of the Nation in the Deqian dynasty. The man seated across from him was none other than his father, Yi Qingtian, one of the 7 noble lords of different surnames, a figure revered by all, second only to the emperor. A millennium ago, he had fought valiantly alongside the founding emperor, contributing immensely to the establishment of the dynasty. He had single-handedly thwarted the invasion of a 1,000,000-strong army of demonic creatures from foreign lands, earning him divine accolades. In the hearts of the populace, his father was a great hero, a legendary figure. Indeed, he was universally recognized as the guardian deity of humanity. As the scion of such an illustrious lineage, Yi Xian's birth was nothing short of extraordinary. By the age of 3, he awakened the fabled supreme bloodline, and at 5, he manifested the coveted primal undying body, the dream of countless martial artists. His talent surpassed even that of his father. Some even predicted that within a century, Yi Xian would eclipse his father, emerging as the new paragon of the dynasty. With an invincible lineage, with unparalleled gifts, under normal circumstances, one would presume that Yi Xian's life would flow smoothly in such a remarkable context. However, no one could have foreseen that behind this glamorous facade, Yi Xian's life was akin to a torturous hell. And all of this stemmed from his younger brother, Yi Yun. Yi Yun lacked the formidable talent that Yi Xian possessed. On the contrary, he had been frail since birth, often falling ill every few days. Indeed, the physicians had even declared that Yi Yun might not live past 20. The entire family was filled with both affection and pity for this younger brother. Their parents poured all their love into Yi Yun. Initially, Yi Xian paid little heed to their favoritism. After all, his brother was destined to live a mere 20 years. He had no time to covet affection, let alone harbor jealousy. Yet, the situation escalated far beyond Yi Xian's expectations. His parents' adoration for his brother had reached a frenzied extreme. Throughout his life, any delicacies must first be enjoyed by his brother. Any fine garments had to be donned by his brother first. Anything that Yi Yun desired, even if it was originally Yi Xian's, he was compelled to relinquish. At social gatherings, their parents would always take Yi Yun along, leaving Yi Xian to languish at home. This once great prodigy was forced to curl up in his small room, starving. And even more tragically, when Yi Xian turned 10, his father, having learned from an unknown source, claimed that his blood could cure Yi Yun's ailments. The rationale was that he possessed a divine body, rich in vital essence. If Yi Yun were to drink a bowl of his blood weekly, he would be restored to health within a decade. Upon hearing this news, their parents clung to it as if it were a lifeline, frantically urging Yi Xian to bleed for his brother. Little did they know, the essence of the primal undying body could indeed nourish the body, but it could also forge martial genius. After several years of bloodletting, not only did Yi Yun's health improve, but he underwent a complete transformation, developing a dantian and becoming a martial artist. The enhancement brought forth by Yi Xian's blood seemed to unlock a new world. Despite his brother's recovery, Yi Yun did not cease his demands for blood. Rather, he intensified them. Initially, it was once a week, then 3 times a week. Now it had escalated to daily bloodletting. Though Yi Xian possessed the primal undying body, he could not withstand such relentless demands. He was compelled to approach his parents, pleading to cease the blood donations. However, in response to his plea, his parents were dismissive. Not only did they publicly reject Yi Xian's request, but they also berated him for being selfish. In their eyes, he was the owner of the primal, undying body. A mere few pounds of blood could hardly affect his health. Thus, after a tirade of scorn, his own parents forcibly expelled him from their home. They demanded not only regular blood donations, but also that he fulfill all of Yi Yun's whims. Otherwise, he would be deemed selfish, disloyal, and unfilial. Eventually, even a girl Yi Xian cherished, his fellow sex sister, Tang Xuerou, was forcibly betrothed to his brother as a concubine. She was Yi Xian's beloved. They had promised to be together for life. Yi Xian desperately sought his parents, pleading for mercy, yet what awaited him was a torrent of insults. Enough! She is merely a woman. Can you not be reasonable? Your brother has been frail since childhood and may not live for long. Since he desires her, must you, as an elder brother, not concede a little? Do not be so selfish. In just a few sentences, Yi Xian's hopes were utterly extinguished. He wished to retort, but a strike from his father rendered him unconscious. When he awoke, he learned that, on the eve of her wedding to his brother, his sister had taken her own life with poisoned wine. This event became an eternal wound in Yi Xian's heart. He could hardly fathom how utterly insignificant he appeared in his parents' eyes. In that moment, Yi Xian came to a grim realization. His decades of life had been reduced to a farcical joke. For all these years, he had strived to fulfill the roles of a son and an elder brother. In his family, he was subservient and cautious, so humble that even some servants in the household dared to treat him with disdain. Yet what had he gained? Only his parents' prejudice, his brother's treachery, and an endless stream of ridicule. Ultimately, after years of bloodletting, Yi Xian's body was completely drained. His talents and cultivation were entirely lost. He was utterly transformed into a waste. Yet, what Yi Xian never anticipated was that even in his state of ruin, his brother would not relent. On the night of his 30th birthday, Yi Yun sold him for 20 taels of silver to the Yin puppet sect of Wan Mo Mountain. The Yin puppet sect was the most notorious evil sect within 1,000 miles. Its disciples were ruthless and had committed countless murders. Within the sect, Yi Xian was transformed into a medicinal puppet by one of the disciples. He was subjected to daily trials with various poisons, his body covered in festering sores, enduring excruciating agony that left him wishing for death. Yet, time and again, the Yin puppet sect revived him with elixirs. Upon awakening, he faced endless torment, teetering on the brink of life and death. In stark contrast, his brother Yi Yun flourished, leveraging his bloodline to shine in the martial world, becoming a powerful figure within a century, hailed as the foremost expert of the Deqian dynasty. Fame and fortune, countless accolades surrounded his brother. All of this was meant to be Yi Xian's life. Ultimately, under the weight of psychological imbalance and inhumane torment, 800 years later, the last vestige of Yi Xian's worth was wrung dry by the Yin puppet sect. His lifeless body was discarded in the wilderness, ending his days in despair. Even in death, he felt no warmth from his family, only cold glances and disdain lingered in the fleeting moments of his life. I never expected that the heavens would grant me another chance at life. This year, I am merely 20. My sister has not yet died, and I have not been sold to the Yin puppet sect by Yi Yun. All my regrets have yet to unfold. I still have the opportunity to change everything. Yi Xian took a deep breath. A profound joy of rebirth surged within him. Bang! As Yi Xian reminisced about his past, Yi Qingtian suddenly slammed the table, producing a thunderous sound. The unexpected racket startled everyone present, their hearts racing. Several servants trembled in fear. Filialson, am I speaking to you in vain? Are you deaf? Kneel before me. Yi Qingshan's brow furrowed, his gaze toward Yi Xian filled with the same disdain as ever. Did I not tell you before? Your brother is inherently weak and requires your blood to nurture his health. Why do you always treat my words as mere whispers in the wind? Shame on you for being a brother. You can disregard your own brother's life. How can you be so selfish? Unworthy as a brother, unfilial as a son. I, Yi Qing Tian, have fought valiantly across the south and north throughout my life, yet how did I end up with such a shameless offspring like you? You have utterly tarnished the reputation of the Yi family. The scathing reprimand struck Yi Xian like a thunderclap, igniting a surge of fury within him. Damn it, I have been subjected to your manipulation for 30 years. Now that I have finally been reborn, you dare to pull this on me again? However, just as Yi Xian was formulating his retort, preparing to deliver a well-articulated explanation to his father, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. Ding! System activation in progress. Life reversal system successfully bound. System? Upon hearing this, the eloquent words Yi Xian had prepared vanished instantly, and goosebumps prickled his skin. How dare you? You wretched system. Is this some sort of cruel joke? I have lived for over 800 years. I have even died once, and you choose now to appear? Had the system arrived any later, he might have been compelled to confront his own father, welcoming a second death. The system's voice, tinged with resignation, responded. Host, you cannot blame me. This system is a life restart system, which only activates after your death. I initially believed you would only last a few decades in such a family, but who would have thought you would endure for a full 8 centuries? Truly a revelation for this system. But now it is all well. You have finally passed away. This system can finally spread its wings and serve you. Listening to the system's words, Yi Xian found himself in a state of incredulity. Did it seem to him that this entity was rather excited about his demise? Life reversal choices. Re-enter this suffocating family. Face the oppression of parents and the schemes of a brother. How do you intend to make your comeback this time? Choice 1. Engage in a heartfelt conversation with your parents, expressing your struggles, seeking their understanding, and mending the rifts in your family. Unlock achievement. Family mediator. Reward. Celestial dominance body. Celestial dominance body? Yi Xian was taken aback. Choice 2. Swallow your pride. Silently endure everything. Bow 300 times to your parents and brother, while slapping your own face and admitting your faults, earning their forgiveness. Unlock achievement. Family doormat king. Reward. Indestructible body technique. Hey, how can you speak like that? Upon seeing choice 2, Yi Xian felt a surge of anger. You are the true doormat king. In my past life, I had been a doormat for a full 30 years. And what did that yield? Parents' disdain, a brother's betrayal. I was even sold to the Een puppet sect and spent hundreds of years as a mere beast. Being a doormat leads to nothing but loss. This doormat king? Whoever wishes to take that title may do so. Choice 3. Enough. You are quite audacious. I deign to call you father. If you refuse to show respect, I shall sever ties. I will establish my own path. From now on, you shall walk your way, and I shall tread my own. Unlock achievement. Demon sovereign life. Reward. Primal devouring demonic art. Please make your choice with caution. Once selected, it cannot be changed. Hearing the system's words, Yi Xian fell into contemplative silence. All 3 rewards sounded exceedingly formidable. Any choice would likely yield advantageous results. However, choice 2 was immediately dismissed by Yi Xian. After all, having been a doormat for decades in my previous life, becoming one again would be worse than death. As for choice 1, engaging in a heartfelt conversation? If his parents were truly capable of rational discussion, how could he have endured such hardship in his past life? Every attempt to sit down and converse had resulted only in scorn and derision. With this thought, Yi Xian reached a conclusion. Life is too short, happiness is paramount. In my previous life, I squandered an opportunity with these people. In this life, I, Yi Xian, refuse to be shackled by anyone. I shall live a life that belongs to me. I choose 3. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a choice. Unlock achievement. Demon sovereign life. Reward acquired. Primal devouring demonic art. As the words fell, Yi Xian suddenly felt an influx of new knowledge within him. An overwhelming torrent of dense textual information surged into his mind. This must be the method to cultivate the primal devouring demonic art, he thought, exhilaration coursing through him. He could sense that this art was an unimaginably powerful technique. Indeed, it surpassed even the indestructible body he possessed in his past life by 1,000-fold. However, just as Yi Xian prepared to delve deeper into this newfound knowledge, Yi Qingshan's furious roar shattered the air around him. "Brat, I commanded you to kneel. Are your ears deaf? Kneel immediately and apologize to your brother." Chapter 2. Brother turns against brother. Yi Qingshan's furious bellow reverberated through the hall. Yi Xian raised his head, meeting his father's gaze with unwavering intensity. His eyes were devoid of the familial warmth they once held, replaced instead with an icy indifference. The experiences of his past life had unveiled the true nature of this family. Since they had never regarded him as kin, why should he grovel for their affection? With a cold smirk, Yi Xian retorted, "Kneel? May I ask, father, what have I done wrong? Why should I kneel?" Yi Qingtian furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that the usually docile Yi Xian would dare to question him today. After the initial shock, Yi Qingtian responded with righteous indignation. "Why do you ask? Your brother demanded your blood essence, and not only did you refuse, but you also harmed him. Have I not told you? As a member of the Yi family, we must support one another. Look at yourself. Disrespectful to your elder brother, unfilial as a son. Where is the semblance of a Yi family member? As your father, I demand you kneel and reflect." From his high perch, Yi Qingtian spoke in a tone of condescension. Yet, his words only made Yi Xian want to retch. Reflect? Who should I reflect with? Should I reflect on the years of oppression and neglect you have subjected me to? Or reflect on the decades I was treated like a mere servant? Throughout my life, which banquet or ceremony have you ever taken me to? At every significant event, it has only ever been my brother by your side. Yi family member? Ask anyone outside, do they even recognize me as one? Yi Xian's barrage of words left Yi Qingtian speechless. Yi Qingtian could hardly fathom that this child would dare to defy him to such an extent. Was it merely because he had shown a bit more care for his younger brother that Yi Xian had turned jealous? His internal fury reignited. How dare you? Is this your justification for your reckless behavior? Your brother has been frail since childhood. Is it wrong for us to care for him a little more? As his older brother, why can't you empathize with your sibling? Your father not taking you to banquets was meant to temper your character, to foster your healthy growth. Do you understand? But you only wallow in self-pity. How could I, Yi Qingtian, have sired such a selfish, incompetent waste of space? Selfish? All right, I am selfish. I am a waste. You are noble. You are remarkable. Is that satisfactory? Yi Xian found himself laughing in exasperation. He had never imagined that he would be viewed in such a light by his father. If he were truly selfish, how could he have diligently cared for his parents day in and day out for decades? When his father fell ill, he sought doctors and brewed medicine himself, even tasting it before offering it to his father. When his mother expressed a desire for fish, he would brave the frigid waters, diving into rivers miles away to catch fish for her. Yet, all his efforts culminated in him being labeled a worthless failure, and it was all under the pretense of nurturing your health? Yi Xian, oh Yi Xian, your life truly is a farce. Yi Xian let out a bitter laugh. He finally comprehended the absurdity of his existence. The so-called parental love was merely a jest. Indeed, even if he were to pluck the stars from the sky, they would hardly spare him a glance. Observing the escalating argument between the two, his mother, Lin Ruwei, could no longer contain herself. Enough! Xianer, we indeed should have considered this more thoroughly. But how can you speak to your father in such a manner? Lin Ruwei tugged at Yi Xian, her eyes betraying her disappointment. She had not expected her usually obedient eldest son to become so rebellious. Was it merely a slight grievance that drove him to speak harshly to his father in front of everyone? No matter how parents may act, it is for the child's well-being. Lin Ruwei could not deny her disappointment. In her eyes, Yi Xian, as the eldest son, should bear the responsibility of caring for his younger brother. True, she may have been less attentive to her eldest son and overly indulgent toward the younger. But that was only because the younger son had been frail and sickly. Moreover, is it not normal for parents to dote on their younger children? If he could not endure this minor grievance, how would he survive in the martial world in the future? Shinner, your father is also trying to temper your character. In this case, apologize to your father and vow to never talk back again, and this matter will be forgotten, all right? As for your identity, your mother will find the time to announce it. Haven't you always wanted to cultivate at the Wushuang sacred land? I will speak on your behalf so that you can become an outer disciple. If you work diligently, you might even enter the inner sect. Lin Ruwei spoke patiently, her tone so gentle that she seemed like a kind-hearted mother. However, upon hearing her words, Yi Xian burst into laughter. Ah, outer disciple? Over the years, had it not been for the need to support his younger brother, with his aptitude, it would have been a piece of cake for him to become not just an outer disciple of the Wushuang sacred land, but even a core disciple. How could a mere outer disciple possibly erase the humiliation he suffered in his previous life? It was truly laughable. Yet his unrestrained laughter only served to further irk Yi Qingtian. You rascal, what are you laughing at? Look at your current state. With that carefree demeanor, where is the slightest trace of the elder brother you should be? You still want to vie for attention with your younger brother? Have you even glanced in the mirror? What do you possess that could possibly compare to him? Yi Xian sneered, casting a glance at his younger brother, Yi Yun. Yes, you're absolutely right. How could I possibly compare to him? He is your cherished son, raised in luxury and comfort, free from worries, treasured to the point of being afraid of breaking him. He has countless people protecting him even for a simple outing, getting whatever he desires from a young age. He is the pride of your hearts, the second son of the Yi family. What am I? Just a useless wastrel. How could I possibly compare to him? If you all think so little of me, then why keep me in this household? You three could live harmoniously without me. Wouldn't it be splendid? My mere presence must be an eyesore to you, right? Oh, and as for that outer disciple from the Wushuang sacred land, please don't bother with it for me. I'm just a failure and cannot afford such a precious gift from you. After uttering a series of words, the entire hall became as silent as a pin drop. Yi Qingshan's face flushed crimson, veins bulging, his chest heaving violently. Lin Ruowei's eyes widened in disbelief. She never anticipated that her well-meaning persuasion would elicit such rebellious words from Yi Xian. Yi Xian, you scoundrel! Before Yi Qingtian could explode in anger, Yi Yun had already shouted indignantly at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, you have the audacity. Regardless of their actions, your parents only want what is best for you. Why don't you kneel and apologize to them? Apologize? They'll curse you instead. What? Yi Yun was taken aback. Yi Xian scoffed. You, a useless leech who has thrived on my blood, dare to demand that I kneel? No matter how I turn out, I am still your elder brother. Who gave you the audacity to speak to your elder brother in such a manner? I. The moment those words were spoken, Yi Yun was momentarily at a loss for words, never expecting Yi Xian to be so sharp-tongued. Bringing up the brotherly bond during a disagreement? To be honest, he had never regarded Yi Xian as a brother, and deep down he looked down upon him, believing Yi Xian to be a failure. Yet, such words could not be uttered in front of their parents. He could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. What's the matter? Lost your voice? Seeing his brother rendered speechless, Yi Xian coldly mocked. Did you think I was unaware of your thought of obedience? All the while, you have been engaged in underhanded deeds? 3 years ago, when 3 maids of the Yi Manor suddenly died, it was you, wasn't it? 2 years ago, when 9 guards from the Yi Manor were found discarded in the wilderness, it was you who orchestrated that, wasn't it? And a year ago, when 3 young workers from the Yi family mysteriously vanished, it was you who harvested their organs and sold them on the black market, wasn't it? What? At these revelations, the expressions of everyone in the hall changed instantaneously, especially Yi Yun, whose face turned ashen, as if he had been exposed about something he had desperately tried to conceal. How could this be? How could this possibly be? When he committed those acts, no one had known. How could Yi Xian, that useless fool, possibly know about them? Yi Yun was incredulous. However, in front of their parents, he could not possibly admit to anything and could only force himself to respond with feigned calmness. You're spouting nonsense. What young workers? What black market? I have never heard of such things. Shinner, you have gone too far. Lin Ruowei could no longer watch in silence. She stood up to admonish him. Your brother has always been gentle and kind. How could he possibly do such things? Lin Ruowei felt an immense sense of disappointment. She never imagined her elder son could sink to such depths, disregarding authority and even slandering his own brother. I have gone too far? Yi Xian laughed. For 30 years in his previous life, he had been neglected, with his parents never speaking a single kind word on his behalf. Now, he had merely spoken a few truths to Yi Yun, and they were so quick to jump to his defense? And they dared to claim he had gone too far? Huh? With that thought, Yi Xian laughed aloud. Fine, I have gone too far. I have spoken nonsense. Since your son is so outstanding, what need do I have to remain here? By the way, you may not know this, but your so-called frail and sickly good son has actually been fully healed for over a year. He is now as robust as an ox. Surely you are aware of this? What? At this revelation, Yi Qingtian and Lin Ruwei were momentarily stunned, their faces displaying disbelief. Yi Yun's health had recovered? How could this be possible? Meanwhile, Yi Yun was panicking, for the reason he had been able to drain Yi Xian's vitality all these years was due to feigning illness to gain their parents' favor. If Yi Xian were to expose everything, he would lose all favor. He would no longer be able to leech off of him. Yi Xian's words struck at his very core. You're seeking death. Yi Yun roared, a surge of murderous intent welling up within him. In an instant, Yi Yun's figure flickered, his right hand raised, and he struck fiercely towards Yi Xian's chest. He was desperate, and this scene was exactly what Yi Xian had anticipated. Yi Xian's lips curled into a smirk as he silently awaited the impact of the strike. You know, seeing Yi Yun make a sudden move, Lin Ruowei's expression turned anxious as she cried out. But it was too late. Bang! In the next moment, Yi Yun's palm struck hard against Yi Xian's chest, a tremendous force radiating outward, sweeping through Yi Xian's body. Crack, crack, crack! In that instant, Yi Xian felt as though all his internal organs were about to shatter, and his bones emitted the sound of breaking, as if his entire body were about to fall apart. Boom! The immense force sent Yi Xian flying, tumbling through the air for over 10 meters before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Chapter 3. From this moment forth, no more entanglements, Xian. As she watched Yi Xian being sent flying by a single strike, Lin Ruowei's expression changed dramatically. She rushed forward, eager to assist him. However, just as she extended her hand, she saw Yi Xian clutching his chest and rising from the ground to Xianer. Are you all right? Observing the pained expression on Yi Xian's face, Lin Ruowei felt a sharp pang in her heart. She longed to support her son. But what met her instead was Yi Xian's icy gaze. What kind of gaze was this? Cold, indifferent, void of any emotion. It was as if Yi Xian was looking at a stranger rather than his own mother. Yi Xian pressed his hand against his chest, taking a deep breath as intense pain surged through his body. Yi Yun had drained his blood for many years, endowing him with physical prowess far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Especially now that he was a practitioner, in contrast, Yi Xian's body had been hollowed out over the years. How could he possibly stand against Yi Yun? That strike had nearly cost him his life. Yet, at that moment, a mysterious energy suddenly surged into Yi Xian's body. Under the influence of this energy, the pain within him rapidly dissipated, and his fractured bones began to heal at an astonishing rate. A sensation of unparalleled comfort enveloped him. Such abundant energy. Could this be the effect of the Hong Huang's swallowing heaven demon technique? Yi Xian was astounded. He had never anticipated that the Hong Huang's swallowing heaven demon technique could absorb Yi Yun's power, even transforming it into the purest form of energy. Having been in the martial arts world for so many years, he had never heard of such a miraculous technique. However, even with this newfound energy, he still could not match Yi Yun. Suppressing his fury, Yi Xian cast a cold smile towards Yi Qingtian, Lin Ruowei, and Yi Yun. Did you see that? This is your so-called frail and sickly son. With a single strike, he can send me flying over 10 meters. I advise you to turn around and see for yourselves what he looks like now. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingtian and Lin Ruowei instinctively turned around, and their expressions instantly froze at that moment. Yi Yun was shrouded in a blood-red glow, his right hand emanating a surging spiritual power, a powerful aura continuously radiating from within him. Martial Sovereign Realm. Eighth layer. Seeing this scene, Yi Qingtian and Lin Ruwei were both left dumbfounded. Martial Sovereign Realm. Eighth layer. How could this be possible? In their minds, their youngest son had always been frail and sickly. Yet now, Yi not only harbored tremendous energy within him, but had even reached the Martial Sovereign Realm. Eighth layer. Yunner, what on earth is happening? Yi Qingtian furrowed his brows, his expression darkening as he demanded an explanation. Father, mother, Yi finally came to his senses, hurriedly dispersing the spiritual power enveloping him, rushing to his parents with a panicked expression that, no, please listen to me. I was just really angry when I saw Big Brother disrespecting you. I couldn't hold back. I didn't even realize I had such immense energy within me. Yi Yun was flustered. He was genuinely panicking. For years, he had maintained an image of being utterly powerless in front of his parents. And it was precisely because of this that he had earned their favor. If they were to discover his true nature, all his efforts would be in vain. Thinking this, Yi Yun began to weep uncontrollably. Father, mother, you must believe me. I have never deceived you. Moreover, I have a brotherly bond with Big Brother. If it weren't for my momentary anger, how could I bear to harm him? Seeing Yi Yun in tears, Lin Ruwei's heart softened. Indeed, she knew her youngest son's character best. He had always been gentle and kind. If it weren't for Yi Xian's excessive words earlier, how could he have brought himself to harm his older brother? As for his cultivation level, Lin Ruwei believed he was likely unaware of it himself. Otherwise, given her son's nature, he would never have deceived her. With this in mind, Lin Ruwei smiled gently. Shinner, did you hear? Your brother didn't mean it, that if you hadn't spoken so harshly, he wouldn't have acted against you. How about you two shake hands and let this matter pass? Lin Ruwei spoke earnestly. Beside her, Yi Yun let out a sigh of relief. The previous humility melted away, replaced by an expression of triumph. His gaze toward Yi Xian seemed to say, Do you see? Father and Mother's beloved son is me. What are you even? How dare you compete for their affection? Hearing Lin Ruwei's words, Yi Xian scoffed coldly. Let it pass. Your precious son just nearly took my life, and you think a light-hearted remark can make it right. What else can be done? As Yi Xian spoke, Lin Ruwei felt uncomfortable. Yes, Yi Yun's actions had been wrong. But hadn't he already apologized? As the elder brother, couldn't he show a little leniency toward his younger sibling? Shinner, you are brothers. Do you truly wish to sever ties over such a trivial matter? I am your mother. Do you not heed my words, mother? Yi Xian scoffed, shaking off Lin Ruwei's grasp, and shouted angrily. Stop your pretenses. From the moment I was born into this family, you have never regarded me with any respect. You summoned me as you pleased, dismissing me at will. Have you ever considered me your son? Even for a moment. And now you adopt the guise of a noble mother. Who are you trying to fool? Silence. Be quiet. Yi Xian directly interrupted Yi Qingtian's words, pointing at him with a face full of disdain. If you're dissatisfied, you can kill me right now. Don't act so high and mighty in front of me. Do you even deserve it? Have you ever fulfilled your responsibilities as a father? Where were you when I was unwell? Where were you when I was bullied? Even the servants in the household could point fingers at me. And where were you then? You have never cared about the grievances I endured outside. In your eyes, there is only your precious son, and not me, your useless waste. Yi Xian's words sent Yi Qingtian's face flushing red with rage, his blood boiling. He had never expected his son to be so defiant. Yes, he had erred, but could being at fault justify speaking back to his own father? Unfilial son, kneel before me! Yi Qingtian roared, rising and grabbing Yi Xian by the collar, preparing to force him to kneel. However, perhaps due to his excessive strength, Yi Xian's clothing was torn apart, exposing his upper body. Unfilial son, you. Yi Qingtian was about to speak when his throat suddenly tightened. Not only him, but all those in the hall were struck with terror, covering their mouths, their eyes fixed on Yi Xian, as if witnessing something unimaginable, for Yi Xian's upper body was shockingly emaciated. His skin appeared as though it were clinging to his bones, devoid of any luster. With ribs distinctly visible and his abdomen deeply sunken, resembling a state of malnutrition. What was even more shocking were the numerous ghastly scars that marred his upper body. These scars, like centipedes, were densely packed, covering every inch of Yi Xian's form. impacting everyone present. What on earth is happening? Yi Qingtian was stunned. He had never dreamed that beneath his eldest son's clothing lay such a frail body. "Where is your Hong Wang indestructible body?" After a prolonged silence, Yi Qingtian asked with a trembling voice that Hong Wang indestructible body. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian scoffed lightly, his seemingly casual voice exploding like thunder in the ears of the crowd. "My Hong Wang indestructible body has long since vanished 5 years ago." What? Boom! This declaration was akin to a bombshell, detonating in the hearts of everyone present. Staggering back, Yi Qingtian nearly lost his footing, while Lin Ruowei turned pale, a wave of indescribable emotions flooding her heart. She had never expected that her eldest son's Hong Wang indestructible body had disappeared 5 years ago. In an instant, Lin Ruowei was at a loss for words, filled with guilt. Gazing into Yi Xian's cold eyes, Yi Qingtian also calmed down. Especially upon seeing the scars on his son's body, he was filled with astonishment. He truly had not considered the extent of harm he had inflicted upon his son over the years. Sighing inwardly, Yi Qingtian felt a pang of regret. But as he pondered, anger also surged within him. Yes, he had erred, but couldn't Yi Xian have privately discussed such matters with him? Must it be in such a significant setting? After all, he was the esteemed Duke of the State, one step below the Emperor, above countless others. If others were to learn that his son had lost the Hong Wang indestructible body, they might think he had been abusing Yi Xian. If word got out, wouldn't he be a source of ridicule? Yet, Yi Xian's words left him at a loss for how to retaliate. For a long time, the atmosphere in the hall descended into an eerie silence. Observing the silent crowd, Yi Xian donned his clothing while coldly smiling. "What? No one has anything to say. Am I striking a chord with your hidden concerns? I find myself at a loss for words to refute your claims. Given the circumstances, I shall not press you further. Let us part ways amicably. After all, my continued presence will only serve to vex you, for in your eyes, I am nothing more than a superfluous burden. Your discomfort mirrors my own suffocation. For the past 2 decades, I have received not a shred of kindness from you that my sentiments toward you, as Yi Xian, can hardly be termed as affection." With that thought, Yi Xian took a deep breath, severing the last thread of emotional connection within him. "This shall be the end. I, Yi Xian, willingly withdraw from the Yi family, severing all ties with you henceforth. Let each of us pursue our own paths. And from this day forward, let us not cross paths again." Everything that needed to be said has been articulated clearly. Having uttered these words, he felt no lingering attachment and turned to leave. He was weary, truly weary. 800 years of tragic existence had deprived him of even a moment's respite. Crossing this threshold, he resolved to live for himself from now on. Upon hearing Yi Xian's declaration, Lin Ruowei could no longer remain seated. She had never anticipated that such a trivial matter would drive Yi Xian to sever ties with them. Despite her bias, she was still his mother. Before Lin Ruowei could voice her thoughts, Yi Qingtian erupted in anger, his fury reignited by Yi Xian's words. "Preposterous! You suffer a minor grievance, and you wish to sever our relationship? Very well. Go ahead. Let us see how far you can get without my protection. Without the Yi family's name, where will you go? If you possess even a shred of dignity, never return." Yi Qingtian shouted vehemently at Yi Xian's retreating figure. "Rest assured, no matter where I go, I, Yi Xian, will never set foot in the Yi family again. Even if it costs me my life, that I shall never reveal to anyone that I am your son, Yi Qingtian, lest I tarnish the noble lineage of the Yi family." Yi Xian laughed heartily, turning away without a backward glance to Xian'er. As she watched Yi Xian depart, Lin Ruowei instinctively reached out to stop him, but Yi Qingtian's furious roar echoed. "Let him go. Let him go as far as he wishes. I, Yi Qingtian, will act as though I have never had a son." With a loud crash, Yi Qingtian slammed his hand down, shattering the table beside him. He could not fathom how his eldest son had devolved into such a state, disrespectful and utterly defiant. Could it truly be a failure of his upbringing? No, that was impossible. How could Yi Qingtian, a man of great renown, be at fault? It must be that ungrateful wretch who fails to appreciate the sacrifices of his parents. How could I have spawned such a disgraceful creature? Yi Qingtian seethed with rage. In a fit of anger, he commanded, "Yi Zhan, yes, my lord, you are to dispose of that ungrateful wretch's belongings. burned down his room. From now on, he is not permitted to set foot in the Yi family again. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhan hesitated, struggling to find his voice. What? Do you wish to plead for that ungrateful child? At these words, Yi Zhan's face turned pale, and he quickly knelt, explaining, I dare not, my lord. It is just what? Yi Qingtian pressed. The eldest master has no room in the Yi family. The atmosphere in the hall fell silent in an instant. Chapter 4. He had never complained. What? Upon hearing Yi Zhan's revelation, Lin Ruwei spun around, her face a mask of disbelief, questioning her own ears. Their biological son, living in the family for 20 years, had not been afforded even a single room of his own. How could this be? Lin Ruwei could hardly accept that Yi Xian was their own flesh and blood, the eldest son of the Yi family. How could he be without a room? Was this truly a family? Even Yi Qingtian struggled to believe it. Nonsense. How can my son, Yi Qingtian's son, lack a room of his own? Have you accepted some bribe to speak on his behalf? Yi Zhan was now drenched in cold sweat. Stammering, my lord, every word I speak is the truth. I would never dare deceive you. You once said that the eldest master was a poor character and did not care for his younger brother. Thus you intended to temper his disposition by having him move out, claiming it was for his own good, to help him understand the hardships of life. Yi Qingtian slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling the events. Indeed, it was true. Initially, he had been vexed that Yi Xian refused to donate blood for Yi Yun, and in a fit of anger, he had ordered Yi Xian to move out, that he had thought a few days away would help him grasp life's struggles. Yet he had forgotten about it amidst the ensuing chaos. That I did say that, but I was just too busy and forgot. Although Yi Qingtian felt a twinge of guilt, he quickly sought to justify his actions. How long has he been gone? Yi Zhan hesitated before responding, my lord, the eldest master has been gone for 9 years. What? 9 years? Yi Qingtian turned sharply, disbelief etched on his face, questioning his own hearing. Yi Xian had been away from the Yi family for 9 years? How could this be? Yi Qingtian could hardly fathom it. Lin Ruwei was equally incredulous that it was not that they were unwilling to believe, but rather the notion was too absurd to comprehend. 9 years. That meant their son had not lived in the Yi family since he was 11. Since age 11, the eldest master has not resided in the Yi family. Yi Zhan respectfully stated, for the past 9 years, he has lived over 1,000 miles away in Langyi County, renting a small room and working in an inn to make ends meet. For 9 long years, this was his daily existence. The hall fell into a profound silence upon hearing this. Yi Qingtian was struck dumb. Had it not been for Yi Zhan's revelation today, he would have never imagined that Yi Xian had lived in such dire straits within this family, lacking even a room to call his own. What was even more shocking was that his son had been living in another city for 9 years, while he remained oblivious until this moment. Lin Ruwei's heart was burdened with sorrow. She had known she had not been attentive enough to her eldest son, but she had never realized the extent of his suffering. Langyi County was an entire 1,000 miles from the imperial capital. How could the eldest son of the Yi family be reduced to such humble circumstances, working in an inn to sustain himself? Was this still a matter of being a young master? Reflecting on Yi Xian's desolate figure as he left, a wave of unbearable guilt washed over her. She suddenly understood why her son had grown increasingly distant, that it dawned on her that she had never truly cared for or nurtured him, not even offering a simple word of kindness. Why did you not encourage him to return sooner? Lin Ruwei questioned, struggling to contain her anger. Had Yi Zhan reported on the eldest master's situation earlier, would he have had to endure such prolonged hardship? After all, Xin'er is our biological son. Had you urged him to return and apologize, we would never have allowed him to wander for so long. Indeed, Yi Qingtian quickly concurred. Yi Zhan, why did you not inform us sooner about the eldest master's circumstances? As the steward of the Yi residence, how could you stand by idly while the eldest master roamed outside? The couple's admonishments rained down upon Yi Zhan, who was now sweating profusely. My lord, madam, this is unjust. You have forgotten that this command was given by you. You both stated that without your permission, no one was to plead for the eldest master. Yi Zhan hastily defended himself. I was merely following orders. Without your approval, I would not dare to take matters into my own hands. Upon hearing this, the furious couple fell silent. Indeed, they had previously declared that no one was to intervene on Yi Xian's behalf without their consent. Yet that had merely been a moment of anger. Who could have predicted that a simple outburst would result in Yi Xian wandering for 9 years? Yi Qingtian opened his mouth, intending to defend himself, but he found no words that he could only gaze at the ceiling, letting out a long sigh. Was it truly my fault? Yi Qingtian felt dizzy, retreating a few steps before slowly sitting down. Leaning against the arm of a chair. For years, he had assumed the role of a father, summoning Yi Xian at will, believing that he had provided him with a nurturing and affluent environment, expecting eternal gratitude in return. Yet now, his son had not lived in the Yi family since the age of 11. He had always regarded himself as the elder, high and mighty, convinced he could control everything, only to discover that he did not even know his own son. He had always thought that Yi Xian owed the Yi family, but now it seemed that perhaps it was he, as the father, who owed his son far more. Was I truly in the wrong? Yi Qingtian's expression was laced with bitterness that in that moment, he felt as though he had aged 10 years in an instant. For the first time in his life, he found himself questioning his own decisions, wondering if his parenting had indeed gone awry. Enough, enough. Yi Qingtian waved his hand and conceded, saying, Yi Zhan, go and invite the young master back. However, before he could finish his sentence about bringing the young master home, Yi Yun's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly exclaimed, Father, we cannot allow elder brother to return. Yi Yun was frantic, thinking, what a joke. After so much effort to drive that useless person out of the Yi family, as long as he is gone, I can bask in the love of our parents and monopolize all the resources of the Yi family. If Yi Xian truly comes back, how will I continue to seize the family's resources? Naturally, he could not voice such thoughts directly, so he feigned anxiety and said, Father, though we have erred in this matter, in my humble opinion, elder brother is more at fault. Just think about it. For 9 whole years, he had countless opportunities to plead with you, yet he remained silent. Is he not clearly trying to embarrass you and mother? Embarrass us? Yi Qingtian was taken aback. Indeed, with your and mother's magnanimity, if elder brother were to return and apologize, would you truly refuse him entry into the house? Yet, elder brother stubbornly chooses to oppose you. Is he not merely trying to portray himself as a victim to invoke guilt in you and mother? Yi Yun spoke earnestly. Upon hearing these words, Yi Qingtian and Lin Rui began to understand. Yes, they are Yi Xian's parents. If he truly were to apologize, would they not feel guilty for denying him? To put it plainly, the reason Yi Xian has not returned is entirely his own fault. If he had spoken up sooner, would there have been so many subsequent issues? Now he puts on a pretentious act merely to garner sympathy. That ungrateful son. Yi Qingtian seethed with rage. Had it not been for Yi Yun's reminder, he might have truly believed he was in the wrong. After all this time, it turned out to be Yi Xian's trap. Seeing his father's furious expression, Yi Yun felt a surge of joy, but quickly approached. Feigning concern, Father, do not let that kind of person upset your health. You are a dignified duke, second only to the emperor. Even if you were at fault in this matter, you must never admit it. Otherwise, if others find out, it will undermine your authority. This statement undoubtedly resonated with Yi Qingtian. Indeed, his identity as the duke was of utmost importance to him that in this world, aside from the emperor of the Deqian dynasty. Who else could make him bow his head? Moreover, Yi Xian was his biological son. To bow down and admit fault to his own son. He would rather die. Do not worry, father. Elder brother is now all alone and has lost his indomitable body. Without the support of the Yi family, he will find it impossible to thrive. Once he has suffered enough, he will certainly return with his tail between his legs. Yi Yun smiled as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingtian nodded, and his heavy heart lightened somewhat. He looked at Yi Yun with eyes full of warmth, thinking, this younger son truly knows how to care for others, unlike that ungrateful child, who only knows how to oppose him at every turn. How can they be so different when they are both my flesh and blood? Yes, you are right. In that case, we shall proceed as you suggest. Until that ungrateful child apologizes, no one is to allow him even a single step into the Yi family. When he realizes his mistakes, only then shall he be permitted to return, Yi Qingtian declared as he turned to leave with Lin Rui. Watching his parents' retreating figures, Yi Yun finally sighed in relief, feeling a weight lift off his heart. That was close. Had he not acted quickly just now, his father might have truly softened and allowed that useless person to return. Yi Xian, you worthless fool. That slap earlier did not take your life. Consider it your good fortune. This time, I will not allow you to set foot in the Yi family ever again." Meanwhile, after leaving the Yi family, Yi Xian hurried towards Langyi County. Observing the bustling streets around him, he felt an inexplicable sense of unfamiliarity. The imperial capital, the very city where he was born, yet he had never felt a sense of belonging, as though he had never truly belonged to this city at all. Nonetheless, despite his feelings of loss, Yi Xian was predominantly filled with exhilaration. After all, he had spent the majority of his first life within the Yi family, and he longed to escape the suffocating and oppressive atmosphere. Now that he had left the Yi family, he could soar freely, liberated from all constraints. Ding! Just as Yi Xian envisioned a bright future, the system's voice suddenly resonated. "Congratulations, host. You have severed ties with your original family and received a system reward, a novice gift pack. Would you like to open it now?" A novice gift pack? Yi Xian's heart stirred with excitement. He had just acquired the Hong Wang Swallowing Heaven Demon skill, and now there was a novice gift pack. However, Yi Xian did not rush to open it. After all, there were many people around on the streets. If someone were to see him suddenly receive a treasure, who knows what might happen? "I'll hold off on opening it until I get home," Yi Xian said. "Understood, host." The system responded eagerly. "So, host, where do you plan to go next?" Next? The system's question plunged Yi Xian into contemplation. To be honest, when the system instructed him to sever ties, he had readily agreed without considering where to go after leaving the Yi family. Just then, two martial artists passed by, engaged in an excited discussion. "Have you heard? The 8th sect assessment is about to begin. This time, the 8 major sects are reportedly preparing to recruit 10,000 disciples." "What? 10,000? That means it's 2,000 more than last year. Fantastic. This time, I also have a chance to join the 8 major sects." The enthusiastic chatter of the two martial artists sparked a thought in Yi Xian's mind. "The 8th sect assessment? Yes. I can participate in the 8th sect assessment and join the Tianqing sect." Yi Xian's eyes lit up at the realization. The 8th sect assessment is a recruitment examination held in Langyi County, taking place every 3 years. During this event, the 8 major sects of Langyi County would select talented martial artists to join their ranks. However, for Yi Xian, the most significant aspect was that the Tianqing sect was among them. The Tianqing sect was the sect where Yi Xian had belonged in his previous life. That it was there that he met his master and made many friends, who treated him kindly despite knowing he was deemed useless. They provided him with warmth during his arduous existence. More importantly, the woman he had always wished to protect, Tang Xuero, was also in the Tianqing sect that in his previous life. It was Yi Yun's meddling that separated him from Tang Xuero. In this life, he vowed to protect his beloved at all costs. "Very well. I shall participate in the 8th sect assessment and join the Tianqing sect." Yi Xian's heart surged with determination, given his current talent. Passing the 8th sect assessment should not be a problem. Ding! Congratulations, host, for making an important life choice. The system grants you another life gift pack. Would you like to open it? The system's voice chimed again. What? Another one? Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Just after leaving the Yi family, the system had given him a novice gift pack, and now, upon choosing his future path, he received a life gift pack. What a generous system. I wonder what the difference is between this life gift pack and the novice gift pack. Yi Xian rubbed his palms together, anticipation gleaming in his eyes as he spoke to the system. "I'll wait to open it until I get home." Understood. A few days later, Yi Xian returned to his residence in Langyi County. Finally back, he gazed at the modest little house before him. Though simple, it radiated warmth, far more comforting than the imperial capital. As soon as he arrived home, he eagerly called out to the system, "System, open the novice gift pack and the life gift pack." Understood. Opening now as the system's voice faded. A chime echoed, "Congratulations, host. You have opened the novice gift pack. You have received a 4th grade divine pill. The Overlord pill. The Overlord pill, a top-tier 4th grade pill, crafted by the master of Danwang Valley, is said to extend one's lifespan by 100 years and increase one's cultivation by 30 years. You have received a martial art, the star-shifting step. This top-tier movement technique allows one to move like a dragon, shifting stars and changing places. When cultivated to perfection, it enables the practitioner to appear thousands of miles away in an instant, making it a premier movement technique. You have received a martial art, the Ancestral Dragon Boundless Fist. The Ancestral Dragon Boundless Fist is said to be an ancient dragon clan's cultivation method. Imbued with the ancestral dragon's bloodline, one punch can split mountains and shatter rocks, sending enemies flying. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have opened the life gift pack. You have received a unique ability, the Eye of Intelligence. The Eye of Intelligence is a top-tier unique ability that, once awakened, will rapidly enhance the host's intellect, allowing for a tenfold increase in cultivation speed and comprehension of martial arts compared to ordinary individuals. Gasp! Listening to the system's introduction, Yi Xian took a deep breath, his eyes filled with astonishment that a fourth-grade pill, a movement technique, a martial art, these are all treasures of immeasurable value. Any one of these, if disseminated, would likely provoke a tremendous upheaval throughout the martial arts realm, would it not? However, what truly astonished Yi Xian was the final reward bestowed by the system, the Eye of Intellect. This extraordinary item could actually enhance a martial artist's training speed. Moreover, it could amplify their comprehension of martial arts tenfold. Goodness gracious, this is truly unfathomable. It is well known that a martial artist's innate talent is largely determined at birth, and even the most exquisite elixirs can only offer limited enhancement. Even for the most prestigious families, expending countless riches to attain a mere 1% increase in talent is already a remarkable feat. Not to mention, this so-called Eye of Intellect can directly augment one's talent by 10 times. This is simply unheard of, truly. It defies all logic. Yi Xian swallowed hard. Yet after this brief moment of astonishment, he felt an overwhelming excitement surge within him. To hell with the so-called indestructible body of the primordial chaos. Initially, he lamented the loss of his indestructible body, but in comparison to these items, it was reduced to nothingness. With these capabilities, wouldn't he be free to present himself in any manner he wished within the martial arts community? Host, do you wish to learn the Eye of Intellect? Absolutely. Yi Xian replied without a moment's hesitation. Boom! As his words resonated, a brilliant light erupted in Yi Xian's eyes, as if a sun had suddenly exploded before him, the intense radiance flooding his vision. Strangely enough, although the brightness was overwhelming, it was not blinding. On the contrary, under this luminous embrace, Yi Xian felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. Moments later, the system's voice rang out once more. Congratulations. Host, you have successfully learned the Eye of Intellect. Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. Is that it? Have I completed the learning process? He felt as though nothing had changed, with a mindset of curiosity. Yi Xian opened one of the martial arts bestowed by the system, the star-shifting step. However, as he focused his gaze, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Is this truly a Xian-level martial art? Yi Xian was astonished to discover that the once esoteric techniques now appeared remarkably straightforward in his eyes. Even the star-shifting step seemed as simple as an elementary arithmetic problem. Have I truly mastered it? Could it be so terrifying? Yi Xian swallowed hard, suppressing his astonishment, and opened the ancestral dragon's limitless fist. Once again, the seemingly complex fist techniques that baffled the masses now appeared effortlessly comprehensible to Yi Xian. Goodness, is this the power of the Eye of Intellect? My talent has genuinely increased tenfold. Yi Xian's face was a canvas of disbelief. Even he was taken aback by such a staggering enhancement. He could hardly fathom the power he would wield while practicing these two sets of Xian-level martial arts with his newfound talent. Licking his lips, he felt a surge of anticipation. Next, his gaze settled upon the two Overlord pills before him. Gulp! Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed one of the Overlord pills whole. Boom! As the pill entered his stomach, a surge of terrifying energy erupted within Yi Xian, sweeping through him like a tempest. Boom! Boom! In an instant. It felt as though his entire being was undergoing a cataclysmic transformation, with his blood boiling in fervor. As he felt the torrent of energy coursing through him, Yi Xian sensed his muscles and bones undergoing a divine baptism, while his internal organs trembled involuntarily. Under this onslaught of energy, Yi Xian's frail physique rapidly transformed, muscles expanding, skin regaining its luster, and even the scars left from bloodletting swiftly healing and vanishing. An unprecedented wave of comfort compelled Yi Xian to let out a long, triumphant roar that he could feel a formidable energy rushing towards his dantian, and with its influx, his cultivation soared at an observable rate. First layer of the martial master realm. Second layer. Third layer. Fourth layer. Boom. With a thunderous roar of energy, Yi Xian's cultivation skyrocketed. From a mere waste, he re-entered the fourth layer of the martial master realm. Ecstatic, feeling the surging power within him, Yi Xian let out a bellow, as if to expel all the pent-up frustration within him. The martial arts path is categorized into Martial Master Realm, Grandmaster Realm, Martial Sovereign Realm, Martial Venerable Realm, Martial King Realm, Martial Emperor Realm, Martial Saint Realm, and the Great Emperor Realm. Although the Martial Master Realm is merely the starting point of the martial arts journey, it is worth noting that Yi Xian's body over the years could be deemed as a waste that To transformed from a waste to a fourth-layer martial master in the blink of an eye is, even in the annals of the great Qian dynasty's history, an unprecedented feat. This sensation is absolutely exhilarating. Yi Xian clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with fervor. To rebuild his foundation, to return to the martial path. He had awaited this moment for far too long. Moreover, Yi Xian could distinctly feel that with the enhancement from the primordial devouring demon technique, his current strength was evidently superior to that of martial artists of the same level. Chapter 6. Frenzied Training, Trouble Approaches. However, the system stated that the primordial devouring demon technique is associated with demonic cultivation, right? Yi Xian suddenly sensed something amiss that in his recollection. Demonic cultivators were typically characterized by an aura of malevolence, surrounded by dark smoke or bloodlight, exhibiting a bloodthirsty and brutal demeanor. Why was he not experiencing such manifestations? Even more perplexing was the fact that he felt the energy within him not only devoid of any violent tendencies, but also more tranquil and harmonious than ordinary spiritual energy. As if sensing Yi Xian's confusion, the system promptly clarified. Host, energy is neither inherently good nor evil. Morality exists solely within one's thoughts. The only distinction lies in how one chooses to wield their energy. True demonic cultivators do not confine themselves to any specific cultivation method. They merely seek to enhance their own strength. Those demonic figures you described, enveloped in dark smoke, may exist, but they are merely lowly demonic cultivators, lacking significance. Who says demonic cultivation must be synonymous with brutality? That is merely a misunderstanding held by humanity towards the demonic. Listening to the system's explanation, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile, nodding in appreciation. This explanation was a revelation to him. Previously, like most people, Yi Xian had believed demonic cultivation to be synonymous with savagery. Yet now, having cultivated the primordial devouring demon technique, he realized how shallow his understanding had been. The merit of a technique lies in the practitioner, as long as it enhances one's strength. Whether demonic cultivation or righteous is of little importance. With his cultivation ascended, Yi Xian also sensed an intensifying desire for energy within him. After all, the primordial devouring demon technique primarily revolves around absorption. The more blood energy absorbed, the greater the enhancement. For instance, after being struck by Yi Yun's palm, he felt a slight increase in strength. Regrettably, the contact was fleeting, yielding only a minimal boost that he would have to find someone to test it further, to see just how much cultivation could be enhanced by fully absorbing a martial artist. Yi Xian licked his lips, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Next, he shifted his focus to the star-shifting step and the ancestral dragon's limitless fist. Through the observation afforded by the eye of intellect, Yi Xian had already grasped a rough understanding of these two martial arts. The ancestral dragon's limitless fist, as legend has it, was a technique employed by the ancient dragon race to refine the physical body. Consisting of 9 layers, each layer encapsulated the formidable power of the ancient dragons. Moreover, the further one progressed, the more terrifying this dragon power became. The first layer alone could unleash a force of 10,000 pounds. This is an extraordinarily formidable figure. It is known that most initial stage fist techniques can only exert a few hundred pounds of force, and those capable of delivering a few thousand pounds are already deemed top tier. Yet the ancestral dragon's limitless fist, with its initial layer yielding 10,000 pounds of power, is simply unprecedented. Even more terrifying, the power of each subsequent layer escalates at a geometric rate. What kind of terrifying force would one possess upon reaching the 9th layer? Who could withstand a single blow? It defies all reason. Yi Xian swallowed hard, excitement bubbling within his gaze. The star-shifting step, on the other hand, was a maneuvering technique designed to complement the ancestral dragon's limitless fist. As the name suggests, It enhances a martial artist's speed, to Yi Xian's astonishment. He discovered that the star-shifting step could cover a distance of 10 meters in an instant under full exertion. 10 meters, a distance that could determine life or death. Imagine two martial artists in combat. One moment their opponent is 10 meters away, and in the next, they suddenly appear right before you. How terrifying would that be? Furthermore, even when facing formidable foes, one could employ the star-shifting step to vanish 10 meters away in an instant. It is truly a life-saving technique, offering both offensive and defensive capabilities. Splendid. One a tank. The other an assassin. Is this how we shall play? I like it. Yi Xian let out a chuckle, and without further hesitation, he promptly settled into a cross-legged position, initiating the circulation of two martial arts cultivation methods within his body. The long night stretched on, and within a humble abode on the outskirts of Langya County, a dim light flickered to life in the silence of the room. Yi Xian tightly closed his eyes, meticulously attuning himself to the draconic power coursing through him in a moment of reverie. It was as if a colossal divine dragon truly materialized within his mind, a magnificent being, its scales shimmering with a chilling crimson hue. Its claws poised menacingly as it emitted a thunderous roar, charging violently towards Yi Xian in that instant. As the dragon collided forward, Yi Xian slowly raised his fist. Suddenly, with lightning speed, he unleashed a powerful strike. Boom! In an instant, the sound of an explosive crack reverberated sharply through the air. A terrifying gust of fist wind roared forth from Yi Xian's fist, spreading like a shockwave for several meters. Crash, crash, crash! The furniture within the room shattered instantaneously. Ultimately, the force of the fist wind burst through the door, crashing against a large tree outside with a resounding thud, splintering it into countless fragments that scattered like confetti. Indeed, observing the shattered tree outside, a satisfied glimmer sparkled in Yi Xian's eyes. After all, it was his first attempt, and though he was still somewhat unpracticed, the sheer power he had managed to unleash exceeded his expectations. Without pausing, Yi Xian began to experiment with combining the techniques of star-shifting steps and the ancestral dragon's infinite fist. Continuing his training, the night passed without incident. The dawn broke, heralded by the vibrant glow of the rising sun. Yi Xian pushed open the window, gazing at the distant mountains, their clouds swirling majestically, and indulged in a leisurely stretch. After a day and night of rigorous training, he had completely mastered the first layer of both the star-shifting steps and the ancestral dragon's infinite fist. Unless a master-level expert appeared, he felt confident in his ability to contend with any martial artist. Armed with these two martial arts, he believed he would surely qualify for entry into the Tianqing sect during the upcoming 8th sex assessment. In his previous life, due to physical limitations, he had only attained the title of a menial disciple during the 8th sex assessment. However, this time, Yi Xian was resolute in his ambition to strive for the position of a core disciple. Just as he was lost in thought, an urgent knocking resounded at the door, as if someone were hastily rushing to a funeral. Yi Xian, open the door. The sharp voice from outside pierced the air, causing Yi Xian to furrow his brow slightly, a most irritating face already surfacing in his mind. Han Feng. This individual was the second young master of the Han family. 3 years prior, while working at a tavern, Yi Xian had inadvertently offended him, and Han Feng had harbored a grudge ever since. Somehow, he had acquired Yi Xian's address and frequently brought a gang of ruffians to torment him, leaving him battered and bruised each time. Without a doubt, Han Feng had returned once more to seek trouble. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Xian, I know you're inside. Open the door. Do you think hiding from me will let you escape? Let me tell you, if you don't open this door, I will make sure to skin you alive. Han Feng's furious voice continued to echo, accompanied by the persistent knocking. Listening to this familiar tone, Yi Xian's lips curled into a smirk, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Han Feng, I was already prepared to leave this city, yet you, a pathetic wretch, have come knocking at my door. Very well, since you seek your own demise. I shall use you to test the martial arts I have newly cultivated. With a cold chuckle, Yi Xian strode to the door and swung it open. Swish! In the next moment, a hand came flying from outside, aiming towards him. Unfazed by the incoming slap, Yi Xian reached out and effortlessly caught it. Oh, my reflexes have improved so much. Yi Xian was taken aback, realizing that after practicing the star-shifting steps, Not only had his speed increased, but his reaction time had also surged. He felt a surge of joy within him. Had it been in the past, he would undoubtedly have taken that slap without a chance to retaliate. Caught off guard by Yi Xian's grip, Han Feng's initial surprise quickly morphed into fury. "You dare resist, you filthy creature, seeking death," Han Feng roared, raising his other hand to strike Yi Xian's face, but the next second. Slap! With astonishing speed, Yi Xian retaliated with a backhanded blow. Boom! Han Feng's body was sent flying like a cannonball, hurtling backwards several meters and crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 7. The First Trial of Strength. A pummeling of Han Feng. Puff! Han Feng lay sprawled on the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. His entire face was swollen, and he had lost several teeth from the strike, struggling on the ground. He eventually managed to rise, his once splendid attire now tattered and torn, presenting a picture of utter disarray. However, beyond the searing pain in his body, what shocked Han Feng more was the realization that Yi Xian had suddenly grown so powerful. He recalled how, in the past, whenever he bullied Yi Xian, the latter had never had a chance to fight back. He had been at Han Feng's mercy. But what had changed today? How had this wretch become so strong? Moreover, what was that faint yet terrifying aura surrounding him? Han Feng's heart raced with an ominous premonition, but he quickly steeled himself. What was there to fear? He was merely a lowly commoner, gazing at the disheveled Han Feng. Yi Xian's lips curled into a smirk, a mocking arc forming. Was this the sensation of beating a foe? It was truly exhilarating. In his past life, he had been tormented and beaten by Han Feng for 3 long years, harboring a torrent of suppressed rage. Especially upon seeing that loathsome face, a murderous intent surged within Yi Xian. Han Feng, you have bullied me for 3 years. Isn't it time we settled our scores? Settle scores? At these words, Han Feng was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Hayo, a lowly scum? Yi Xian, do you think that just because you've learned a few trivial skills you can stand against me? Let me tell you, that was merely because I was caught off guard. Before I lose my temper, you better come over here and kowtow 3 times. If you behave, I might just let you go today. Han Feng spat venomously, in his mind. He was the esteemed young master of the Langyahan family, while Yi Xian was but a servant in a tavern. Did he dare defy his orders? With a single command, he could make this commoner vanish without a trace. The commotion between Yi Xian and Han Feng had drawn the attention of nearby neighbors, many of whom emerged from their homes to observe the spectacle. Upon seeing Han Feng, everyone gasped in shock. Oh no, it's Han Feng. That bastard is back to bully Yi Xian again. He is truly lawless. Indeed, he only relies on his family's power, acting high and mighty. Sooner or later, he will face divine retribution. Shoo! Are you crazy? It's one thing to complain in private, but don't let him hear you. Be careful of inviting disaster. Alas, it seems Yi Xian is destined for another brutal beating today. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding onlookers couldn't help but sigh. While they sympathized with Yi Xian, they felt powerless against Han Feng, only daring to point and gossip from a distance. As Han Feng reveled in the fearful expressions of the crowd. His arrogance swelled even further, looking down on Yi Xian as if he were an insignificant insect. Why, Yi Xian? Are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Kneel down. Do you not comprehend human language? I'll count to 3. You better come over here. Han Feng barked menacingly. Yet, in the face of Han Feng's threats, Yi Xian merely smirked, disdain evident in his expression. And what if I don't kneel today? What will you do to me? What did you say? Han Feng's expression changed, momentarily stunned. Why, Yi Xian taunted. I said, what will you do to me if I don't kneel today? You're seeking death. Han Feng's face turned ashen with rage. He had never anticipated Yi Xian would be so audacious, daring to defy him in front of so many people. After all, he was the young master of the Han family. How could he endure being opposed by a commoner? Fine, since you're asking for it, I'll oblige. Boom. As soon as the words left his mouth, a surge of spiritual energy erupted violently from Han Feng's body. He was indeed a martial artist at the 3rd level of the martial master realm. While his cultivation may not have been exceptional, he believed it would be more than sufficient to deal with a wretch like Yi Xian. With this thought, Han Feng charged forward, his right hand forming a fist, and he swung it forcefully towards Yi Xian. Fierce tiger fist, roar! The ferocious punch, infused with terrifying spiritual energy, lunged at Yi Xian like a raging tiger. ready to tear him apart. Yet, in the face of this oncoming blow, Yi Xian remained unperturbed, even mockingly uttering two words, "Too slow." In the next moment, Yi Xian suddenly vanished from sight. By the time Han Feng registered what was happening, Yi Xian had already appeared directly behind him. How is this possible? Han Feng was utterly astounded. He hadn't even seen when Yi Xian had moved. How had this wretch's speed increased to such a degree? No, impossible. Han Feng roared in disbelief, letting out a furious shout as he unleashed several punches. Tiger fist, tiger fist, tiger fist. However, no matter how hard Han Feng tried, Yi Xian's figure moved like a specter, effortlessly evading his attacks that in stark contrast to the exhausted Han Feng. Yi Xian stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of ease and grace, much like an elegant dancer, calm and composed. Did I not see this correctly? Yi Xian actually dodged Han Feng's attacks. Is this guy really Yi Xian? Am I dreaming? Meanwhile, the neighbors surrounding them were equally wide-eyed, their faces a mask of disbelief, unable to comprehend the spectacle unfolding before them that moment. Yi Xian raised his hand, effortlessly grasping Han Feng's swinging fist. Looking at the disheveled Han Feng, Yi Xian let out a cold laugh, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Enough, Han Feng, you've thrown so many punches. Isn't it my turn now? What? Han Feng was taken aback. Before he could react, Yi Xian had already launched a punch with the speed of lightning. Ancestral Dragon Infinite Fist. Roar! With a punch unleashed, the sound of a dragon's roar echoed. Bang! Han Feng was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, his body soaring through the air. Puff! A copious amount of crimson blood erupted from Han Feng's mouth. His chest caved in deeply, and he couldn't tell how many ribs had been broken. In the eyes of everyone present, he flew over 100 meters before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Wow! The moment he hit the ground, he spewed another mouthful of blood. What the hell? What the hell? The crowd erupted into a frenzy upon witnessing this scene, that no one could have anticipated that the usually arrogant Han Feng would be sent flying by Yi Xian with a single punch. How could this be possible? Han Feng lay on the ground, engulfed in profound shock. Even now, he could hardly believe that he had been defeated by Yi Xian, by this lowly commoner he had always looked down upon. No, impossible. I'm a master of the 3rd level of martial master. You a commoner, what trick did you use? Han Feng, filled with rage, bellowed madly at Yi Xian. Yet in response to Han Feng's furious screams, Yi Xian remained unfazed. Sneering disdainfully, 3rd level of martial master. Is that supposed to impress me? Sorry, but I happen to be 1 level stronger than you, boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth from within him, revealing his true cultivation level, 4th level of martial master. Han Feng was left dumbfounded, utterly shocked that he could never have imagined that this waste he had always bullied could rise to become a master at the 4th level of martial master. How could this be possible? But Han Feng had no time to be astonished, for in the next second, Yi Xian's terrifying figure had already appeared before him, looking down from above. You, Yi Xian, what do you want? I warn you, I am from the Langya family, that if you dare to touch me, I crack. Ah! Before Han Feng could finish his words, Yi Xian had lifted his foot and stomped down hard on his palm, causing Han Feng to grit his teeth in pain. Langya family, what a load of rubbish, Yi Xian scoffed coldly. After that, he raised his right foot again, relentlessly stomping on Han Feng's hand. Crack. This kick is to teach you how to behave. Crack. This kick is to teach you to watch your mouth. Crack. This kick is to repay you for 3 years of bullying and humiliation. With that, Yi Xian suddenly exerted force, crushing Han Feng's right arm with a brutal stomp. Ah! The excruciating pain caused Han Feng to wail in agony, his features contorted, his face turning a deep shade of purple. Yi Xian. Yi Xian, you scoundrel! I am from the Langya family. How dare you treat me this way? You will regret this. You will definitely regret it. Han Feng, seemingly mad, howled in heart-wrenching despair. Witnessing this scene, Yi Xian's fury also ignited. Damn it. You've been turned into a pig's head, and you still dare to be so arrogant. I don't know if it's the influence of the primordial devouring heaven demon technique, but looking at the blood flowing from Han Feng, an inexplicable bloodthirst surged within him. He felt an insatiable desire to absorb Han Feng's power. All right, so the Langya family, is it? Today, if I don't beat you to the ground, consider yourself lucky. Suppressing the bloodthirst within him, Yi Xian ignored the shocked gazes of those around him and dragged Han Feng into the room. With a bang, he slammed the door shut. The next moment, Han Feng's heart-wrenching screams echoed from within the room. What the hell? Has Yi Xian gone mad? Is he trying to beat Han Feng to death? He's gone insane. Han Feng is from the Langya Han family, which has considerable influence in Langya Prefecture. If he loses his reason and kills Han Feng, the Han family will surely come seeking revenge tomorrow. At this moment, the crowd was in an uproar. Everyone was terrified by Yi Xian's reckless actions, as they could already foresee that the wrath of the Han family would likely ignite the entire Langya Prefecture. On the other side, in the imperial capital, at the state protector's residence, Yi Yun was walking through the estate when Yi Zhan suddenly rushed over in a flurry, shouting, "Master! Madam, this is bad. Something major has happened." "Stop!" Yi Yun frowned, irritated. "What are you panicking about? What major event has occurred?" The second young master. Upon seeing Yi Yun, Yi Zhan quickly bowed, but his expression grew frantic as he recalled the incident. Second young master. "It's bad, something major has happened. The eldest young master has beaten up Han Feng from the Langya Han family." "What? Langya Han family?" Yi Yun murmured he had heard of this family, known to be a prominent clan in Langya Prefecture, with a certain level of notoriety in the northern part of the Deqian Empire. With a faint smile, Yi Yun replied, "You must have seen it wrong, right? The Han family is a martial arts family. How could my elder brother, a waste, possibly be their match?" Yi Zhan hurriedly defended, "Second young master, I assure you, what I said is absolutely true. Many people witnessed it when the eldest young master acted, and they saw him beat the Han family member without any ability to retaliate. Moreover, the eldest young master is no longer a waste. His cultivation has already risen to the 4th level of martial master." "What?" Upon hearing this, Yi Yun was instantly taken aback. He was genuinely shocked. He had thought that without the indestructible body of the primordial, Yi Xian would be a waste for life. He never expected that Yi Xian could recover his cultivation. Damn Yi Xian! Yi Yun clenched his teeth, a surge of anger rising within him. Had he known, he should have killed this waste with a single palm strike back in the hall. Yi Zhan, looking anxious, said, "Second young master, is the master inside? I need to inform him of this matter quickly, or else if the Han family retaliates, the eldest young master could be in big trouble." Upon hearing this, Yi Yun's eyes lit up. Yes, the Han family is a martial arts family, that if they could take advantage of the situation to kill Yi Xian, it would indeed be a splendid affair. With this thought, a smile spread across Yi Yun's face. "Uncle Jean, my father and mother are currently discussing border warfare with the Emperor, and they won't return for a while. So, you go ahead first. When they are done, I will report this matter to them." "But Yi Yun frowned, his displeasure evident. "What, do you doubt this young master?" "No, I wouldn't dare," Yi Zhan, not daring to question, quickly replied, "since the second young master wishes to report. I will follow your orders. However, please be sure to report as soon as possible. Otherwise, the eldest young master will really be in trouble. Get lost." Yi Yun impatiently scolded, though Yi Zhan did not dare to linger and quickly retreated. It was only after the other party's figure disappeared that Yi Yun could no longer contain the excitement in his heart. A cold smile etched on his face. "Ha, Yi Xian, you truly are seeking death. This time, I want to see how you can escape without a burial site." He had originally been contemplating how to deal with the waste that was Yi Xian, but unexpectedly, the latter had walked straight into the trap. This time, it seemed that he wouldn't even have to lift a finger. Just the people from the Langya Han family would be able to tear that waste apart. "Ha!" With this thought, Yi Yun felt elated. Even humming a little tune as he walked, he could almost envision Yi Xian being ground to dust by the Han family. Chapter 8. Han family's fury, citywide manhunt. At the same time, in Langya Prefecture, Yi Xian was greedily absorbing the energy within Han Feng's body using the primordial devouring heaven demon technique. In just a few seconds, streams of essential energy flowed into his body like a river. And under the immersion of this energy, Yi Xian felt an unparalleled sense of comfort. His cultivation rapidly surged at this moment, 6th level of martial master. Yi Xian's face gleamed with excitement that he had never anticipated that the energy within Han Feng could grant him such a tremendous boost, propelling him from the 4th level of martial master directly to the 6th level. Ha! Exhilarating! The sensation is simply exhilarating. Yi Xian's face was alight with excitement. under the intoxication of his elevated cultivation. He resembled a bloodthirsty demon, his eyes gleaming with brutality and greed, that in stark contrast to Yi Xian's elation. Han Feng was in a dire state. Had anyone been present at that moment, they would have been shocked by his pitiful appearance. The once plump Han Feng had now become emaciated, his cheeks hollow, his skin a deathly gray, resembling a desiccated corpse drained of life. Yi Xian, what have you done to me? I warn you, I am from the Han family of Langya. If you dare to kill me, my clan will not let you go. In the throes of torment, Han Feng was gradually losing his sanity, reduced to a state of utter weakness that he could scarcely comprehend what had transpired. Only recalling that after Yi Xian had placed his hand upon him, the energy within him had swiftly dissipated. He could not even muster the simplest of energy-gathering techniques. Now let me go. You ought to worry about yourself first. Listening to Han Feng's threats, Yi Xian scoffed disdainfully. After all, he had finally found a free test subject to assess the might of the Hongluang Tunshin demon technique. If he did not drain Han Feng completely today, he would not feel satisfied. However, just as Yi Xian prepared to extract the energy from Han Feng's body entirely, a loud bang erupted from outside. In an instant, the tightly shut door was kicked open, shattering into pieces. Turning to look, a stern-faced young man stormed in, radiating an aura of murderous intent. You lowly wretch, how dare you harm my brother? As soon as he spoke, Han Tai drew his sword with a sudden ferocity, unleashing the overwhelming power of the ninth heaven of the martial master realm. Yi Xian executed the Dozhuan Xingyi step, retreating swiftly to evade the deadly strike. Han Tai, what, do you wish to follow in your brother's footsteps and beg for mercy at my feet? Recognizing the newcomer, Yi Xian smirked coldly. This was Han Feng's elder brother, Han Tai. Over the years, he had not hesitated to join Han Feng in bullying him. Since you are here, it is high time we reckon with the grievances of the past 3 years. Perhaps influenced by the Hongluang Tunshin demon technique, upon witnessing Han Tai unleash his terrifying cultivation, Yi Xian felt no fear. Rather, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Every cell in his body seemed to thirst for Han Tai's energy. Meanwhile, on the ground, Han Feng's eyes, once filled with despair, now gleamed with hope upon seeing his brother's arrival. Brother, kill him! Quickly kill him! I want this scoundrel to suffer a fate worse than death. Han Tai chuckled coldly, gazing at Yi Xian. What a useless fool! I did not expect you to step into the sixth heaven of the martial master realm. You truly surprise me. But do you think this allows you to offend my Han family? Do not forget, I am a master of the ninth heaven of the martial master realm. Killing you is as simple as squashing an ant. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Tai lunged forward. His right hand's index and middle fingers poised together, swirling with spiritual power at their tips, resembling a sword's edge as it thrust toward Yi Xian's chest. Lingxi finger. The air rippled violently in the wake of the attack, as if the very fabric of space were being penetrated. This is bad. It's the Lingxi finger. This is the Han family's ultimate martial art. It is said that it can pierce through steel in an instant. Yi Xian run, the crowd gasped in alarm. Yet in stark contrast to the collective fear, Yi Xian stood his ground, stepping forward instead. His right hand clenched into a fist, he struck back at Han Tai with ferocity. Zulong Wuliang fist bam crack. Accompanied by a sharp sound of bones shattering, Han Tai's entire hand exploded into fragments, blood splattering, severed fingers flying. My hand. Han Tai's hand had been utterly destroyed before the onlookers could fully process the shock. Yi Xian had already vanished like a specter, moving with such speed that he left behind a flurry of afterimages in the air. Then, with a powerful strike, he slapped Han Tai across the face. Boom! The immense force sent Han Tai hurtling backward, crashing violently into the wall, creating a massive hole. The scene erupted into chaos. What? What? I can't believe my eyes. Han Tai was actually sent flying by Yi Xian with a single blow. Am I dreaming? I must be dreaming. A sixth heaven martial master defeated a ninth heaven master. This is the first time I've witnessed such a thing in Langya County. Not only the spectators, but even Han Tai himself was in disbelief. He could not fathom how, despite being a master of the ninth heaven of the martial master realm, 3 whole realms above Yi Xian, he found himself utterly defenseless against Yi Xian's onslaught. As Yi Xian approached menacingly, Han Tai's pride crumbled, and for the first time, fear flickered in his eyes. Yi Xian, what do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Yi Xian's lips curled into a mocking smile. What do you think? You and your brother have bullied me for 3 years. What do you suppose I wish to do? Han Tai's expression shifted, his voice trembling with fear. Did I warn you? You cannot kill me. I am a member of the Han family. I carry the Han family's life token. If you kill me, my father and the others will not let you off. However, Han Tai's threats did little to deter Yi Xian. The cold, wicked glint in Yi Xian's eyes, filled with an ominous rage, instilled an unsettling anxiety within Han Tai. Could he truly dare to kill me? Could he truly dare to kill me? Han Tai continuously questioned himself. Unable to believe that Yi Xian had become so reckless in his pursuit of revenge that in that moment, a flicker of regret surged within Han Tai. He regretted not warning his brother sooner. Had they not provoked Yi Xian from the beginning, they might not have fallen to such a dire fate. For the past 3 years, they had treated Yi Xian as a mere plaything, kicking him when they felt pleased and beating him mercilessly when they did not. Yi Xian had never dared to retaliate, which only emboldened Han Tai and his brother, leading them to view Yi Xian as nothing more than a complete waste of space. A useless coward, daring to defy them, the pampered sons of privilege. They never considered that a docile person, when pushed to the edge, would bite back. Do you have any last words? As Han Tai's expression morphed into one of sheer terror. Yi Xian approached him, looking down with an air of superiority, his icy gaze resembling that of a butcher surveying a lamb for slaughter. Han Tai struggled desperately. Yi Xian, you cannot kill me. I am of the Han family. If you kill me, you will bang. Before he could finish, Yi Xian raised his right foot and stomped down on Han Tai's chest. In an instant, his chest caved in, ribs shattered in unison, and even his heart was crushed beneath the force of the blow. Han Tai's eyes widened in shock as his body crumpled to the ground. Even in death, he could not fathom that Yi Xian would truly dare to take action. Brother! Witnessing his brother's demise at the hands of Yi Xian, Han Feng was overcome with grief, wailing uncontrollably. Yet, he had little time to mourn, for in the next instant, Yi Xian had seized Han Tai's long sword and hurled it toward Han Feng. Puff! The razor-sharp blade pierced cleanly through Han Feng's brow, nailing him to the wall, extinguishing the last spark of life within him. The seventh heaven of the martial master realm. In the moment he killed Han Feng, Yi Xian suddenly gasped in astonishment. His cultivation had ascended yet again. Could it be that the Honglong Tunshin demon technique does not require deliberate energy absorption, but rather, killing an enemy directly allows for immediate absorption? This revelation filled Yi Xian with immense joy. After all, the slow process of absorbing energy was quite bothersome. This direct method would significantly reduce his training time. Rumbling. Yet before he could revel in his excitement, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky. Dark clouds gathering ominously. Several powerful auras approached at a terrifying speed. Oh no, the Han family is coming. Yi Xian squinted. Although he had anticipated the Han family's arrival, he did not expect them to respond so swiftly. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly searched Han Tai and Han Feng's bodies before leaping away, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. That he has fled. It was only after Yi Xian disappeared that the crowd began to react. This is bad. Someone has been killed. Quickly notify the Han family. Yi Xian has truly gone mad. He actually killed 2 young masters of the Han family. Let us disperse quickly. We must not draw their ire. Though the spectators found Yi Xian's actions thrilling, they feared the repercussions from the Han family. They hurriedly retreated, anxious to avoid trouble. Swish, swish. Moments later, several terrifying figures descended from the sky, led by a few elders of the Han family. Upon seeing the 2 corpses on the ground, their faces darkened ominously. They bellowed at the surrounding crowd. Who did this? The atmosphere was thick with murderous intent, causing the onlookers to tremble in fear as they stammered in response. It was Yi Xian. Yi Xian. Upon hearing that name, the elders' expressions darkened once more. This name was all too familiar to them. How could a low-born wretch dare to kill a young master of the Han family? They were indifferent to whether Yi Xian had been bullied. In their eyes, it was an honor for him to be tormented by Han Feng and Han Tie. As a lowly commoner, he ought to be oppressed. Who was he to be of such low status? Without background or support, he was destined to be victimized, but how dare he resist? How audacious to commit murder. Such an act was nothing short of treason. Boom! At that moment, a figure descended from the heavens. That was a middle-aged man, tall and imposing, clad in a black robe, emanating an overwhelming aura. Upon seeing the two corpses on the ground, a chilling, murderous intent engulfed the area. Who? Who dares to slay my Han family's kin? Show yourself. The crowd gasped in shock. This was no other than Han Shan Tong, the Grand Elder of the Han family, a master at the third level of the martial realm. He was not only formidable, but also vengeful and ruthless. For years, he had dealt with the family's unsavory affairs, and anyone who fell under his gaze met a most tragic end. It was over. Yi Xian was surely doomed. The appearance of Han Shan Tong left everyone silently mourning for Yi Xian. That moment, Han Shan Tong grasped the situation, his face darkening to an extreme as uncontrolled killing intent surged forth. Yi Xian, you possess an audacity beyond measure. To slay a member of the Han family, I will ensure you have no place to be buried. Chase him. No matter where he flees, bring him back to me. He will learn the price of offending a member of the Han family. His furious roar reverberated through the skies. The Han family members transformed into streaks of shooting stars, pursuing the direction in which Yi Xian had vanished. Meanwhile, within the Han family estate, upon hearing that both of his sons had been killed, the family patriarch, Han Tianxiang, was beside himself with rage, wreaking havoc in the hall. Yi Xian, Yi Xian, Yi Xian, a low-born wretch dares to kill my sons. I command that an immediate bounty be placed on his head. Even if I have to cast a net across the world, I will ensure this scoundrel is brought back. His furious shout echoed throughout the Han estate, his wrath threatening to consume everything. With his fury, the entire Langia County trembled. In an instant, the winds shifted dramatically. Chapter 9. 1,000 Miles of Flight, the final showdown in the martial realm, in the imperial capital. At the Duke of the State's residence, Yi Yun sat cross-legged, quietly cultivating when a trusted aide rushed in, breathless. Second young master. Good news. Good news. Yi Yun remained unfazed. What news? Do not be so alarmed, the aide, brimming with excitement, produced a wanted notice and exclaimed, Second young master, a momentous occasion. That waste, Yi Xian, has been placed under a bounty by the Han family. What? Upon hearing this, Yi Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. He snatched the wanted notice from the aide's hand. Sure enough, there it was. Yi Xian's likeness prominently displayed, accompanied by the signature of Han Tianxiang, the head of the Han family. This waste truly had a bounty on his head. Yi Yun was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Ha ha! Excellent! Excellent! This is indeed a tremendous stroke of fortune. The bounty was a decree only martial aristocracies had the authority to issue, once proclaimed. It was a matter of life and death. Either the fugitive would perish, or the family that issued the bounty would be annihilated. There was no third possibility, given Yi Xian's strength, facing the bounty from the entire martial aristocracy. The consequences were all too clear. He would meet a most tragic end. Haha, splendid. I never expected this waste could provoke the Han family into issuing a bounty. Even if he escapes, he is doomed. Yi Yun laughed maniacally, and the aide quickly chimed in, Congratulations, second young master. With the martial aristocracy pursuing him, that waste is as good as dead. Once he is gone, you will be the sole heir of the Yi family. Indeed, Yi Yun's spirit soared. Remember, keep a close watch on that waste's movements. The moment he dies, bring me his corpse. I want my parents to witness just how tragically he has fallen. Understood, the aide smirked before departing. Watching the aide's retreating figure, Yi Yun sneered to himself. Yi Xian, this time, you shall find it impossible to escape. Soon, with the issuance of the martial bounty, all members of the Han family were mobilized. Instantly, Langia County was engulfed in turmoil. Many citizens were fervently discussing in the streets. This Yi Xian must be insane to dare kill members of the Han family. Does he not comprehend the terrifying status of the Han family? In Langia County, the Han family is a renowned tyrant. To offend them is to court death. What a foolish thing to do. Conversely, many voiced their support for Yi Xian. What of the Han family? If you ask me, Yi Xian did well. I heard that Han Feng and Han Tai often abuse their power, oppressing the common folk of Langia County. This time, Yi Xian has acted in accordance with justice. Exactly. Such scum must be eradicated. Hush, keep your voice down. If the Han family hears this, we will be in serious trouble. The townsfolk continued their discussions. Meanwhile, in the desolate wilderness, a figure raced through the moonlight, kicking up clouds of dust behind him, creating a gray haze that towered dozens of meters high. dog bastard. Stop right there. You dare kill my Han kin, I will tear you to shreds. A barrage of curses echoed from behind. High above, a multitude of Han family members soared on flying swords, relentlessly pursuing Yi Xian. Their colorful spiritual attacks fell like a torrential rain, bombarding him without respite. Boom! The earth-shattering explosions reverberated, and terrifying energy erupted in the wasteland. Creating enormous craters in the desolate land, Yi Xian activated the star shift technique, moving like a specter, dodging the onslaught. However, as time wore on, his speed gradually diminished, and he began to wheeze heavily. Damn it. His condition was dire. After all, he had expended considerable energy dealing with Han Feng and Han Tai during the day, and now he had endured a night of life-and-death flight. His internal energy was nearly depleted. Moreover, he had not had a single drop of water that day. He was facing an unending pursuit by the Han family. Only Yi Xian could endure such a trial. A normal person would have long since cracked under the pressure. Damn it! I have realized this so-called system is not a life of a demon lord at all. It is the life of a stray dog. Cursing internally, Yi Xian felt an urgent sense of desperation. He sensed his legs growing heavier, as if they were laden with lead, each step becoming an arduous effort, and his vision began to blur. At this rate, he would be caught by the Han family within 10 minutes. And once captured, he could only imagine the horrific fate that awaited him. After all, he had slain 2 sons of the Han family, provoking the family patriarch to the utmost degree. If he were caught, it would be a miracle if he escaped with his skin intact. Damn you! You force my hand! Yi Xian roared, disregarding everything, turning around and unleashing a punch into the air. Boom! With that punch, a dragon's roar echoed. The terrifying punch wind distorted the very fabric of space, hurtling toward the 2 Han family experts in a fierce collision. Overestimating yourself. Seeing the incoming punch wind, the 2 Han family experts scoffed. Their eyes filled with disdain, in their eyes. Yi Xian was merely a junior at the 7th level of the martial realm, while they were all masters at the 9th level. Yi Xian's attack was nothing in their eyes. However, as the terrifying punch wind approached, they suddenly felt a tremor in their bodies, as if sensing a threat of death, their expressions changing drastically. No, wait! Boom! With a deafening roar, flesh and blood exploded. The bodies of the 2 Han family masters burst apart like ripe watermelons. Blood and viscera splattering everywhere, staining the garments of nearby Han family members crimson. In just one punch, 2 9th-level martial masters were slain on the spot. How was this possible? He actually killed Han Yun and Han Zhan with a single punch. Wait, was that just now a profound-level martial art? At that moment, Han Shantong seemed to have realized something. His gaze fixated on Yi Xian. Disbelief etched across his age-faced a profound-level martial arts. He actually possesses profound-level martial arts? This is a treasure that even our Han family does not possess. Such a rare martial art. Even he had only seen it in the hands of a powerful figure. Han Shantong was utterly bewildered. Wasn't it said that this lad was a low-born wretch? How could a mere commoner possess profound-level martial arts? No wonder he could slay Han Feng and Han Tai. It turned out he had cultivated profound-level martial arts. Moreover, how could he elevate himself from a waste to the 7th level of the martial realm and possess profound-level martial arts in just a few days? This young man certainly harbored some profound secret. Han Shantong licked his lips, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes, that he was convinced that Yi Xian possessed some treasure. If he could obtain this treasure, he might leap through the Dragon Gate and become the mightiest in the De Qian dynasty. With this thought, the murderous intent in Han Shantong's eyes intensified. Yi Xian, you have slain the heir of the Han family, and you are already on a path to death. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will hunt you down. If you surrender the Xin-level martial arts, perhaps I might leave you with a whole corpse. You old fool. If you truly have the ability, come at me. Let's see if you can handle me. After killing 2 individuals, Yi Xian absorbed considerable energy through the Honghuang Tunshin Demon technique, replenishing the energy he had just expended. Rather than sitting idly by, he resolved to fight with all his might. After all, even if he surrendered, his opponent would not spare him. Yet, despite his resolve, Yi Xian dared not underestimate his opponent. After all, Han Shantong was a master-level powerhouse, an entire realm above him. Thus, he knew he had to go all out. No mercy, you audacious old fool. You wish to claim my martial arts? Then prepare to feel the strength of my fists." Yi Xian roared, channeling all his spiritual power into his right fist, accompanied by a surge of blood-red light. He unleashed a fierce strike towards Han Shantong. Ancestral Dragon Infinite Fist. With a thunderous roar, the heavens trembled. A blood-colored giant dragon erupted from Yi Xian's fist, its scales glimmering a deep crimson, boom, wherever the dragon passed. The ground cracked, rocks scattered, and dust rose. Was this the second form of the Ancestral Dragon Infinite Fist? Yi Xian was taken aback that he had not anticipated that his full-force strike would unexpectedly activate the second form of the technique, which bore an overwhelming power of 100,000 pounds. What? As he beheld the approaching blood-colored dragon, Han Shantong's pupils constricted, his face a mask of terror. What kind of martial technique is this? Its power is truly terrifying. Han Shantong was astounded. It was the first time he had witnessed a junior at the martial master level unleash such formidable might that he dared not hesitate and hastily summoned the sword from his back. Boom! In an instant, spiritual energy surged, and thunder rumbled as the aura of a master-level triple heaven erupted, a dreadful pressure sweeping towards Yi Xian. Sword slash. With all his strength, he brought down his sword, which transformed into a piercing sword chi. Plummeting from the sky, boom, with a resounding crash, the sword chi collided with the giant dragon, shaking the earth and twisting the very fabric of space itself. Yi Xian and Han Shantong gritted their teeth, exerting every ounce of strength they had. Their energies clashed like ferocious floods, tearing at one another. Then boom! With a deafening explosion, the two energies erupted, causing the entire world to tremble. The powerful shockwave sweeping outward like a hurricane, da-da. Numerous members of the Han family were hurled through the air, some crashing to the ground, others colliding with rocks, spewing blood. This is bad. Han Shantong's expression changed dramatically as he hastily conjured a barrier of spiritual energy before him. Yet the explosive aftermath still forced him back dozens of meters. Thud, thud, thud. He staggered back several steps before barely regaining his footing. Yi Xian, however, fared even worse, being flung over 100 meters, his body crashing heavily against the edge of a cliff. His ribs were shattered in several places, the ligaments in his left leg torn, his right arm broken, and his internal organs severely impacted. Cough. A mouthful of blood spewed forth as Yi Xian's gaze dulled. Damn it. Are master-level warriors really this strong? He had thought that by unleashing the second form of the Ancestral Dragon Infinite Fist, Han Shantong would at least suffer serious injuries. Yet he had only sustained minor wounds? This was absurd. Unbeknownst to him, Han Shantong was equally shaken. His cultivation was a full realm above Yi Xian's, and under ordinary circumstances, no one could even approach him. Yet Yi Xian had managed to injure him. If this were to spread, it would surely send shockwaves throughout the martial world. At the same time, Han Shantong secretly felt relieved that Yi Xian was only at the martial master level. Otherwise, if he was allowed to grow for a few more years, Han Shantong might not be able to contend with him at all. With this thought, a smirk appeared on Han Shantong's lips as he descended from the sky. Landing before Yi Xian. Young one, to have caused me injury, I must admit, you possess some skill. However, this ends here. If you are wise, hand over the Xian-level martial arts, and I may grant you a complete corpse. With a cold laugh, Han Shantong advanced toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian clutched his chest, staggering backward until he found himself at the edge of the cliff, with nowhere left to retreat. Ha! Seeing this, Han Shantong laughed maniacally. Young man, I advise you not to waste your efforts. Behind you lies the legendary Abyssal Demon Cave, over 10,000 fathoms deep. Not even I would survive a fall. You should surrender and accept your fate. As he faced the advancing Han Shantong and the bottomless abyss behind him, Yi Xian gritted his teeth, a flicker of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. Damn it. Am I really destined to die here today? A wave of sorrow washed over Yi Xian, that he had just been reborn. He had not yet had the chance to enjoy a splendid life. Was he truly to perish now? It was unbearably regretful. Yet, upon further reflection, Yi Xian felt a sense of relief. After all, his life had been one snatched from the jaws of death. Though there was some regret, he had managed to eliminate the scoundrels Han Feng and Han Tai. Which was worth something. With that thought, Yi Xian suddenly burst into laughter. Han Shantong, you old dog. Do you think I will surrender? Dream on. I tell you, even if I jump down this cliff, I will never let you succeed. What? Han Shantong was momentarily stunned. Before he could react, Yi Xian suddenly turned and leaped into the abyss behind him. Did I in that moment? Under the astonished gazes of all present, Yi Xian plunged directly into the 10,000-fathom deep abyss. Chapter 10. The Abyssal Demon Cave, a Hell on Earth. This is bad. As they watched Yi Xian jump off the cliff, the members of the Han family were taken aback, and no one could fathom that Yi Xian would truly take the plunge into the Abyssal Demon Cave. Damn it. He actually jumped. What do we do? Should we jump too? Jump? Are you crazy? This is the Abyssal Demon Cave, a place known as Hell on Earth, filled with malevolent spirits. Not even a master-level powerhouse would dare to enter lightly. If you want to jump, do it on your own. I'm not following you to your death. The Han family members exchanged worried glances. They believed that the Abyssal Demon Cave was fraught with peril. Even if they did not enter, Yi Xian was undoubtedly doomed. Why follow into their demise? However, watching Yi Xian disappear into the abyss, Han Shantong's expression darkened, his heart bleeding. He was not lamenting the fact that he could not kill Yi Xian himself, but rather the loss of the Xin-level martial arts. Such a treasure was coveted by countless martial artists. If he could obtain it, his status in the martial world would undoubtedly soar. Now, this treasure was to be buried alongside Yi Xian in the Abyssal Demon Cave. How could he not feel anguish? With a clenched jaw, Han Shantong made a decision that he turned to one of his companions and commanded, Han Ming, go back and report to the family head. Inform him of the situation here. The rest of you, follow me into the Abyssal Demon Cave. What? His words shocked everyone present, their eyes wide in disbelief. Descend into the Abyssal Demon Cave? Elder, you must be joking. What? Do you have any objections to my words? Han Shantong's brow furrowed, his expression displeased. His serious demeanor urged the others into a frenzy. Elder, think carefully. Indeed, Elder. The Abyssal Demon Cave is a forbidden ground even master-level powerhouses avoid. It is filled with vengeful spirits. If we rashly enter, we shall surely face calamity. Had it not been for Han Shantong's esteemed position, they would have expressed their outrage. The Abyssal Demon Cave was known as a hell on earth, where survival was nearly impossible. They earned only a few hundred spirit stones a month. Was it worth risking their lives? Nevertheless, Han Shantong was resolute, and no matter what, he was determined to obtain Yi Xian's Xin-level martial arts. As he regarded the continually persuading crowd, Han Shantong's expression soured, and he bellowed, "Silence!" Boom! As his voice fell, a powerful aura erupted from Han Shantong's body. With a wave of his right hand, a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, crashing into a nearby mountain peak. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the towering mountain was obliterated, reduced to rubble, and a massive pit was gouged into the ground. Hiss! Witnessing such a terrifying display, the onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. Han Shantong's face darkened as he declared, "I shall say it once more. All of you, follow me into the Abyssal Demon Cave. Today, even if this place is a den of dragons and tigers, a mountain of blades and a sea of flames, you must descend. Whoever dares to oppose will meet a fate akin to this towering peak. Do you comprehend?" A voice laden with menace resonated clearly in the ears of the crowd. The terrifying intent to kill seemed capable of piercing one's very soul, causing the members of the Han family to bow their heads in submission, too afraid to meet Han Shantong's gaze or entertain even the slightest notion of resistance. They could only grit their teeth and respond, "As you command. Let us proceed." Han Shantong snorted dismissively, casting aside two curt words that he then stepped onto his flying sword and leapt into the abyssal chasm. Witnessing this scene, the Han family members exchanged glances, their teeth clenched in frustration, and under the oppressive aura of Han Shantong, they too stepped onto their flying swords and followed suit into the abyssal pit. Meanwhile, within the chasm, a chilling wind howled, bone-chilling and relentless. The air was filled with mournful wails, akin to the anguished cries of vengeful spirits from hell. Yi Xian gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, limping through the depths of the cliff. Damn it, am I still alive? Even at this moment, Yi Xian found it hard to believe that he had plummeted from a height of 10,000 meters and yet managed to survive. Was he not akin to an unkillable cockroach? Damn it, dog system. I'll ask you once more. Are you certain you've bestowed upon me the life of a demon lord? Why do I feel like a stray dog, either being beaten or fleeing for my life? Yi Xian grumbled irritably. Look at the other martial artists. Once they receive their systems, who isn't flaunting their prowess and reveling in glory? Yet here I am, reduced to this pitiful state. Host, the path of the demon lord is fraught with obstacles. These are merely minor tribulations on the path to ascendancy, and the system believes you will surely overcome them. Minor tribulations. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian let out a bitter laugh that he was on the brink of death, and yet this dog of a system dared to refer to it as mere minor tribulations? What a farcical statement. However, Yi Xian was too pained to engage in a verbal spar. His body ached terribly, and he needed to find an exit quickly. Otherwise, he feared he might succumb to his own agony before the Han family could end him. Is this truly the infamous abyssal chasm? Yi Xian could sense an overwhelming malevolence permeating the air, but he had heard tales of the abyssal chasm, said to be a mass grave where the most heinous criminals, those who had taken countless lives, were cast into the abyss after death. Their violent natures in life left them with deep-seated resentments in death, transforming into vengeful spirits that wandered endlessly in this chasm. Legends claimed that every midnight, heart-wrenching screams echoed from within, sending shivers down the spine of even the strongest warriors, who dared not tread here lightly. Yet, Yi Xian found it strange, despite the oppressive malevolence surrounding him. He felt no discomfort whatsoever, but on the contrary, he felt unexpectedly at ease enveloped by this dark energy. Gulp, gulp. Under the influence of this malevolence, Yi Xian astonishingly discovered that his injuries were rapidly healing. How strange! Could this malevolent energy actually heal my wounds? Yi Xian was taken aback that he had only heard that malevolent energy could kill, never that it could save. That is because your cultivation method, the primal devouring demon art, allows you to absorb any form of energy in the world, and malevolent energy is indeed a form of energy that can be absorbed by you, the system explained. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's spirit soared. The primal devouring demon art was indeed formidable. It could even absorb malevolent energy. As expected, with the influx of malevolent energy, Yi Xian's injuries began to mend, starting with his internal organs, followed by his ribs and finally his hands and legs that in mere minutes. He was completely healed. Simultaneously, his cultivation level surged remarkably. Martial Master 9th Layer? Yi Xian was overjoyed. Indeed, under the nurturing effects of the malevolent energy, his cultivation had skyrocketed from the 7th to the 9th layer of Martial Master. He was but a step away from mastery. Ha! What ecstasy! Yi Xian laughed heartily. However, before he could revel in his triumph, a frigid killing intent suddenly surged from the darkness, locking onto his being. What is that? Yi Xian's heart raced, and he quickly glanced into the distance. In the depths of the shadows, pairs of blood-red eyes were fixated on him, cold and devoid of emotion, as if they belonged to the dead rather than the living. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs. There were at least 100 pairs of eyes, all glaring at him with malevolence. What on earth is this? Yi Xian inhaled sharply, instinctively channeling his energy to prepare for defense. Then, he beheld bizarre figures emerging from the darkness, clad in tattered robes, wielding sharp swords. They were enveloped in a swirling aura of malevolence. Their flesh had long since rotted away, revealing the stark white of bones beneath their skin, exuding a foul stench. Yi Xian raised his gaze to meet theirs. The next moment, his scalp prickled with terror. For on their faces, wriggling maggots were feasting upon their decaying flesh, creating a grotesque sight. Their eyes were fixated on Yi Xian, and pieces of putrid flesh dripped to the ground as they uttered chilling words. You have finally arrived. We have been so lonely. Give us your flesh and blood. Shit ghosts, Yi Xian screamed, his hair standing on end. There was no doubt. These were the vengeful souls of the abyssal chasm. And what was even more terrifying was that each of these souls possessed a cultivation level above the 7th layer of Martial Master. What was he even supposed to do now? Though the 7th layer of Martial Master was not particularly strong, the sheer number of them was overwhelming. Without a second thought, Yi Xian turned on his heels and fled. Cackling, the haunting laughter reverberated through the dark inkiness. As Yi Xian poured every ounce of his strength into his escape, that he ran for over 10 kilometers before diving into a cave, finally coming to a halt. Gasping for breath, damn it, I've finally shaken them off. He had no doubt that had he been even a moment slower, those vengeful spirits would have pounced and devoured him whole. Yet, even after evading them, Yi Xian did not dare let his guard down. Raising his hand, he unleashed a wave of energy at the cave entrance. With a hum, a barrier formed from his energy appeared, isolating his presence from the outside world. What is that smell? Just as Yi Xian prepared to rest, he suddenly caught a whiff of a peculiar fragrance. This scent, unlike the surrounding malevolence, resembled the aroma of peonies, yet it was far more potent, refreshing his spirit. What an intoxicating fragrance! Yi Xian cautiously followed the scent deeper into the cave. What he discovered left him utterly astonished. In the depths of the cavern lay a flourishing spirit field. This field was teeming with a variety of plants, vibrant and lush, with waves of fragrance wafting through the air. How could there be a spirit field here? Wait a moment. Is that 7 treasures glazed grass? Yi Xian's heart raced. He recognized one of the herbs as the extremely precious 7 treasures glazed grass. This was a top-tier spirit herb. It was said that consuming just one could enhance cultivation and extend life. And many precious elixirs required this herb on the market. A single stalk of 7 treasures glazed grass was worth at least 10,000 taels of gold. Yi Xian looked around. There were easily hundreds of these grass stalks. Hundreds of stalks of 7 treasures glazed grass. What fortune lay before him? This is a treasure trove. As he gazed at the abundant field of 7 treasures glazed grass, Yi Xian was exhilarated. Moreover, in addition to the 7 treasures glazed grass, the cave was filled with various other herbs. Picking one at random, he found it to be worth its weight in gold. Solar flower, sun and moon bud, Tianshan snow lotus, 9 dragons holy heart grass. There were easily hundreds of types of precious spirit herbs, each with hundreds of stalks. He roughly estimated that the value of the herbs in this cave could rival that of a second-rate family. This discovery had directly resolved his survival dilemma. After all, he had severed ties with the Yi family and was left penniless. Surviving in this brutal world without money was impossible. If he could sell these spirit herbs, he would have enough to purchase a cart full of techniques and elixirs. It seemed these spirit herbs were used by the vengeful spirits for cultivation. Who would have imagined they were so wealthy? Yi Xian chuckled to himself, and then wasted no time. Swiftly uprooting the spirit herbs, 1 stalk, 2 stalks, 10 stalks, 100 stalks, soon he filled his storage pouch with an abundance of spirit herbs. However, just as Yi Xian was fervently gathering the herbs, a resounding crash echoed from not far away. Yi Xian instinctively turned around, only to be astonished to find that a horde of vengeful spirits had gathered at the cave entrance. The number of these vengeful spirits is staggering. Easily in the hundreds, swarming like locusts, densely packed, they tee this moment. They are clinging to the barrier, relentlessly pounding it with their decayed hands. Bang, 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 with each strike, the barrier quakes violently, emitting thunderous sounds. Damn it, they've caught up so quickly. Yi Xian furrowed his brow. Without hesitation, he hastened to harvest the spiritual herbs. After all, these malevolent spirits were advancing with fierce intent, and he could not guarantee how long this barrier would hold. Upon witnessing Yi Xian's actions, the spirits outside the barrier seemed to go mad. Damn humans. Release the spiritual herbs. Let go of the herbs. Let go. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian chuckled that he had finally stumbled upon such a paradise. How could he easily relinquish it? If he didn't harvest to his heart's content today, he would not bear the surname Yi. With this thought, Yi Xian's actions not only did not slow down, but intensified. Becoming increasingly reckless in just a few minutes, he had uprooted more than half of the lush spiritual herbs. Despicable, infuriating humans. Seeing this scene, the spirits were instantly enraged. How could they not be? These spiritual herbs had taken them hundreds of years to cultivate, and now they were being ripped from the ground by Yi Xian. Their hearts bled with anguish. Bang, bang. In an instant, the spirits' actions grew more frenzied. Initially, they struck with their hands, then with their legs, and finally, they began to hurl their bodies against the barrier. Crackle. The currents released by the barrier immediately knocked down a large number of spirits. Yet, the spirits seemed impervious to pain, rising swiftly after being electrocuted, each one rushing forward to continue battering the barrier. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by the deafening sounds, the spiritual barrier was soon riddled with cracks, the sound of shattering echoing in the air. Are these lunatics insane? Watching the frenzied spirits, Yi Xian swallowed hard, instinctively channeling his spiritual energy and assuming a defensive stance. Then, with a thunderous crash, the spiritual barrier exploded into fragments, shattered by the spirit's relentless assault. The countless spirits surged forth from the cave like a swarm of locusts, their crimson eyes filled with murderous intent. Damn humans! How dare you steal our spiritual herbs? I will devour you, devour you. The spirits roared in fury, but they quickly realized the cave was utterly empty. Where was Yi Xian? Where had the human gone? Confused murmurs spread among the spirits as they exchanged glances. Just then, a cold voice echoed from above the cave, Ancestral Dragon Infinite Fist. Roaring with the might of a dragon, Yi Xian descended from the heavens, his right fist enveloped in a surge of blood-red light, striking with tremendous force towards them. The sudden punch caught the spirits off guard, and in an instant, several were shattered by the force of the blow, their souls scattering. Witnessing this, the spirits were initially stunned, then filled with uncontrollable rage. "It's that human! Quickly! Kill him!" With a roar, the spirits rushed towards Yi Xian in a frenzy. "You dare come again?" Observing the horde of spirits, Yi Xian's eyes glinted with a chilling, murderous intent. "Since you seek death, do not blame me for being merciless." Whoosh! In the next moment, he activated the Star Shift step, his figure darting like a specter into the throng of spirits. Though these spirits appeared terrifying, they were merely at the 7th level of martial arts and could not match Yi Xian in strength or speed. In this moment, Yi Xian resembled a god of slaughter, wreaking havoc among the spirits. Ancestral Dragon Infinite Fist. Ancestral Dragon Infinite Fist. Boom, boom, boom. In mere moments, dozens of spirits met their demise at Yi Xian's hands. Meanwhile, the primal devouring demon technique continued unabated, absorbing the malevolent energy from the spirits and converting it into pure power, drawing it into Yi Xian's body. With the infusion of this malevolent energy, Yi Xian grew increasingly vigorous, his fists raining down upon the spirits like a tempest. "Damn it, come on! You mutts, don't you crave my flesh and blood? Come and take it if you dare!" The fierce battle raged on within the cave. Meanwhile, several miles away from Yi Xian's cave, in a dark abyssal tunnel, a group of figures cautiously navigated through. "Damn it! Where did that brat run off to?" Weavy circled around and haven't even seen a shadow of him. The Han family members, holding torches, cautiously made their way through the dungeon, contending with the encroaching malevolent energy while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Their already troubled spirits grew heavier with frustration. "Damn Yi Xian! Get out here right now! I'm going to tear you limb from limb!" The group seethed with rage, their hatred for Yi Xian reaching a fever pitch. They believed that if it weren't for Yi Xian, they wouldn't have had to enter this abyssal dungeon today. Everything was his fault. Once they caught him, they would flay him alive to vent their anger. Beside them, Han Shantong, though equally vexed, couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation at the thought of obtaining the Xian-level martial arts. Through the recent battle, he had sensed that Yi Xian was at his limit. Even with medicinal pills, he wouldn't recover in the short term. This meant that as long as he found him, it would be easy to slay him. At that time, the Xian-level martial arts would be his for the taking. Ha! With this thought, Han Shantong felt a surge of excitement, convinced that entering the abyssal dungeon was the right decision. Consequently, the group continued deeper into the dungeon, following Yi Xian's trail. However, they had scarcely ventured further when a wave of chilling, malevolent energy suddenly enveloped them from all directions, locking onto everyone present. What is happening? Where is this malevolent energy coming from? The crowd gasped, hastily looking towards the source of the energy. Before long, they beheld a sea of blood-red eyes emerging in the distance. 1 pair. 2 pairs. 10 pairs. These eyes exuded no emotion and bore no trace of life, their crimson pupils fixated on the group, as if ready to pounce in the next instant. Following this, a dozen rotting wraiths emerged from the shadows, their icy, malevolent energy shrouding the entire area. Hiss! Upon witnessing this, the Han family members gasped in shock, their hands trembling on their swords that a wave of chill surged from their feet to the top of their heads. Chapter 12. Enraged Spirits. The misfortune of the Han family. What are these creatures? Vengeful spirits? Elder. These seem to be vengeful spirits. As they gazed at the grotesque, rotting figures, the Han family members quickly recognized the identity of these beings. Hailing from a prominent family, they were well versed in the tales of the countless vengeful spirits buried within the depths of the abyssal dungeon. Now, these spirits had them surrounded, their blood-red eyes brimming with murderous intent. And the chilling, malevolent energy that pervaded the air caused the surrounding temperature to plummet, as though they had been plunged into the depths of winter. "Elder, what should we do?" The Han family disciples swallowed hard, looking fearfully at Han Shantong. This was their first encounter with such eerie beings. "What are you panicking for?" Han Shantong bellowed, attempting to calm the terrified group. At this moment, the spirits opposite them began to emit vengeful cries. "Damn it. Another group of humans. These wretches must surely be allies of that previous human." The previous human? Han Shantong paused for a moment. Were they referring to Yi Xian? Realizing this, Han Shantong's heart leaped with joy, and he hurriedly inquired, "Are you talking about Yi Xian?" However, the spirits paid no heed to Han Shantong's question, their furious roars echoing. "Devour them, roar!" In an instant, all the spirits surged forth, attacking from all sides. Seeking death, Han Shantong scoffed coldly that a group of lowly spirits dared to attack a master-level expert. Truly overestimating themselves, boom! As the spirits charged, a fierce blaze ignited around Han Shantong, the orange flames illuminating the dungeon with a terrifying heat. As if a fire deity had descended, with a wave of his hand, torrents of flames erupted, and the spirits cried out in agony as they were incinerated to ashes in mere moments. "Elder is magnificent." Witnessing this scene, the Han family members rushed forward to flatter him. Yet before they could revel in their triumph, another chilling roar echoed from afar. Not far away, yet more spirits emerged, swarming in droves. Moreover, the current number is more than tenfold compared to just now. Hundreds of vengeful spirits are surging towards us like a frenzy. Goodness, so many. Upon witnessing this scene, the members of the Han family were left dumbfounded. Not only them, even Han Shantong was at a loss. They never anticipated that beneath this abyssal hell, there lurked such a multitude of vengeful spirits that a mere dozen he could manage, but hundreds, what on earth could he do? In the blink of an eye, anguish screams pierced the air. One of the vengeful spirits lunged forward like a wild beast, its gaping maw sinking its teeth into the neck of a Han family member. Splatter. Crimson blood erupted like a fountain. The Han family member didn't even have time to resist before the vengeful spirits severed his neck, extinguishing his life. "This is bad. Retreat quickly." Han Shantong's face turned pale as he hastily led his kin in retreat. Yet, these vengeful spirits were relentless, baring their teeth and lunging forward in a frenzied assault. Witnessing this, the Han family members were on the verge of tears. They never imagined they would be so unfortunate as to encounter such a massive horde of vengeful spirits right from the start. What on earth did that detestable Yi Xian do to invoke such wrath? Damn it. The cursed Yi Xian, you scoundrel, I will tear you to shreds. The furious roars echoed wildly within the hellish cave. At this very moment, Yi Xian was engaged in a fierce battle with the vengeful spirits, utterly unaware of the calamity befalling the Han family. Strange, why do I feel as though someone is calling my name? Damn, why are these vengeful spirits endless? The more I fight, the more there are, it seems never-ending. Yi Xian furrowed his brows. He had been battling for half an hour, yet despite his efforts, the number of vengeful spirits showed no sign of dwindling. Rather, they seemed to multiply with time. Moreover, outside the cavern, countless more vengeful spirits continued to pour in. 1, 2, 10, 100, an overwhelming tide of vengeful spirits, seemingly inexhaustible. This cannot continue. Yi Xian felt a wave of frustration. Although the Honghuang swallowing heaven demon technique could absorb malevolent energy, the sheer number was overwhelming. At this rate, his absorption speed would not keep up with the consumption, and he would eventually be drained. Realizing this, Yi Xian decisively resolved to flee, activating the Dozhuan Xingyi step within him. Whoosh! In an instant, he transformed into a streak of radiant light, vanishing into the distance. Damn humans. He has trying to escape. He has stolen so many spirit herbs. Hurry and capture him. Seeing Yi Xian attempt to flee, the vengeful spirits were furious, frantically pursuing him into the distance. After a chase that lasted over 10 minutes within the hellish cave, Yi Xian suddenly spotted a brilliant light not far away. What is that? Yi Xian widened his eyes, gazing towards the source of the light, and was instantly taken aback. There, in the distance, stood a magnificent palace. This palace towered over 100 meters high, adorned with golden bricks and jade tiles, exuding an air of grandeur. surrounded by a dazzling glow resembling a royal palace. Opulent and regal, that it stood starkly against the cold, sinister backdrop of the cavern, appearing completely out of place, and no one would expect to find a palace in such a ghostly and eerie environment. However, Yi Xian had no time for contemplation and quickened his pace. Whoosh, he dove into the palace. The moment he stepped inside, everything came to a standstill. The footsteps behind him abruptly ceased. Yi Xian curiously turned to look back and discovered that those relentless, vengeful spirits had all come to a halt. They stood frozen in place, their expressions blank, peering outside the palace as if searching for something. Strange, where did that human go? Why has he suddenly vanished? Confused murmurs echoed among the vengeful spirits. Their noses were fervently sniffing the air, as if trying to track down Yi Xian's scent. They can't see me? Yi Xian felt a thrill of excitement. Cautiously, he approached one of the vengeful spirits and waved his hand. "Hey, silly dog. I am right here." Yet, the vengeful spirit seemed utterly oblivious, as if blind, completely ignoring Yi Xian's movements. Its nose continued to sniff the air, entirely unaware that Yi Xian was right in front of it. Goodness, they really can't see me. Yi Xian felt a surge of exhilaration that he instinctively glanced at the palace, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Could it be that this palace harbors some force that keeps the vengeful spirits at bay? Chapter 13. The Inheritance of the Pill King, the Subjugation of All Spirits. Yi Xian surveyed the palace and discovered it was extraordinarily vast, spanning over 1,000 acres. The floor was paved with marble, and giant dragon-carved stone pillars soared upwards, supporting this grand hall. As Yi Xian wandered deeper into the hall, he stumbled upon a hidden chamber in a corner. The door of the chamber was covered in the marks of time, cobwebs woven across it, evidently having remained unopened for a long time. Strange. Why would there be a hidden chamber here? Could there be some treasures inside? Yi Xian muttered to himself as he reached out and cautiously pushed open the stone door. Boom! As the door creaked open, a cloud of dust fell, causing Yi Xian to frown involuntarily. Inside the chamber was pitch black, with a stone chair placed in the center, upon which sat a dark yellow skeleton. This skeleton had likely been there for ages, its body encrusted with cobwebs, and its tattered clothing layered with thick dust. Yet, Yi Xian's gaze was drawn to a ring on the skeleton's right hand. A storage ring? Yi Xian's heart leaped with joy as he quickly squeezed out a drop of blood to bind it to himself. Inside the ring, he found some silver coins, along with a book titled The Record of 10,000 Pills. A small red flag, a golden token, and a letter to Yi Xian opened the letter. To the fortunate junior, by the time you read this letter, I am most likely already dead. That I am Gu Shanhe, the head of the ancient family of Qingzhou, known to the world as the Pill King. Our family has thrived on alchemy for generations, and this record of 10,000 pills is our family's treasured heirloom, containing the recipes for over 10,000 kinds of pills. However, my close friend betrayed me to seize it, and while I lay gravely injured, I sought refuge here, my only worry being my daughter, who is still in swaddling clothes. The ancient family of Qingzhou? Yi Xian murmured. The name Qingzhou resonated loudly within the great Qian dynasty. That is said to be a gathering place for alchemists, where the most renowned alchemical families of the entire dynasty are concentrated. Even the strongest alchemical force, the Pill Tower, is located in Qingzhou. One could say that in the realm of alchemy, Qingzhou is akin to a sacred land. Although Yi Xian was not from Qingzhou and did not know who Gu Shanhe was, anyone capable of establishing a family in such a formidable place and being revered as the Pill King must be extraordinary. Yi Xian eagerly opened the record of 10,000 pills and indeed found it filled with dense recipes for pill concoction, detailing the exact amount of each ingredient required. Hiss! Yi Xian inhaled sharply, his scalp tingling. That it is known that pill recipes are extremely precious. Even the most basic one-grade pill recipe can fetch over 10,000 taels of gold in the market. After all, the profits behind pill concoction are unimaginable. This is why alchemists are held in such high esteem. And a book like The Record of 10,000 Pills, containing the recipes for over 10,000 kinds of pills, was something Yi Xian had never even heard of. An invaluable treasure. Truly an invaluable treasure. No wonder Gu Shanhe's friend would betray him. If this were to leak out, it would surely drive the entire martial world into a frenzy. Yi Xian continued reading the letter. To the destined individual, Should you come across this letter, I beseech you to deliver this family token to Qingzhou and hand it to my daughter. Gu Ling, inform her that the one who caused her father's demise is the Shao family. Shao Wanshan. As a token of gratitude, I shall bestow upon you 2 treasures. The first is this record of 10,000 pills, which will enable you to become an exceptional alchemist. The second is this banner of 10,000 souls. This banner was crafted by me before my demise. It not only wards off malevolent energy, but also absorbs all vengeful spirits, exerting a powerful deterrent against vengeful souls. If you can master this banner, you will command the submission of all spirits, aiding your escape from the abyssal hell. The banner of 10,000 souls? Yi Xian murmured, his gaze shifting to the small red flag. It suddenly dawned on him why the vengeful spirits outside the palace had exhibited such peculiar behavior. That was because the vengeful spirits were unable to enter the palace due to the influence of this banner of 10,000 souls. Congratulations, host. Just then, the system chimed in excitedly. This banner of 10,000 souls contains immense energy. It appears to be a terrestrial-grade treasure. What? A terrestrial-grade treasure? Yi Xian swallowed hard. Terrestrial-grade treasures are legendary weapons of immense power. The levels of magical artifacts are classified into 4 categories: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. However, the ordinary martial artists predominantly utilize yellow-grade mundane weapons, while only the affluent members of prominent clans possess the financial means to procure a profound-grade artifact. As for earth-grade treasures, it is said that not a single one may exist within the entirety of Langya County. Should such a precious item ever surface, it would undoubtedly become the coveted prize of the martial world. Ha ha! Fortune has smiled upon me. Yi Xian's face was alight with excitement. He never anticipated that this unexpected escape would yield him 2 divine-grade pieces of equipment: the Wan Dan Baolu and the Wan Hun Fan. Each of these treasures alone could incite upheaval within the martial community. Approaching the remains of the ancient Shanhua, Yi Xian bowed respectfully and stated, "Ancient Senior, rest assured, having accepted your grace, I shall fulfill your wish. I will ensure your relics are delivered to your daughter. May you rest in peace." After speaking, Yi Xian solemnly bowed twice. Despite never having met Shanhua, the enormity of this gift was enough to imprint a lifelong debt of gratitude in his heart. Subsequently, Yi Xian excavated a grave within the secret chamber, interring the remains of Shanhua and erecting a tombstone inscribed with grave of Gu Shanhua, Pil King of the Qingzhou clan. Once his task was complete, Yi Xian rose, gripping the Wan Hun Fan tightly, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the palace, a cold smile gracing his lips. "You vile specters, do you crave my flesh and blood? Here I come." Meanwhile, outside the palace, the malevolent spirits continued their relentless search for Yi Xian, their numbers swelling into the thousands, a nauseating stench pervading the AT that moment. An earth-shattering roar echoed. Ancestral Dragon Infinite Fist. With a resounding cry, a blood-red colossal dragon materialized from thin air, crashing into several of the nearby spirits. The spirits, caught unawares, were torn asunder by the force of the punch, their souls scattering in terror. The remaining spirits, taken aback, quickly turned to witness Yi Xian, who had seemingly reappeared, grinning at the horde of malevolent beings. It's him. That accursed human. How dare he show his face? Kill him. A cacophony of enraged roars erupted as countless spirits lunged toward Yi Xian. Yet, facing the onslaught of these wraiths, Yi Xian remained unperturbed, a disdainful smile illuminating his features. "Kill me. I doubt you possess the capability." With a cold chuckle, Yi Xian swiftly performed a hand gesture that a surge of crimson light erupted from his palms, scattering the darkness and painting the entire abyssal cave in shades of blood. The red light twisted and morphed in his grasp, transforming into a vibrant crimson banner. Wan Hun Fan. Activate. Chapter 14. Devouring Malevolent Spirits. Cultivation soars with his command. The radiance of the Wan Hun Fan intensified, the once palm-sized banner rapidly expanding to over 2 meters in height, exuding waves of terrifying energy. What manner of object is this? The spirits recoiled in fear, their ghastly visages betraying their dread. For reasons unbeknownst to them, the sight of the Wan Hun Fan triggered an instinctual terror akin to that of a frog confronted by a snake or a mouse faced with a cat, an overwhelming fear rooted in primal instinct. As the spirits trembled, Yi Xian brandished the Wan Hun fan with fervor, shouting, "Banish the souls." In an instant, a torrent of bloodlight erupted. From the banner, blood-red arms surged forth, akin to famished beasts, reaching out with gory hands to seize the spirits before them. Some spirits, unable to evade in time, were ensnared by the crimson limbs. They struggled desperately, shrieking in terror, only to realize that the moment they were captured, their strength had been utterly sealed, rendering them powerless. In the next heartbeat, the bloodied hand yanked them into the depths of the Wan Hun fan. The remaining spirits gasped in shock. What is happening? What has this human done? They stood bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden disappearance of their comrades. Soon, the more experienced spirits, recalling tales of such artifacts, widened their eyes in horror, stammering, "No, this is a soul-binding artifact." What if a soul-binding artifact? The mere mention sent waves of panic through the spirits, for they were well aware of the potency of such tools, specifically designed to subdue their kind. "Quickly, we must flee." In an instant, the spirits turned tail, their once menacing visages now replaced by sheer terror, as they bolted away without a backward glance. "Think you can escape?" Watching the fleeing spirits, Yi Xian let out a chilling laugh. Having acquired a soul-binding relic, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. With a swift leap, he pursued the wraiths, the Wan Hun fan held high. "Ready to reap their souls, die. All of you!" The air was filled with anguished screams as the spirits fell one by one, unable to muster any resistance, dragged into the depths of the soul banner. 10, 50, 100, 1,000. In the blink of an eye, the majority of the spirits had been eradicated. As the count of captured spirits increased, the blood-red glow emanating from the Wan Hun fan grew ever more vibrant. Pure energy flowing from the banner into Yi Xian, invigorating him. Indeed, this was one of the Wan Hun fan's primary functions, to convert the absorbed soul energy into the purest form of power for its wielder. Under the influence of this energy, Yi Xian's cultivation surged visibly. He felt tantalizingly close to breaking through to the master realm. Just a smidge more. With a triumphant laugh, Yi Xian reveled in his newfound power. Wielding the Wan Hun fan like a grim reaper-esque scythe, relentlessly harvesting the spirits that don't run. "Come play in my soul banner." The chilling echoes of his laughter reverberated through the abyss, instilling fear in the hearts of the spirits. "Devil! A devil!" they cried. The cries of despair echoed endlessly within the abyssal cave. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, Han Shantong and his companions took refuge against a rock. Panting heavily, "Finally, we've vanquished that horde of spirits. Are they mad?" They charged at us recklessly, surveying the lifeless bodies of their fallen comrades lying in pools of blood. The Han clan disciples swallowed hard, shaken by the ordeal. Their garments were tattered, resembling beggars emerging from a refuse heap, a picture of utter disarray. Though Han Shantong appeared somewhat better off, he too was deeply frustrated as a master realm expert. To be so thoroughly bested by a junior was a blow to his pride. What would he do if word got out? That damned Yi Xian. I shall make him pay for this humiliation. With gritted teeth, Han Shantong seethed with a desire to slay Yi Xian 1,000 times over. Moments later, forcing down his rage, he retrieved a medicinal pill from his robe. With a gulp, the pill entered his stomach, rapidly replenishing his expended energy, restoring him to a more favorable state. Just then, a Han clan disciple exclaimed in excitement, "Spiritual herbs? Great Elder! There are spiritual herbs here." "What? Spiritual herbs?" At this revelation, the group fell silent. Han Shantong hastily rising and moving toward the source of the voice. Indeed, in a nearby cave, a scattering of spiritual herbs lay strewn upon the ground, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. Han Shantong picked one up, his expression shifting dramatically. This Qibao Liuli grass and Julong Shengxing grass. These are treasures worth their weight in gold. How could such valuable items be found in this forsaken place? Before he could process the discovery, another clan member remarked, "Great Elder, these herbs appear to have been freshly plucked. Could it be Yi Xian's doing?" "What? Yi Xian?" At this, murmurs erupted among the group. Indeed, aside from us, the only other individual here is that wretched Yi Xian. He must be the one who harvested these herbs. That little brat is surely nearby. Han Shantong's heart swelled with joy, his hands trembling as he clutched the spiritual herbs that Yi Xian, at long last. "I have found you." This time, No matter what, I must crush you into ashes. Seize the profound level martial arts from your hands. With this thought, Han Shantong's expression darkened, and he commanded those around him. Yi Xian, that scoundrel, must be nearby. Everyone, listen carefully, disperse immediately. Search every corner of this vicinity meticulously. We cannot allow that little beast to escape the abyss even a single step. Yes, the members of the Han family responded in unison, their voices brimming with murderous intent, resonating thunderously within the abyss. However, just as they were preparing to hunt down Yi Xian, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from afar. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled slightly under the violent footsteps, growing closer and closer, as if something was rapidly approaching. The crowd turned their gazes, only to be left dumbfounded. Not far away, an enormous horde of vengeful spirits surged forth. They swarmed like locusts, racing towards them with alarming speed. Damn it, vengeful spirits. The disciples of the Han family were taken aback. How could there be so many vengeful spirits? Han Shantong was equally speechless. Had he inadvertently disturbed a nest of vengeful spirits today? Just after dealing with one wave, another came rushing in. Get lost! Han Shantong roared, engulfed in flames, the fierce fire radiating an intense heat, as if he intended to incinerate this horde of vengeful spirits to ashes. However, just as he was about to strike and annihilate the spirits, whoosh! A strange figure suddenly leaped out from behind the vengeful spirits, appearing like a ghost, without any warning, grasping a crimson banner in hand. He swung it fiercely towards the spirits, capture their souls. The chilling command rang out abruptly. A wave of blood-red light surged forth from the banner, enveloping the vengeful spirits that in the astonished gaze of all. Those spirits that had been desperately fleeing were almost instantaneously consumed by the crimson light. They had no time to resist as one by one, they were dragged into the banner. What on earth is happening? The crowd was taken aback. Before they could react, the eerie figure had landed firmly, that a familiar face appeared before them. Yi Xian. Han Shantong's expression changed drastically. Chapter 15. Terrifying Strength. Counterattack on Han Shantong. Yi Xian. Gazing at the figure that had suddenly appeared, Han Shantong was momentarily stunned. This person was none other than the Yi Xian he had been obsessively thinking about. However, before Han Shantong could revel in excitement, his attention was drawn to the red banner the figure held. Upon sensing the terrifying aura emanating from this banner, his pupils constricted. This is a terrestrial-level treasure? Han Shantong gasped in shock, as if a storm had erupted within his heart. My goodness, this young man possesses a terrestrial-level treasure. As a master-level powerhouse, Han Shantong understood all too well what a terrestrial-level treasure entailed. It was a legendary weapon of immense power. He had been astounded by a mere profound-level martial art. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, this young man had produced a terrestrial-level treasure. How could he possess so many precious items? Han Shantong swallowed hard, his heart racing. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that a mere martial master-level junior could possess so many treasures. This is simply a treasure trove. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, a glimmer of greed flickered in Han Shantong's eyes. He had initially thought that entering the abyss would yield at most a profound-level martial art, yet now he had unexpectedly acquired a terrestrial-level treasure as well. Truly a blessing from the heavens. On the other hand, Yi Xian had evidently noticed Han Shantong and his companions, and he frowned in disdain. You again? A bunch of rabid dogs, truly relentless. He did not expect that the old man Han Shantong would also follow him into the abyss. How much did the Han family pay you to be so relentless? At your age, wouldn't it be better to enjoy a peaceful life at home rather than endure such suffering in a place like this? Aren't you afraid of being devoured by vengeful spirits? Yi Xian sneered at Han Shantong, the sharp-tongued. Hearing Yi Xian's cold mockery, Han Shantong remained unperturbed, merely responding with a chilling smile. Little beast, do you really believe that entering the abyss means I cannot deal with you? Let me tell you, no matter where you flee, I will still be able to slay you. If you know what's good for you, surrender your treasures now, and perhaps I may spare your life. Otherwise, boom, with a sweep of his right hand, a gale of spiritual energy howled forth, instantly shattering a nearby rock into dust. That rock is your fate. Upon witnessing this scene, the surrounding members of the Han family burst into laughter. their faces filled with derision. "You pitiful waste. Did you hear that? Hurry up and surrender. Otherwise, if our grand elder becomes enraged, you will meet a fate worse than death today." At this moment, all members of the Han family regarded Yi Xian as if he were already a corpse. After all, no matter how capable Yi Xian might be, he remained a mere martial master-level junior, utterly powerless against the master-level Han Shantung. However, upon hearing the mocking remarks, Yi Xian merely dug into his ears. His expression devoid of fear, instead filled with contempt. "Is that so? I apologize, but the fortune-teller said I possess a hard fate, destined to live for 1,000 years, with the likes of you. I'm afraid you're not even worthy to witness my demise, what?" At this declaration, the Han family members erupted in rage. This young man is exceedingly arrogant. Even in the face of death, he dares to speak such bold words. Han Shantung was also incensed. "Little beast, do you truly believe you have forgotten how I hunted you down like a dog before? Do you really think that obtaining a terrestrial-level treasure grants you immunity? Let me tell you, I am a master-level expert at the 3rd tier. In the face of absolute power, even with a terrestrial-level treasure, it will be of no use." Boom! With a burst of spiritual energy, a violent gale swept through, revealing 2 deep craters where Han Shantung's feet had stood, causing the ground to crack. Han Shantung's body was enveloped in a faint layer of spiritual energy, akin to an invisible armor that shielded him completely. Spiritual energy armor. This is a skill only attainable after reaching the master level. At this point, a martial artist can manipulate spiritual energy at will, and the armor formed from it is as indestructible as steel. "Little beast, I had intended to leave you with a complete corpse, but since you seek death, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. After I kill you, I shall take your treasures and martial arts as well." Boom! 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 The next moment, Han Shantung's figure vanished like a specter, drawing his long sword from his waist and lunging fiercely at Yi Xian. Skyward sword, go, Grand Elder, slay this little beast. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding members of the Han family were filled with exhilaration. Shouting in unison, Skyward Sword is the Han family's pinnacle sword technique. One strike is enough to make even master-level experts retreat in fear. Now, with the enhancement of spiritual armor, the power of this strike would be earth-shattering. It could easily shatter Yi Xian's skull. However, as Han Shantung unleashed this fierce strike, Yi Xian did not flinch. His eyes gleamed with intensity as he suddenly opened his mouth and roared at Han Shantung. Roar. In an instant, it was as if a dragon was roaring in fury. The terrifying sound of the roar reverberated like rolling thunder, causing the hearts of everyone present to quiver. Boom! Han Shantung's body jolted, and the long sword in his hand suddenly shattered with a resounding crack. Before he could comprehend the situation, the layer of spiritual armor enveloping him also exploded with a thunderous boom, disintegrating into countless shards that slowly dissipated in the air. What? Han Shantung's face changed drastically. His spiritual armor had shattered. How could this be? Wasn't the spiritual armor reputed to be indestructible and unpierceable? How could it be? This young man merely roared, and the armor disintegrated. Before Han Shantung could recover from his shock, Yi Xian's fist came crashing down. This punch was imbued with the power of the ancestral dragon. This punch was laced with overwhelming killing intent. This punch was also infused with his boundless strength. Like a meteor, it struck Han Shantung squarely in the face. Boom! Han Shantung's body was sent flying like a cannonball, soaring over 10 meters, crashing into a nearby rock and shattering it to pieces. Puffed. Han Shantung spat out a mouthful of blood, several teeth knocked out, his face a gruesome sight, drenched in blood. Fear was unmistakably evident in his eyes. How could this be possible? I am a master-level powerhouse. How could I be defeated by you? He could not comprehend how Yi Xian, a mere martial master-level junior, could possibly injure him. This duel should have been a one-sided massacre. Yet he found himself utterly powerless before a junior. The surrounding members of the Han family were also completely stunned, gazing at Yi Xian as if he were a monster. Master level? Yi Xian smirked, revealing a chilling smile. Who told you that among us, you are the only master-level expert? What? Upon hearing those words, Han Shantung's pupils constricted the next moment, his features contorted as if he had witnessed something utterly incomprehensible. To his astonishment, a faint layer of spiritual energy surged forth from Yi Xian's body. enveloping him like a suit of armor. Spiritual energy transformed into armor. This little beast has actually stepped into the Master Realm. In that instant, the entire abyssal cave erupted in uproar, including Han Shantong. Everyone was taken aback, as if they had encountered a ghost. Chapter 16. The Manual of 10,000 Pills, Refining the Human Pill. The Master Realm? How could this be possible? When did you enter the Master Realm? Han Shantong's voice was hoarse, his face a mask of disbelief. He distinctly remembered having grievously wounded Yi Xian. Yet now, not only had his opponent regained his strength, but he had also ascended to the Master Realm. How could this be? Little did he know, Yi Xian's cultivation of the primordial devouring demon technique allowed him to absorb vast amounts of energy in a short time. And his injuries had fully healed the moment he entered the abyssal cave. Moreover, the numerous malevolent energies absorbed by the 10,000 Souls banner enabled Yi Xian to leap from the 9th layer of the Martial Master Realm directly into the Master Realm. Are you finished with your useless chatter? If so, then prepare to die. Yi Xian sneered, deciding to cease any further dialogue and prepare to deliver the final blow to Han Shantong. Stop, hold on. Observing the murderous intent radiating from Yi Xian, Han Shantong's expression shifted drastically as he nearly shouted, "You lot! What are you waiting for? Hurry and come to my aid." Yes, yes. Upon hearing this, the members of the Han family finally reacted, rushing toward Yi Xian. However, even with Han Shantong being a master, he could not harm Yi Xian. How could these inept individuals possibly contend with him? Get lost! Yi Xian bellowed, not even glancing back as he unleashed a punch. Boom! The terrifying force of his punch transformed into a blood-red dragon, warping the surrounding space. Accompanied by heart-wrenching screams, several members of the Han family, unable to evade in time, were struck directly by the dragon. In the next moment, bang! The bodies of over a dozen Han family members exploded, flesh and entrails flying, staining the surrounding rock walls crimson. With a single punch, all the members of the Han family perished save for Han Shantong. Witnessing this scene, Han Shantong couldn't help but gasp, his gaze toward Yi Xian now filled with terror. How could this brat be so powerful? These family members were all experts above the 8th layer of the Martial Master Realm. Some had even reached the pinnacle of that realm, just a step away from the Master Realm. Even he himself could not achieve a one-hit kill. Yet Yi Xian had effortlessly slain them all with a single punch. Old man, now it's your turn. Yi Xian smirked, slowly approaching Han Shantong to AT this moment. He was drenched in blood, with remnants of the Han family member's flesh still clinging to his fists, emanating a chilling aura, as if he were a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Han Shantong's complexion changed. What do you intend to do? Yi Xian, I warn you, I am the Grand Elder of the Han family. If you kill me, our family head will not spare you. He will certainly bang. Before he could finish, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his neck, and everything went dark as he fainted. Enough with the rambling. Can these dog-like creatures not utter a single different line? With a swift chop, Yi Xian rendered Han Shantong unconscious and hoisted him deeper into the cave. After dispatching all the vengeful spirits, the cave was eerily silent. Throughout the journey, Yi Xian encountered no danger. The reason he chose not to kill Han Shantong was that he suddenly recalled a type of pill known as the human pill, documented in the Manual of 10,000 Pills. This pill, once successfully refined, could significantly enhance a martial artist's cultivation. However, the materials required for this pill were exceedingly rare, necessitating the flesh and blood of martial artists. The higher the quality of the flesh, the more potent the resulting human pill. Thus, a master like Han Shantong was the perfect candidate for this purpose. This dog is surprisingly heavy. After walking for over 10 kilometers, Yi Xian placed Han Shantong's body within a cave. However, before commencing the pill refinement, he habitually searched Han Shantong's entire body, organizing his possessions. He immediately inhaled sharply. What the hell? With so much wealth, why not enjoy a beautiful life instead of coming after me? What were you thinking? It's just a job. Why take it so seriously? Yi Xian was utterly speechless as he assessed Han Shantong's fortune, discovering a staggering 100,000 taels of silver, along with a plethora of first and second grade pills. My goodness, 100,000 taels of silver. Back when I worked at the tavern, I barely earned 2 taels a month. Doing the math, I would need to work for 1,000,000 years to accumulate this wealth. Realizing this, Yi Xian's anger boiled over. Damn it. These bastards have so much money yet still come to hunt me down. Bang, bang. In a fit of rage, he kicked Han Shantong, nearly knocking him unconscious. Subsequently, Yi Xian retrieved a rope from Han Shantong's storage bag and bound him to the cave wall. He then took out an alchemical cauldron, placing it in the center of the cave. Although the quality of the cauldron was not particularly high, it was sufficient for Yi Xian, a novice. The fire sun grass and the heavenly beetle flower are just right. All the materials are complete. Now, I can prepare to refine the pill. After organizing the materials needed for pill refinement, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile. This old man arrived just in time. If he hadn't shown up, I wouldn't have known where to find several of these materials. This was truly a timely assistance. Just as Yi Xian busied himself with the materials, as time passed slowly, Han Shantong, who had been unconscious for half a day, finally awoke. The moment he regained consciousness, a surge of fury ignited within him. "You little beast! What do you want? Let me go. Otherwise, you will not withstand the wrath of the Langyahan family." The furious roar echoed throughout the cave as Han Shantong struggled madly, attempting to break free from the ropes, only to discover that Yi Xian had driven crimson nails into his bones. Bone nails? Isn't that his treasure? Over the years, he had used this treasure to pin down countless foes. Those who had been unfortunate enough to be nailed would writhe in unbearable agony, crying out for their mothers. The more they struggled, the deeper the nails would drive, intensifying their suffering. Ultimately, they would perish in endless torment. Yet he never imagined that he would one day find himself pinned by the very bone nails he had wielded. "Yi Xian, what on earth do you intend to do? Let me go." Han Shantong's eyes were wide with terror as he gazed at Yi Xian, who was diligently working before him, an inexplicable fear rising within him. He could not comprehend why Yi Xian had chosen not to kill him, nor why he had bound him. It was this uncertainty that instilled the greatest dread. At that moment, having finished organizing the materials for pill refinement, Yi Xian turned around, holding a bowl with a beaming smile as he approached Han Shantong. "Ah, you finally woke up, Elder Han." Although he wore a smile, to Han Shantong, it appeared as though he were grinning like a demon. "What do you want?" Yi Xian chuckled lightly, saying, "Don't be alarmed. I'm not a bad person. You see, I'm currently in the process of refining a pill, but unfortunately, I'm in need of one more ingredient. So, I would like to borrow a bit of your material." "What material?" Han Shantong swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "He refining a pill." Unexpectedly, this little beast is also an alchemist. This is a highly esteemed position in the martial arts world. However, my storage bag has been completely ransacked by him. What could I possibly lend him? Just as Han Shantong was lost in confusion, suddenly plunge. A dagger fiercely plunged into his thigh, and in an instant, blood gushed forth like a fountain. Han Shantong screamed in agony. "You little beast! What are you doing?" Chapter 17. The human pill completes, cultivation ascends. Han Shantong gritted his teeth in pain, continuously howling in distress that he never expected that Yi Xian would be so unscrupulous, exploiting the moment he was lost in thought to stab him in the thigh. "Oh dear, my apologies, Elder Han, did I accidentally hit an artery? Are you all right?" Han Shantong trembled from the pain, gritting his teeth to ask, "Yi Xian, what do you intend to do?" Yi Xian replied with a calm smile. "Didn't I say? I'm borrowing some materials that I'm currently refining a pill and need a bit of your flesh and blood. Just bear with it, all right?" Han Shantong hadn't fully grasped the situation when plunge. Yi Xian's dagger once again pierced into his thigh, the sharp blade digging into the flesh. Han Shantong writhed in agony, cursing, "Yi Xian, you beast! I will have your head." However, in response to his curses, Yi Xian remained utterly indifferent that he hastily retrieved a bowl he had prepared, positioning it beneath Han Shantong's wound to collect the man's blood and flesh. Before long, a piece of blood-soaked meat was placed into the bowl by Yi Xian. Han Shantong's complexion was ashen, on the brink of death, and the pain had rendered him incapable of even uttering a word. Observing that he was nearing his end, Yi Xian quickly shoved a spirit herb into Han Shantong's mouth. Under the herb's healing properties, his injuries began to stabilize. "You little beast, if you have the guts, just kill me. If I survive today, I will undoubtedly have you torn to shreds." Han Shantong, regaining consciousness, could not suppress his vitriolic outburst. At that moment, he truly understood what it meant to encounter a genuine demon. This little beast was actually concocting pills with his own flesh and blood. What kind of wickedness was this? It was simply madness. Yi Xian disregarded his impotent rage and walked over to the alchemical furnace, bowl in hand. Let us see how this turns out. It would be best if it succeeds on the first attempt. Otherwise, this old fellow will suffer, Yi Xian muttered to himself. After all, the flesh and blood of a master-level cultivator were rare commodities. If each failure resulted in the loss of a bowl of flesh, it would be an extravagant waste. With that thought in mind, Yi Xian directed a surge of spiritual energy into the furnace. With a whoosh, a brilliant orange flame erupted from the base of the furnace. Yi Xian cast in the prepared materials along with Han Shantong's blood and flesh. Then began the meticulous process of alchemy, according to the techniques outlined in the 10,000 Pills treasure record. Carefully attempting to fuse the spirit herb with the flesh, the moment Yi Xian activated the alchemical techniques, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth from the furnace. What an astonishing energy! It seems the quality of this human pill is quite remarkable. Yi Xian was inwardly astonished. Although the pill had not yet been refined, the energy emanating from the furnace suggested it would not be lower than a 4th-grade pill. Goodness! If I can kill a master-level cultivator every day, I wouldn't even need to cultivate. Simply consuming pills would elevate me to new heights. Yi Xian chuckled to himself, a wicked thought bubbling up within him. However, he quickly dismissed it. After all, master-level cultivators were scarce in the entirety of Langyi County. If he were to capture one daily, it wouldn't be long before suspicion fell upon him. This plan is fraught with risk. It is not feasible. Just as Yi Xian was wholly focused on regulating the fire for alchemy, a thunderous crash broke the silence. What on earth is happening? Han Shantong jolted, hastily turning toward the source of the noise. Expecting it to be his family's rescue party, to his shock, it was Yi Xian, approaching with a bowl in hand. What are you planning to do? Han Shantong exclaimed, panic-stricken. Yi Xian scratched his head, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. My apologies, I mismanaged the heat earlier, and the pill nearly burnt, that I might need to trouble you for another bowl of flesh. Upon hearing this, Han Shantong nearly fainted from rage. You little beast! I will not contribute anything to you. If you have the courage, just kill me. Otherwise, I swear I will find a way to end your life. Oh, come now, don't be so stingy. You have so much flesh. Taking a little one to kill you, to be obedient now. Yi Xian chuckled, unperturbed by Han Shantong's struggles and screams, and once again took a bowl of flesh. Before departing, fearing that Han Shantong might bleed out, Yi Xian kindly fed him another spirit herb to preserve his life. After completing these tasks, Yi Xian returned to the alchemical furnace with a bowl of flesh, brimming with excitement as he resumed the refinement of the human pill. Finally, after several hours of meticulous work, Yi Xian succeeded. With a flourish, he opened the furnace, and a delightful fragrance wafted into the air, accompanied by a dazzling light that burst forth, alongside a powerful surge of energy. Once the light dissipated, a round, gleaming pill emerged from within the furnace, adorned with four lightning-like patterns. Indeed, a 4th-grade human pill. I did it. I finally succeeded. Yi Xian exclaimed joyfully, his excitement palpable. He had not anticipated achieving success so swiftly. According to the 10,000 Pills treasure record, it typically took beginners several days or even months to refine a human pill, yet he had accomplished it in mere hours. If word of this spread, he would undoubtedly be hailed as a genius. However, Yi Xian was well aware that his rapid success was largely attributable to the enhancement of his innate talent by the eye of spiritual intelligence. Next, let me taste the effects of this pill made from the flesh of a master-level cultivator. Without hesitation, Yi Xian found a quiet corner and swallowed the human pill whole. The pill descended. The ancient devouring technique began to operate frantically, consuming the energy contained within. Half an hour later, a tremendous shock coursed through Yi Xian's body, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him, causing the entire cave to tremble violently. His cultivation level surged from the first layer of Master Realm to the second layer. Wow! I reached the second layer so quickly. The potency of this human pill is simply extraordinary. Yi Xian was astonished. It was well known that after entering the Master Realm, advancing even a single layer was akin to scaling the heavens. Meanwhile, Han Shantong was left dumbfounded that it had taken him 9 years to ascend from the first to the second layer. Yet Yi Xian had accomplished it in just a few hours. This was beyond mere rapid advancement. It was utterly otherworldly. Fear, trepidation, and anxiety consumed Han Shantong as he witnessed such a sight after years of cultivation. This was the first time he had seen someone utilizing human flesh for alchemy. Truly a deranged act. He couldn't help but wonder if Yi Xian had emerged from some demonic sect. For he executed these actions with such ease and proficiency that, on the other hand, Yi Xian was immensely pleased with his cultivation boost. Second layer of Master Realm. This time, I am bound to succeed in the 8th sex assessment. Yi Xian grinned widely. Among the younger generation of martial artists in Langya County, most were at the Martial Master Realm, and those who reached the 8th layer or above were deemed geniuses. A master-level cultivator like him was indeed a rarity. Well then, time is of the essence. I must depart to participate in the 8th sex assessment. With that thought, Yi Xian rose and made his way toward Han Shantong. What do you want? Let me go. As Yi Xian approached, Han Shantong's fear escalated. All arrogance had evaporated, replaced by sheer terror. Why, Yi Xian? I was wrong. Please spare me. I have elders and children to care for, that I was blind to your greatness. Please treat me with mercy. Han Shantong pleaded, tears streaming down his face, desperately hoping Yi Xian would show leniency. Observing Han Shantong's pitiful demeanor, Yi Xian smirked. What is wrong? Are you scared? I much preferred your previous defiant attitude. Trembling, Han Shantong quickly attempted to placate him. That I realize my mistakes. Yi Xian, please let me go. I assure you, I will never trouble you again. Though he feigned submission, Han Shantong had already resolved to return home and seek out stronger allies to have Yi Xian brutally dispatched. Yet Yi Xian was not oblivious to his thoughts. With a cold smile, he stated, Elder Han, do you truly believe I would take your words to heart? But it matters not. Your usefulness has diminished, so I wish you a good journey. With a swift motion, a flash of sword light passed before them. Han Shantong's eyes widened in shock as he felt a chill at his throat, followed by a torrent of blood gushing from his mouth. Yi Xian, you really dare to kill me. The Han family will not spare you. Han Shantong shouted with every ounce of strength he had left. That Yi Xian sighed softly. I told you. Could you please change your script? With a swift thrust, he severed Han Shantong's throat. As darkness enveloped Han Shantong's vision, his legs twitched violently before falling still, breathless. Even in death, he could hardly believe that Yi Xian would truly take his life. After dealing with Han Shantong, Yi Xian had initially intended to extract more flesh for himself. However, his storage bag lacked preservation capabilities, and the flesh would spoil after a few days. Reluctantly, he abandoned the idea. It seems I need to find a way to acquire some preservation talismans for storing flesh. Yi Xian murmured, casting a regretful glance at Han Shantong's corpse before turning away and dashing toward the entrance of the abyssal cave. With only a day remaining before the 8th sex assessment, he needed to reach the assessment site as swiftly as possible. Half an hour after Yi Xian's departure, a series of piercing sounds shattered the air. At the edge of the abyssal cliff, several powerful figures suddenly descended. Leading them was Han Tianxiang, the head of the Han family, whose expression was exceedingly grim, veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyes ablaze with fury. As if he were on the verge of exploding with wrath. Greetings, Master. Upon witnessing Han Tianxiang's arrival, the surrounding disciples of the Han family immediately bowed deeply, displaying utmost reverence. Where is the Grand Elder? Han Tianxiang inquired in a grave tone. Patriarch, the Grand Elder is here. A clan member gulped nervously, cautiously leading Han Tianxiang to a vacant area. Before them lay dozens of corpses, each meticulously covered with white cloth, emanating a nauseating stench of decay. The ground was stained crimson with congealed blood, and as the wind blew, a pervasive scent of gore filled the air. The clan member hastily lifted the white cloth. The moment the bodies were revealed, a collective gasp escaped the lips of all present. Even the senior members of the Han family bore expressions of horror. It was evident that each corpse had met a swift demise. More chillingly, the life essence of these bodies seemed completely drained, rendering them emaciated, resembling desiccated corpses. When their gazes shifted to the body of Han Shantong, the sight was even more alarming. Han Shantong's corpse bore dozens of gaping wounds, each the size of a bowl, scattered across his body, as if someone had savagely carved out his flesh. His face was twisted in agony, his features frozen in terror, clearly having endured unspeakable torment before death. Was this all the work of Yi Xian? Han Tianxiang gritted his teeth, struggling to suppress his fury. His voice of venomous hissed, and an aura of chilling malice radiated from him. The clan member swallowed hard and replied, Yes, Patriarch. After Yi Xian plunged into the abyssal cave, the Grand Elder led a group to pursue him. However, after waiting by the cliff for a day and a night without sight of the Grand Elder's return, I mustered the courage to descend, only to discover the Grand Elder and his companions met a gruesome end beneath the cave. The clan member's eyes widened in terror as he continued. That wretch was able to eliminate so many elite members of the Han family in one fell swoop, and even the Grand Elder was no match for him. It is clear he has entered the Master Realm. What? The revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly. The Master Realm? They recalled that when they first heard of Yi Xian, he was merely at the 4th level of the Martial Master Realm. How could he have ascended to the Master Realm so swiftly? Such a rapid elevation and cultivation was simply unfathomable. As the clan member relayed his report, Han Tianxiang's expression darkened, his eyes ablaze with wrath. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, and he roared towards the heavens. Yi Xian, you scoundrel! A thunderous roar erupted, the murderous intent manifesting as a tangible force, sweeping forth like a tempest of spiritual energy. The ground fractured, rocks shattered, and the surrounding Han family members were knocked back. Trembling in sheer terror at the unfolding scene, Han Tianxiang was furious. His son had been slain by Yi Xian, and now, even the Grand Elder of the Han family had perished at his hands. How could he not be enraged? Damn Yi Xian! You dare to kill my kin? I shall ensure you find no resting place in death. Han Tianxiang vowed within, determined to make Yi Xian pay the most excruciating price. At that moment, a clan member suddenly spoke up. Patriarch, we have just received word that Yi Xian seems to be heading to participate in the 8th sect assessment. The 8th sect assessment. Han Tianxiang paused. Momentarily taken aback, he was well aware of this event, which took place every October when the major sects of Langya Prefecture united to conduct a grand assessment for recruiting disciples. This annual assessment was the most significant event in Langya Prefecture. To think this little wretch, after murdering members of the Han family, would have the audacity to attend the 8th sect assessment. Han Tianxiang sneered coldly. This wretched fool seeks death. Let him not blame me for my mercilessness. This time, I shall make him suffer more than death. With that, Han Tianxiang soared into the sky, stepping upon his flying sword, racing towards the direction of the 8th sect assessment. Witnessing this, the crowd's faces turned pale. They understood that Han Tianxiang was determined to exact vengeance. Meanwhile, after a half-day's journey, Yi Xian finally arrived at the assessment site. That it must be said that the 8th sect assessment was indeed a grand affair. As the vast plaza was now teeming with a multitude of martial artists, at least over 100,000 had gathered to participate. Each martial artist wore an expression of excitement, eagerly anticipating the upcoming assessment. I made it just in time. Fortunately, it's not too late. Yi Xian sighed in relief. Given his cultivation level, he would have needed at least 3 days to reach the assessment venue. However, since entering the Master Realm, his speed had dramatically increased, allowing him to cover the distance in merely half a day. That moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, landing gracefully among the crowd. Chapter 19. The assessment begins. A reunion with the senior sister. The figure was a young man clad in a white robe, a long sword slung across his back, standing proudly in the plaza, exuding an ethereal presence that on the lapel of his robe gleamed a dazzling sect insignia. Upon recognizing the emblem, a collective gasp arose from the crowd. This is a disciple of the Chaos Sect. Goodness, a representative from the Chaos Sect has appeared so swiftly. The Chaos Sect ranked first among the 8 major sects, possessing the strongest overall strength among all participating sects. It was no exaggeration to say that 9 out of 10 martial artists present had come with the intention of joining the Chaos Sect. As this disciple made his entrance, several more figures descended from the heavens. These figures included both men and women of varying ages, yet they all exuded a formidable aura. Among them were the saintess of the Haoyue sect, Li Mayan, the elder of the Xingho sect, Long Kuei, and the chief disciple of the Qingyun sect, Zhuge Qingyun. Exclamations of astonishment echoed through the plaza. These individuals were the representatives of the 8 major sects. The ones overseeing the 8th sect assessment today. Yi Xian's gaze drifted to a corner, where he spotted a strikingly beautiful woman, dressed in a simple long gown. Her flowing hair danced in the breeze. Her features exquisitely delicate, with elegantly arched brows and subtly tinted lips. She appeared as if she had stepped out from a painting, exuding an otherworldly charm. Others in the crowd also took note of this enchanting woman, murmuring in admiration, "Who is this? She's stunning. Indeed, her figure, her face, simply extraordinary. When has Langya Prefecture ever seen such beauty?" "What? You don't recognize her? This is Tang Shuiyu, the senior sister of the Tianqing sect. She is also the newly appointed saintess of the Tianqing sect." "What? A member of the Tianqing sect? Ah, no wonder I hadn't seen her before. She's so breathtaking. Yet she's from the Tianqing sect. What a pity!" In an instant, many martial artists shook their heads, their expressions tinged with regret. It was understandable why they reacted this way. The rankings of the 8 major sects were as follows: Chaos Sect, Haiyue Sect, Qingyan Sect, Xingho Sect, while the Tianqing Sect ranked the lowest. Each year during the 8 sect assessment, few martial artists aspired to join the Tianqing Sect. Only those rejected by other sects sought to try their luck there. Thus, the Tianqing Sect earned the reputation of being a garbage-collecting sect. This was why, upon seeing such a beauty as Tang Shuiyu associated with the Tianqing Sect, they felt it was a tremendous loss. Joining the Tianqing Sect would mean a lifetime of obscurity. Unbeknownst to everyone, as the crowd lamented for Tang Shuiyu, Yi Xian's eyes had already turned red, gazing at her with deep affection. His expression tender, in a voice only he could hear. He softly murmured, "Senior sister, we have finally met again. Indeed, this is Tang Shuiru, who was Yi Xian's senior sister in his previous life, and also the cherished love in his heart that I in that past existence. He was rendered a cripple due to physical ailments, and not a single one of the 8 major sects was willing to take him. It was Tang Shuiru and the people of Tianqing sect who offered him refuge. Moreover, it was she who, during his darkest moments, ceaselessly comforted and encouraged him. Had it not been for this senior sister, he might have succumbed to despair and taken his own life long ago." Now, upon seeing a familiar face once more, Yi Xian's heart, which had long been frozen, stirs with a long-lost ripple. Memories of warm and beautiful days gradually resurface before his eyes, beside Tang Shuiru. Yi Xian also notices a familiar figure, a portly old man, round and shaped like a ball, clad in a yellow robe, with a simple smile on his face, exuding an endearing charm. Witnessing this old man, Yi Xian cannot help but smile. Old Gu, this fellow, still appears as plump as he did in the past. Old Gu is the grand elder of Tianqing sect, responsible for the daily sustenance of the sect. Not only is he an excellent cook, but he is also exceedingly kind-hearted. Every time Yi Xian suffered grievances at the Yi family, he would be the first to notice and find ways to cheer him up. Though his methods might be somewhat clumsy, Yi Xian could feel the genuine concern behind them, that in Yi Xian's heart, Old Gu was akin to a father figure. Unfortunately, due to certain reasons, Tianqing sect faced dissolution, and its disciples scattered. Old Ji's whereabouts became unknown. Now, seeing an old acquaintance reappear, Yi Xian is filled with nostalgia. They're still alive. How wonderful it is, just as Yi Xian immerses himself in memories of the past. A series of heavy drumbeats resound. Thud, thud, thud. The crowd is stirred, their expressions brightening with excitement, that a venerable elder in a blue robe steps forth from the throng, his murky eyes sweeping over the assembled crowd as he speaks in a deep voice. Everyone. Silence. The assessment of the 8 sects is about to commence. I am the chief examiner for this event, Xiao Ji. Welcome to participate in this assessment. This year's examination, as in previous years, is divided into 3 rounds. The first round is the cultivation assessment. The second round is the talent assessment, and the third round is the sect assessment. Only martial artists who pass all 3 rounds will be qualified to enter the 8 major sections. Now let us begin the first round of assessments. With that, Xiao Ji strides to a stone tablet, towering 3 to 4 meters high. Its surface is black as ink, inscribed with some golden characters that appear esoteric and complex. In a solemn voice, Xiao Ji declares, "This Tongtian tablet can evaluate the cultivation level of martial artists. Anyone over the age of 18 who fails to reach the 4th level of the martial master realm will be deemed unqualified. Now, please proceed." As soon as his voice falls, the martial artists step forward, vibrant spiritual energy shimmering upon the Tongtian tablet. Soon, this first round concludes, with nearly 90% of the martial artists remaining. After all, the rules of the 8 sects assessment have remained largely consistent over the years, and those brave enough to participate are typically martial artists of at least the 4th level of the martial master realm. Yi Xian naturally sails through, preparing to enter the second round of assessments. Observing the martial artist passing below, Tang Shui-ro cannot help but smile. Elder Go, it seems that many martial artists have passed the first round this year. Out of over 10,000 participants, more than 8,000 have successfully advanced. Indeed, Elder Go replies with a smile, and in past years, the first round typically retained no more than 6,000 participants. So this year's numbers are nearly double that of previous years. It seems we at Tianqing Sect have a hope of recruiting more disciples this year. Tang Shui-ro beside him shares in the anticipation. Every year, the disciples selected by Tianqing Sect are mostly those rejected by other sects, and some even prefer to withdraw from the assessment rather than join Tianqing Sect. Thus, despite the large number of participants each year, only about 100 end up willing to join Tianqing Sect. However, with this year's increase in numbers, they can naturally recruit more disciples. Yet, just as Tang Shui-ro and Elder Go are filled with hope, a mocking laugh suddenly pierces through the air. Haha, how absurd, a sect that ranks dead last. What difference does it make if you have more participants? You'll still only be picking up the scraps left behind by others. Haha, upon hearing this, Tang Shui-ro and Elder Go frown, their expressions darkening as they turn to the speaker. What do you mean by that, Elder Wu? Elder Go asks, his brow furrowed. The speaker, an equally elderly man draped in a black robe with a hooked nose and thin lips, emanates an uncomfortable aura. Beside him stands a young man clad in a white robe, sword on his back, exuding a celestial demeanor. These two hail from the top-ranking sect, the Chaos Sect. The elder's name is Wu Shanhe, an inner elder of the Chaos Sect, while the youth is Xiao Bai, an inner disciple. Hearing Elder Ji's words, Wu Shanhe chuckles derisively. What, did I say something wrong? Your Tianqing Sect is ranked dead last. In which year has it not been picking up the garbage we leave behind? I suggest you dissolve your sect sooner rather than later, recruiting third-rate disciples daily, if you're not embarrassed. I certainly am. With this, several other major sects around them burst into laughter. They are quite accustomed to this spectacle, as whenever the assessment becomes dull, it has become tradition to poke fun at Tianqing Sect. Thus, the people from various sects adopt a spectator-esque attitude, their gazes towards Tang Shui-ro and Elder Go laced with mockery. Feeling the derisive stares around her, Tang Shui-ro furrows her brow. Elder Wu, you have gone too far. Regardless of our standings, we are all sects of Langya County. Is it not beneath your dignity to speak of Tianqing Sect's disciples in such a manner? Haha. Dignity? Wu Shanhe bursts into loud laughter. Were it any other sect, I would acknowledge their dignity, but you, a trivial, insignificant sect, dare to speak of dignity? How laughable! Do you even deserve to? Tang Shui-ro's complexion shifts. Shui-ro, do not be upset. Xiao Bai smiles amiably. While my master's words may be harsh, they are indeed the truth. If I were you, I would rather withdraw from Tianqing Sect and join our Chaos Sect. After all, we are the foremost sect in Langya County, with boundless prospects, far better than the dilapidated sect you currently belong to. Just agree to be my partner, and I will let you join. What do you say? With a lewd grin, Xiao Bai reaches out a hand towards Tang Shui-ro's cheek. Get away! Tang Shui-ro exclaims, visibly disgusted, pushing Xiao Bai's hand away. Elder Ge, too, is filled with indignation. You, Wu, your words are as empty as a dog's bark. You claim Tianqing Sect will dissolve, but how can you be so certain we won't recruit any talent this year? Perhaps we will indeed find a genius. What? At this, Wu Shanhe and Xiao Bai are momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Haha, did I hear incorrectly? These two misfits claim they will recruit a genius. Am I mistaken, or are they just daydreaming? Haha, Wu Shanhe laughs uncontrollably, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Xiao Bai leans in closer to mock. Elder Ge, have you lost your mind? You two think you can recruit a genius. If you manage to do that, I would become the emperor of the Deqian dynasty. You, Elder Ge's face darkens with fury. Before he can retort, Wu Shanhe sneers. Enough, don't think I look down on you. Let me make this clear today. Tianqing Sect will not recruit a single genius this year. Not to mention a genius. If you can recruit even one martial artist at the 7th level of the Martial Master realm, I will kneel before you and call you father. And I will also gift you this Qilin divine sword. Wu Shanhe laughs heartily, drawing forth a fiery red longsword, his face twisted in disdain. The Qilin divine sword has accompanied him for many years. Its quality, having reached a profound level, he seldom reveals it. But today he dares to wager it, believing that Tianqing sect's hopes of recruiting a genius are nothing short of a pipe dream. Xiao Bai adds with a laugh. All right, master. Why waste words with these two? If they manage to recruit a genius, the sun will rise from the west. Let us hurry. The second round of assessments is about to begin. With a cold smile, Xiao Bai pulls Elder Gu along, swaggering away while not forgetting to taunt the two as they leave. Too much. Tang Shui grits her teeth, her face flushed with anger, her chest rising and falling violently. Clearly, she is deeply agitated. Elder Gu shakes his head. Forget it, Shui do not stoop to their level. The second round of assessments is about to begin. Let us move along. As Tang Shuiro, filled with anger, was held back by Gu Chongqing. The two made their way to the venue for the second round of assessments. At this moment, all the participants had gathered on the western side of the square, where a massive stone tablet was being forged upon a high platform. This monument stood over 10 meters tall, crafted from an unknown type of stone, its surface as black as ink, exuding an aura of ancient gravitas. Xiaoji approached the stone tablet and addressed the crowd. Esteemed participants, this is the location for the second round of assessments. The stone tablet behind me is known as the Tiandao tablet. This tablet possesses the ability to gauge a warrior's innate talent. You shall place your hands upon it and channel your spiritual energy, in a mere moment. The Tiandao tablet will reveal your talents inscribed upon its surface. Talent levels range from 1 to 9. Those scoring below 3 are deemed unqualified, while 4 and above signify success. Now, let the first contestant, Su Long, step forward. No sooner had Xiao Ji finished speaking than a pudgy young boy, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age, stepped forward. Following Xiao Ji's instructions, he cautiously placed his palm on the Tiandao tablet. Buzz! As expected, the moment his hand made contact, the Tiandao tablet erupted with a burst of light. This radiance twisted violently across the tablet's surface, morphing into a prominent inscription. Talent level 5. Hooray! Upon seeing these words, the chubby boy leapt up in excitement, his joy evident. 5, I am a 5. I've passed. Haha. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding warriors displayed looks of astonishment. My goodness, a 5. The first contestant to emerge is actually of 5 talent. Such a level of talent is rarely seen even within esteemed families. The boy's fortune was indeed remarkable, eliciting envious remarks from the crowd. 5 indeed, Yi Xin muttered to himself. Such talent was undeniably impressive. One must understand that the majority of warriors possess rather mediocre abilities. Achieving a 4 is already a rarity, while reaching 5 could elevate one to the status of a potential heir even within martial clans. In his previous life, Yi Xin, due to physical limitations, had suffered a significant decline in talent, ultimately being assessed at merely 3, were it not for the dire need of personnel in the Tianqing sect. Allowing him entry, he likely would not have been admitted at all. I wonder what level of talent I will manifest this year. Yi Xin pondered, anticipation glimmering in his eyes at that moment, as the chubby boy celebrated his success. Xiao Ji nodded with a smile. Excellent, a 5 talent. You have passed. Next, let the representatives of each sect come forth to see if any are willing to recruit you. Yes, the chubby boy gazed eagerly into the distance. In the next moment, several figures gracefully appeared, including the top-ranked Chaos sect, the second-ranked Haoyue sect, and the third-ranked Qingyun sect. Surprisingly, all 5 of the major sects stepped forward. Su Long, I, from the Xingho sect, possessed the Xingho body refinement technique. Reputed as the foremost body refinement art among the 8 sections, would you be willing to join my Xingho sect? An elder said with a smile. Our Wushuang sect also offers body refinement techniques, as well as the Wushuang sword art, which can dominate the realm. Would you care to join our Wushuang sect? A beautiful elder from Wushuang sect chimed in. Equally eager did I, from the Manwang sect. I from the Tianshan sect. The invitations continued to resonate, filling the air with envious murmurs from the onlookers. To witness 5 major sects simultaneously extend invitations is a rare spectacle indeed. Ultimately, under the gaze of the crowd, the chubby boy chose to join the 4th-ranked Xingho sect. The assessments continued. As the evaluations progressed, the warriors exerted all their efforts, desperately channeling their spiritual energy to demonstrate their prowess upon the Tiandao tablet. However, it was evident that most did not share Su Long's fortuitous luck. The majority of participants only achieved below 3 in talent, failing to qualify, while only a scant few managed to reach 4, barely passing. After assessing over 2,000 individuals, merely a handful achieved a talent level of 5 or above. Truly a rare occurrence. As time passed, the number of figures standing behind the major sects increased steadily, particularly those ranked higher, who had already recruited dozens of disciples, that in stark contrast. The Tianqing sect remained conspicuously empty, appearing out of place among the surrounding sections. Sighing, Tang Shuiro could not help but express her concern, a hint of anxiety flashing in her eyes. The assessment was already halfway through, yet the Tianqing sect had not recruited a single disciple. Were they to return empty-handed this year as well? Beside her, Gu Chongqing also sighed, a wave of helplessness washing over him. It was not that they lacked effort. Nearly every time disciples were selected, he and Tang Shuiro would step forward. Yet, these disciples refused to even glance in the direction of the Tianqing sect. Look at how empty the Tianqing sect stands, Wu Shanhe remarked with a raised eyebrow, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Elder Gu, did you not claim you were seeking talented individuals? How is it that an entire hour has passed and not a single shadow stands behind you? Is it possible that your candidates are invisible? Haha, Wu Shanhe's laughter echoed, prompting the other sect representatives to join in mirth. The Ji Chongqing's expression darkened. Wu, why the rush? The assessments have only just begun. There are still thousands yet to be tested. How can you be so certain that the Tianqing sect will not recruit any disciples? Oh, then why not show us just one? Wu Shanhe challenged with a mocking grin. You! Gu Chongqing's face grew grim. Seemingly provoked, he stepped forward to seize a rejected warrior, asking, Young man, would you like to join our Tianqing sect? What? The Tianqing sect? Upon hearing this, the warrior immediately exhibited a look of disdain. Are you out of your mind? A waste of a sect like yours dares to invite me. A waste of a sect. Gu Chongqing's expression shifted slightly. But did you not also fail the assessment? The warrior retorted with irritation. So what if I failed? I may be poor, but I have my pride. You think I would join a useless sect? Not a chance. I'd rather sweep the floors at the Chaos sect than join the Tianqing sect. Let me be. Don't disturb me as I return home to collect my clothes. With that, the warrior forcefully shoved Gu Chongqing aside and stormed off, casting a disdainful glance at him and Tang Shuiro as if being invited by the Tianqing sect was a great insult. Ha ha ha. Witnessing this, Wu Shanhe laughed uncontrollably, tears streaming down his cheeks. Gu Chongqing, do you see? Even a rejected waste refuses to join your Tianqing sect. How can you still assert that your sect is not a useless one? Indeed, Elder Gu, I suggest you return home swiftly. The other sect representatives chimed in with derision that if this continues, your Tianqing sect might truly fail to recruit even a single disciple. To think that one of the 8 great sects has fallen to such disgrace, unable to attract disciples. If this news spreads, how embarrassing it would be. Depart now, and preserve some dignity for yourselves. Listening to the taunts surrounding them, Tang Shuiro and Gu Chongqing's faces turned ashen, feeling as though they had been slapped repeatedly, their frustration palpable. After a prolonged silence, Gu Chongqing finally managed to utter a few words through clenched teeth. What's the rush? The assessment is far from over. How can you be so certain that the Tianqing sect will not recruit any disciples? Wu Shanhe sneered coldly. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Since you remain so obstinate, I shall wait and see. What sort of disciples can you two inept individuals possibly recruit? I await the day you retrieve my Qilin divine sword. Wu Shanhe's voice dripped with scorn at that moment. Xiao Ji stepped forward, calling out to the crowd. Next, upon hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes brightened. It's my turn. After waiting in line for so long, it was finally his moment. Without a second thought, Yi Xian leaped onto the high platform and approached the Tiandao tablet. In an instant, a profound and ancient aura enveloped him. As he stood before the Tiandao tablet, Yi Xian felt his entire being resonate, as if the energy within him were harmonizing with the tablet itself. The Tiandao tablet calling to me? Yi Xian wondered in astonishment. He ascended the platform, countless pairs of eyes below fixated on him, whispering among themselves. What do you think? What level of talent can this lad achieve? He appears rather ordinary in attire. I doubt he hails from a martial family. Perhaps at most a 3? A 3? Surely not. He seems strong and stable. He must have practiced some form of body refinement technique that I believe he could achieve a 4. In an instant, speculations regarding Yi Xian's talent surged forth, rising and falling like waves. Meanwhile, on the stage, Yi Xian had already extended his right hand and firmly pressed it against the heavenly Dao steel. With a hum, as his hand made contact, a tremor coursed through his body, that he felt that the moment his palm met the stone tablet, his entire being was engulfed in a tempest of spiritual power. While the primal swallowing demon technique within him operated with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, the heavenly Dao steel emitted a radiant glow, and golden characters gradually materialized upon its surface. Talent. Rank 1. Talent. Rank 2. Talent. Rank 3. Talent. Rank 4. The golden letters continuously transformed, swiftly surpassing the 4th rank. Haha, rank 4 talent. I told you this lad could achieve rank 4 talent. Witnessing this scene, the warrior who had previously predicted Yi Xian would possess a rank 4 talent erupted into laughter, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "See, I was right." However, before he could revel in his excitement for long, a voice filled with dread suddenly pierced through the air. "No, look quickly. His talent is still rapidly ascending." What? The crowd hastily turned their gaze back to the heavenly Dao steel. Indeed, they discovered that at this moment, the inscriptions on the steel were changing at an astonishing pace. Talent. Rank 5. Talent. Rank 6. Talent. Rank 7. Talent. Rank 8. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's talent had reached rank 8. The audience below erupted in astonishment. Rank 8 talent. My goodness, am I seeing this correctly? This fellow possesses rank 8 talent. Expressions of disbelief adorned their faces. Not only them, but even the representatives from various sects on stage were left flabbergasted. Rank 8 talent is a paragon of genius, a rarity among millions, such a prodigy. Not only would he secure a place among the 8 sects, but he would also be guaranteed a position as an inner disciple in any sect. With careful nurturing, he could even become the chief disciple. Haha, I never imagined I would encounter a rank 8 genius today. Such a phenomenon has not graced us in nearly a century. Wu Shanhe laughed heartily, his tone brimming with exhilaration. The representatives from various sects, their eyes gleaming with fervor, were eager to act. After all, rank 8 talent is a treasure rarely found. The returns from such a genius would be immeasurable. They were determined to devise every means possible to bring him into their fold. However, just as the various sects prepared to make their move, a dazzling light suddenly erupted, and the inscriptions on the heavenly Dao steel changed once more. Talent. Rank 9. What? Upon witnessing this, the crowd was thrown into disarray. What the hell? Am I hallucinating? Rank 9 talent. My heavens, this represents the pinnacle of what the heavenly Dao steel can reveal. The onlookers stared wide-eyed at Yi Xian, disbelief etched across their faces, as tumultuous waves of astonishment surged within them. Not far away, Wu Shanhe was practically beside himself with excitement. Rank 9 talent. A genius that appears but once in several millennia. Even in the annals of the 8 sex assessments, only a handful have ever attained rank 9 talent. Selected from millions of martial artists, it could be said that once such a prodigy emerges, they are destined to dominate their realm. They might even ascend to the realm of martial kings. A powerhouse of the martial emperor realm is about to emerge from our chaos sect. Wu Shanhe murmured, his eyes shimmering with uncontainable enthusiasm, addressing the representatives of the various sects. This young man is mine. None of you shall contest him with me. With that, he vanished in a flash and sped towards Yi Xian. Witnessing this, the representatives of the other sects sighed and shook their heads, abandoning their desire to recruit him. After all, if he were merely a rank 8 genius, they might still have a chance to compete. But rank 9 talent is simply too rare. They lacked even the courage to vie with the Chaos sect. It was evident that a genius of this caliber was likely destined for the Chaos sect from the outset. Meanwhile, Tang Xuerou and Ge Chongqing looked on with envy, their hearts heavy with conflicting emotions. Rank 9 talent. Observing the radiant characters on the steel, Yi Xian blinked in surprise. Have I truly attained rank 9 talent? He felt as though he had scarcely exerted himself, yet had already reached the limit of the heavenly Dao steel. Yi Xian vaguely sensed that his talents surely transcended rank 9. It was merely the steel's limitations that prevented further measurement. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of exhilaration. After all, rank 9 talent is a rare gem. In his previous life, he had only measured a rank 3 talent, but to suddenly elevate by 6 ranks was an unimaginable feat for anyone else. just as Yi Xian reveled in his triumph. A whoosh filled the air as Wu Shanha descended before him, wearing a broad smile. Haha, young man, rank 9 talent, truly impressive. I am Wu Shanha, an elder of the Chaos Sect. Would you care to join our ranks? The personal invitation from an intersect elder left the surrounding crowd envious. Yet, just as they expected Yi Xian to eagerly accept, he suddenly shook his head and replied, I apologize, I must decline. Haha, refusal is well and good, but why would you refuse? Wu Shanha was momentarily taken aback. Had he misheard? Yi Xian actually turned down his invitation. Indeed, I already have a sect I wish to join. Yi Xian spoke calmly. The onlookers were once again bewildered. What? He has a sect in mind. Surely not. The Chaos Sect is the top-ranked sect. If he doesn't join the Chaos Sect, what other sect could he possibly consider? Could it be the Qingyun Sect? The Haoyue Sect? No matter how you think about it, they cannot compare to the Chaos Sect. Young man, are you jesting? Wu Shanha said, disbelief etched across his face. You claim you have a sect in mind? Do you not know that the Chaos Sect stands as the foremost among the 8 sects? In terms of strength and background, we far surpass any other sect. Is the sect you speak of even stronger than the Chaos Sect? Yi Xian did not respond to this inquiry. Instead, he lifted his foot and directly stepped towards the crowd below. Observing this, everyone held their breath, their eyes closely tracking Yi Xian's movements. They were eager to discover what sect could entice him to forsake the mighty Chaos Sect. Ultimately, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Yi Xian came to a halt before a man and a woman. He clasped his hands in salute, bowing slightly, and with a respectful tone that resonated through the square. Declared, I, Yi Xian, wish to join the Tianqing sect. What? This declaration sent the entire audience into an uproar. All eyes widened in disbelief. Did he just say Tianqing sect? At this moment, the martial artists were in a frenzy. Did I hear that correctly? He just mentioned the Tianqing sect. My goodness, has this lad lost his mind? The Tianqing sect ranks dead last among the sects. With his level of cultivation, does he really wish to waste his talents on such a mediocre sect? Shocked voices echoed from all directions that I end their view. For a genius like Yi Xian, to choose the Tianqing sect was akin to walking down a path of self-destruction, not to mention others. Even Tang Shui-ro and Ge Chongqing stared in disbelief at Yi Xian, questioning their own sanity. Little brother, are you certain you haven't made a mistake? You wish to join our Tianqing sect? Tang Shui-ro swallowed hard, repeatedly confirming to Yi Xian, as if expecting this, smiled and replied, Indeed, I wish to join the Tianqing sect. I hope that Sister Tang and Elder Ge will grant me this opportunity. With that, he bowed once more before the two of them in full view of the crowd. Tang Shui-ro was taken aback. Ge Chongqing stood dumbfounded. Even Wu Shanha, along with the representatives of various sects and numerous martial artists, were left agape, their minds racing with disbelief. Simultaneously, an unspoken thought crossed their minds. Is this young man truly insane? However, after a brief moment of silence, Ge Chongqing burst into an uproarious laugh. Ha ha! Excellent! Excellent! He grasped Yi Xian's hands, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, Yi Xian, rest assured. If you are willing to join our Tianqing sect, I will personally plead with the sect leader to make you an inner disciple. No, you shall directly become the chief disciple. Ge Chongqing chuckled heartily, his heart brimming with excitement. That it was no wonder he felt such exhilaration. After all, for many years, the Tianqing sect had only recruited individuals of mediocre talent, the best among them merely possessing a 5th-tier aptitude. Yet today, they had astonishingly accepted a disciple with a 9th-tier aptitude. This was a significant opportunity. Beside him, Tang Shui-ro was equally thrilled and quickly added, If you are unwilling to be a disciple, you can be an elder instead. I will immediately have Elder Ge step down and appoint you as an intersect elder. Exactly, exactly, Ge Chongqing eagerly chimed in. What do you say? Would you like to become an intersect elder? I can easily relinquish my position for you. As long as Yi Xian was willing, he would not hesitate to serve him tea and water. Witnessing this scene, Yi Xian could only smile wryly and replied, Elder Ge, Sister Tang, you are too kind, and I merely wish to be an ordinary disciple and cultivate normally within the Tianqing sect. Yes, being an ordinary disciple is good. Very good. Ge Chongqing chuckled, rushing to Yi Xian's side to knead his shoulders, fearing that he might inadvertently offend this prodigy. Meanwhile, not far off, Wu Shanha was nearly seething with rage. He had never imagined that as a distinguished elder of the Chaos Sect, personally inviting Yi Xian would result in such a rejection. Not only did he refuse, but he also chose to join the Tianqing sect, which he had always looked down upon. This was truly a slap in the face. With this thought, Wu Shanna stepped forward, struggling to contain his anger, and said, "You brat, are you mocking me? You refuse to join my esteemed Chaos sect, yet you choose to join the bottom-ranked Tianqing sect? Yes, is there a problem with that?" Yi Xian replied with a calm expression that Ji Changqing, incensed, retorted Wu. "What do you mean by that? I warn you, Yi Xian has already chosen to join the Tianqing sect, so do not try to sow discord here." "Sow discord? Ha. Good Changqing, does your Tianqing sect strength require me to sow discord?" Wu Shanna laughed derisively, casting a contemptuous glance at Yi Xian. "Brat, I advise you to think carefully. The decline of the Tianqing sect strength is well known throughout Langya County. By joining the Tianqing sect, you will receive at most 20 spirit stones a month, whereas in my Chaos sect, you could receive at least 2,000. The martial arts and techniques of the Tianqing sect total barely a dozen, most of which are of the yellow grade that my Chaos sect alone possesses 7 or 8 libraries, filled with countless techniques and martial arts, not to mention the cultivation formations and alchemy rooms. Whatever my Chaos sect has, the Tianqing sect lacks. Joining them will only lead to your prodigious talents being squandered." At his words, the crowd could not help but nod in agreement. Indeed, the cultivation resources of the Tianqing sect were far inferior to those of the Chaos sect. Although Yi Xian's talent was formidable, the importance of cultivation resources could not be overlooked. Otherwise, possessing talent alone would not ensure a long-lasting path of cultivation. This was precisely why so many martial artists were eager to join the Chaos sect. Only such top-tier sects could cultivate the most outstanding warriors. Gu Changqing and Tang Shui Ro opened their mouths to refute, but found themselves at a loss for words. Even they acknowledged the vast disparity between the Tianqing sect and the Chaos sect. Yi Xian, Tang Shui Ro gently called, seemingly wanting to persuade him, but ultimately could not utter a single word. Perhaps a talent like Yi Xian could truly only rise within the Chaos sect. If he chose the Chaos sect, she would not hold it against him. After all, choosing a powerful sect was only natural. Though she might feel a pang of sadness, she would still wish him well. However, just as Tang Shui Ro prepared to comfort him and follow her heart, Yi Xian spoke first. "Apologies, Elder Wu, but I have already stated that I wish to join the Tianqing sect. I will not consider any other sects." At this time, Tang Shui Ro was greatly taken aback, looking at Yi Xian in disbelief. She never anticipated that, fully aware of the Tianqing sect's lack of resources, he would still choose to reject the Chaos sect. "What did you say?" Wu Shanna's face darkened, nearly bursting with rage. "Brat, did you not hear what I said? I already made it clear that the resources of the Chaos sect are 100 times superior to those of the Tianqing sect. You still want to join the Tianqing sect?" "Indeed." Yi Xian nodded calmly. This single statement nearly caused Wu Shanna to lose his composure. Was this boy out of his mind? Did he lack comprehension? Little did he know that in Yi Xian's heart, the significance of the Tianqing sect far surpassed mere cultivation resources that owe him. The Tianqing sect was his homeland, that is for the Chaos sect, in his previous life. This sect often flaunted its strength, bullying the disciples of the Tianqing sect, that Yi Xian had witnessed it all and had long since lost any fondness for this sect. Even without the Tianqing sect, he would not join the Chaos sect. With this in mind, Yi Xian smiled faintly and said, "Elder Wu, my mind is made up. Please return that I am going with Sister Tang and Elder Ge to the Tianqing sect." After saying this, Yi Xian did not spare Wu Shanna a glance and turned to walk towards Tang Shui Ro and Gu Changqing. Witnessing this scene, Wu Shanna's eyes widened, his face etched with disbelief. He watched helplessly as Yi Xian's figure receded further away, heading towards the Tianqing sect, standing behind Tang, Shui Ro, and Gu Changqing, feeling as if he had been struck by 1,000 blows. Meanwhile, Gu Changqing clapped Yi Xian on the shoulder, his heart filled with astonishment and joy. Good lad. Good lad." Yi Xian's resolute stance had deeply moved him. For the first time in his life, someone had made such a steadfast choice about him. He vowed that even at the cost of his own life, he would create the best cultivation environment for Yi Xian. However, just as the three of them from the Tianqing sect were enjoying their camaraderie, a voice suddenly rang out across the sky. "He cannot join." Chapter 23. The Han family's arrival, an unforeseen assessment. The sudden voice startled everyone present, and they instinctively turned to look in the direction from which it came. A tall, imposing, middle-aged man strode towards them with great strides, followed by a group of sword-wielding guards. A chilling aura of menace instantaneously enveloped the crowd. Did I guess that the head of the Han family? Han Tianxiang. Upon recognizing the visitor, someone in the crowd gasped in astonishment. How strange. What brings the Han family here? As the crowd buzzed with curiosity, Han Tianxiang, leading a large entourage, approached the assembly. He stepped forward, standing before Wu Shanhe, and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Elder Wu." Although the Han family was a prominent clan in Langyi County, they still needed to show proper respect when addressing Wu Shanhe. An inner elder of the Chaos sect, to whom Wu Shanhe nodded, puzzled. Han Tianxiang, what brings you here with such a large group? Han Shantong did not answer immediately. Instead, he surveyed the crowd. Ultimately, he raised his hand and pointed directly at Yi Xian. I am here to find him. What? The crowd gasped in shock, taken aback by the revelation that Han Tianxiang had come with such fanfare to seek out Yi Xian. Before anyone could react, Han Tianxiang's voice rang out once more, cold and laced with a chilling intent. Elder Wu, you may not be aware. Some time ago, my eldest son Han Feng and my second son Han Tai were murdered by treacherous individuals. I dispatched my elder brother Han Shantong to capture the culprit, only to find that Han Shantong himself was also killed. And the one responsible for their deaths is this man, Yi Xian. The moment Han Tianxiang's words fell, the crowd erupted in shock, all eyes turning to Yi Xian with disbelief. What? He killed the head of the Han family's sons and the elder. When did this happen? Wait, Yi Xian. I remember now. The Han family issued a warrant not long ago to hunt down the murderer of young Master Han. That person was called Yi Xian. That's why he looks so familiar. It's him. In an instant, everyone recalled that Yi Xian was the very individual the Han family had been pursuing. To why Yi Xian furrowed his brow, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he silently thought. This old man truly cannot let go, even pursuing me to the 8th sex assessment. However, Yi Xian's expression remained largely unchanged. Since he had dared to kill Han Shantong, he naturally did not fear the Han family's retaliation. At that moment, Tang Shui's complexion shifted, and she hurriedly stepped forward to interject. Head of the Han family, are you mistaken? I see that Yi Xian is an upright person, not someone who would kill without cause. Indeed, Head Han, is there some misunderstanding here? Good Chongqing chimed in, eager to defend Yi Xian. They had only just managed to recruit such a talented individual, and they could not allow anything to happen to him. Misunderstanding. Upon hearing these words, Han Tianxiang's expression darkened immediately. Bah! This brat has slain both my sons and my esteemed elder. Even if he were reduced to ashes, I would recognize him. Do you still dare to claim it is a misunderstanding? Why don't you inquire about the deeds of this scoundrel? Tang Shuiro, upon hearing this, turned to Yi Xian and inquired. Yi Xian, is this true? Yi Xian did not deny it, nodding and stating. Indeed, I am the one who killed them. Gasp. At this revelation, Tang Shuiro and the numerous martial artists present collectively inhaled sharply. They could hardly believe that Yi Xian was indeed the one who had committed the murders. These were individuals from the illustrious Han family, a foremost clan in Langyi County. What was more, not only had he killed them, but he had the audacity to attend the assessment of the 8th sex. Was he truly courting death? However, in stark contrast to the crowd's trepidation, Yi Xian remained remarkably calm. Not only did he exhibit no fear, but he also smirked coldly. So what if I killed them? Your sons have been bullying and oppressing others, committing heinous acts. How many women have suffered to death at their hands each year? The number of innocent lives lost at their mercy surpasses the thousands. My actions were merely to uphold justice. What did you say? Han Tianxiang's countenance shifted dramatically, to why Yi Xian repeated with a chilling laugh. I said I am upholding justice. Your 2 sons have been brazenly tyrannical. Even if I had not dispatched them today, they would eventually meet their demise at the hands of others. By killing them, I am merely aiding them in transcending to paradise and atoning for their sins. You have failed to discipline them, allowing their wickedness to flourish. You ought to be grateful to me for their deaths. Should they have offended some powerful figure, you would find yourself weeping in vain. You do not thank me, yet you dare to threaten me? Truly a case of a dog biting the hand that feeds it, lacking in discernment. Yi Xian shook his head, portraying an expression of lament for being misunderstood. Upon hearing his words, Han Tianxiang was nearly driven to madness. His sons had been killed by this man. Not only did he refuse to kneel and apologize, but he also expected gratitude. Was this even human speech? You lie, Han Tianxiang thundered. My sons are humble and courteous, possessing kind hearts. How could they possibly bully others? You wretched beast, not only have you slain my sons, but you dare to fabricate lies. Han Tianxiang turned to the elder Wu Shana beside him, clasping his fists. Elder Wu, you are a revered intersect elder of the Chaos Sect, with great authority. On this day, I implore you to provide an explanation to the Han family. At this moment, Wu Shana had grasped the entirety of the situation, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes, but he had not anticipated that this youth would have stirred such a significant commotion. Just then, the figure of Xiao Bai behind him leaned in, whispering, Elder Wu, this is a splendid opportunity. This brat justified you in front of so many and audaciously declared his intent to join the Tianxing sect. We can take advantage of this moment to eliminate him. Not only would we prevent him from joining another sect, but it would also serve to establish the authority of our Chaos sect. A double victory. Upon hearing this, Wu Shana's eyes lit up with understanding that it was indeed a sound argument. He had been furious at Yi Xian's previous insolence, contemplating a reason to discipline him. And here the opportunity had presented itself. If not now, then when? With this thought, Wu Shana pointed at Yi Xian, his voice booming. Presumptuous Yi Xian, you possess an audacity that knows no bounds, daring to slay members of the Han family. Such lawlessness cannot go unpunished. If you are not slain today, what becomes of justice? What becomes of righteousness? Xiao Bai, execute him. Provide the Han family with an explanation. Yes, Xiao Bai cackled, his face twisted in malice as he advanced towards Yi Xian. Stop! Gu Chongqing's expression shifted, urgently calling out. Wu, there must be a misunderstanding. Do not act rashly. Let us deliberate. Yi Xian furrowed his brow in distaste, retorting, Old man, are your eyes blind? It is evident that the Han family acted wickedly first. And I was left with no choice but to strike. You do not interrogate them, but instead come to kill me. Silence. Wu Shana barked. Do you dare to speak such nonsense? The two sons of the Han family were raised under my watch. I know their character well, and they are both virtuous and gentle. How dare you slander them? Such a crime is utterly unforgivable. Xiao Bai, waste no words. Kill him. Understood. Xiao Bai responded, and then in a flash, he appeared before Yi Xian. His fingers curled into claws, viciously aiming for Yi Xian's chest with a technique known as the Black Tiger Prowling Heart. Chapter 24. Thunderous Strike, slaying Xiao Bai, Yi Xian, run. Witnessing Xiao Bai's sudden assault, Tang Shuoro's face paled, urgently shouting. Xiao Bai was a formidable master, ranked among the top 30 on the Dragon Tiger list. His claw, seemingly unremarkable, harbored terrifying energy capable of extracting Yi Xian's heart. However, facing such a ferocious attack, Yi Xian merely raised one hand, effortlessly grasping Xiao Bai's claw with a resounding clap. Then he swiftly swung his palm, delivering a fierce slap. Ta-da! Xiao Bai let out a shriek, propelled away by Yi Xian's strike, his body flying several meters through the air like a severed kite. Before he could land, Yi Xian had already pursued him, delivering a kick to his face midair. Boom! Xiao Bai crashed to the ground, blood spraying from his mouth. Teeth mingled with the crimson liquid. Gasp! Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were taken aback, incredulous at the unfolding events. Xiao Bai was a master, a figure of renown among the disciples of the Eight Sects. How could he be subdued in a single move by Yi Xian? Was this youth truly so formidable? Gu Chongqing opened his mouth, momentarily stunned by Yi Xian's overwhelming display of power. Xiao Bai, pinned to the ground, glared furiously, gritting his teeth. You little beast, you dare strike me? Ha! I have struck you, and now you question my courage. It seems you not only lack vision, but also common sense. Yi Xian mocked, his expression dripping with disdain. Xiao Bai's face flushed with rage as he bellowed. Silence. You dare insult me. You are doomed. I save your empty threats for the king of hell. Yi Xian replied flatly, lifting his foot to stomp down on Xiao Bai's head. That Wu Shana's expression darkened. You little beast, do you dare? Yet Yi Xian disregarded him entirely, his foot not only maintaining its speed, but accelerating. Boom! Xiao Bai's head burst apart, scattering flesh and blood across the ground, a gruesome sight. The esteemed inner disciple of the Chaos sect had not even managed to unleash a proper technique before Yi Xian obliterated him with a single kick. Xiaobai! At this sight, Wu Shanna's fury erupted, a cry of anguish escaping his lips as his eyes glinted with cold fury, fixating on Yi Xian. Bold wretch! You dare to slay a disciple of the Chaos sect. This is sheer sacrilege. You deserve nothing less than death. Deserve death? Yi Xian sneered. When the Han family committed their misdeeds and wreaked havoc, you turned a blind eye. Now you feign righteousness. Who, then, truly deserves death? You blind old dog, may you accompany him to the afterlife. Yi Xian laughed derisively. Impudent. Wu Shanna's murderous intent surged forth, his face a storm of rage. You sharp-tongued brat! I, Wu, have not encountered such an arrogant youth in all my years in Langyu County. You have committed heinous acts against the virtuous descendants of the Han family, and now I am left with no choice but to act. Your cruelty is boundless. Should you be allowed to continue unchecked, you will certainly bring calamity upon the world. Today, I, Wu Shanha, shall uphold justice and eradicate you, this murderer. Yi Xian laughed mockingly. What nonsense about upholding justice. We are all adults here. Spare me the theatrics. For I find them nauseating. You seek death. Wu Shanha's face alternated between shades of blue and white, his fury reaching a boiling point. The tempest of his rage coalesced into a palpable killing intent. Locked onto Yi Xian, Tio dare challenge the authority of an inner elder of the Chaos sect. If you seek death, then do not blame me for being merciless. As his words fell, Wu Shanna's spiritual energy surged violently. A terrifying aura erupting forth. The cultivation of an 8th-tier master was unmistakable. In the next moment, his figure flashed like a specter, launching a palm strike toward Yi Xian. Chaos Void Palm. This was an advanced martial technique of the Chaos sect. A strike akin to a mountain crashing down, imbued with immense power, distorting the surrounding space with its might. Should this strike land upon a person, it would surely shatter their internal organs, such a formidable technique. Combined with Wu Shanha's 8th-tier mastery, possessed the destructive power to overwhelm any ordinary 8th-tier master. However, just as this palm wind was about to strike Yi Xian, another figure suddenly emerged, blocking Yi Xian's path. Raising a palm in response, bang. A tremendous sound echoed, spiritual energy roaring. Wu Shanha was forced to stagger backward, only to discover that it was Ge Changqing who had thwarted his attack. To Ji Changqing, Wu Shanha's expression darkened. Furiously demanding, "What is your intention, Ge? Do you wish to obstruct the Chaos sect from executing justice?" Ge Changqing retorted, "Wu, spare me your nonsense. Yi Xian is a disciple of the Tianqing sect. If you wish to kill him, I shall not permit it." Indeed. Tang Shuro also stepped forward, drawing her long sword, which glimmered with a chilling light. That why Yi Xian is a disciple of my Tianqing sect. You, Chaos sect, have no right to kill her. As soon as her words fell, Ge Changqing and Tang Shuro simultaneously unleashed their formidable powers, 7th layer of the Master Realm and 4th layer of the Master Realm. It was astonishing that they were both at the Master Realm. Witnessing this scene, Han Tianxiang swallowed hard, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes as he turned to the elder beside him. Wu Shanha. Elder Wu, what should we do? I never expected the Tianqing sect members would go to such lengths for Yi Xian. As Ge Changqing and Tang Shuro stepped forward, Yi Xian's eyes glimmered with emotion. In his previous life, his senior sisters often stood up for him. Now, having been given a second chance, when faced with humiliation once more, they chose to stand up for him without hesitation. He had indeed made the right choice in joining Tianqing sect. Very well. Wu Shanna's face turned ashen, gritting his teeth as he spoke to Ji Changqing. Tang Shuro, you are determined to protect this boy. Do you truly believe that my Chaos sect would hesitate to kill members of the Tianqing sect? Enough of your nonsense. If you wish to kill Yi Xian, I will not allow it. Ge Changqing bellowed, expressing his stance with overwhelming authority. Ever since Yi Xian unwaveringly chose the Tianqing sect, he had vowed to protect him with his life. If the Chaos sect wished to kill Yi Xian, they would have to step over his corpse. Very well. You asked for it. Don't blame me. As soon as he spoke, Wu Shanna produced a command token and hurled it into the air. A vicious expression crossing his face. Bold Yi Xian, how dare you kill a disciple of the Chaos sect without reason? This is an affront to the law, in the name of the inner elder of the Chaos sect. I summon the sect's law enforcement team. This time, I shall see who can save you. What? The law enforcement team? At these words, the surrounding martial artists were taken aback. This was the Chaos Sect's elite organization, responsible for dealing with traitors and law-breaking disciples within the sect, known for their ruthless methods and their propensity to kill. Elder Wu even summoned the law enforcement team. This time, even Gu Changqing and Tang Shuero might not be able to protect this boy. With a whoosh, a command token tore through the air, exploding in the sky with a thunderous sound that in an instant, dozens of powerful auras surged from all directions, all of them master realm experts. This was the law enforcement team, the most feared faction within the Chaos Sect. At the forefront stood a tall, burly middle-aged man, his auras surging and imposing. His brows were like blades, and his eyes flickered with electric light, coldly surveying the crowd. What is going on? Wu Shanhe hurriedly approached. Hall Master, you have arrived. This Yi Xian killed a member of the Han family, and I intended to seek justice for them. However, he not only refused to comply, but also killed Xiao Bai. This is an unforgivable crime. The Hall Master Wu referred to as Sha Qinxiu, the leader of the law enforcement team, with a cultivation level at the 8th layer of the Master Realm. A striking figure even within the Chaos Sect. Hearing Wu Shanhe's words, Sha Qinxiu glanced down at Xiao Bai's lifeless body, discovering that his head had been crushed, blood and brain matter spilling across the ground. A hint of surprise flashed in Sha Qinxiu's eyes. Xiao Bai was a Master Realm expert at the 1st layer. You, being so young, managed to kill him. You are indeed a talent. That Wu Shanhe's expression changed slightly. About to speak when Sha Qinxiu waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor indifferent. But it matters not that MY Chaos Sect is not lacking in talents. You dare to brazenly kill a disciple of the Chaos Sect. This matter cannot be easily resolved. Only with your blood can you wash away the disgrace you have brought upon my Chaos Sect. You may take your own life. Sha Qinxiu turned his gaze to Yi Xian, his tone lofty, as if it were not a suggestion but a decree. Tang Shuero's expression shifted. Hall Master, Sha Qinxiu bellowed, silence. This child has killed a disciple of my Chaos Sect. There is no way out for him. Anyone who dares to plead for mercy will be considered an enemy of the Chaos Sect. I shall kill them all. His chilling words echoed throughout the square, a testament to the Chaos Sect's might. Yet upon hearing this, Yi Xian burst into laughter. Ha, what a bold proclamation. Is this the law enforcement team of the Chaos Sect, relying on your background to extend your reach into other sects? You dare to boast of killing members of other sects? Is this the original intent behind your law enforcement team? Are you enforcing the laws of the Chaos Sect or those of other sects? At these words, the expressions of the various sects present shifted. Yi Xian's remarks struck a chord with them. For a long time, the law enforcement team had acted with impunity, relying on the backing of the Chaos Sect, committing acts of tyranny within the 8 sects. And even killing members of other sections, however, due to the Chaos Sect's strength, they had dared not voice their anger. Today, Yi Xian's words served as a release for their pent-up frustration. Yet, after the moment of relief, they could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy. After all, Sha Qinxiu was not Xiao Bai. Not only did he possess the cultivation of the 8th layer of the martial master realm, but he also had ample combat experience and ruthless methods. Given Yi Xian's boldness today, it seemed unlikely he would escape death. Indeed, upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Sha Qinxiu's face darkened ominously. Good. What a sharp-tongued brat. You dare to offend my Chaos Sect and refuse to admit your mistakes, even daring to speak so arrogantly. You claim that my law enforcement team enforces the laws of other sects? Then I shall show you today. I want to kill this boy. Who dares to stop me? Sha Qinxiu's icy gaze swept across the crowd, and wherever his eyes landed, people instinctively looked down, not daring to meet his gaze. Seeing this, Sha Qinxiu sneered. "Douc, I want to kill you, and no one dares to stop me. I will." Before Sha Qinxiu could finish speaking, a figure suddenly emerged from the crowd. Ji Changqing stepped forward, blocking Yi Xian with his body, calmly stating, "If you want to kill Yi Xian, I will stop you." What? Sha Qinxiu's expression changed. Before he could react, another voice rang out. "I will also stop you." Tang Shuero, sword in hand, emerged from the crowd. "That if you want to kill Yi Xian, I also disagree." The two stood before Yi Xian, forming an unyielding barrier, as steadfast as a wall of iron, seeking death. Sha Qinxiu narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flickering. He had been in charge of the law enforcement team for many years. always having the final say, that he never anticipated that not only would Yi Xian dare to offend him, but this insignificant Tianqing sect would also defy him. Sha Qinqiu sneered, Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? A mere lowly sect. Do you think you hold any significance? All members of the law enforcement team, listen up, capture these three. If there is any resistance, kill them without mercy. Yes, as soon as he spoke, 15 members of the law enforcement team charged towards Yi Xian and the others. Han Tianxiang's expression brightened. He quickly called out to the clan members beside him. You lot, hurry and assist. Yes, the Han family members joined the fray. Including the previous members of the law enforcement team, there were over 30 individuals, each possessing cultivation at the 8th layer of the martial master realm or higher. Among them, 4 or 5 had even reached the 1st layer of the master realm. Gu Changqing inhaled sharply. 30 against 3. This situation seems somewhat unfavorable. Boy, are you afraid? He glanced at Yi Xian. Yet, Yi Xian merely smiled disdainfully. If I were afraid, I wouldn't have offended them just now. So what if it's 30 against 3? To fight alongside Elder Gu and Sister Tang. I fear nothing, even if it were 300 against 3. Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing burst into hearty laughter. Well said. What a fearless lad. You are correct. Although our Tianqing sect is weak, we fear nothing. Regardless of their numbers, we shall fight. Fight. Tang Xuero was also inspired by their enthusiasm, and she joined in with a curse that in the next moment, she charged forward. Sword in hand, her fierce sword energy erupting like a tempest, striking out wildly. Die. Ah! Screams rang out as those below the master realm found themselves utterly powerless against Tang Xuero's onslaught, collapsing to the ground without resistance. Gasping, Yi Xian could not help but inhale sharply. He had not anticipated that his previously gentle senior sister would possess such a violent side. She had not been like this in his previous life. Under Tang Xuero's inspiration, both Yi Xian and Gu Changqing ceased their chatter and charged forward. Ji Changqing wielded an iron whip, its strikes creating a fierce wind. Those struck by the whip were almost instantly left bloodied and broken. Yi Xian, resembling a battle god, stood amidst the martial artists, his fists raining down like a torrential storm upon every foe that dared approach him. Ancestral Dragon Infinite Fist. First move, Ancestral Dragon Infinite Fist. Second move, boom, boom, boom. Each punch landed with devastating force, blood and flesh flying in all directions. With his current cultivation at the 2nd level of the Master Realm, coupled with the terrifying might of the Ancestral Dragon's Infinite Fist, he harbored confidence even against a formidable opponent at the 9th level of the Master Realm. Let alone these ragtag individuals that in a mere moment, over 30 powerful warriors were left in disarray. Their armor cast aside, wailing in despair as they fell before the trio of Yi Xian. Useless fools. Upon witnessing this scene, Sha Qinqiu was consumed by rage. He decisively leaped into the fray, unleashing a fierce gust of energy aimed squarely at Yi Xian's chest. Yet, in the face of this oncoming palm strike, Yi Xian did not flinch. He retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang! As their palms collided, an immense force surged forth, sending Sha Qinqiu staggering back several meters. How is this possible? The shock was evident on his face that as an 8th level Master Realm cultivator, his punch could unleash a force of 20 to 30,000 pounds, yet he had been repelled by Yi Xian. Chapter 26. The Might of Yi Xian, Battling 3 Masters. Noting Sha Qinqiu's astonishment, Yi Xian smirked coldly and mocked. Master Sha, is your punch lacking in strength? How feeble and impotent. Have you aged and depleted your vitality? What did you say? The moment those words escaped Yi Xian's lips, Sha Qinqiu's fury ignited. How dare this impudent brat insult him? Moreover, to ridicule the very part that mattered most to a man. This was utterly intolerable. Seek death, Sha Qinqiu roared, charging forward again, his aura twisting violently in the air, manifesting as a sharp blade that sliced toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian took a step back, effortlessly avoiding the strike. Bang! The blade struck the ground, cleaving a massive gash into the earth. However, before Yi Xian could catch his breath, the ethereal blade was swiftly raised, sweeping horizontally towards his chest. Devastating sweep. Buzz as the razor-sharp blade passed. The very fabric of space trembled violently. Sha Qinqiu, the leader of the enforcement team, demonstrated astonishingly fierce swordsmanship. Each stroke was swift, precise, and lethal, targeting Yi Xian's vital points with deadly intent. Yet, Yi Xian was not merely evading. He discerned that with each swing of Sha Qinqiu's ethereal blade, a tremendous energy surged forth, activating the primordial devouring demon technique within him. This meant the energy radiating from the blade was wholly absorbed by Yi Xian. With every strike, he felt his own power augmenting. Sha Qinqiu's spiritual energy was now his to consume. A wave of joy surged through Yi Xian. Did this mean that throughout this battle, not only would he not exhaust his energy, but he could also elevate his cultivation? With this thought, Yi Xian was invigorated and boldly taunted Sha Qinqiu. "What's wrong, Master Sha? Not only is your punch weak, but your swordplay is also rather pathetic. Are you experiencing vitality depletion? Must you exert a bit more effort? At this rate, I might just fall asleep." As he spoke, he feigned a yawn. The onlookers were left in shock. This audacious youth not only dodged Sha Qinqiu's assault, but also had the audacity to provoke him. What was happening? Meanwhile, Sha Qinqiu was incensed. He had anticipated easily dispatching Yi Xian with his prowess. Yet this brat was as slippery as an eel, evading every strike as though it were childish play. To make matters worse, the boy's tongue was as venomous as his attacks. The repeated taunts about vitality depletion were driving him to the brink of madness. Strangely, he noticed that after such prolonged engagement, Yi Xian appeared ever more spirited, as if this battle had not affected him at all. In stark contrast, Sha Qinqiu felt increasingly fatigued, his spiritual energy depleting at an alarming rate. After merely a dozen minutes of combat, he felt as though he had exhausted himself after a night with numerous partners, his legs growing weak. This boy was not right. He needed to be dealt with swiftly. With resolve, Sha Qinqiu poured all his spiritual energy into the ethereal blade, causing a surge of light akin to a tsunami, a formidable aura sweeping across the battlefield. Bloodthirsty blade! Swish! In the next instant, the ethereal blade transformed into a colossal arc of light, descending upon Yi Xian with overwhelming force. "This is bad." Upon witnessing this, Tang Xu's expression changed, instinctively preparing to assist. However, before she could move, an astonishing sight unfolded. As the massive arc of light made contact with Yi Xian's body, it exploded with a resounding boom, scattering into countless shimmering stars that flowed into Yi Xian's being. With the influx of starlight, Yi Xian's cultivation soared, advancing to the third level of the Master Realm. What? Sha Qinqiu's eyes widened in disbelief. This boy had actually absorbed his blade's energy. Furthermore, he had used it to break through? Ah, delightful! Relishing the surge of power within him, Yi Xian laughed heartily, taunting Sha Qinqiu. "Master Sha, I thank you for the energy you so generously provided. Who would have thought that despite your vitality issues, you would be so kind as to help me ascend? I truly do not know how to express my gratitude." At these words, Sha Qinqiu felt a rush of blood, nearly spitting out a mouthful. His face blanched in fury, and his grip on the ethereal blade trembled. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Wu Shanhe, Han Tianxiang, what are you two waiting for? Hurry and assist me in slaying this brat." At this moment, he could no longer afford to maintain his composure as a master. He simply wished to shred this insolent fool into pieces. Understood. The moment his words fell, Wu Shanhe and Han Tianxiang surged forward, charging at Yi Xian. 3 Master Realm cultivators were now simultaneously attacking. Their eyes burned with murderous intent. They believed that while Yi Xian possessed some talent, he was merely at the third level of the Master Realm and alone. A solitary tree cannot withstand the storm. Meanwhile, they had 3 powerful masters on their side. Killing Yi Xian would be as easy as pie. Observing this, Gu Chongqing felt a wave of concern wash over him. After kicking aside a member of the enforcement team, he shouted, "Brat, can you hold on?" "Small matter," Yi Xian calmly replied, though faced with 3 Master Realm masters. He had already stepped into the third level himself, and with various enhancements at his disposal, he felt no fear. He was confident in his ability to fight. Arrogant, seeing Yi Xian's brazen demeanor, Han Tianxiang was seething with rage. Growling, "You dare to speak so boldly in the face of 3 Master Realm cultivators? Truly a reckless fool. If you seek death, do not blame us for being merciless. Return my son's life," Han Tianxiang bellowed. Leaping into the air, arriving before Yi Xian in an instant, raising one hand to strike. Flame of destruction, whoosh! Under the might of his palm, A wave of scorching flames erupted, transforming into a gigantic flaming hand that thundered toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian's cold gaze locked onto the fiery hand, and his insightful "I activated silently" that in an instant. He comprehended the nuances of the flame of destruction, and almost immediately, he discerned the flaw in this technique. Here, Yi Xian's eyes sharpened, and he swiftly raised his right hand, aiming a single finger at Han Tianxiang's palm. Swish, the precise strike landed squarely in the center of his palm, his weak point. Crack! A sound of shattering bones echoed as Han Tianxiang let out a blood-curdling scream, his entire right arm fracturing violently. Blood sprayed forth, and shattered bone was exposed. His right arm was reduced to a mangled mess. Han Tianxiang howled in agony, collapsing to the ground, clutching his ruined arm and emitting piercing cries. Fear filled his eyes as he looked at Yi Xian, accompanied by a hint of regret. He suddenly questioned whether provoking Yi Xian had been a grave mistake. But it was too late. In the next moment, Yi Xian's figure darted forward like a specter, delivering a crushing kick to his head. Bang! With a sharp crack, Han Tianxiang's skull exploded like a watermelon. Crimson blood mingling with white brain matter, splattering onto Sha Qinxiu and Wu Shanhe, staining their garments in blood. Patriarch. Witnessing this horror, the surrounding members of the Han family wailed in despair, their faces etched with sorrow as they beheld Han Tianxiang's lifeless body. On the other side, both Sha Qinxiu and Wu Shanhe were taken aback. They had never anticipated that Yi Xian's methods would be so ruthless that in the blink of an eye, he had slain another Master Realm expert. As Han Tianxiang fell, his energy surged forth like a fountain, instantly absorbed by Yi Xian. Fourth level of the Martial Master Realm. Boom! With a resounding roar of spiritual energy, Yi Xian's cultivation soared once more. Another breakthrough? Sha Qinxiu stood agape, staring at Yi Xian as though he were a devil incarnate. While other warriors weakened with each battle, how was it that this brat only grew stronger? With a cold smile, Yi Xian remarked, "Master Sha, I appreciate the spiritual energy gift you provided. Not only did you help me elevate my cultivation, but you even called in a companion to assist. Your concern for me is truly overwhelming. The title of the kindest individual in the Chaos sect undoubtedly belongs to you." Ha. Despite hearing Yi Xian's mocking words, Sha Qinxiu felt no anger within. Instead, a flicker of fear arose in his heart. This young man is exceedingly peculiar. Like a cockroach, he cannot be exterminated no matter the effort. Moreover, he is merely at the Master Realm. One shudders to imagine how formidable he would become should he break through to the martial sovereign realm. This cannot stand. This boy must be eliminated today. Otherwise, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat to the Chaos sect in the future. Sha Qinxiu gritted his teeth and said to Wu Shanhe beside him, "Elder Wu, we must attack together and ensure this boy is vanquished, leaving him no opportunity to enhance his cultivation. Do you understand?" "Understood." A fierce glint filled Wu Shanhe's eyes, evidently shaken by Yi Xian's terrifying potential. Today, no matter what, this young man must not be allowed to escape. However, just as the two were about to strike, a sharp cry pierced the air. A piercing bird call suddenly shattered the sky, revealing its Sanyan eagle soaring as its wings spread nearly 20 meters wide, shading the sun as it descended. That a chilling voice emanated from the back of the Sanyan eagle. Sha Qinxiu. "How dare you possess such audacity to attempt to harm my disciple of the Tianqing sect? Who gave you the courage to act against my disciples?" Chapter 27. The Disciple of Tianqing Sect. "I shall protect. Who bestowed upon you the gall to harm my disciples of the Tianqing sect?" The frigid voice resounded from the back of the Sanyan eagle as a middle-aged man in elegant blue robes descended gracefully, walking on the wind as if he were a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Surrounding him was a gentle breeze that stirred with authority, imparting a sense of reverence akin to gazing up at a towering mountain. All eyes were drawn to him. The sect master, upon recognizing the visitor, Tang Xuerou and Ge Chongqing's expressions brightened as they hurried forward. Indeed, the arrival was none other than Su Ding, the sect master of the Tianqing sect, and also Yi Xian's mentor from his previous life. In the former life, when Yi Xian's body was crippled and he could not cultivate, it was Su Ding who traversed mountains and valleys to procure numerous spiritual herbs, aiding him in restoring his foundation. Though it merely restored his dantian and fell short of the talent of the indestructible body of the primordial age, it nonetheless allowed Yi Xian to re-enter the path of cultivation. In Yi Xian's heart, Su Ding was akin to a second father, that why Yi Xian bowed deeply to Su Ding. Sect Master. Upon witnessing Yi Xian's bow, the icy demeanor on Su Ding's face melted away, replaced with a warm smile, as gentle as a spring breeze. Good lad, you single-handedly faced 3 masters, yet did not falter. Truly deserving of being a new disciple of the Tianqing sect. You possess great courage. Thank you, Sect Master, to why Yi Xian chuckled heartily. Yet in the next moment, Su Ding's smile vanished as his gaze shifted to the not-so-distant Sha Qinxiu, a coldness once again enveloping his features. Sha Qinxiu, come here at once, boom. His voice resonated like a thunderclap, causing everyone present to shudder. What a terrifying aura. I feel as though my very soul is being torn asunder. Is this truly the sect master of the Tianqing sect? How can he be so powerful? The crowd was filled with astonishment, never anticipating that the Tianqing sect, notoriously ranked at the bottom, would possess such a formidable leader. Sha Qinxiu's expression shifted as he said, Su Ding, your disciple has harmed someone from my chaos sect, and I am taking action to avenge my fellow disciple. However, Su Ding remained unperturbed, his face darkening as he reiterated. I said, come here at once. Boom! As his words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from Su Ding, causing the ground to fracture and dust to swirl. The martial artists present trembled, fear flashing in their eyes. The 9th heaven of the martial sovereign realm. Su Ding is actually at the martial sovereign level. This existence completely surpasses the master realm. Sha Qinxiu, suppressing the terror in his heart, approached Su Ding. Just as he reached Su Ding, the latter suddenly raised his hand. A tremendous force contained within. Bang! Ah! Sha Qinxiu's body was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, soaring over 100 meters before crashing to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. Master Sha, Wu Shana's expression changed drastically. He was about to rush over to assist when a cold voice rang in his ear. So it was you, old dog, who bullied my beloved disciple? What? Wu Shana trembled, raising his head to find Su Ding's formidable figure looming before him, casting a shadow that obscured the sunlight, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. In the next instant, a chilling intent locked onto his entire being. No, please, Master Sha, save me! Wu Shana screamed in terror, but it was too late. The next moment, Su Ding raised his right hand and struck down upon the top of Wu Shana's head. Bang! In an instant. Wu Shana's skull burst like a watermelon, blood and brain matter spraying forth as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Sha Qinxiu's complexion turned pale with unbridled fury. Su Ding, how dare you kill an elder of my chaos sect? Bang! Before Sha Qinxiu could finish his sentence, Su Ding's foot crushed his head into the ground, disdain etched upon his face. Killing is killing. Why so much nonsense? Sha Qinxiu gritted his teeth. Su Ding, do not think that just because you are a martial sovereign you can act with impunity. Do not forget, the thing within your body will not allow you to live for many more years. When you die, it will be the day of the Tianqing sect's demise. Nonsense. Bang. Su Ding unleashed a kick that sent Sha Qinxiu flying once more. Wow. Sha Qinxiu crashed heavily to the ground, spewing a mouthful of blood, his aura waning to a mere flicker. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers gasped in shock. Sha Qinxiu, a master of the 8th heaven, was being treated like a mere plaything by Su Ding, unable to retaliate at all. The might of a martial sovereign truly is terrifying. Meanwhile, a flicker of surprise crossed Yi Xian's eyes. What is this thing within my master? He recalled that in his previous life, the Tianqing sect's sudden disbandment was due to his master's passing. But he had always believed it was because his master could not break through to the martial king realm and had reached the limits of his lifespan. Now it seemed that his master's demise was likely related to the thing that Sha Qinxiu mentioned. As Yi Xian pondered, Su Ding had already stepped on Sha Qinxiu's head, his voice icy. You wretched creature! Even if Fang Qingping were here, he would not dare speak to me in such a manner. Who do you think you are to raise your voice? Today, I intend to take my dear disciple to the Tianqing sect. Do you have any objections? Sha Qinxiu hesitated. Bang! Seeing his hesitation, Su Ding's right foot pressed down with immense force, sending a surge of pain through Sha Qinxiu's head. The agonizing pressure made Sha Qinxiu feel as though his skull would explode, and he shrieked in torment, Su Ding, I shall repeat myself. I am taking my dear disciple away. Do you have any objections? Crack, crack, crack. As Su Ding spoke, he continued to exert pressure on Sha Qianqiu's head. The terrifying force was on the verge of crushing Sha Qianqiu's skull, blood streaming from his 7 orifices as he howled. Ah. I agree. I agree. Please let go. My head is about to split open. No sooner had he finished speaking than Sha Qianqiu felt a sudden lightness atop his head, an overwhelming sensation of having narrowly escaped death course through him. Su Ding, looking down from above. Remember this well. I shall protect the disciples of the Tianqing sect. Should I ever witness you attempting to harm Yixin again, I shall strike you down on sight. Do you understand? I understand, I understand. Sha Qianqiu hurriedly replied, not daring to show any signs of defiance. Seeing this, Su Ding finally revealed a satisfied smile, then approached Yixin, the cold smile replaced by a gentle expression. Very well. Yixin, the matter is resolved. From this day forth, no one shall dare to disrespect you. Thank you, Sect Master. Yixin clasped his fists, gratitude shining in his eyes, as Su Ding waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. In truth, it is I who should express gratitude for your choice to join the Tianqing sect. Rest assured, I shall spare no effort in nurturing you into a peerless master, ensuring that your talents do not go to waste. HMM.Y. Yixin nodded in agreement, that Su Ding patted Yixin's shoulders, smiling. Now then, let us return to the Tianqing sect. But just then, Yixin suddenly smiled. Sect Master, is it not a bit too casual to leave like this? Su Ding was taken aback that why Yixin grinned and said, Since I have joined the Tianqing sect, you will certainly protect me, yes? Su Ding replied jovially. Naturally. You are my disciple of the Tianqing sect. Anyone who dares to bully you is challenging me, Su Ding. With that, his icy gaze swept across the crowd, exuding an aura of dominance. That is good. Hearing this, Yixin smiled slightly and approached Sha Qianqiu. Speaking coolly, Sha Qianqiu, did you not repeatedly declare that the Tianqing sect is the lowest-ranked sect? Thus, I, Yixin, today represent the Tianqing sect to challenge all the master-level warriors of the Chaos sect. Gah! Su Ding was left speechless, while Tang Shuirua and Ge Chongqing stood by, equally astonished, gazing at Yixin in disbelief. Chapter 28. Slaying all master-level warriors. Upon hearing Yixin's challenge to the master-level experts of the Chaos sect, Sha Qianqiu's face flushed with rage, his fury boiling over. Yixin, how dare you? Do you truly believe that my Chaos sect is devoid of capable individuals? Yixin merely smiled faintly. Then bring forth your disciples. Did you not claim time and again that my Chaos sect lacks talent and that the Tianqing sect is destined for annihilation? If that is the case, allow me to witness the prowess of your so-called geniuses. Master-level warriors, one by one, or even a pair, I challenge them all. Should I, Yixin, lose, I shall kneel before the gates of your Chaos sect, renounce my cultivation, and bow my head in repentance. His commanding words reverberated throughout the square, echoing in the ears of every onlooker. All the warriors widened their eyes in disbelief, pondering. Has this young man lost his mind? He dares to challenge all the master-level experts of the Chaos sect. No matter how formidable he is, it is impossible to face them all at once. This is nothing short of a gamble with his own life. Tang Shuirua's expression shifted, her voice laced with urgency. Yixin, do not act rashly. Why? Yixin shook his head, speaking earnestly. Senior sister, I am not being impulsive. This is a decision I have contemplated deeply. The reason the Chaos sect dares to bully the Tianqing sect is precisely because the latter lacks exceptional talents. Therefore, today I, Yixin, shall embody that talent for the Tianqing sect. This time, I shall thoroughly subdue the Chaos sect, instilling fear in their hearts at the mere sight of the Tianqing sect, compelling them to flee in terror. Sha Qianqiu roared, Boy, you are courting death. Yixin turned to Su Ding. Sect leader. Su Ding immediately stepped forward, his voice dark and thunderous. Sha Qianqiu, did you not hear Yixin's words? Summon all your master-level disciples. Otherwise, do not blame me for unleashing my wrath. Sha Qianqiu, Su Ding, known far and wide in Langyi County as the Old Rascal, would not hesitate to unleash chaos if provoked. Realizing this, Sha Qianqiu narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing within as he fixed a venomous gaze upon Yixin. Very well. If you seek death, do not blame me for my ruthless methods. With a flourish, Sha Qianqiu produced a command token that soared into the sky, erupting into a burst of golden flames. Following this, a resounding drumbeat echoed across the heavens, reverberating throughout the vast expanse. The war drum sounded and disciples gathered. 3 beats signify the summoning of master-level disciples. Quick, something must have gone awry in the 8th sect's assessment. In an instant, the Chaos sect was abuzz with activity as master-level disciples rushed towards the assessment square. Excluding those not present at the Chaos sect, over 100 master-level warriors appeared in droves, like locusts descending upon the field. All gazes were fixed upon Yi Xian, brimming with murderous intent. What has happened? Hall Master, why the urgency in summoning us? A master-level disciple clasped his fists in inquiry, introducing himself as Mo Yun, a second-tier master-level expert, capable of ranking among the top 100 on the Dragon Tiger rankings. Sha Qianqiu pointed at Yi Xian, coldly stating, "This individual is named Yi Xian and wishes to challenge all master-level disciples of my Chaos sect. Who among you dares to fight him?" "What?" At these words, the assembled disciples gasped in shock. Challenging all master-level disciples. This young man is far too arrogant. Does he truly believe the Chaos sect is without capable warriors? Let us eliminate him. A wave of indignation swept through the disciples of the Chaos sect. One master-level 3rd-tier disciple stepped forward, regarding Yi Xian with disdain. "I am Zhang He, an inner disciple of the Chaos sect. Mentored by the immortal of leisure, practicing the leisure sword. Enough with your nonsense, bang." Yi Xian let out a cold snort, delivering a fierce kick that sent Zhang He flying. With a thundering impact, Zhang He crashed into the wall, creating a massive dent, foam spewing from his mouth, limbs twitching, blood oozing from his orifices. The crowd stood in stunned silence. The esteemed 3rd-tier master-level warrior was knocked unconscious by a single kick, unfazed by their astonished expressions. Yi Xian coolly declared, "One by one is too tedious. You, and you, all of you, come at me together." Yi Xian beckoned with his fingers, his eyes gleaming with boundless combat fervor. His innate warrior instincts had been fully awakened. The great desolation swallowing heaven demonic art was inherently bloodthirsty and combative, and after recently devouring the energies of 2 master-level warriors, he now craved fresh power. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the disciples of the Chaos sect were infuriated. Challenging all master-level warriors was one thing, but to demand they all join forces? There were over 100 master-level warriors present. Did he truly believe he could take on them all single-handedly? "You are far too arrogant, boy." Zhang He merely fell victim to a moment of carelessness. "Now allow me to teach you a lesson for your ignorance." A master-level 5th-tier expert leaped forward, towering like a mountain. Fists like boulders descending with tremendous force, he was a practitioner of physical cultivation. His strength unparalleled, capable of shattering mountains and tearing apart beasts. A single punch from him would surely end in fatality. However, in the face of this furious onslaught, Yi Xian did not flinch. Slap! Slap! He extended his hands, grasping both of the opponent's fists. What? Before the man could react, Yi Xian yanked with all his might. Ripping sounds echoed as blood sprayed forth. The warrior's body was torn asunder, his innards raining down like a gruesome shower, and Yi Xian carelessly discarded the 2 halves of the corpse like refuse. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, all the warriors felt a shiver run down their spines. 2 master-level warriors had perished in a single exchange at Yi Xian's hands. Each strike was lethal, ending the opponents in an instant. This was utterly terrifying. Who on earth is this young man? Why does he challenge us? I heard he killed Han Tianxiang's 2 sons, and Elder Wu sought to avenge them, thus crossing paths with him. What? Han Tianxiang? Has he lost his mind? The lives and deaths of the Han family have nothing to do with us. Besides, Han Tianxiang's sons were not virtuous. Their deaths are inconsequential. Why drag the Chaos sect into this? Keep your voice down. Even Hall Master Sha has agreed to this course of action. Listening to the murmurings among the disciples, Sha Qianqiu's face turned a shade of deep crimson, yet he would never admit fault. He could only grit his teeth and retort, "Yi Xian, you are being excessively brutal." Yi Xian cast a sidelong glance at him, then turned to Su Ding, sect leader. Su Ding appeared before Sha Qianqiu in a flash, slamming him to the ground with a single palm strike. Before Sha Qianqiu could comprehend the situation, Su Ding's right foot was already crushing down on his face, rubbing back and forth. "You insolent wretch, are you seeking death? I am still here, and you dare threaten my disciples?" Sha Qianqiu felt as though he might weep. When did I ever threaten him? Still daring to speak defiantly. Su Ding raised his foot and pressed down repeatedly against Sha Qianqiu's face. Bang, bang, bang. Sha Qianqiu's visage was left bruised and battered, his teeth scattered, blood pouring from his mouth and nose. His features grotesquely distorted, his nasal bone shattered. Had he not been a master-level warrior, he might have been killed outright by those few kicks alone. Clap, clap. Su Ding dusted off his shoes, turning to Yi Xian with a gentle smile. My dear disciple, please continue. Yi Xian's lips curled into a smirk as he surveyed the multitude of master-level warriors before him. Those below 5th-tier master level do not come forth to meet your demise, those above 5th-tier master level. Are you not always proclaiming yourselves as geniuses, looking down upon us from the Tianqing sect? If so, why do you not step forth to engage me in battle? What? Not a word. Oh, I see now. It appears that all of you from the Chaos sect are only brave when it comes to the weak and cowardly when faced with strength. If your so-called sect ranking is based on cowardice, then I, the Tianqing sect, concede. We are unworthy of the title of first. Chapter 29. The first of the master level, Zhuge Qing, upon hearing Yi Xian's scornful remarks, Sha Qianqiu's anger flared, and just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, a voice suddenly rang out. Yi Xian, do not presume that because you have slain 2 master-level warriors, you are invincible. The MY Chaos sect boasts countless talents, and there are many who can bring you to your knees. As the words fell, a tall figure emerged from the crowd, donned in a crimson robe, with brows like swords, robust as an iron tower, and eyes glinting with cold light, signifying his cultivation at the 7th tier of master level. It is Yuan Ke? Tang Shuirua squinted, her expression darkening upon the appearance of this individual. Does senior sister know him? Yi Xian inquired with curiosity, to which Tang Shuirua, biting her silver teeth lightly, replied, this individual is an inner disciple of the Chaos sect, boasting a cultivation level that has reached the 7th layer of the Master Realm. He is notoriously arrogant and domineering, frequently humiliating the disciples of our Tianqing sect. Just half a month ago, 3 disciples from Tianqing sect were beaten to the point of fractures by him, and one of them had his dantian shattered, rendering him a cripple, and he has yet to awaken. As she spoke, Tang Shuirua clenched her fist, the thought of the tragic fate of the Tianqing sect disciples piercing her heart like a knife. Yi Xian lifted his gaze, his eyes cold as he looked at the opposite Yuan Ke. Is the disciple mentioned by my senior sister the one you assaulted? And if so? Yuan Ke sneered coldly. What? Are you dissatisfied? Who told your Tianqing sect disciples to be a bunch of spineless cowards? If you are weak, you deserve to be bullied by the strong. To fall beneath my fist is their honor. The next time I encounter a disciple from Tianqing sect, I will strike again. Not just one, but all of them. I will leave them all crippled. Ha ha ha. Yuan Kuei's face was filled with smug satisfaction, as if in his eyes, injuring the disciples of the Tianqing sect was an extremely glorious deed. But Yi Xian let out a cold laugh, his eyes glinting with chilling light. So, you believe that assaulting the disciples of my Tianqing sect is the right thing to do? And if so, if you have the guts, come and kill me. Yuan Kuei scoffed dismissively, that yes you wish. The moment his words fell, Yi Xian's figure vanished like a phantom, his right fist enveloped in surging spiritual energy, descending upon Yuan Kuei with the force of a mountain. Overestimating yourself. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Kuei let out a derisive laugh, that he was a martial artist specializing in body refinement, with formidable physical strength. Although he was only at the 7th layer of the Master Realm, his power could rival that of an 8th layer Master Realm expert. For Yi Xian to dare to exchange blows with him was simply courting death. In the next moment, Yuan Kuei's fist suddenly surged forward. Brutal ox formless fist. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying fist resembled a meteor plummeting, bearing an unimaginable and terrifying momentum as it violently collided with Yi Xian's fist. But at the instant their fists clashed, Yuan Kuei's expression abruptly changed. Wait, no, this isn't right. He could feel an unfathomable and terrifying force emanating from Yi Xian's fist. A force that was several times more powerful than his own. Bang, 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 ah. In the next moment, screams erupted as Yuan Kuei's right fist instantly exploded, fingers flying, blood spraying everywhere. The terrifying spiritual energy swirled around, utterly shredding his entire right arm. In just one punch, the so-called invincible in body, Yuan Kuei was utterly defeated. Yi Xian soared into the air, delivering a kick. Bang! Yuan Kuei's form was sent crashing to the ground dozens of meters away. His chest caved in, ribs shattered, and his internal organs obliterated by Yi Xian's kick. His head tilted, he perished breathless. Yi Xian's gaze swept across the crowd, his voice icy. Who else has humiliated the disciples of Tianqing sect? Come at me together. Killing one by one is simply not satisfying. Hiss. Upon hearing this, gasps of shock erupted like thunderclaps, as if the very air had been split apart. Not satisfying? With a single punch. You can take down a talented disciple cultivated with great difficulty by the Chaos sect, and you find that unsatisfactory? Yi Xian. Enough. At that moment, a tall young man stepped out from the crowd. His sharp gaze fixed on Yi Xian, exuding a powerful aura. The moment this individual appeared, the surrounding disciples of the Chaos sect immediately perked up that had seen your brother Zhuge Qian, the inner sect prodigy of our Chaos sect. His cultivation has reached the 9th layer of the Master Realm. He is but a hair's breadth away from the Martial Sovereign Realm. He is hailed as the strongest beneath the Martial Sovereign Realm. Zhuge Qian looked at Yi Xian coldly. Yi Xian, I admit that the Chaos sect's actions against you today were indeed wrong, but you have stirred trouble and killed. This matter should end here. It is time for me to personally bring this to a satisfactory conclusion. Satisfactory conclusion? Yi Xian regarded him with a playful glint in his eyes. Then tell me, what does this satisfactory conclusion entail? Very simple. You kneel and admit your mistakes. Then commit suicide as an apology, and that will suffice. Zhuge Qian declared arrogantly. Rest assured, seeing as you have achieved such accomplishments at a young age, I will ensure a proper burial for your corpse. You had better comply, or I will make your life worse than death. Zhuge Qian's icy voice echoed in the ears of everyone present, as if he had just pronounced Yi Xian's death sentence. Ha ha ha! Hearing this, Yi Xian was initially taken aback, then unable to contain his laughter. What are you laughing at? Zhuge Qian frowned at why Yi Xian replied with a cold smile. I laugh at your ignorance. I laugh at your arrogance. Your Chaos sect disciples bully my Tianqing sect disciples daily, even turning them into cripples. Instead of making them apologize, you dare ask me to kneel and admit my mistakes, to commit suicide as an apology? Tell me, is this not ignorance? Is this not arrogance? And you dare to call it a satisfactory conclusion? Truly laughable. Yi Xian's gaze toward Zhuge Qian was filled with mockery. Yet upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Zhuge Qian showed no sign of remorse. Instead, he scoffed disdainfully. That is merely because your Tianqing sect disciples are weak and deserve to be bullied. It is only natural. What does that have to do with my Chaos sect disciples? Exactly. With this statement, several disciples of the Chaos sect chimed in. Our Chaos sect is ranked first. What is it to bully a few of your disciples? It is only natural for a top-ranking sect to bully a bottom-ranking one. Not only that, but we are also pushing you to grow. You should be grateful. Do you understand? A group of disciples from the Chaos sect displayed an arrogant demeanor, their expressions indicating that they believed it was perfectly normal to bully the disciples of the Tianqing sect. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian let out a cold laugh, his eyes radiating an extreme chill. What a group of petty tyrants! Not only do you refuse to admit your wrongdoing for humiliating the disciples of my Tianqing sect, but you also shamelessly distort the truth. It appears that those from the Chaos sect are indeed complicit in the wickedness. Zhuge Qian's brow furrowed. Yi Xian, I will ask you one last time. Will you kneel or not? Yi Xian smirked, fixing his gaze directly on Zhuge Qian, and uttered 5 bold words. I kneel. To your ancestors. What? As these words left his mouth, Zhuge Qian's expression shifted slightly. Then he became furious, his fists cracking ominously. Heh, what a reckless boy. Since you seek death, I shall fulfill your wish. Rest assured, I will use my most brutal methods to torment you severely, making you regret your earlier decision. Boom. As soon as his words fell, Zhuge Qian's body erupted with violent energy. Spiritual energy surged around him, and 2 streams of white energy rose from his back. These energies twisted in the air, transforming into 2 pitch-black arms, each wielding a dark battle knife. Their blades glinting with a chilling light, sharp beyond measure, inducing a prickling sensation on the skin. With Zhuge Qian's own 2 arms, he now possessed 4 arms, resembling a fearsome deity from hell, exuding an overwhelming presence. It has arrived. This is Zhuge Qingyun's innate ability. Forearm de Jura. Zhuge Qingyun, ranked 25th on the Dragon Tiger list, with his innate ability Forearm de Jura, not only significantly enhances his power, but can also attack in 4 directions simultaneously. It is truly terrifying. Sha Qinxiu wore an excited expression, his bruised face breaking into a sinister grin. This time, Yi Xian is undoubtedly doomed. Chapter 30. The innate ability you speak of, I possess as well. Sha Qinxiu sneered, casting a provocative glance at the silent Su Ding. Su Ding said nothing but raised his foot, stomping on Sha Qinxiu's face and grinding it several times. Sha Qinxiu, mouth full of dirt, was filled with indignation. Su Ding, you are being too much, Su Ding replied calmly. Your gaze is too annoying. Sha Qinxiu. On the other side, after Zhuge Qingyun unleashed the Forearm de Jura. His appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. His once handsome face now became fierce and wild, with pupils resembling a beast's, emanating a chilling aura. Puffs of black smoke coiled around his body, coupled with the 4 sharp blades. He truly resembled a hellish Azura, sending shivers down the spine. Moreover, Zhuge Qingyun's cultivation had now reached an entirely new level. Half-step martial sovereign realm. Gasps erupted from the crowd, as Zhuge Qingyun's cultivation had completely surpassed the master realm. Although he had yet to fully reach the martial sovereign realm, he had evidently stepped halfway into it. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with surprise that he hadn't anticipated that this so-called Forearm de Jura could also elevate a martial artist's cultivation level. They just claimed this was an innate ability. Could it be similar to his eye of spiritual intelligence? Yi Xian understood that in this world, some exceptional talents could awaken innate abilities, some naturally born, while others awaken them later on. Yet, regardless, those endowed with extraordinary abilities are truly rare geniuses among millions. That it seems that Zhuge Qingyun, being hailed as the foremost individual beneath the master realm, indeed possesses remarkable prowess. In a fleeting moment, as Yi Xian pondered, Zhuge Qingyun's figure appeared before him, and subsequently, for great blades, like a tempest, swept forth, ceaselessly striking at Yi Xian. With each slice, the very fabric of space contorted violently. These 4 blades, weapons imbued with innate power, were significantly more resilient than ordinary arms, especially when fused with 4 arms, rendering their might immeasurably formidable. Why Yi Xian dared not confront them head-on. With a swift leap, he seized a sword from the corpse of a disciple of the Chaos Sect, raising it to parry Zhuge Qingyun's onslaught. A resounding clang echoed as the first black blade met the sword's edge, forcing the blade to bend backward. Sparks flew, and as the ferocious force transmitted through his hands, Yi Xian felt a numbing sensation, just as the second blade came crashing down. This strike bore even greater strength. Following closely were the 3rd, 4th, and 5th strikes. Zhuge Qingyun, spinning like a top, unleashed a relentless barrage with his 4 arms wielding the battle blades. Cracks began to appear on the sword in Yi Xian's grasp, clearly unable to withstand the violent onslaught, threatening to shatter at any moment. Yi Xian found himself retreating step by step. Yi Xian, weren't you quite arrogant? Why do you find yourself fleeing? It appears you can only bully the mediocre. Before absolute genius, all you can do is cower. The disciples of Chaos Sect, witnessing Yi Xian as plight, erupted in exhilaration. Zhuge, go for the kill, they urged, their spirits soaring as they saw Yi Xian rendered defenseless. Bang! With the 17th strike, a deafening explosion resonated as the sword in Yi Xian's hand shattered, the violent impact forcing him back several meters, leaving behind 2 trails of chaos. His palms tore open. Blood gushed forth, and a wave of numbness surged from his palms. Zhuge Qingyun chuckled coldly, a mocking grin upon his face. What is the matter, Yi Xian? Is that all you're capable of? Did you not boast of challenging all the master disciples of the Chaos Sect? Yi Xian discarded the broken sword, tearing a strip of cloth to bind his hands, gazing at Zhuge Qingyun. No wonder you rank 25th on the Dragon and Tiger list. You indeed possess some skill, that if I were to eliminate a genius like you, the Chaos Sect would surely lament the loss. The Dragon and Tiger list signifies a ranking among the 8 sects of Langyi County, comprising 100 spots, with those listed being the most outstanding talents among the sections. Zhuge Qingyun's position at 25th attests to his exceptional strength, a rarity even within the Chaos Sect. Zhuge Qingyun sneered dismissively. Do you think you can kill me? Yi Xian flexed his muscles, a series of crackling sounds emanating from his joints, stating calmly, I, Yi Xian, am one who repays grudges. To those who have shown me kindness, I return it 1,000-fold. To those who harbor enmity, I ensure they endure 1,000-fold of suffering. You Chaos sect have humiliated my Tianqing sect. If I do not eliminate you today, would I not be dishonoring the blood spilled by my fellow disciples? That depends on whether you possess the capability. Zhuge Qingyun snarled. With a clang, the long blades he wielded scraped against the ground. Sparks flying, intent to kill radiating from him as he advanced toward Yi Xian. However, just as Zhuge Qingyun prepared to unleash a furious assault, Yi Xian's body trembled. With a hum, he brandished a sharp long blade now in his grip. This weapon, the Qinggang blade, retrieved from Han Shan Tong's storage pouch, forged from deep-sea meteorite iron, was infinitely more formidable than the sword he had previously wielded. That a strange, cold glint flickered in Yi Xian's eyes. I forgot to mention. Innate abilities are not solely your domain. I end the next instant. Yi Xian's figure darted forth like a phantom, the Qinggang blade slicing through the air with thunderous momentum toward Zhuge Qingyun. Whirlwind Demon Slash. What? A gasp of disbelief rippled through the crowd, all eyes fixated on the spectacle before them. Whirlwind Demon Slash. Is that not Zhuge's signature move? Shock and horror painted every face as they realized that Yi Xian had replicated Zhuge Qingyun's technique. Even Zhuge Qingyun himself was taken aback, incredulous as he beheld Yi Xian's blade coming for him, wishing it were merely an illusion. But the truth was undeniable. Yi Xian's execution mirrored his own in every detail. Not far away, Sha Qinqiu watched in astonishment, soon noticing the blood-red glimmer surging within Yi Xian's eyes, akin to a bloodthirsty gaze, profoundly eerie. That is an innate ability. Sha Qinqiu recognized that Yi Xian's ability to instantaneously learn his opponent's techniques was indeed a rare gift. Had he merely thought Yi Xian's talent was high, he might have felt regret, but witnessing the innate ability emerge, his regret morphed into despair. Such an innate ability was a once-in-a-lifetime divine skill. Coupled with his 9th-tier talent, Yi Xian's future achievements would surely place him among the top 3 on the Dragon and Tiger list. A genius of such caliber should have been a potential ally. Yet due to a trivial matter with the Han family, they had squandered their chance to befriend a future prodigy. Wu Shanhe, Han Tianxiang, you fools have led me astray. Sha Qinqiu seethed, fury boiling within him as he glared at Zhuge Qingyun. Qingyun, kill him, he must not leave alive. Such a talent, if allowed to survive, would undoubtedly bring unimaginable calamity to the Chaos sect. He must be thoroughly buried here. Meanwhile, clank. Yi Xian and Zhuge Qingyun clashed once more. Blades meeting with a shower of sparks, a metallic resonance filling the air. This time, Zhuge Qingyun distinctly felt the strain. He realized that Yi Xian had not merely mastered the Whirlwind Demon Slash. He had comprehended it entirely. Even more terrifying was Zhuge Qingyun's dawning realization. Yi Xian's execution of the technique surpassed his own. Impossible. This cannot be. Zhuge Qingyun's frantic screams echoed, disbelief flooding his mind. How could the technique he had painstakingly honed for decades be surpassed in an instant? As a genius, this was the first time he faced such a crushing defeat. Yet, Zhuge Qingyun remained oblivious to the true power of the Spirit Intelligence Eye, which not only allowed for the learning of techniques, but also enhanced understanding. As Yi Xian continued to execute the Whirlwind Demon Slash, his comprehension deepened, ultimately surpassing Zhuge Qingyun in both strength and speed. Bang bang, in a flurry of exchanges, Zhuge Qingyun was forced to retreat, his previously composed demeanor now in utter disarray. With a mighty leap, Yi Xian's Qinggang blade arced through the skies like a silver moon, its speed and power magnified tenfold. Thwack! The slash sent Zhuge Qingyun's black blade flying. Not good. Zhuge Qingyun's complexion paled. Before he could react, Yi Xian's Qinggang blade descended once more like a ghostly specter. Swish! The blade sliced through the air, severing Zhuge Qingyun's forearms cleanly. Da-da! Zhuge Qingyun screamed in agony, the excruciating pain driving him into despair. Yi Xian's face remained impassive. What a pity! Your innate divine ability can only take you to the threshold of the martial sovereign realm. Had you fully entered that realm, perhaps I would have struggled to eliminate you. But now prepare to meet your end. Oh. Zhuge Qingyun's expression shifted dramatically, fear finally dawning in his eyes as he sprinted toward Sha Qianxiu. Master Sha, save me. No one can save you. Yi Xian snorted coldly, the blade's radiance flashing like lightning. Swish! With a swift stroke, Yi Xian brushed past Zhuge Qingyun, striding toward Tang Shuoro and the others. Behind him, Zhuge Qingyun collapsed with a thud, blood gushing from his neck. Chapter 31. Unexpected Ambush. Tang Shuoro severely wounded. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the examination square of the eight sects, despite the throngs of people, now rendered utterly mute. Gulp. Someone swallowed audibly, and soon the sound spread like wildfire. As master-level experts began to swallow nervously, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed at Yi Xian among the crowd. Every face bore expressions of astonishment, reverence, and disbelief. Dead. The unparalleled genius with innate abilities. Ranked 25th on the Dragon and Tiger list, Zhuge Qingyun has actually perished. Am I not dreaming? Even Su Ding fell into a momentary daze before bursting into hearty laughter, his joy uncontainable. Haha, wonderful! Who would have thought that my rank-last Tianqing sect would today receive a peerless genius? Not only does he possess 9th-tier talent, but he also harbors extraordinary abilities that he could even slay experts ranked in the top 25 of the Longhu list with a mere gesture. Truly magnificent. Ha ha! Su Ding's boisterous laughter resonated throughout the square, igniting a fervor among the crowd. Tang Shuiro's gaze towards Yi Xian sparkled with admiration. To be honest, she had never anticipated Yi Xian's strength to reach such heights. With a mastery of the 4th level of the Grandmaster realm, he had slain Zhuge Qingyun, who was on the brink of the martial sect realm. Had this been before, she would have dismissed it as unbelievable. Yet now, this scene unfolded right before her eyes. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Chaos sect wore expressions of extreme distress, particularly in response to Su Ding's remark about the Tianqing sect's rank being last. It struck them like invisible slaps, stinging each of their faces to it hurt. Excruciatingly, if the Tianqing sect, boasting Yi Xian, was considered the last, then what rank did the disciples of the Chaos sect occupy after being thoroughly thrashed by him? Perhaps they ranked at -1? Sha Qianxiu and Wu Shanhe. You too deserve death. Because of your selfishness, our Chaos sect has offended a peerless genius and led to the demise of a talent like Zhuge Qingyun. You are the sinners of the Chaos sect. In a surge of fury, the disciples of the Chaos sect hurled curses at Sha Qianxiu. His complexion fluctuated between shades of pale and green, feeling an icy chill creep down his spine. Should the sect master learn that he had caused Zhuge Qingyun's death, losing his position as the leader of the law enforcement team would be the least of his worries. Yi Xian, you dog. Sha Qianxiu glared daggers at him, his heart brimming with curses that moment. Yi Xian had already reached Tang Shuiro and the others, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. As he addressed the disciples of the Chaos sect with a mocking tone, truly, as the #1 sect in Langya County, the abundance of talent is indeed like the stars in the sky. With so many geniuses, I have spent so long and yet managed to slay less than Ten. It seems my previous claim to challenge all Grandmaster-level experts was indeed somewhat arrogant. Did I apologize? Sha Qianxiu's lips twitched. The disciples of the Chaos sect gritted their teeth in frustration. Damn it. Is this an apology? It's a blatant slap in the face. Yi Xian turned to Su Ding, cupping his hands in respect. Sect Master, the Chaos sect is filled with experts, truly a formidable force that we should return to the Tianqing sect promptly. Good. Let us depart. Su Ding laughed heartily, having not felt such exhilaration in many years. Casting a glance at the half-dead Sha Qianxiu, Su Ding taunted. Halt, Master Sha, we shall take our leave now. When Fang Qingping arrives, do convey my regards and invite him to dine at my Tianqing sect. Ge Changqing dashed over to Sha Qianxiu, snatching away his sword. Earlier, Wu Shanhe wagered with me that if I recruited a genius, he would give me his sword. Alas, he has perished, so my apologies, Home Master Sha. But I shall be taking this sword. Ge Changqing chuckled mischievously, his face filled with feigned embarrassment as he left. That is my sword. Sha Qianxiu spat blood in rage, his head drooping as he fainted. Ha ha! Su Ding waved his hand. Children, we are going home. Today marks Yi Xian's first day joining the Tianqing sect, and your sect master shall treat everyone to drinks, with a rush of wind. The Tsanyan eagle descended from the heavens, Landing before the crowd, that Yi Xian and the others climbed onto its back, its colossal wings flapping vigorously, stirring up a whirlwind of dust as they vanished into the clouds. Not long after the Tianqing sect departed, the unconscious Sha Qinqiu awoke, blinking to find Fang Qingping, the sect master of the Chaos sect, along with several high-ranking members, staring at him with grim expressions. Clearly aware of the recent events, upon seeing the sect master, Sha Qinqiu burst into tears, exclaiming, "Sect master, you have finally arrived. The people of the Tianqing sect have gone too far." A high-ranking member struck Sha Qinqiu across the face, seething with anger. "You scoundrel! As the leader of the law enforcement team, to be so thoroughly humiliated by a junior and allow the death of an elder and a genius from the Longhu list. You have tarnished the reputation of our Chaos sect." This high-ranking member, named Gu Yuan, was one of the 7 chief elders of the Chaos sect. Upon hearing of the elder and disciples being slain, he rushed to the scene with Fang Qingping, his fury boiling upon seeing the pile of corpses. Were it not for Fang Qingping's presence, he would have dismembered Sha Qinqiu on the spot. "Elder, Hearing Gu Yuan's reprimand, Sha Qinqiu hurriedly knelt, fear etched on his face, his words tumbling out in a panic. "Enough!" At that moment, Fang Qingping waved his hand dismissively, speaking in a calm tone. "Elder Gu, this matter cannot solely be blamed on Sha Qinqiu. It was that Yi Xian who acted recklessly first. Zhuge Qingyan merely intended to offer him an opportunity for atonement, even offering to leave him with a complete corpse. Yet he not only showed no gratitude but also unleashed a massacre, indicating his utter lack of respect for our Chaos sect. This child must die." In Fang Qingping's view, the death of a disciple was trivial, but showing no reverence for the Chaos sect was an unforgivable sin. Elder Gu inquired solemnly, "What shall we do next? I have learned from that person that Yi Xian is from the Yi family in the imperial capital." "What? The Yi family in the imperial capital?" At this revelation, Sha Qinqiu was instantly taken aback, his blood running cold. The Yi family in the imperial capital was the foremost clan of the Deqian dynasty, a force so powerful that even the royal family had to bow before it. He had offended a member of the Yi family. In that instant, Sha Qinqiu felt as though the world was collapsing around him. Fang Qingping, however, scoffed. A mere discarded son of the Yi family, one that even his own clan has cast aside. "What is there to fear? You all, take him down to recover. I must personally pay a visit to the Tianqing sect." "Yes," the crowd responded hastily. In the next moment, Fang Qingping shot into the sky on the Tsangyan Eagle. Yi Xian was engaged in lively conversation with Tang Xuerou and Ge Chongqing, while Su Ding stood at the eagle's head, his posture exuding an air of celestial grace. Tang Xuerou extended her hand with a joyful smile. "Yi Xian, welcome to the Tianqing sect. From this day forth, you shall be my little junior brother. You must call me senior sister." "Understood, senior sister." Yi Xian smiled, shaking her hand. Familiar sensations coursed through his palm, and as he gazed at Tang Xuerou's radiant, flower-like visage, a wave of excitement surged within him. After so many years, he was finally about to step once more through the gates of the Tianqing sect. Yi Chongqing laughed heartily, putting an arm around Yi Xian's shoulders, brimming with enthusiasm. "Good lad. From this day on, we are family. Tonight, I shall cook a couple of dishes for you, and we will not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated." "Ah!" Yi Xian grinned. "Sounds great." However, before he could fully articulate his agreement, a sudden chill gripped the air. Whoosh! A streak of cold light flashed through the void, akin to a lightning bolt, shooting towards Yi Xian's back at breakneck speed. Yi Xian, be careful." Tang Xuerou's pupils dilated as she instinctively yanked Yi Xian back, her body shielding him with her own. Bang! In Yi Xian's astonished gaze, the cold light pierced through Tang Xuerou's back. Tang Xuerou trembled violently, gushing blood as it splattered onto Yi Xian's face. Chapter 32. Within a year, I will take your life, senior sister. Seeing Tang Xuerou spitting blood, Yi Xian's expression shifted to one of alarm, but he pressed his hand firmly against her chest, attempting to staunch the flow. But the blood continued to erupt like a fountain from between his fingers. Instinctively, Yi Xian called out for Su Ding, only to find that the sect master had already vanished from the eagle's head. Appearing instead high in the sky, Yi Chongqing drew his sword, positioning himself protectively in front of Yi Xian and Tang Xuerou, his face etched with vigilance, scanning the surroundings. An invisible killing intent spread through the air. In the next moment, Su Ding's furious voice echoed from the heavens. Fang Qingping, you wretched cur, how dare you strike so viciously at a junior? Have you no shame? Fang Qingping's icy voice retorted. This child has slain our chaos sect's elder and tarnished our reputation. Is it not justifiable for me to kill him? And you, Su Ding, as the esteemed leader of a sect, have fallen to the point of needing to protect a junior. How shameful for a martial sect master. I'll make you pay die. Humph, do you think I fear you? Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the sky reverberated with a series of thunderous roars, akin to the crack of lightning. The two figures moved with astonishing speed. So swift that even Yi Xian found himself unable to keep pace, merely catching glimpses of energy bursts resembling suns exploding in the heavens. Moments later, with a thud, Su Ding plummeted from the sky, staggering as he landed on the back of the Canyon Eagle, clutching his chest and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Master, Yi Xian exclaimed, his expression one of shock. Fang Qingping's arrogant laughter echoed through the air. Ha ha! Su Ding, I advise you to save your breath. A few years ago, I might not have been your match, but now, you are but a waning force. The thing within you has long since sealed your fate. I could extinguish your life with the slightest effort. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Su Ding let out a cold laugh. Then tell me, can you withstand this next move? Buzz! Suddenly, a peculiar red light emanated from Su Ding's chest. Though it was no larger than a fingernail, it radiated with an extraordinary brilliance, resembling a blazing flame and exuding a terrifying aura. The sight of this light, Fang Qingping's countenance changed drastically. Su Ding, have you gone mad? Are you truly willing to sacrifice your martial soul for a junior, aiming for mutual destruction? Come and try. Su Ding's gaze was fierce, his eyes locked on Fang Qingping as he growled. Dare to lay a finger on Yi Xian, and I will trigger my martial soul's explosion. Let us see if I can obliterate you. Observing Su Ding's resolute expression, Fang Qingping felt a mix of shock and fury. He had not anticipated that this old man could be driven to such madness. Yet, Fang Qingping dared not take the risk. Once a martial soul at the martial sovereign level detonated, its power would rend the heavens and earth. Not only could he not withstand it, but every city within 1,000 miles would likely be reduced to ashes in an instant. Humph, madman. Ultimately, Fang Qingping could not bring himself to act decisively. Retracting the murderous intent in his eyes as he coldly declared, do not think that by protecting this boy today, he will remain unscathed in the future. Those whom my chaotic sect wishes to kill have never met with resistance. Whoosh! With that, Fang Qingping transformed into a streak of light and vanished from sight. Damn it! Su Ding cursed in the direction Fang Qingping had disappeared, then approached Yi Xian and the others, examining Tang Xueruo's injuries. He placed a pill in her mouth, reassuring her, do not worry, she is not severely harmed. The light merely grazed her heart, missing the vital points that if she takes this 8-treasure pill and rests for a few nights, she will recover. Yi Xian nodded and gazed down at the peacefully sleeping Tang Xueruo, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes. Just moments ago, had it not been for the master's intervention, his senior sister would likely have fallen victim to Fang Qingping's wrath. After enduring much hardship to reunite with her, he had inadvertently placed her in such peril once more. Creak. Yi Xian's hands clenched tightly, his eyes turning crimson as fury and madness consumed him, but he enunciated each word with conviction. Fang Qingping, I, Yi Xian, swear to the heavens that within a year, I will ensure that your chaotic sect finds no place to bury its dead. The murderous intent echoed upon the back of the Canyon Eagle. This was a promise Yi Xian was determined to fulfill. In his previous life, his inability had led to his senior sister's tragic demise at the hands of the Yi family. This time, even if he were to perish, he would protect her for a lifetime. Seeing Yi Xian's blood-red gaze, Su Ding opened his mouth, words caught in his throat. Had it been anyone else, he might have scoffed at such proclamations. But for reasons unknown, he sensed that if this young man were to speak such words, perhaps he truly could eliminate Fang Qingping. Good lad. Su Ding patted Yi Xian's shoulder, forgoing any lengthy admonishment, leaving behind a heartfelt remark. Pursue your desires boldly, for in the face of peril, your master shall stand by your side. Yi Xian felt a lump in his throat. Thank you, master. Good Chongqing chuckled heartily, saying, in any case, my days are numbered, but if you have the confidence, I am willing to accompany you in a battle a year from now. Thank you, Elder. Touched by the unwavering support of the two standing beside him, Yi Xian's heart swelled with emotion, and he gazed in the direction Fang Qingping had departed, silently vowing, "A year from now, I shall raise the chaotic sect to the ground and claim Fang Qingping's head." Ka! The Tsayan eagle seemed to resonate with their fervor, emitting a series of high-pitched cries. Whoosh! In the next moment, they soared into the clouds. Before long, Yi Xian and the others had flown beyond Langyi County, landing in a mountain range 50 miles away, where the Tianqing sect was nestled atop the most majestic peak of the mountains. The peak rose dramatically, piercing the clouds, resembling a divine sword thrust into the heavens. Standing at least several thousand meters tall, amidst the swirling mists, one could faintly perceive a cluster of ethereal palaces and ancient, elegantly styled architecture scattered along the mountainside. At the entrance stood an archway crafted from white jade, flanked by two massive stone pillars intricately carved with fierce dragons, their expressions alive with ferocity. At the entrance, two imposing black stone lions could be seen, one clutching a fireball in its mouth, the other stepping upon a cloud, both exuding an air of majesty. Suspended above the grand entrance was a resplendent plaque of purple gold, inscribed with bold characters, "Tianqing Sect." Finally, they had arrived. As Yi Xian beheld the familiar mountain gate before him, he inhaled deeply, memories of his previous life within the sect flooding back. Yi Changqing clapped Yi Xian on the shoulder, laughing. "Yi Xian, do not be misled by our Tianqing sect's low ranking. A few centuries ago, we were the unrivaled #1 sect in Langyi County. What a farce the chaotic sect is. They cannot even compare to our little toe. But rest assured, though our resources may be lacking, our living conditions are far from poor. With mountains and rivers aplenty, the scenery is delightful. You can focus on your cultivation here without worry." "Indeed," Yi Xian replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. What Ge Changqing said was not without merit. He had heard of the former glory of the Tianqing sect, once a formidable force, the undisputed leader in Langyi County, even prompting the chaotic sect to retreat in fear. Regrettably, due to unforeseen circumstances, the Tianqing sect had gradually fallen into decline, a fact that weighed heavily on Yi Xian's heart. Chapter 33. Meeting the senior brother again, the 12 swords of Tianqing. Before long, the group entered the Tianqing sect. Just as Yi Xian set foot within the sect, a piercing scream suddenly pierced the air, accompanied by a cacophony of shouts and curses coming from afar. "Wang Yaos, you scoundrel! How dare you steal my apron? Just wait until I peel your skin off. No, please, senior sister, spare me. I will never dare again." From a distance, a short martial artist, barely standing at 1.40 meters, with stubby limbs, emerged, clutching a red apron in terror. Behind him, a young woman with flowing hair brandished a kitchen knife, pursuing him with fury, her eyes ablaze with wrath. "Wang Yaos, stop right there!" Thud! In the next moment, the young woman tackled the diminutive martial artist, her knife poised at his throat as she growled, "Hand over my apron now." The short man, covered in mud, defiantly retorted, "You senior sister, let me go. We are all from the same sect. Is it really worth this anger over a stolen apron?" As he spoke, he could not resist sniffing the apron in his hands. It smells so good. The short man wore an expression of intoxication. Witnessing this scene, the young woman exploded with rage, raising her knife as if to strike. "Are you seeking death?" "Oh no!" The short man trembled, calling out, "Big brother, second brother, come save me!" Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, two figures suddenly sprang forth from the bushes. The onlookers focused their gaze and saw that these two individuals were equally short, also standing below 1.40 meters, their appearances mirroring Wang Yao's to a remarkable degree, down to their attire. They looked like three identical triplets. One of the newly arrived short men latched onto the young woman's waist, while the other grasped her arm with all their might, desperately preventing her knife from descending, shouting in unison, "For heaven's sake! Third brother, even a rabbit wouldn't eat the grass near its burrow. Why do you keep targeting our fellow sect sister? Third brother, you need to get yourself treated. Enough of this, big brother, second brother. I'm out of here. You two hold her off." Wang Yao scrambled to his feet, ready to flee. Seeing this, the young woman's expression shifted, and she brandished her knife, ready to give chase. "Don't run. Stand still." In an instant, chaos erupted as the four were on the verge of grappling with one another when a commanding voice rang out. You Mingming. Enough of this ruckus. As the words fell, a tall figure emerged, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his face as refined as jade, clad in splendid robes, exuding an air of gallantry that he approached Su Ding, clasping his hands in a respectful salute that I pay my respects to the sect master. Turning his gaze towards Yi Xian amidst the crowd, he smiled gently and said, Sect master, this young man is our little junior brother from the Tianqing sect. Is he not? What? Little junior brother. Upon hearing this, the four individuals who had just been entangled in a scuffle were momentarily taken aback, hastily scrambling to their feet and approaching Yi Xian. Oh my. He truly is our little junior brother. As Yi Xian's handsome visage came into view, Yu Mengming's eyes sparkled with delight, her smile radiant as she exclaimed, Little junior brother, you are remarkably handsome. What is your name? Do you have a girlfriend? Would you consider your senior sister? Yu Mengming raised her hand, lightly tracing her fingers across Yi Xian's chest, her eyes twinkling with flirtation, utterly enchanting. Cough, cough. Witnessing this scene, Su Ding's face darkened. Yu Mengming. Enough. Yi Xian has just arrived. Do not frighten him. Yi Xian, allow me to introduce you to these individuals, who are all disciples of our Tianqing sect. This one is Su Qin, our esteemed senior brother. Su Ding gestured towards the striking young man as he spoke. Greetings, senior brother. Yi Xian clasped his fists in respect that Su Qin, having joined the Tianqing sect early on, possessed a remarkable talent rated at 5 stars. Hence earning the title of senior brother. In his previous life, whenever Yi Xian encountered difficulties in cultivation, Su Qin would patiently assist him, proving to be a trustworthy elder brother. At that moment, Su Ding pointed towards Yu Chu Chu and said, This is our second senior sister, Yu Chukyu. Yu Chu Chu, nicknamed Yu Marin, was one of the 2 female disciples of the Tianqing sect. While her beauty might slightly pale in comparison to Tang Shuiro, she was nonetheless captivating with a fiery personality, and her generosity had her often compared to Tang Shuiro as the 2 beauties of the Tianqing sect. Lastly, Su Ding indicated the trio of shorter individuals, saying, These 3 are the Wang brothers, the eldest Wang Yaodu, the second Wang Yaodu, and the youngest Wang Yaosei. Collectively known as the trio of gambling, vice, and lust, Yi Xian quickly clasped his fists. Greetings. Esteemed senior brothers and sisters. Wang Yaosei chuckled. Brother, no need for formalities. Now that you've joined the Tianqing sect, we are all family. I've heard of your exploits, 9-star talent, and you possess innate divine abilities. You have utterly defeated the prodigies of the Chaos sect. I am truly in awe of you. As he spoke, Wang Yaosei produced a red belly band belonging to Yu Mengming. I didn't prepare any gifts. But take this belly band. Rest assured, I just pilfered it moments ago, and it still carries a delightful fragrance. With a grin, Wang Yaosei took a deep whiff of the belly band, his expression one of sheer bliss. Yu Mengming's pretty face darkened. Wang Yaodu covered his eyes. I wager my younger brother is going to get hit. Bang! In the next moment, Yu Mengming delivered a powerful kick that sent Wang Yaosei flying. Get lost. At that moment, Su Qin noticed Tang Shuiro in Yi Xian's arms and, upon seeing her pale complexion, furrowed his brow. Little junior brother, what has transpired? Yi Xian promptly recounted the events that had occurred. Upon hearing that Tang Shuiro had been injured by Fang Qingping, everyone was filled with righteous indignation that Yu Mengming's face turned icy. Damn that chaos sect. They are truly lawless, daring to injure people on our territory. I wager he will have no sons. Wang Yaodu shouted in fury. Wang Yaosei looked towards Wang Yaodu, inquiring, Second brother, haven't you been tinkering with alchemy? Is there any way to heal our senior sister? Wang Yaodu shook his head, a resigned expression on his face. I cannot, that I specialize in poisoning, not healing. Wang Yaodu was a born expert in toxins, having studied over 1,000 types of poisons, each capable of killing without a trace. However, when it came to healing, he was utterly clueless. Rest assured, Shuiro is fine. I have already administered a medicinal pill to her, with some rest over the next few days. She will recover, Su Ding said, offering a reassuring smile as he observed the worried expressions of the others. Chu Chu, please take Shuiro to rest. Understood. Yu Chu Chu nodded, taking Tang Shuiro from Yi Xian's embrace and leading her away. However, just before leaving, she stomped hard on Wang Yaosei's foot. Ouch! Wang Yaosei yelped, wincing in pain. That Su Ding turned to Yi Xian, his tone serious. Yi Xian, from this day forth, You are a formal member of our Tianqing sect. I shall now impart to you our sect's unique martial arts." With that, Su Ding produced a tome from within his robes and handed it to Yi Xian. The cover bore golden characters: "The 12 Swords of Tianqing." The 12 Swords of Tianqing. Holding the book in his hands, Yi Xian felt a surge of excitement. The 12 Swords of Tianqing were a secret technique of the sect, only accessible to inner disciples. In his previous life, Yi Xian had always aspired to practice this swordsmanship, but alas, he was merely an errand disciple then, relegated to studying the sect's basic martial arts, forever denied the opportunity to learn the 12 swords. Su Ding continued, "The 12 Swords of Tianqing were created by our sect's founding ancestor, the Grand Master of Tianqing. They consist of 12 forms, each encapsulating supreme sword intent. Their power is boundless, capable of killing unseen, and can be considered half a level of Earth-grade martial arts." Half a level? Yi Xian was taken aback that he had only heard of Earth-grade or Xian-grade martial arts, but never of a half-level. Wang Yao Sei stroked his goatee, explaining, "That's because our 12 Swords of Tianqing were once a genuine Earth-grade martial art. It was originally known as the 19 Swords of Tianqing." "What? 19 swords?" Yi Xian was astonished. What happened to the other 7 swords? The other 7 swords disappeared 200 years ago. Su Ding sighed. "The 19 Swords of Tianqing were the treasure of our sect. It is through this technique that our Tianqing sect has remained unrivaled in the Langyu County. Naturally, many have coveted this technique, seeking to claim it for themselves. Thus, the last 7 swords were entrusted to the Grand Master of Tianqing. However, the Grand Master later went missing under mysterious circumstances, and no one knows his whereabouts, taking the final 7 swords with him. Hence, the 19 Swords of Tianqing became the 12 Swords of Tianqing." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian felt a rush of astonishment, but he had been unaware of such a secret history regarding the Tianqing sect. However, he was indeed familiar with the tale of the Grand Master's disappearance, that Su Qin patted Yi Xian on the shoulder. Smiling, "Little junior brother, although this martial art consists of only 12 swords, it surpasses the majority of Xian-grade martial arts by a considerable margin. With your talent, if you train diligently, you will surely shine brightly on the Dragon Tiger rankings in the future. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to seek me out." "Thank you, senior brother." Yi Xian expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Wang Yao Du chuckled. "Little junior brother, I may not excel in cultivation, but my gambling skills are quite decent. If you ever find yourself short on funds, I can assist you with that." Wang Yao Du licked his lips. "I can help you with interpersonal relationships that if there's anyone you dislike, I can poison them for you." Wang Yao Sei slapped his chest proudly. "I can help you with physical matters. If you ever feel lonely, just let your senior brother know. I have contacts for all the courtesans in Langyu County." Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. These 3 brothers, known for their gambling, vice, and poison, were indeed as unrefined as in his previous life. With discussions of poison, gambling, and even courtesan contacts, it was truly time flew by. And 3 days passed in the blink of an EYE. Those 3 days. News of Yi Xian's tumultuous performance during the 8th Sect's assessment and his defeat of the prodigies from the Chaos Sect spread like wildfire. Throughout Langyu County, it was nearly impossible to find anyone unaware of the name Yi Xian. Especially after he had vanquished Zhuge Qingyun, his name swiftly ascended the Dragon Tiger rankings, replacing Zhuge Qingyun's former spot. Yi Xian was now ranked 25th among the experts on the Dragon Tiger rankings. In an instant, the name Yi Xian ignited discussions across the streets and alleys, becoming the hottest topic in Langyu County. However, Yi Xian himself held no particular opinion on the matter. For him, whether it was the Dragon rankings or the Tiger rankings, everything hinged on his own strength. During those 3 days, besides visiting Tang Shui, he devoted himself entirely to his cultivation. The Tianqing sect allowed for a great deal of freedom in training. The sect master and elders imposed minimal restrictions on the disciples' personal lives as long as they underwent a performance assessment every half-month. The disciples could arrange their time as they pleased, going wherever they wished in the back mountains. Yi Xian stood bare beneath a waterfall, gripping a sharp longsword, striking repeatedly that he did not utilize an ounce of energy, merely swinging the sword in a mechanical manner. The power of sword intent allowed him to perfectly merge with the longsword in his hand. Swish! Swish, swish, with each swing, the rushing water before him was violently torn apart. And suddenly, Yi Xian thrust his sword forward with great force. Splash! This sword, akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate, surged upstream with unwavering resolve. Wherever the blade passed, the waterfall was violently cleaved open, creating a massive gash that extended over 30 meters before finally coming to a halt. After a few seconds, the curtain of water slowly began to mend itself. Wei Xian's figure simultaneously leaped into the air, landing on the lake shore, where he plunged his long sword into the ground, sitting cross-legged as he reflected on the insights gained from his recent practice. After 3 days of arduous training, I have finally mastered the first 5 forms of the 12 swords of the Celestial Star. The first form, draw the sword to kill. The second form, sweep away 1,000 armies. The third form, chase the stars and seize the moon. The fourth form, the long sword is the void. And the fifth form, a sword to seal the throat. Each form possesses a power tenfold that of its predecessor. With the techniques I currently command, should I face Zhuge Qingyun again, even without employing the eye of spiritual wisdom, I am confident I could slay him with a single stroke. Yi Xian murmured to himself. Feeling immensely satisfied with his progress, that it is worth noting that while the 12 Swords of the Celestial Star is classified as a semi-terrestrial martial art, it surpasses the typical Xian-level martial arts by a significant margin. And the difficulty of its cultivation is incomparable. For an ordinary warrior, mastering the first 5 forms would typically require at least half a year. Yet, Yi Xian had completely grasped them in just 3 short days. If this were to spread, he would undoubtedly be labeled a prodigy. After a brief respite, Yi Xian rose to his feet, prepared to continue his training. However, just as he was about to wield his sword, a loud crack resounded. To his astonishment, the long sword in his hand shattered, splintering into countless fragments that clattered to the ground. Why has it broken again? Yi Xian thought, his forehead darkening, since he began practicing the 12 swords of the Celestial Star. This was the 3rd sword he had ruined. It seems that ordinary swords truly cannot withstand martial arts of a higher realm. This simply will not do. If I were to engage in battle and my sword were to suddenly shatter, it would be utterly embarrassing. Clearly, a trip to the city is necessary to select a suitable sword. Yi Xian pondered to himself. Little junior brother. At that moment, a graceful figure approached from afar, her long hair flowing and her beauty captivating. It was none other than Tang Xuerou, senior sister. Recognizing her, Yi Xian hastily stepped forward, his face filled with concern as he inquired, Senior sister, why aren't you resting in bed? What brings you out here? Tang Xuerou smiled. Do not worry, my injuries have nearly healed. The physician advised me to move about more. Yi Xian, still uneasy, quickly assessed her condition, and upon confirming her recovery, he let out a sigh of relief. Senior sister, I am truly sorry. If it weren't for me, you would not have faced such danger. Tang Xuerou shook her head, raising her delicate finger to gently tap Yi Xian's forehead, laughing, silly boy. Why are you apologizing? I am your senior sister. If I do not protect you, who will? Upon hearing these words, Yi Xian felt a swell of emotion, his heart warming. Senior sister, you are indeed as gentle as in my previous life. In that past existence, no matter the magnitude of his mistakes, she would always gently tap his forehead and reassuringly say, Silly boy, I am your senior sister. Yi Xian extended his hand, grasping Tang Xuerou's. Little junior brother, she said, slightly taken aback by his sudden gesture. She looked up to see Yi Xian gazing intently at her, his dark eyes filled with earnestness. Senior sister, I, Yi Xian, vow that from this moment on, I will protect you with my life. I will never allow you to experience even the slightest danger. Should anyone harm you, I, Yi Xian, will ensure they pay a price 1,000-fold. Tang Xuerou's gaze sharpened as she absorbed the fervor in his words. Strangely, her heart skipped a beat. Chapter 35. Fluttering heart, a maiden's thoughts. Tang Xuerou stared blankly at Yi Xian, suddenly realizing how exceptionally captivating his eyes were, as bright as the stars, sparkling like gemstones. Pure and untainted. This gaze left her momentarily entranced. Is he confessing his feelings to me? A fleeting thought crossed her mind, but she quickly suppressed it. No. Tang Xuerou, what are you thinking? He is merely your little junior brother. How could you, the esteemed senior sister of the Celestial Star sect, harbor inappropriate thoughts about your junior? With that, she hastily quelled her racing thoughts and managed to smile. I understand. Little junior brother, you must strive diligently in your training. Senior sister will await your protection. Rest assured, senior sister. Yi Xian replied earnestly, the purpose of my training is to safeguard you. If I cannot protect you, I would have no face to continue living in this world. Upon uttering these words, The tranquility of Tang Shui-Ro's heart was once again stirred, as if an unseen stone had struck the softest part of her being, that he claims that he trains for my sake. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Though she was renowned as the most beautiful woman in Langya County, surrounded by suitors throughout her life, she had been largely sheltered from interactions with men, let alone pursuing romantic relationships. That's why Yi Xian's declaration was undeniably exhilarating for someone as inexperienced in matters of the heart as she. Especially the line about training for her sake sounded almost like a confession. This little rascal is far too daring. Tang Shui-Ro bit her lip, feeling a rush of warmth spread across her face as her heart raced. Senior sister, are you all right? Yi Xian observed her flushed cheeks with curiosity. Your face is so red. Are you unwell? Ah, Tang Shui-Ro was startled, quickly covering her face. Did I it? Perhaps it's just the heat. I might be feeling a bit overheated. She laughed awkwardly, fanning her face while hastily changing the subject. All right, little junior brother, let's not dwell on me. I've heard that the sect leader has entrusted you with the 12 swords of the Celestial Star. How has your training been these past few days? Yi Xian replied, I have already mastered the first 5 forms. What? The mention of the first 5 forms startled Tang Shui-Ro. While she was aware of Yi Xian's exceptional talent, she had not anticipated his progress to be so rapid. It had only been 3 days, yet he had already mastered the first 5 forms. When she first practiced the 12 swords of the Celestial Star, it had taken her a full 6 months to achieve the same. This fellow is truly remarkable. Yi Xian, I am at a loss as to whether to call you a genius or a prodigy. Tang Shui-Ro shook her head, her eyes filled with envy as she gazed at him. She could hardly fathom what level of terrifying prowess Yi Xian might attain in just a few years. Just as she was lost in thought, Yi Xian suddenly said, By the way, senior sister, I wish to visit the Mingjian Villa. The Mingjian Villa? Tang Shui-Ro was taken aback. She had heard of this place that was known throughout Langya County as a hub for exquisite swords. Renowned for offering the highest quality blades within a 1,000-mile radius, was said that over half of the master-level warriors in the vicinity wielded swords crafted by the Mingjian Villa. Yi Xian sighed wryly, producing the shattered sword. The power of the 12 swords of the Celestial Star is too immense. Ordinary swords simply cannot endure it that in just 3 days. I have already destroyed 5 swords. To progress with the subsequent sword techniques, I must acquire a higher quality sword. Tang Shui-Ro was momentarily speechless. 5 swords destroyed in 3 days. You are quite the spendthrift. This is not merely the power of the 12 swords of the Celestial Star. It is your own strength that is truly overwhelming. Yet, she smiled and added, nonetheless, it is fortuitous that I have no other engagements today, that if you wish to go to the Mingjian Villa, I shall accompany you. Thank you, senior sister. Before long, the two of them had tidied up and descended the mountain down on the bustling streets of Langya County. Throngs of people bustled about, and the roads were alive with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares. Candied hawthorns, lanterns, and an array of elixirs and weapons, creating an atmosphere of lively commotion. After a short walk, a magnificent structure appeared before them. The Mingjian Villa is the largest sword-selling center in all of Langya County. The Mingjian Villa towered 8 stories high, covering an expanse of over 1,000 acres. That was said that any single floor could accommodate thousands of warriors, and the building's architectural style was grand and imposing. Resembling a colossal beast resting upon the land of Langya County, that moment, the Mingjian Villa was bustling with activity, warriors flowing in and out, the business thriving. Here we are, little junior brother. This is the Mingjian Villa. Let us hasten inside. Tang Shui-Ro smiled lightly, and together they stepped inside. Upon entering, Yi Xian was profoundly astonished by the sights within. The first floor was incredibly spacious, resembling a grand palace, stretching endlessly before them. Within, hundreds of rows of sword racks were displayed, each holding thousands of exquisite swords. Wow, so many swords! Yi Xian felt a sudden jolt of surprise. While he was aware that Mingjian Villa possessed a plethora of famed swords, he never anticipated the sheer magnitude of it. Just the first level alone boasted over 100,000 precious blades. Tang Shui-Ro chuckled. This is merely the first level. Mingjian Villa is divided into 8 levels. The 1st to 5th levels sell yellow-grade swords, while the 6th and 7th levels offer swords. The total number of swords across these 7 levels is said to be a staggering 1 million. 1 million? Yi Xian gasped. However, senior sister, did you forget to mention the 8th level? ISNT, there are a total of 8 levels at Mingjian Villa. Tang Shuiro replied, Indeed, there are 8 levels, but the 8th level has never been disclosed to the public. Some say it houses a divine weapon, to which even the leaders of major sects lack the qualifications to enter. How audacious! Yi Xian was taken aback. To be able to keep even the leaders of the major sects at bay indicated that the owner behind Mingjian Villa was certainly not of ordinary status. Tang Shuiro said, All right, junior brother, stop pondering and go choose the sword you desire. Understood. Yi Xian nodded, then resolutely approached the sword racks, picking up a sword. Chapter 36. Mingjian Villa, Sword Trial Tournament. Tianyan Sword. Yi Xian lifted a sword from the rack and saw its name inscribed upon it. The sword measured 3 feet in length, its entire body of vibrant green, quite aesthetically pleasing. Sadly, its material was merely ordinary iron, far inferior to the swords he had wielded over the past 2 days. After toying with it for a while, he set it back down and examined another sword. Qin Feng's sword. Baiyue's sword, Jinghong's sword. After inspecting a dozen or so swords, all were disappointingly mundane, crafted from common iron. None worthy of Yi Xian's interest. Junior brother, are you dissatisfied with these swords? Noticing Yi Xian's furrowed brow, Tang Shuiro smiled gently, that if you find the quality lacking, we can head to the 4th floor. The swords there are all. That sounds good. Why? Yi Xian nodded. Just as the two were about to ascend to the 4th floor, an excited voice suddenly rang out. Have you heard? The sword trial tournament has begun. This time, Mingjian Villa has put forth 50 swords. Moreover, they are all top tier among. Whoever can bond with them gets to take them home for free. Hurry, we must go see. If we delay, there may be no spots left. In an instant, the martial artists surrounding Yi Xian were alight with fervor, rushing towards the upper levels. The sword trial tournament. Upon hearing the name, Yi Xian's eyes brightened. The sword trial tournament is an event held by Mingjian Villa every 6 months to boost its popularity and attract more customers. During this event, the villa offers a portion of unclaimed swords, including swords, for martial artists to attempt to bond with. Those who succeed may take the sword home for free. Each year, it draws countless martial artists to participate. Senior sister, let us go take a look. Yi Xian said to Tang Shuiro that if he could take part in the sword trial tournament, perhaps he could acquire a sword. Certainly. Tang Shuiro's face lit up with excitement. Soon, the two arrived at the 7th floor of Mingjian Villa. That moment. The floor was filled with a throng of martial artists that in the center stood a middle-aged man clad in a brown robe. Beaming as he addressed the crowd. Welcome, everyone, to this sword trial tournament. I am Yunshan, the overseer of the 7th level of Mingjian Villa. For this tournament, we have prepared 50 swords, and each one is a top-tier sword. As soon as he finished speaking, Yunshan waved his large sleeves that a procession of alluring maidens, dressed in kipayos, emerged from behind, each carrying a tray upon which lay sharp swords that Yi Xian focused his gaze. And indeed, each sword was exquisitely crafted. Even from dozens of meters away, he could feel a powerful sword intent emanating from them. Such excellent swords! Yi Xian exclaimed. These swords were infinitely superior to those he had previously encountered. If he could obtain a sword, his prowess with the Tianqing 12 swords would be significantly enhanced. While Yi Xian was lost in thought, Yunshan continued, the rules of this tournament remain unchanged from the past. All these swords are unclaimed. Whoever can bond with a sword may take it home for free. Bond with 1, take 1. Bond with 10, take 10. There is no upper limit. Please step forward. Yunshan smiled at the crowd. As soon as he finished speaking, a martial artist eagerly stepped forward. I'll give it a try. The individual was a 9th level martial master, dressed in the attire of one of the 8 sects. Qinyan sect that he walked toward the maiden and placed his hand upon the sword on the tray. This sword is known as the Lihua sword, forged from volcanic rock and embedded with 3 fire attribute crystal stones. It greatly enhances the effectiveness of fire attribute sword techniques and is among the finest of swords. Buzz! As the martial artist placed his hand on the Lihua sword, a dazzling red light burst forth, and the sword radiated intense heat as though it were a searing iron brand. Sizzle! The scorching temperature continuously burned the martial artist's palm. His expression grew increasingly pained, his face contorting as cold sweat poured from his forehead. His trembling hand emitted ominous wisps of smoke, and the scent of charred flesh filled the AI, or did I in the next moment bang? accompanied by a piercing scream. The martial artist was flung backward by the energy of the Lihua sword. Clutching his right hand and crying out, "My hand! My hand!" The crowd gasped in horror. They beheld the martial artist's right hand, now completely charred, exuding a stench of burnt flesh, rendering it utterly useless. Yin Shan remarked calmly. "Everyone, each sword is accompanied by a sword spirit. Until a bond is formed, the sword spirit will exhibit hostility towards the one who touches it. If one's cultivation is below the master realm, it is advisable not to attempt recklessly." Upon hearing this, Tang Shui-ro clicked her tongue in astonishment. It seems the swords in this tournament are not so easily taken. No wonder Mingjian Villa could afford to give away swords so boldly. For an ordinary martial artist, successfully bonding with a sword was no easy feat. Most would likely end up like that unfortunate martial artist, suffering a grievous injury. Following this, many martial artists chose to withdraw. Realizing that while swords were enticing, the sword spirits were equally formidable, that a single misstep could lead to a fate like that of the previous martial artist, resulting in a loss that outweighed any potential gain. Nevertheless, several martial artists of Master Realm and above still dared to take the risk. Yet even among them, successes were few and far between, with many either pierced by sword energy or sent flying by the overwhelming force of the sword spirits. "Senior sister, let us give it a try," Yi Xian said with a slight smile. Stepping forward, Yi Xian and Tang Shui-ro made their appearance. Whispers surged through the crowd. "Huh. Isn't that Yi Xian from Tianqing sect? The one who caused a stir 3 days ago at the 8th sex assessment, slaying Zhuge Qingyun and Wu Shanhe, even making the Killing Hall master suffer a setback. I can't believe he is here for the sword trial tournament. This young man possesses a 9th grade talent. I wonder if he'll succeed in bonding with a sword." Instantly, many recognized Yi Xian, their anticipation for his success palpable. While the crowd murmured, Yi Xian had already come to a halt before one of the swords. Kunlun's sword. So he aims to bond with the Kunlun sword? I doubt it. This sword is one of the Villa's top treasures, ranked 15th on the 100 swords list. Each year, it is featured in the sword trial tournament. Yet for over a century, no one has ever succeeded in bonding with it. He is about to face a setback. The crowd whispered, casting doubtful glances at Yi Xian's attempt to bond with the Kunlun sword. However, Yi Xian remained unfazed by the scrutiny around him, raising his hand to rest upon the Kunlun sword. Whoosh! In an instant, a radiant and resplendent light erupted from the Kunlun sword. Chapter 37. Tianqing Sect. No qualification to participate. Whoosh! The blinding light surged forth like crashing waves, illuminating the dim 7th level of Mingjian Villa as if it were day. Waves of sharp sword intent emanated from the brilliance. What a terrifying sword intent! Truly a superior quality among swords. This sword intent is exponentially stronger than that of ordinary swords. The crowd was left in awe, their gazes filled with trepidation as they beheld the Kunlun sword. Even from a distance of several dozen meters, the overwhelming sword intent felt as though it could tear their very souls apart. Tang Shui-ro's face was etched with worry that he is a powerful master. She could naturally sense the intense sword intent emanating from the Kunlun sword, that at the same time, she couldn't help but feel anxious for Yi Xian. "Little junior brother, you can do it." Tang Shui-ro clenched her delicate fists, silently praying for Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Yi Xian felt as though he had suddenly entered a mysterious space, enveloped in an impenetrable darkness where he couldn't see his own hand, that an oppressive aura pressed in around him. At that moment, he noticed a faint greenish light flickering at the end of the darkness, resembling ghostly flames, which appeared exceedingly eerie amidst the shadows. Yi Xian took a step forward, moving towards the light. Before long, he discovered the source of this radiance. A sword. A blade that continuously emitted a green glow, infused with sharp sword intent. Yi Xian smiled faintly. "You must be the spirit of the Kunlun sword." "Right. Indeed, your sword intent is rich. Since fate has brought us together, you shall submit to me." He raised his hand, reaching out towards the sword spirit. However, just as his fingers were about to make contact, the sword spirit suddenly began to vibrate violently, and the surrounding green light surged dramatically. In an instant, the sword spirit darted towards Yi Xian, its razor-sharp blade aimed directly at his head, seeking death. Observing the oncoming attack, Yi Xian scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. "That I dare to kill even the disciples of the Chaos sect. Do you think I can't subdue a mere sword spirit with a furious roar? Yi Xian gathered his spiritual power into his right fist, striking down towards the Kunlun sword spirit with the force of a mountain crashing down. With a resounding bang, a heart-wrenching wail echoed from within the sword spirit as it was sent flying over 100 meters away. Crashing to the ground with a clatter, the surrounding light dimming considerably, Yi Xian stood atop the sword spirit, shaking his fist and chuckling. "How's that? Still arrogant. How does my punch feel?" The sword spirit trembled desperately. Emitting sounds that seemed to plead for mercy, in the next moment, it transformed into a beam of green light and surged into Yi Xian's brow. Instantly, a rich sword intent permeated his entire being. Upon opening his eyes, he found that the once radiant Kunlun sword now lay docilely in his palm, akin to a gentle lamb, as a profound connection seemed to form between him and the sword. "Withdraw," Yi Xian commanded. The Kunlun sword instantly vanished from sight. "Appear." With a resonant hum, the sword reappeared. Seeing this spectacle, the surrounding warriors gasped in disbelief, staring at the scene before them. The Kunlun sword has actually been tamed? Am I dreaming? A divine sword that has eluded taming for over a century has just bowed to him. "Little junior brother, that's amazing." Tang Xuero approached with excitement, genuinely congratulating Yi Xian. Even she hadn't anticipated that he would manage to tame a high-grade sword in such a short time. Yi Xian also wore a satisfied smile. With the Kunlun sword in his possession, his power in mastering the 12 Heavenly Star swords would be greatly enhanced. "Sister, let's go." As Yi Xian prepared to leave with Tang Xuero, the expressions of Yunshan and the others nearby shifted dramatically. "Not good. Manager Yun, this brat is trying to take the Kunlun sword away." One attendant hurriedly whispered in Yunshan's ear, "Isn't this Kunlun sword meant as a birthday gift for Sikong Qing of the Chaos Sect?" Upon hearing this, Yunshan's expression changed. Sikong Qing was the heir of the Sikong family in Langya Prefecture, not only boasting a prestigious lineage, but also being an inner disciple of the Chaos Sect. Ranked 15th on the Dragon and Tiger list, he had already promised to gift the Kunlun sword to Sikong Qing for his 30th birthday. The only reason he had showcased it was that the sword had never been claimed by anyone, serving merely to attract guests. Who could have anticipated that this brat would succeed in claiming it? If Sikong Qing found out he had broken his promise, Yunshan feared he wouldn't be able to maintain his standing in Langya Prefecture. Realizing this, Yunshan snorted coldly, his figure darting forward to block Yi Xian and Tang Xuero. "Hold on. That sword doesn't count. You cannot take the Kunlun sword." "Doesn't count." Yi Xian frowned. Tang Xuero, indignant, retorted, "On what grounds?" "Yi Xian has successfully claimed it. According to the rules of the sword trial, the Kunlun sword rightfully belongs to him. Why shouldn't it count?" Yunshan sneered coldly, stroking his beard. "On what grounds?" "Simply because you two are disciples of the Heavenly Star Sect. Disciples of the Heavenly Star Sect are unqualified to participate in the sword trial." "What?" Upon hearing this, both Yi Xian and Tang Xuero were taken aback. Tang Xuero's anger flared instantly. "Nonsense. The sword trial has been held for over 200 years. And it is explicitly stated that any martial artist from Langya Prefecture can participate. Why is it that this time, disciples of the Heavenly Star Sect cannot join?" "Shut your mouth," seeing Tang Xuero dare to counter him. Yunshan's face darkened, his fury boiling over. "What do you, an inexperienced girl, understand? I am the manager of the Mingjian Villa. I say the Heavenly Star Sect cannot participate, and they cannot." "You..." Tang Xuero's expression changed. She hadn't expected Yunshan to be so shameless. Hundreds of years of established rules could be so easily disregarded. It was evident he saw them as easy targets, wanting to act as a bully. The surrounding warriors began to murmur amongst themselves. These two are in for a tough time. Yunshan is the manager of Mingjian Villa and the host of this sword trial that if he speaks, this brat is destined not to take the Kunlun sword today. Alas, they are disciples of the Heavenly Star Sect, the lowest-ranked sect. Anyone can trample on them. If he were a disciple of the Chaos Sect, Yunshan wouldn't dare act so brazenly. Tang Xuero's expression shifted as she looked at the menacing Yunshan. Gritting her teeth, she resolutely took Yi Xian's hand. Yi Xian, we are leaving. I refuse to believe that the sword you claimed according to the rules will not be acknowledged by Mingjian Villa. Having said that, Tang Xuero tugged Yi Xian towards the exit. Brat. Seeing this scene, Yunshan's face darkened, and he shouted angrily, "A wild girl from a trash sect dares to disobey my orders. You have 1 second to drop the Kunlun sword. Tang Shiwero ignored him, continuing to lead Yixian out. Seeking death. This scene sent Yunshan into a furious rage that asked the esteemed manager of Mingjian Villa. Wherever he went, his word was law. How dare a mere disciple of the Heavenly Star sect defy him? In the next moment, Yunshan's figure shot forward like a ghost. Bang! A ferocious palm struck Tang Shiwero's back with tremendous force. Chapter 38. Yixian's Fury, killing Yunshan. The unexpected blow caused Tang Shiwero to lose her balance. Collapsing into Yixian's embrace, blood spilling from her mouth. Sister! Seeing Tang Shiwero spitting blood, Yixian's expression changed drastically, that he hurriedly retrieved a pill from his storage bag and placed it in her mouth. Sister, are you all right? Embracing Tang Shiwero, he was filled with concern that as the pill took effect, Tang Shiwero's complexion gradually improved, her pale face regaining some color. She shook her head, saying, "Little junior brother, I'm fine. Noticing Tang Shiwero's recovery, Yunshan's eyes revealed a hint of surprise, followed by a sinister grin that I never imagined you could withstand my blow and remain unscathed. However, next time, you won't be so lucky if you don't want to suffer further pain. Hand over the Kunlun sword. Did you hear me?" Yunshan's menacing voice echoed throughout Mingjian Villa. "You seek death," Yixian roared, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. "Humph, you are courting death," Yunshan snorted, declaring, "since you wish to die. Do not blame me for being merciless. Men, capture these two troublemakers in Mingjian Villa. Beat them mercilessly." Yes, as his words fell, a group of guards wielding sharp swords emerged from all directions, charging towards Yixian and Tang Shiwero. Their swords gleamed with lethal intent, each strike aimed at vital points such as Yixian's throat and heart, every move designed to be deadly. Oh no, it's the sword formation of Mingjian Villa. The sword formation was personally created by the master of Mingjian Villa, composed of 12 sword experts, an intricate and unpredictable array. When 12 masters unleashed their lethal moves simultaneously, even a 7th-tier master could be killed in a single blow. This brat is finished. In an instant, all present were filled with trepidation as they beheld the unfolding scene. Some of the more timid female disciples hastily shut their eyes, unable to bear the anticipation of what was to come, as if they could already foresee the grim spectacle of Yixian being slain by the sword formation. However, confronted by the 12 sword masters advancing towards him, Yixian maintained an unperturbed expression, his eyes not betraying an ounce of fear, but rather emanating a fierce, killing intent. Buzz! Accompanied by a resonant sound of a sword, the Kunlun sword suddenly materialized in the palm of Yixian's hand. In a fleeting moment, he vanished, employing the technique of Dozhuan Xingyi, appearing like a specter at the heart of the sword formation, simultaneously wielding the Kunlun sword with a decisive slash, drawing the sword to kill. Pursuing the stars and seizing the moon. Sweeping through 1,000 troops. Swish, swish, swish. Yixian's sword moved like lightning, the sword intent surging forth, each strike not only astonishingly swift, but also imbued with immense power, rendering the sword guards of the Mingjian Villa utterly defenseless. With a chorus of anguished cries, the 12 sword guards were instantly sent flying, propelled several meters away by the overwhelming sword intent, each one bearing a gruesome wound upon their chests. How could this be possible? Yunshan's expression shifted, disbelief flooding his gaze. The sword guards were the elite chosen from Mingjian Villa. Each possessed at least the cultivation of the first level of the Master Realm. Their combined sword formation could even slay those at the 7th level of the Master Realm. How could they be so effortlessly dispatched by Yixian in a single move? As Yunshan stood in shock, Yixian had already raised his sword, his expression darkening as he advanced step by step towards him. "Old dog, do you dare to harm my senior sister? Are you prepared to meet your demise?" In Yixian's heart, his senior sister was his most cherished possession. Yunshan had not only gone back on his word today, but had also launched a covert attack, injuring his senior sister. In Yixian's eyes, Yunshan was already doomed. Yet upon hearing Yixian's words, Yunshan let out a hearty laugh, showing no fear. "Meet my demise? Boy, are you not afraid that the wind might cause you to trip over your own tongue? Do not think that injuring a few of Mingjian Villa's sword guards will allow you to act recklessly. Do you believe that I, as the steward of Mingjian Villa, am merely an ordinary person?" Boom! As his words fell, Yunshan's body trembled. An overwhelming aura erupted from within him, revealing his cultivation at the 5th level of the Master Realm. Clang! In the next moment, a long sword appeared in Yunshan's hand. Its blade suffused with a ghastly glow, exuding waves of terrifying sword intent. Tang Xuero exclaimed, "Little junior brother, be careful. This Yunshan is the 7th-ranked expert of Mingjian Villa." The sword in his hand. The Blood Shadow Sword is said to be a superior treasure of the Xian grade. It kills without a trace. Ha! Yunshan laughed heartily. I did not expect that this little girl has heard of the fame of my Blood Shadow Sword. Indeed, this sword possesses boundless power. Those who have perished beneath its blade number no fewer than 500. Boy, if you do not wish to become a ghost under my sword, hand over the Kunlun sword and kneel to me 3 times. Perhaps in a good mood, I may spare your wretched life. Yi Xian scoffed disdainfully. Is that so? I must apologize then, for I am stubborn and cannot learn to kneel. Why don't you demonstrate how to kneel for me? What did you say? Upon hearing this, Yunshan's fury ignited that he had not anticipated that Yi Xian, upon hearing the infamous name of the Blood Shadow Sword, would still dare to speak so brazenly. Humph! Sharp-tongued brat. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Swish, in the blink of an eye, Yunshan lunged forward, his Blood Shadow Sword slicing through the air like a streak of crimson light, aimed directly at Yi Xian's throat. However, just as Yunshan wore a smug expression, Yi Xian effortlessly evaded the lethal strike with a swift movement, appearing at Yunshan's right side. What? Yunshan's countenance changed. He had not expected Yi Xian's speed to be so astonishing. By the time he reacted, Yi Xian's Kunlun sword was already raised high, delivering a powerful strike aimed squarely at his right arm. Ah! With a single stroke, a scream echoed, reverberating through the surroundings that Yunshan's entire arm was severed by Yi Xian. The dismembered limbs soaring through the air, splattering blood everywhere as it fell gruesomely to the ground. Hiss! Those nearby gasped in shock. Yunshan was a 5th-level Master Realm expert, renowned for his extraordinary swordsmanship. Yet he had been so easily vanquished by Yi Xian without even grazing him. Yi Xian raised his foot and stomped violently upon the severed arm. Boom! The broken limb exploded, splattering blood across the earth. Yi Xian then lifted the bloodied sword and slowly advanced towards Yunshan. What do you intend to do? Observing Yi Xian's relentless approach, Yunshan's expression shifted, clutching his bleeding shoulder, retreating in panic, his eyes filled with terror. What do I intend to do? Yi Xian smiled coldly. You old dog, not only went back on your word today, but also harmed my senior sister. Tell me, what do you think I intend to do? Buzz! As his words fell, a sharp sword intense surged from the Kunlun sword, a terrifying aura pressing down upon Yunshan that Yunshan's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, threatening. Stop! Stop! Boy, I warn you, do not act recklessly. I am the steward of Mingjian Villa. If you kill me, our master will not let you off. Yi Xian paid no heed. Raising his sword, he aimed a fierce strike at Yunshan's head. Ah! Witnessing this scene, Yunshan's face drained of color, a piercing scream escaping his lips. The once mighty Master Realm expert now trembled uncontrollably, a stream of yellow liquid escaping from between his legs, releasing a foul odor. No! Do not kill me! Master, Master, save me! Yunshan wailed incessantly, crawling and rolling on the ground, desperately attempting to flee like a terrified rat, his eyes filled with dread. Thinking to escape, Yi Xian swiftly blocked Yunshan's path, his eyes brimming with killing intent, devoid of any emotion. I told you, old dog, today you are undoubtedly doomed. Swish, with that, Yi Xian swung his sword. In the midst of Yunshan's horrified gaze, he struck fiercely towards his head. Just as the sword light was about to descend upon Yunshan, a booming voice suddenly resonated. Stop! Chapter 39. The Master of Mingjian Villa, Su Badian. Stop! The sudden command caused everyone present to shudder. Hastily turning to the source of the voice there, not far away, 2 figures were approaching, 1 male, 1 female. The man was a white-haired elder in his 60s, clad in a brown robe, leaning on a serpent-headed cane. Although aged, his eyes sparkled with brilliance, exuding an imposing presence. Upon his appearance, the atmosphere of Mingjian Villa seemed to freeze momentarily, everyone involuntarily stepping back, their faces revealing expressions of respect. Senior sister, who is this person? Yi Xian glanced at Tang Xuero, curiosity etched upon his face. Tang Shuirou's expression turned anxious as she quickly pressed Yi Xian's head down, whispering, "Little junior brother, quickly lower your head. He is the master of Mingjian Villa, Su Batian, the very owner of this Mingjian Villa." The master of Mingjian Villa? At her words, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Indeed, he could sense a formidable aura emanating from the elder. This presence was significantly stronger than that of Zhuge Qingyun. It was evident that he was a powerful figure at the martial zone level. Yi Xian was astonished to discover that Mingjian Villa had such a formidable master. He began to comprehend why Mingjian Villa had remained impervious in Langya County for many years. Even the 8 great sects dared not provoke them lightly. Look, is that not Su Batian's granddaughter? Su Qingyan? At that moment, a voice of surprise echoed through the crowd. Indeed, beside Su Batian stood a young maiden of about 17 or 18 years, dressed in a simple yet elegant long dress. Her appearance neat and refined, with delicate features and fair skin. Her long hair was tied into a ponytail, and she wore a long sword at her waist, resembling a heroic female knight ready to traverse the world. She exuded an air of confidence as she assisted Su Batian, slowly making her way towards Yi Xian and the others. That it is indeed Su Batian's granddaughter. I have heard that she has already reached the 7th level of the Master Realm at such a young age. And her swordsmanship is extraordinary. It is said that even the old master intends to designate her as the next successor of Mingjian Villa. Indeed, I have heard that the sect master of the Chaos Sect, Fang Qingping, personally descended the mountain to recruit her, offering her a position as the chief disciple of the inner sect if she wished. Is that so? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Yet upon reflection, it was understandable. With Su Qingyan's talent, she would undoubtedly pursue further cultivation in some sacred power. The Chaos Sect indeed lacked the qualifications to nurture her. Master. Upon seeing Su Batian and Su Qingyan's arrival, a look of elation spread across Yunshan's face. As if he had glimpsed a savior, he hurriedly approached. "Master! Master, save me!" Upon witnessing the ghastly state of Yunshan, who was drenched in blood, Su Batian furrowed his brow and inquired, "What transpired? Who has inflicted such injuries upon you?" Reporting to the master, it was him. Yunshan hastily pointed at Yi Xian, seething with rage. "It is this brat. Not only did he cause a commotion at our Mingjian Villa, but he also injured our sword guardian. I merely spoke to him a few words, and he severed my right arm. Master, you must seek justice for me." Yunshan wept bitterly, his tears and snot flowing profusely, as if he had suffered an unimaginable grievance. "Is that so?" Upon hearing these words, Su Batian's expression darkened, his gaze fixed intensely on Yi Xian and Tang Shuirou. With just a glance, a terrifying killing intent pierced through their souls, as if it were capable of penetrating their very essence. "Su Master, it is not as it seems." Tang Shuirou quickly interjected. "It was Yun Manager who was in the wrong first. My junior and I came to participate in the sword trial, and my junior recognized the Kunlun sword as his own. Yet, Yun Manager went back on his word, forbidding us from taking the Kunlun sword and claiming that disciples of Tianqing sect were unqualified to participate. We were left with no choice but to retaliate." As she spoke, Tang Shuirou gestured towards the surrounding crowd. "The warriors here can attest to this. Please, Su Master, discern the truth." Upon hearing this, Su Batian's murderous aura dissipated instantly, and he turned his cold gaze towards Yunshan, asking icily, "Yun Manager, is this the case? You claim that disciples of Tianqing sect were unqualified to participate in the competition." Upon hearing this, Yunshan stammered, cold sweat breaking out on his back, struggling to find an explanation. "Fool!" Su Batian bellowed, raising his hand and delivering a resounding slap to Yunshan's face. Bang! Yunshan's body was propelled like a cannonball, tracing a chaotic arc through the air, before crashing through the 7th floor floorboards and landing on the 5th floor with a resounding thud. Boom! The tremendous noise caused the entire Mingjian Villa to shake violently. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, the onlookers felt their scalps go numb. With just a single slap, a Master Realm expert had been sent crashing down from the 7th to the 5th floor. The power of a martial sovereign was indeed terrifying. In the next moment, Su Batian soared into the air, grasping Yunshan's body and tossing it before Yi Xian and Tang Shuirou, commanding coldly, "You insolent fool! I appointed you as the host of the sword trial to ensure fairness. Any warrior, regardless of their background, has the right to participate. Who gave you the audacity to deny the disciples of Tianqing's sect? Kneel and apologize to these esteemed guests at once. Why, yes. Yinshan hurriedly knelt on the ground, bowing his head in apology to Yi Xian and Tang Xuerou. I am truly sorry. Please forgive me this once. Yi Xian remained expressionless, while Su Batian clasped his fists and expressed his sincere apologies. I apologize, esteemed guest, that today's incident was due to my negligence, and I regret the negative impact it has caused you. Rest assured, since the Kunlun sword has recognized you as its masters, you may take it with you without worry. Take it with us? Yi Xian scoffed coldly. Su Master, not only did your subordinate speak rudely, but he also injured my senior sister. Had it not been for my superior skills, I might have been crippled today. Do you think a mere assurance to take it with us suffices to resolve this matter? Is that not overly simplistic? Junior brother. Upon hearing this, Tang Xuerou's expression changed dramatically. The surrounding warriors were equally stunned, astonished that Yi Xian dared to speak to Su Batian in such a manner. Su Batian, the revered master of Mingjian Villa and a martial sovereign, allowing them to take the Kunlun sword was already a significant concession. How could one dare to question him? Were they courting death? However, in a surprising turn of events, Su Batian did not take offense at Yi Xian's challenge. Instead, he nodded in agreement. Very well, young friend, that I shall ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution today. With that, Su Batian approached Yunshan, stating coldly, Yunshan, your arrogance and tyranny have squandered the efforts Mingjian Villa bestowed upon you. Effective immediately, you are dismissed from your position as the manager. Master. Yunshan's face paled drastically, but Su Batian paid him no mind, directing his gaze at the dozen or so sword guardians on the ground, and bellowed, and you lot. You too have shown disloyalty and have aided in wrongdoing. Henceforth, you are also expelled from Mingjian Villa. Get out of my sight. Upon hearing this, Yunshan and the sword guardians turned ashen, begging for mercy. Please, master, we understand our mistakes. We implore you, grant us another chance. Yes, master, we know we were wrong. Please do not dismiss us. Yunshan and the others wept and wailed, filled with regret, especially the dozen sword guardians, who harbored deep resentment toward Yunshan. Were it not for his selfishness, they would not have met such a fate. They wished they could tear Yunshan apart in their hearts. Chapter 40. Yi Xian's gift, a seed of affection. Yet, despite their pleas, Su Batian remained unyielding, his face still etched with fury. What? Do you not comprehend my words? I command you to leave, and yet you linger. Do you wish for me to assist you in departing? Boom! Just as he finished speaking, an overwhelming aura erupted from Su Batian, his killing intent manifesting like a tangible force, cracking the floorboards of the 7th floor. Under the pressure of this murderous intent, Yunshan and the others turned pale, their eyes filled with terror. No, we dare not. We will leave at once. Yunshan scrambled to his feet, fleeing the Mingjian Villa in a panic to ask the manager of the villa. He understood Su Batian's character all too well. He was a man who detested evil and possessed a fiery temper. If he remained, he feared Su Batian might truly take action and throw them out. However, before departing, Yunshan cast a venomous glare at Yi Xian, his expression filled with malice, as if he were a venomous snake, brimming with resentment. Curse you! Today is all your fault. Just wait. I, Yunshan, will not rest until you are dead. Yunshan roared in his heart, before vanishing from sight. Once Yunshan disappeared, Su Batian approached Yi Xian and Tang Xuerou again. Clasping his fists, I apologize, esteemed guests. The earlier incident was my oversight. How do you find this resolution? Acceptable. Yi Xian nodded nonchalantly. Beside him, Tang Xuerou, overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaimed, Thank you, Su Master. Had it not been for your intervention today, we would surely have faced dire consequences. Su Batian smiled slightly and signaled to his attendant, who promptly presented a finely crafted sword before the two. That this sword, known as Qingwan, was forged by my own hand. It contains a trace of the bloodline of the ancient divine bird, Qingwan, and is a top-tier treasure among Xian-grade swords. If you do not mind, please accept this as a token of my appreciation. What? The Qingwan sword. Upon hearing this, the surrounding warriors gasped in astonishment. This was one of the top 10 divine swords of Mingjian Villa. Moreover, it was personally forged by the villa's master, making its value incalculable. These two were incredibly fortunate. Not only had they obtained the Kunlun sword, but they were also being gifted the Qingyuan sword. Each of these divine swords was worth its weight in gold. In an instant, the gazes of the crowd toward Yi Xian and Tang Xuerou were filled with envy. Tang Xuerou, taken aback, quickly declined. "This is too much, Su Master. You have already gone to great lengths for us today. We cannot possibly accept your gift," Su Batian replied with a gentle smile. "Miss Tang, there is no need for such formalities, that today's incident was indeed a fault of Mingjian Villa, that a mere sword pales in comparison to the reputation of our villa. Are you perhaps unwilling to accept my gift because you have not yet forgiven me?" This left Tang Xuerou visibly hesitant. Da Wai Xian interjected with a smile. "Senior sister, since it is Su Master's sincere gesture, you should accept it. The Qingyuan Divine Sword is a top-tier treasure among Xian-grade swords. Possessing it will significantly enhance your strength." "Very well. Thank you, Su Master." With a face full of joy, Tang Xuerou accepted the sword. Cradling the Qingyuan sword tightly in her arms, cherishing it dearly, as a practitioner of the sword, she understood how crucial a fine sword was to a warrior. Seeing Tang Xuerou accept the gift, a satisfied expression crossed Su Batian's face. That Wai Yixian also developed a sense of goodwill towards Su Batian. Though he was the master of Mingjian Villa, he was not overbearing. Rather, he acted with reason and fairness, a truly rare quality. With this in mind, Yixian stepped forward and said, "Su Master, since you have taken such steps to resolve this matter, it would be remiss of me not to express my gratitude." "Dutto?" Su Batian raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Yi Xian continued, "If I am not mistaken, you have been attempting to break through to the 7th level of the martial sovereign realm recently. Have you not? I happen to possess a medicinal pill that can aid you in your breakthrough." After finishing his words, Yi Xian pulled out a pill from his bosom and handed it to Su Batian. "What? You wish to help me break through?" Upon hearing this, Su Batian was initially taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Young man, do you truly comprehend the words escaping your lips? I am a master at the 6th level of the martial sovereign realm, while you are merely at the 4th level of the master realm. How could you possibly assist me in breaking through? Ha ha." As these words fell, the surrounding martial artists erupted into laughter, their gazes towards Yi Xian laced with derision, though they acknowledged Yi Xian's formidable strength. He was still just a junior, whereas Su Batian towered over him by an entire major realm. Furthermore, he was backed by the prestigious Mingjian Mountain Villa, replete with countless resources for cultivation. How could a mere junior claim to aid him in achieving what even he could not? Truly, it was the folly of a dreamer. Su Qingyan, equally displeased, interjected sharply, "Preposterous. Yi Xian, do you even realize the nonsense you are uttering? My grandfather is the lord of Mingjian Mountain Villa, and the pills he consumes are crafted by master alchemists. What is this you present, a mere candy pill, and you think to offer it to my grandfather? Have you no respect for Mingjian Mountain Villa?" "Exactly," chimed in the nearby attendants, visibly agitated. "What rubbish is this? It lacks even the basic pill patterns. Did you perhaps scavenge it from a refuse heap? What status does our lord hold? To offer him something without merit, if it harms his health, will you take responsibility? Quickly, retract it. You are embarrassing yourself here." Yi Xian, however, wore an expression of indifference that he was not lying. This pill was crafted from the flesh and blood he had surreptitiously extracted from Han Tianxiang, Wu Shanhe, and Zhuge Qingyuan after their demise. Moreover, it was a human pill synthesized from the essence of the three, its potency far surpassing that of the one he had concocted in the abyssal demonic cave. Assisting Su Batian in breaking through to the 7th level of the martial sovereign realm should pose no challenge. Da Wai Yixian spoke with calm conviction. "In any case, I have said all I need to. This pill can indeed assist you in breaking through to the 7th level of the martial sovereign realm. Whether you choose to believe it or consume, it is entirely your prerogative." With that, Yi Xian forcefully placed the human pill into Su Batian's hand. "Sister, let us depart." But he then turned and led Tang Xueyou away, swiftly disappearing from the sight of the crowd. Witnessing this, Su Qingyan furrowed her brows, her tone filled with dissatisfaction. "What manner of people are they? Grandfather, you kindly gifted them a treasured sword, and they repay you with such insolence. Indeed, as if that were not enough, they presented you with some refuse pill they found. Do they not wish for you to suffer ill effects? Truly, a dog biting Lu Dongbin, they know not the goodwill bestowed upon them. Lord, shall I issue an order to retrieve the Qingyuan and Kunlun swords?" a group of Mingjian Mountain Villa disciples exclaimed. Their indignation palpable, Su Batian waved his hand, smiling faintly. Let it be that a sword once given cannot be reclaimed. Moreover, as the lord of Mingjian Mountain Villa, I have no reason to become enraged with a junior. Grandfather, Su Qingyan's brows knitted in displeasure. Enough, Su Baishan's countenance turned stern. I have decreed that this matter ends here, and no one is permitted to trouble them, nor to secretly reclaim the Kunlun and Qingwan swords behind my back. Anyone who dares to act against my orders and tarnish the reputation of Mingjian Mountain Villa shall face severe punishment. Do you understand? His piercing gaze swept across the assembly, instilling an unyielding chill that seemed to penetrate the very souls of those present. Understood, bowing their heads, the crowd hastily fell silent, fearing further words. Chapter 41. Disobey and face consequences. As the crowd quieted, Su Baishan's expression softened with satisfaction, signaling everyone to prepare for departure. However, Su Qingyan, casting her gaze towards the direction Yi Xian had taken, revealed a hint of discontent, internally sneering. Humph, Yi Xian, do not think that my grandfather's kindness means I will forgive you. The humiliation you inflicted upon my grandfather shall not go unpunished. Resolute, she grasped her sword, ready to confront Yi Xian for retribution. Qingyan, noticing her intent, Su Batian frowned. Where do you think you're going? We are about to practice swordsmanship. Ah, Su Qingyan came to a sudden halt, hastily concealing her true intentions. Oh, grandfather, I just remembered I have an appointment with friends to listen to storytelling. Perhaps you should return first, and I'll join you later. Hearing stories? Su Batian raised an eyebrow, then shook his head. You child spend too much time in frivolity. Instead of such pursuits, you should devote more effort to your cultivation. Su Qingyan stuck out her tongue. Understood, grandfather. I'll just be gone for a bit. I want to be delayed. With a resigned smile, Su Batian replied, Then off you go, but remember to return early. Got it, grandfather. Su Qingyan grinned, and with that she swiftly departed, sword in hand. Watching her retreating figure, Su Batian furrowed his brow, unsettled by an inexplicable sense of foreboding. What could possibly be amiss? Would this girl truly stir up trouble? He murmured to himself, worry flickering in his eyes. Master. At that moment, an attendant approached respectfully. Master Su from Baikayatang has arrived, and is waiting for you in the hall. Understood. I will go at once, that Su Batian replied and hurried towards the hall. Baikayatang was a prominent alchemical force in Langyu County, the sole establishment devoted to the veneration of alchemists. Master Su was the most esteemed third-tier alchemist among them, providing nearly all of Su Baishan's cultivation pills. Each of his breakthroughs had been supported by Master Su, who had dedicated a decade to assist him in preparing for this impending breakthrough to the 7th level of the martial sovereign realm. Meanwhile, after departing from Mingjian Mountain Villa, Yi Xian and Tang Shuyo made their way back towards the Tianqing sect. As they walked, suddenly whoosh! A sharp blade of sword energy surged unexpectedly from behind. Sister, be careful. Yi Xian's expression shifted, swiftly embracing Tang Shuyo and employing the Dozhuan. Xingyi stepped to evade. Swish! The sword energy grazed their bodies, crashing into the ground some distance away, creating a resounding explosion that left a massive gash in the earth. Billowing clouds of smoke into the air. Gasping, Tang Shuyo could not help but inhale sharply. Thankfully, Yi Xian had reacted swiftly. Were it not for his timely intervention, that strike would have surely left them gravely injured, if not dead. Yi Xian's expression darkened as he gazed towards the source of the sword energy, his voice chilling. Who dares? Show yourself. Hee, to evade my sword energy, you truly possess some skill, worthy of taming the Kunlun divine sword. A melodious yet cold voice echoed that in the next instant. A graceful figure descended, wielding a Qingfeng longsword, her eyes sharp and commanding. Itsu. Yi Xian's brow furrowed upon recognizing her. The person was none other than Su Baishan's granddaughter. Su Qingyan. Miss Su, what brings you here? Tang Shuyo inquired. Su Qingyan's lips curled into a cold smile as she raised her sword, pointing it directly at Yi Xian. I am here to find him. Me? What for? Yi Xian was taken aback, unable to fathom how he had provoked this young lady enough for her to follow him for a surprise attack. Seeing Yi Xian's bewildered expression, Su Qingyan's anger flared. Humph, Yi Xian, do not play coy. You truly do not know why I seek you. Just now, in front of everyone, you presented my grandfather with a worthless pill, attempting to deceive him into consuming it. You clearly have no regard for Mingjian Mountain Villa. I have come to teach you a lesson." At her words, Yi Xian felt a wave of frustration wash over him. What nonsense was this? He had given a pill that could enhance cultivation. How had it turned into a piece of garbage? Rolling his eyes, Yi Xian retorted, "Miss, I believe you are mistaken. What I presented to your grandfather was not a worthless pill, but a divine pill that can indeed enhance cultivation. If you do not believe me, try consuming one yourself." "Exactly, Miss Su. If Yi Xian claims it can enhance cultivation, it surely can," Tang Shuiyo added with a smile, trusting Yi Xian's integrity. However, Su Qingyan was not swayed. Her anger only intensified. "Silence. At this moment, you dare to prattle on. My grandfather is the lord of Mingjian Mountain Villa, and what sort of rubbish pill is this that you think he would consume? Enough with your idle chatter. Let this lady have a taste of your sword first." With that exclamation, Su Qingyan stepped forward, brandishing her long sword and lunging directly at Yi Xian. Just as the blade was about to pierce him, a resounding clap echoed through the air. Yi Xian effortlessly raised his hand, grasping Su Qingyan's elbow with an iron grip. "What?" Su Qingyan's expression shifted dramatically. She struggled fiercely, only to discover that Yi Xian's hand resembled a vice, rendering her efforts futile. She could not advance even an inch. Subsequently, with a gentle push, Su Qingyan found herself retreating several steps. "Miss, I have already stated that there is nothing wrong with the elixir I provided. If you wish to spar, please seek out someone else, that I am quite busy and have no interest in playing house." Yi Xian furrowed his brow, his face a mask of exasperation. To be frank, had it not been for Su Baishan's decent character, he would not have let Su Qingyan off so easily. However, Yi Xian's dismissive attitude incited Su Qingyan's fury. Do you dare to look down upon me?" She was, after all, the daughter of the famed Sword Mountain, a prodigy with the potential to enter sacred lands for cultivation. How dare Yi Xian belittle her attacks as mere child's play? It was utterly outrageous. "You seek your demise," Su Qingyan cried, her figure darting forward once more, her sword raised to strike. Sword rain, pear blossom. In an instant, a flurry of verdant sword energy erupted forth, like a tempestuous storm, surging towards Yi Xian. "Be careful, junior brother." Tang Shui Ro's face paled, concern etched across her features. Futile," Su Qingyan scoffed coldly. "This is my signature technique, capable of unleashing over 100 sword energies in an instant. Even a master at the 9th level would struggle to withstand it. This is the price you pay for offending me." Her face radiated pride. Yet she had not unleashed her full strength. She had tempered her attack, withholding 50% of her power. Still, she was confident it would be enough to make Yi Xian taste defeat. However, as Su Qingyan brimmed with self-assurance, she was taken aback to see that Yi Xian remained unperturbed, facing the deluge of sword energy head-on. Without retreating, he launched a punch. Ancestral Dragon Boundless Fist. Boom! Bang, bang, bang. With a single strike, the onslaught of sword energy shattered into countless fragments of spiritual power, dissipating into the air until not a trace remained. "What?" Su Qingyan's expression faltered, disbelief washing over her. Her signature technique had been obliterated by Yi Xian's mere punch. Before she could process this, an immense force surged from behind her. In the next moment, Yi Xian, who had been standing across from her, appeared at her back, seizing both her arms and yanking her backward. Then, with a powerful shove, bang, Su Qingyan was slammed against the wall. "Ah!" Stunned and furious, Su Qingyan exclaimed, "Yi Xian, what do you think you're doing? Let me go." She struggled desperately to free herself, but found his strength astonishingly overpowering. No matter how much she fought, she could not escape his grasp, pinned firmly against the wall. What do you think I want? You barged in here unprovoked, launching a surprise attack on me, and accused my elixir of being trash. Tell me, what do you expect me to do?" Yi Xian's mocking laughter echoed from behind, sending chills down Su Qingyan's spine. "Yi Xian, you scoundrel." Su Qingyan's face flushed crimson, her heart brimming with indignation. As the daughter of the Sword Mountain, she was of noble birth. When had she ever endured such humiliation, to be cornered by a stranger? Hearing such lewd words in her ear, she quickly retorted, "Yi Xian, I warn you, release me at once. I am the daughter of the Sword Mountain, And if you dare to act recklessly, my grandfather will not let you off lightly." "Oh, is that so?" Yi Xian nodded, feigning agreement. Yet the next moment, he grinned mischievously. "But Miss Su, have you never heard the saying, 'Under the peony, one dies, yet is a ghost of elegance'? To spend even a moment with a beauty like you. Even if your grandfather were to kill me, it would be worth it." As he spoke, he leaned closer to Su Qingyan, and a faint, alluring fragrance enveloped him. They were mere inches apart, and he could feel her rapid breaths. Warm and anxious. Tiskase, the first beauty of the Sword Mountain, truly lives up to her reputation. That a wicked smile graced Yi Xian's lips as he lowered his gaze, trailing his eyes down her alabaster neck. Catching sight of the delicate curves of her chest, accentuated by her youthful form, terrified, Su Qingyan shut her eyes tightly as she felt Yi Xian encroaching upon her. She was genuinely frightened. Today, she had only intended to teach Yi Xian a minor lesson. Yet things had escalated beyond her control. She regretted provoking him. What to do? What to do? She was still an innocent girl. Surely Yi Xian would not be so brazen as to make a move on her. In her distress, Su Qingyan felt overwhelmed and burst into tears, her shoulders trembling as she sobbed. "I was wrong. Yi Xian, please let me go home. I promise I won't oppose you again. Please, just let me leave." Her cries were heart-wrenching, her tear-streaked face evoking pity even from afar. Tang Xuerou, witnessing this scene, furrowed her brow in concern, thinking surely Yi Xian wouldn't actually harm Su Qingyan. However, just as she prepared to intervene, Yi Xian scoffed, the esteemed daughter of the Sword Mountain, always resorting to ambushes and brawls. "Do you think your grandfather taught you to behave this way? Do you realize that you were fortunate today to encounter me? Had it been someone else, you wouldn't even have the opportunity to weep. Today, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson on behalf of your grandfather. If you continue to be disobedient, I shall make you regret it." With that, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Su Qingyan's backside. Da-da. She yelped in pain, gritting her teeth as tears streamed down her face. Chapter 42. Yi Xian, you will pay for this. Su Qingyan, both humiliated and enraged, suddenly realized that Yi Xian had never intended to truly harm her. His words had merely been playful taunts. Her cheeks flushed with anger as she shouted, "Yi Xian, you scoundrel! If you have the guts, release me. Let us settle this once and for all." A duel to the death. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, his anger igniting at Su Qingyan's audacity. With a swift motion, he delivered another slap. "That S for wanting a duel." Another slap followed. "That S for demanding release." A third slap. "That S for your disobedience." Yi Xian continued to rain down slaps, each one forceful, causing Su Qingyan to cry out in agony. Her tears flowing freely, her backside stinging from the blows. Seeing Su Qingyan in such a pitiable state, Tang Xuerou felt a twinge of sympathy. "Why, Yi Xian, perhaps you should let this go. After all, she is still the daughter of the Sword Mountain, and I believe she has learned her lesson." "Very well." Yi Xian nodded, then turned to Su Qingyan, his voice icy as he asked, "Do you understand your mistake?" "I understand." Su Qingyan, no longer daring to resist, quickly admitted her fault, though in her heart, she believed it was merely her carelessness that had led her to fall for Yi Xian's ploy. If it had come to a direct confrontation, she was certain Yi Xian would not be her match. Upon witnessing Su Qingyan's capitulation, Yi Xian nodded and loosened his grip. After all, he considered her merely a young girl, though she had shown arrogance. Her nature was not inherently malicious. However, at the moment Yi Xian released her, Su Qingyan's eyes sparkled with mischief, a sly grin forming on her lips as she spun around, thrusting her sword at Yi Xian. "Ah, Yi Xian, you fool! You've fallen for my trick." With a swift, fierce strike, she lunged forward, confident that this blow would draw blood from Yi Xian. Yet, just as she believed her attack would land, Yi Xian's figure vanished before her eyes. Where did he go? Su Qingyan's eyes widened in confusion as she scanned the empty space before her, searching in vain for Yi Xian. Just as her bewilderment grew, a tremendous force erupted from behind her. Yi Xian had somehow reappeared at her back, swiftly capturing her arms and forcefully pushing her once again against the wall. "Ow, that hurts," Su Qingyan cried out, filled with frustration as she wondered how. Despite her meticulous preparation, she had fallen prey to this man once more. Tang Xuerou let out a chuckle and said, "Miss Su, I advise you to save your breath. that Yi Xian is someone who can even slay Zhuge Qingyun. With your cultivation at the 7th level of the Master Realm, you are no match for him. What? Zhuge Qingyun. Su Qingyan turned around, her face filled with astonishment. You are the one who killed Zhuge Qingyun? She had heard of Zhuge Qingyun, knowing that during the 8th sex assessment, a terrifying killing deity had emerged, single-handedly slaying the Outer Gate Elder of the Chaos Sect and several disciples of the Master Realm. However, she never expected that this killing deity would be Yi Xian. Su Qingyan was still in shock. Yi Xian coldly spoke from behind. You little girl, truly incorrigible. It seems that today, I must teach you a lesson. Su Qingyan's body trembled. What do you want to do? Yi Xian pretended to ponder. Let me think. Should I strip you of your clothes and hang them on a tree for all the townsfolk to admire? Or should I cripple your cultivation and sell you into a brothel, where you would entertain several men daily? Ah, such a difficult choice. What? Upon hearing this, Su Qingyan's face instantly turned pale. Strip her, sell her into a brothel. Was this guy even human? Yet, Yi Xian soon shook his head. No, that would be too cruel. If word got out, people might think I, Yi Xian, am a villain. Indeed. Su Qingyan quickly smiled apologetically. Those two methods are too cruel. Yi Xian, perhaps you could consider a different approach. Suddenly, Yi Xian seemed to remember something, his gaze fixated on Su Qingyan's alluring figure. The intensity of his stare sent shivers down her spine, causing her to tremble slightly. Yi Xian grinned mischievously. For a beauty like you, to sell you into a brothel would be such a waste. Therefore, I have decided to personally enjoy you. What? Su Qingyan's expression changed dramatically. Yi Xian rubbed his hands together. A wicked smile on his face. That I've heard you are the most beautiful woman of the Ming Sword Manor, with no fewer than 80,000 men pursuing you throughout the entire Langyi County. Countless warriors regard you as a goddess. This is my first time having close contact with a goddess that I wonder, how does the legendary goddess taste? Su Qingyan paled in terror. Yi Xian, you scoundrel, I warn you. I am from the Ming Sword Manor. If you dare to touch me, my grandfather will never let you go and will have you torn apart. Yi Xian coldly laughed. Oh, how unfortunate that we are in the wilderness. And no one knows you are here. After I'm done, I can simply bury you somewhere, and even if your grandfather finds out you are missing, he won't suspect me. But by that time, your corpse will likely have decayed, right? Even your grandfather might not recognize you. Yi Xian pondered seriously. Hearing this, Su Qingyan's face turned ashen, as if she could already envision her body being discarded in the wild. Rotting away. No. Yi Xian, I realize my mistake. Please let me go. I won't dare again. Su Qingyan pleaded desperately. Not happening. Yi Xian decisively refused. I have given you a chance before. Who knows if you might go back on your word again? All right, Miss Su, enough talk. Let us begin, for a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Yi Xian grinned wickedly and reached out towards Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan, terrified, shut her eyes tightly, repeatedly shouting, No, Sister Tang. I know I was wrong. Please plead for me. Let him spare me. I won't dare again. However, regardless of Su Qingyan's cries, Yi Xian seemed determined not to relent. The sinister laughter behind her grew ever closer. Su Qingyan, in despair, closed her eyes. That it was over. Was she truly going to lose her virtue today? Just as despair engulfed her, she suddenly felt a release of pressure from her back, and her hands were inexplicably freed by Yi Xian. Then, with a firm shove, Yi Xian pushed Su Qingyan away. Witnessing this scene, Su Qingyan appeared confused, seemingly unable to comprehend, and muttered, You don't plan to bully me anymore. Yi Xian replied coldly, What else? Do you truly think I am a beast? Would I really lay my hands on an innocent girl like you? What? Upon hearing this, Su Qingyan was momentarily taken aback. When she saw the teasing smile on Yi Xian's face, she instantly realized she had been played. He never intended to bully her. What about the worth of a moment in spring? It was all just to scare her, a mere fabrication. You. Su Qingyan was both embarrassed and furious, her face flushed with anger. Unable to contain herself, she cursed, Yi Xian, you scoundrel. How dare you tease me? You are utterly shameless. Yi Xian smiled nonchalantly. Oh, Miss Su, you seem a bit disappointed. Very well, I will change my mind. Let us proceed. Yi Xian grinned and walked towards Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan, terrified, quickly retreated several meters, maintaining a safe distance from Yi Xian. Her cheeks flushed, a mix of shame and anger swirling within her. She wished she could tear Yi Xian to shreds, but, recalling her previous predicament, Su Qingyan knew she was no match for him. Gritting her teeth, she stood at a distance, cursing, "Yi Xian, you scoundrel, shameless, despicable. Just you wait. I will not let this matter rest. If you have the guts, don't run. I will return to find the manners experts to teach you a lesson. Then, I want to see if you dare to be so arrogant. Oh, still not admitting your mistakes. I see you are itching for a beating." Yi Xian waved his palm and walked towards Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan, horrified, covered her backside and glared at Yi Xian with resentment. Unable to utter a curse, hindered by Yi Xian's overwhelming presence. "You shameless." Su Qingyan stomped her foot in anger, then leaped away, sprinting into the distance to Yi Xian. "Just you wait. The humiliation I suffered today will be repaid in full." In the blink of an eye, Su Qingyan had vanished, leaving only her lingering voice. Chapter 43. Failed Breakthrough, Su Baishan's Obsession. This girl, observing Su Qingyan's departing figure, Yi Xian shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Fortunately, she is Su Baishan's granddaughter. Otherwise, with her spoiled temperament, she would surely face grave misfortune sooner or later. "Junior brother." At this moment, a mournful voice suddenly came from behind. The Yi Xian turned to see Tang Shuirao staring intently at him. Senior sister. "What is it?" Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. Tang Shuirao's eyes held a meaningful glint. "It seemed you were quite interested in Miss Su's figure and appearance just now. That if I weren't beside you, would you truly have intended to make a move on her?" Yi Xian let out a bitter laugh. "How could that be? Senior sister, I am a paragon of virtue. How could I commit such beastly acts?" "Is that so?" Tang Shuirao glanced at Yi Xian, her eyes seemingly filled with doubt. The playful gaze made Yi Xian's scalp tingle, and he quickly smiled. "All right, senior sister, it's getting late that we should head back quickly. Otherwise, the sect master and the others might worry." Tang Shuir then realized they had been out for a whole day. The sun was setting, and soon darkness would fall. "Very well, let us hurry back." Tang Shuir nodded. The two no longer lingered and returned together towards the Tianqing sect. Meanwhile, at the Ming Sword Manor, Su Qingyan's figure floated in gracefully, like a dancing butterfly, landing steadily on the ground. However, her delicate face was filled with fury, her feet stomping the ground as she cursed vehemently. "Damn Yi Xian! Stinky Yi Xian! You made me suffer such humiliation today. Just wait for me." Her furious curses persisted for several minutes. The surrounding sword guards of the manor stared in shock, unable to comprehend who had provoked this young lady to such an extent. They were astonished that anyone could make this notorious young lady so furious. After all, Su Qingyan was known as the Demoness in Langyi County, always playing tricks on others, and had never been so enraged before. "Xiao Lang." Su Qingyan called out sharply, "At your command." A robust middle-aged man immediately stepped forward, cupping his fists towards Su Qingyan. His name was Xiao Lang, the captain of the Ming Sword Manor's guard team, and his cultivation had reached the 8th level of the Master Realm. But Su Qingyan commanded, "You must take a group of men and accompany me to the Tianqing sect immediately." "Huh. The Tianqing sect. What does the young lady want there?" Xiao Lang was puzzled. Su Qingyan gritted her teeth, seething, "I'm going to find the Yi Xian. He made me look foolish today. I must make him pay and give him a good thrashing." Yi Xian, upon hearing this name, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Xiao Lang's eyes. Wasn't this the person who had received a sword from the old master today? How had he provoked the young lady? However, Xiao Lang was indifferent to such matters. His duty was to protect the young lady closely. Anyone who dared to anger her would be considered his foe. Understood. Xiao Lang clasped his fists respectfully and declared, "Rest assured, young lady, I shall promptly select the most elite experts from our manor to avenge you." With that, he turned and departed. As she watched his retreating figure, Su Qingyan's lips curled into a sly smile, her delicate face revealing a hint of triumph. "Umph, Yi Xian, just you wait. This time, I shall see if you can still be so arrogant." Just as Su Qingyan patiently awaited, a servant suddenly rushed over from a distance, holding a porcelain vial in his hand, looking quite anxious. "Stop!" Su Qingyan called out, her curiosity piqued. "What do you have there?" The servant respectfully replied, reporting to the young lady, "The manor master is preparing to break through to the 7th level of the martial sovereign realm. This is the elixir that Master Su instructed to be concocted." "What?" Su Qingyan's eyes brightened. Grandfather is attempting to break through to the 7th level of the martial sovereign realm. I must go see. With a face full of excitement, Su Qingyan snatched the porcelain vial and hurried towards Su Baishan's training chamber. Soon, she arrived at the training room. Inside, beside Su Batian, stood an elderly man in a long robe, his head adorned with white hair and a goat-like beard, his eyes sparkling with vitality that on the back of his robe. A taiji pattern was embroidered. Su Qingyan quickly approached and saluted Grandfather, Master Su. Indeed, this man was Su Wuji, the alchemy master of the Baichao Hall. Ditto. Qingyan has come. Upon seeing Su Qingyan, Su Wuji's face broke into a smile. He had known Su Batian for many years, and thus had watched Su Qingyan grow up. Considering her a half-granddaughter, Su Batian snorted coldly, displeased, and said, "You little girl, where have you been all day? You only just think to return now." Su Qingyan stuck out her tongue and playfully lied, "Sorry, Grandfather. I was having too much fun with friends outside and lost track of time. By the way, don't scold me. I brought the elixir from Master Su for you. Please begin your cultivation." As she spoke, Su Qingyan produced the porcelain vial and quickly changed the subject. Su Batian chuckled helplessly, refraining from further reprimanding her. He accepted the vial from her hand, opened the cap, and poured out a smooth, round elixir. Instantly, a rich fragrance of the elixir filled the room. Su Qingyan, enraptured, exclaimed, "Grandfather, what kind of elixir is this? It smells delightful." Su Wuji explained, "This is a 3rd-grade Tianyuan Dan, which I refined by upgrading the characteristics of the Peiyuan Dan. It contains the energies of 100 spirit herbs and can significantly enhance a martial artist's cultivation." "What, a 3rd-grade elixir?" Su Qingyan was taken aback. 4th-grade elixirs were rare treasures, hard to come by. Just this one would likely be worth millions of gold. "That's wonderful, Grandfather. With this 3rd-grade Tianyuan Dan, you will surely break through to the 7th level of the martial sovereign realm," Su Qingyan said. Her face alight with excitement. Su Baishan's heart was equally filled with anticipation that he had been stuck at the 6th level of the martial sovereign realm for a full 50 years. During these 50 years, he had never made any further progress. If he could break through to the 7th level, not only would his strength be greatly enhanced, but his lifespan would also increase significantly. With this thought, Su Batian took a deep breath and swallowed the Tianyuan Dan in one go. Boom! As the elixir entered his abdomen, Su Baishan's body trembled. He could feel a powerful energy surging from the Tianyuan Dan. The spiritual power of hundreds of herbs continuously flowing into his limbs and bones. However, just as Su Batian felt he was on the verge of a breakthrough, a sudden emptiness engulfed his body. The once powerful and surging spiritual power vanished without a trace. "What is happening?" Su Wuji's expression changed, and he cautiously asked, "Old Su, did you break through?" Su Batian forced a bitter smile and shook his head. His meaning was unmistakable. Another failure. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Wuji's brow furrowed, disbelief etched across his face. How could this be? Even the 3rd-grade Tianyuan Dan couldn't facilitate a breakthrough. At this moment, Su Batian felt an overwhelming heaviness in his heart. The Tianyuan Dan was the strongest elixir he had specially requested Su Wuji to concoct. If even the Tianyuan Dan could not aid him, he truly could not fathom how he might ever achieve a breakthrough. Could it be that I am destined to never break through to the 7th level of the martial sovereign realm in this lifetime? A hint of defeat flickered in Su Baishan's eyes. Su Qingyan stepped forward, offering comfort. "Grandfather, do not dwell on it. It was merely one failure. You have many days ahead of you, and surely one day you will break through." Su Batian nodded, a faint smile appearing on his face. Yet he knew this was merely his granddaughter's attempt to console him and prevent him from feeling disheartened that he had been stuck at the 6th level of the martial sovereign realm for a full 50 years. 50 years without making any progress. This time, he had prepared thoroughly, believing the power of the Tianyuan Dan would surely assist him in breaking through. Who would have thought that even the Tianyuan Dan could not help him? Perhaps this old man will never break through to the 7th level in his lifetime. Su Batian sighed inwardly, a wave of desolation washing over him that if he truly could not break through, he would likely die with regrets. What is this? Just as Su Batian was engulfed in sorrow, Su Qingyan suddenly discovered something. Picking up a red object from the bed, Su Batian focused his gaze, and to his surprise, it was a red elixir. "Is this?" Su Baishan's expression shifted slightly. "Isn't this the elixir that Yi Xian gave me?" Su Batian chuckled bitterly. This is the elixir that the young man from the Tianqing sect gave me this morning. So it was this thing. Upon hearing Su Batian's words, Su Qingyin's pretty face darkened instantly. Recalling the humiliation she had suffered at Yi Xian's hands today, anger surged within her. Su Wuji took the elixir and examined it. Upon noticing its lack of any distinct markings, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. This is called an elixir, not a single pattern, utterly unremarkable, and it doesn't even have the slightest scent. Old Su, you weren't deceived by that young man, were you? Hearing Su Wuji's words, Su Qingyin's face immediately revealed a look of vindication. Grandfather, did you hear that? Even Master Su has said it. What Yi Xian gave you is not an elixir at all. I believe he must have fished it out from some trash bin. It might not even be as effective as a sugar pill. Su Qingyin was furious. She could now definitively conclude that Yi Xian was nothing but a fraud, deceiving her grandfather with such a worthless item. Once Xiao Lang gathers the people, she would certainly go to the Tianqing sect and teach that fellow a lesson. Grandfather, this useless thing, shall I dispose of it for you? Su Qingyin said, preparing to throw the elixir into the rubbish heap. However, as she observed Su Qingyin's departing figure, Su Batian's brows gradually furrowed, his heart inexplicably skipping a beat. The words Yi Xian had spoken earlier echoed in his mind. For some reason, a flicker of anticipation surged within him. Could it be that the young man was not lying? Might this elixir truly help him break through? Wait, Qingyin. What is it, grandfather? Su Qingyin turned back. Puzzled, give me that elixir. Su Batian extended his hand, speaking with a firm tone. Su Qingyin was taken aback, disbelief evident in her eyes. Grandfather, you can't possibly believe that young man's nonsense, can you? Su Wuji also frowned. Indeed, old Su, this elixir's origins are unclear. You must not take it lightly. If you accidentally ingest poison, it could lead to trouble. Su Batian smiled bitterly. I have been stuck at the 6th level of the martial sovereign realm for a full 50 years. There is no time left to wait. Whether that young man's words are true or false, I must give it a try. Seeing the worried expressions on both of their faces, Su Batian reassured them with a smile. Do not worry. I am a powerful figure in the martial sovereign realm. Even if this elixir is toxic, it cannot kill me. Qingyin, hand me the elixir. Su Batian extended his hand once more. Grandfather. Su Qingyin's expression turned anxious. Just as she was about to speak again, she was ruthlessly interrupted by Su Batian. I said, give it to me. In that moment, Su Batian had made his decision. Even if this elixir were truly a poison pill, he would accept it. But if this elixir could genuinely help him break through, even a 1 in a million chance was worth the risk. Seeing her grandfather's serious demeanor, Su Qingyin could only helplessly hand over the elixir. Her pretty face filled with concern that as Su Batian received the elixir, his heart raced with unease, his hand trembling slightly as he held it. However, after a brief moment, he steeled himself and swallowed the elixir in one gulp. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as Su Batian's body convulsed violently. As the elixir was swallowed, an overwhelming surge of terrifying energy suddenly erupted within him, causing the entire Mingjian villa to tremble, as if an earthquake had struck. This formidable energy was so potent that it burst forth from his body, transforming into residual waves of energy that surged towards Su Qingyin and Su Wuji, with a series of staggering retreats. The two looked on in astonishment at the spectacle before them. What on earth is happening? How could there be such an immense energy? Su Wuji's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene. Su Qingyin, equally astonished, covered her mouth in shock. Who would have imagined that the elixir given by Yi Xian contained such horrifying power? Moreover, she sensed that the energy within this elixir surpassed that of Su Wuji's Tianyuan pill. While the two were still reeling from their shock, Su Batian across from them let out a low growl, and it seemed as if all the spiritual power within him had suddenly ascended to a new level. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding roar of spiritual energy, Su Batian's cultivation swiftly advanced from the 6th level of the martial master realm to the 7th. A breakthrough. Su Batian's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only was he astonished, but even he himself was taken aback by this development. If it weren't for the palpable surge of power within him, he might have thought he was dreaming. After stagnating for 50 years, he had made such a sudden breakthrough. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, a loud crash resounded as Su Batian's body trembled once more. His cultivation had astonishingly risen yet another tier. The 8th level of the Martial Master Realm. What? Upon witnessing this, Su Wuji's eyes bulged in shock as he exclaimed, he actually advanced another level. My goodness, to elevate 2 tiers at once. Could it be that this elixir is of a higher grade than my Tianyuan pill? No way. Su Qingyan gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. The Tianyuan pill was a 3rd-grade elixir. If Yi Xian's elixir surpassed the Tianyuan pill in grade, then it must be a 4th-grade elixir. A 4th-grade elixir was a legendary divine pill. Each one was worth its weight in gold. Su Wuji exclaimed with great excitement. Old Su, you've struck it rich. The young man, or rather, that esteemed gentleman, provided you with an elixir that allowed you to leap from the 6th to the 8th level of the Martial Master Realm, which indicates that his elixir is at least a 4th-grade divine pill. It might even be a legendary 5th-grade divine pill. A 5th-grade divine pill. Hearing Su Wuji's words, Su Qingyan was truly dumbfounded, completely petrified in place. Throughout her life, she had scarcely encountered even a few 3rd-grade elixirs, let alone the exceedingly rare 4th-grade ones, the AS for 5th-grade elixirs. She had never seen one in her life. This was a legendary elixir. The thought that Yi Xian had gifted her grandfather a legendary divine pill was utterly astounding. Su Batian chuckled heartily, overwhelmed with excitement as he declared, Yi Xian did not deceive me. He truly did not deceive me. This elixir has indeed enabled my breakthrough. He was honest with me. Su Batian had never imagined that the elixir given by Yi Xian was genuine. Initially, he felt a twinge of reluctance at having given away the Qingwan sword. But now it seemed that trading a single sword for 2 tiers of advancement was worth it. Indeed, it was an incredible bargain. Su Wuji urged old Su, why aren't you preparing a gift to express your gratitude to Yi Xian at Tianqing sect? The fact that he could bestow upon you at least a 4th-grade divine pill indicates that this person is far from ordinary. You must find a way to befriend him. Yes. Hearing this, Su Batian snapped to attention. Since Yi Xian could provide a 4th-grade divine pill, it implied that he possessed more than just one of such elixirs. Moreover, there might be an exceedingly powerful alchemist backing him. If Mingjian Villa could forge a connection, they were bound to soar to great heights in the future. Qingyan, hurry and prepare a gift for me, that I shall go to Tianqing sect tonight to pay a visit to Yi Xian. Su Batian commanded, his face alight with exhilaration. However, upon hearing Su Baishan's words, Su Qingyan's expression turned somewhat awkward. With her head bowed, she bit her silver teeth in hesitation, appearing as if she bore some unspoken burden. It was no wonder she reacted this way. She had just offended Yi Xian that very day and had even issued a threat as she departed. Now, she was being asked to seek him out, which was utterly embarrassing. She had never anticipated that the elixir Yi Xian provided was indeed real. Observing Su Qingyan's fidgeting demeanor, Su Batian furrowed his brow in confusion, asking, Qingyan, what's wrong? I instructed you to prepare a gift. Why aren't you moving, Grandpa? Su Qingyan stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts, her hands tightly clenching her clothing, at a loss for how to respond. Noticing Su Qingyan's reaction, Su Batian was slightly taken aback. For some reason, a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Swallowing hard, he inquired, Qingyan, please tell me you did not offend Yi Xian. Su Qingyan scratched her head, a shy smile blossoming on her face as she hesitantly nodded in affirmation. Yes, Su Baishan's eyes darkened, and Su Wuji trembled all over. The ground beneath them felt as though it was crumbling. The sky was on the verge of collapsing. What in the world happened? Su Baishan's face turned grim as he demanded. Qingyan, explain yourself. Su Qingyan, unable to conceal the truth, quickly recounted the events of the day, though she deliberately omitted the part about being spanked by Yi Xian. Upon hearing her words, Su Baishan's mind was bombarded with a cacophony of thunderous roars, as if 1,000 bolts of lightning had struck. Had it not been for Su Wuji supporting him, he might have fainted on the spot, but Su Qingyan blinked innocently, her voice soft as she pleaded. Grandpa, I didn't do it on purpose. Who would have guessed that the elixir he provided was genuine? I only wanted to relieve your grievances, so, fool. Yet, Su Baishan's face remained stormy, his voice harsh as he admonished. I have long told you not to stir up trouble outside. And yet, you went ahead and offended someone capable of producing a 4th-grade divine pill. You are truly endangering our lives. Su Batian raised his hand, poised to strike Su Qingyan, but after a few half-hearted swings, he found it in his heart to refrain, lowering his hand with a sigh. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and prepare a gift. Tonight, I shall take you to Tianqing sect to personally apologize to Yi Xian. Okay. Su Qingyan dared not retort, promptly turning to leave. Before long, she had carefully selected a few gifts and set out with Su Batian. Su Wuji hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to follow. After all, as an alchemist, he was eager to witness the origins of this fourth-grade divine pill. If he could forge a connection, his alchemical skills would undoubtedly flourish. At this moment, as the moon waned and the crows cried, within the confines of Tianqing sect, Yi Xian's figure darted through the dense forest like a bolt of lightning, moving with such speed that he left behind mere afterimages, eluding capture like a specter. Just then, an unexpected shadow leapt from the underbrush, a diminutive figure, barely standing at 1.40 meters, brandishing a gleaming long sword. Yi Xian, I bet you can't dodge this time. Wang Yadu bellowed. As soon as his voice fell, the razor-sharp sword came crashing toward Yi Xian's face. However, just as the blade was about to strike, Yi Xian effortlessly sidestepped the attack that in a swift motion. He unleashed a powerful kick. Bang! Wang Yadu let out a pained cry, his form hurtling backward, colliding heavily with a tree. Apologies, Brother Wang, but your 10 wins in 10 matches won't work against me. Yi Xian grinned, preparing to turn away. Seeing Yi Xian attempting to escape, Wang Yadu shouted, Second brother! Third brother! Come here! Two voices boomed from above like thunderclaps. Yi Xian quickly glanced upwards, only to see a massive net descending from the sky, with Wang Yadu and Wang Yaos wielding it, aiming to ensnare him. Yi Xian, this time you're finished. Surrender and admit defeat to us, the three brothers. Their raucous laughter echoed through the forest. Yet, Yi Xian remained unfazed, standing still as he drew his Kunlun sword, which glimmered like a silver moon, swiftly striking at the descending net. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, the sword energy surged, shredding the net into countless fragments, with a graceful spin. Yi Xian unleashed another strike. Tianqing Galaxy, swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, a flurry of sword energy erupted, a dazzling array of over 100 blades shining like the stars in the night sky, illuminating the entire forest. Wang Yadu and Wang Yao's faces paled in shock, their capacity for resistance utterly obliterated as they were sent flying. The two brothers lay on the ground, wailing in despair. Yi Xian, resembling a phantom, emerged before them, sword raised, and with a faint smile, he inquired, Shall we continue, brothers? Wang Yao's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily waved his hands in surrender, pleading, No more, no more. You're simply too formidable. Competing against you is more exhausting than battling Chunhong for 800 rounds. I concede as well. Wang Yao, despite being in a pitiful state, managed to rise to his feet. The two brothers were both in a dire predicament, and laughter erupted around them. Just then, a hearty burst of laughter rang out, and Master Brother Su Qin approached, a teasing smile gracing his face. What prompted the three of you to engage in a duel with our junior brother? Have you now realized his prowess? Behind Su Qin trailed Tang Shuiro and senior sister Yu Mingming. Master brother, senior sister. Yi Xian clasped his fists together in greeting. Su Qin nodded, his gaze settling on Yi Xian, a flicker of complexity in his eyes. Junior brother, have you fully mastered the 12 celestial swords? I observed that the technique you employed earlier was the final form, the celestial galaxy. Indeed, Yi Xian did not deny it. A collective gasp escaped the onlookers. They regarded Yi Xian as though he were a monster. Yu Mingming exclaimed in disbelief. Goodness! Junior brother, you are astonishingly talented. It has only been a few days, and you've completely mastered the 12 celestial swords? Unbelievable! Truly unbelievable. Wang Yao shook his head in disbelief. When we grasped the 12 celestial swords, it took us an entire year. And you, in just 3 or 4 days, have mastered them? I cannot fathom how your body is constructed. Junior brother, you aren't perhaps a reincarnation of some ancient powerhouse come to experience life among us. Are you? Yu Mingming mused curiously, recalling tales of ancient beings who could be reborn through secret arts, retaining their former talents. Yi Xian forced a smile. Senior sister, please do not jest. Although I have mastered the 12 celestial swords, I feel as though these 12 forms are not the pinnacle of swordsmanship. During my training, it always seemed as though something was amiss. Su Qin chuckled. That is to be expected. The The 12 celestial swords are inherently incomplete. When we trained, we too sensed that something was lacking. Perhaps those missing 7 swords that as he spoke, a hint of regret crossed Su Qin's face. The celestial sect had diminished in power due to the loss of those 7 swords, leading to its decline. That if they could recover the lost swords, the celestial sect could undoubtedly rise again. Those lost 7 swords. Yi Xian murmured, an insatiable curiosity igniting within him about what the latter half of the 12 celestial swords entailed. Junior brother, do not overthink it. Tang Xuero smiled gently. Though the 12 celestial swords are incomplete, your mastery of the current forms is more than sufficient to dominate the younger generation of Langya Prefecture. Indeed, Yu Mingming chimed in with a playful laugh. Junior brother, with your young talent, countless girls will surely be enamored by you. What do you say? Have you considered me, your senior sister? I quite fancy younger brothers. As she spoke, she playfully puffed out her chest, showcasing her alluring figure. Wang Yao grinned mischievously. Senior sister you. I too am a younger brother. Would you consider me? As he reached out, attempting to touch Yu Mingming, he was swiftly met with a powerful kick that sent him flying several meters away, leaving him bruised and battered. Laughter erupted among the crowd. By the way, senior sister, has the sect leader not yet emerged from seclusion? Yi Xian inquired, glancing at Tang Xuero. Not yet, she replied, shaking her head. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian furrowed his brow, a peculiar expression flickering in his eyes. Just days prior, Su Ding had entrusted him with the 12 celestial swords, only to vanish afterward. According to Tang Xuero, Su Ding had once again entered seclusion. In Yi Xian's memory, Su Ding typically secluded himself once a month, and the duration was always brief, ranging from a week to a couple of days, which perplexed him. After all, martial artists usually seclude themselves for months, with some powerful practitioners needing years of solitude. This frequency was unheard of. What could the sect leader be up to? Yi Xian pondered, a hint of confusion clouding his thoughts. Suddenly, he recalled a phrase spoken by Fang Qingping. Could the sect leader's seclusion be related to that mysterious entity within him? Yi Xian, just as he was deep in thought. A frantic voice broke through, and Guchong Qing sprinted toward him, panting heavily. Good lad, I've finally found you. Elder Go, what brings you here at such a late hour? Yi Xian asked as Ji Chong Qing caught his breath. The master of Mingjian Mountain, Su Ba Tian, has arrived, along with his granddaughter, Su Qingyin, and Master Su Wuji from Bai Chaotang. They specifically requested to see you, so hurry with me. What? Mingjian Mountain. Tang Xuero gasped, suddenly recalling the events of the day when Yi Xian interacted with Su Qing, yet a wave of concern washed over her. Junior brother, could it be that the people from Mingjian Mountain are here to settle scores with you? Chapter 46. Are these two insane? At this, the disciples of the celestial sect were momentarily taken aback. Su Qin frowned. Junior brother, what on earth happened? Yi Xian sighed, recounting the events at Mingjian Mountain and his encounter with Su Qingyin. Upon hearing his account, the expressions of those present turned peculiar. Su Qin chuckled wryly. Junior brother, you've acted rather impulsively. Su Qingyin is the daughter of Mingjian Mountain's master, so it's no wonder Su Ba Tian would come personally. Wang Yao grinned, rubbing his hands together. Junior brother, you're quite the bold one. Su Qingyin is known as the spicy pepper of Langya Prefecture. You dare to touch her. Do tell, what was it like? Was it soft, bouncy? Wang Yao's mischievous grin drew a dark look from Tang Xuero. With a swift motion, she sent him flying with a single slap. Elder Ge shook his head in exasperation. Looking at Yi Xian, you, my lad, truly have a knack for causing trouble. You've only just joined the celestial sect, and already you've offended Mingjian Mountain. Well, since Su Ba Tian is here, we should go see him. Rest assured, if they intend to harm you, I will do my best to plead your case, he added. Thank you, Elder Ge, Yi Xian replied with a faint smile, remaining unperturbed. Subsequently, they proceeded towards the grand hall of the celestial sect. At that moment, within the grand hall, Su Ba Tian paced restlessly, his hands clasped behind his back, his expression one of anxiety as he frequently glanced towards the entrance, torn between tension and impatience. Just then, a hearty laugh echoed through the air. Ha! Master Su! Long time no see. Apologies for the late welcome. Guchong Qing entered alongside Yi Xian and the others, bowing respectfully to Su Ba Tian and his companions from afar. Elder Ge, Su Batian's expression brightened as he hurried to greet them. Before he could speak, Gu Chongqing interjected, "Master Su, I am aware of your purpose for visiting today. Rest assured, the Celestial Sect will provide you with a satisfactory resolution regarding the matter of Yi Xian and your young lady. I have already given Yi Xian a thorough reprimanding." "What?" Su Batian's face shifted in surprise. Tang Xuero quickly added, Yes, Master Su, please be assured that Yi Xian has promised not to offend your young lady again." As she spoke, Tang Xuero cast a significant glance at Yi Xian. Why Yi Xian? Do hurry and apologize to Master Su. With a resigned smile, Yi Xian stepped forward. Seeing this, Su Batian's face paled. His heart racing in fear that he had come to apologize to Yi Xian. How could he allow Yi Xian to apologize to him? Quickly, Su Batian steadied Yi Xian. "Mr. Yi, you are far too gracious. I am but a humble man. How could I possibly receive such honor? To be frank, we are here to apologize to you." "What?" The revelation stunned everyone present, their eyes widening in disbelief. Tang Xuero and Gu Chongqing exchanged incredulous glances, wondering if they had misheard that Su Batian was here to apologize to Yi Xian. Before anyone could process this information, Su Batian's expression darkened as he barked at Su Qingyan. "Girl, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Yi." Su Qingyan pouted, reluctantly stepping forward while holding a gift box. She bowed deeply to Yi Xian. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. I realize I was wrong. Within this exquisite gift box lies a present prepared by the Mingjian Villa that I hope that Y will be magnanimous and forgive my impetuous remarks." Hiss. Upon witnessing this scene, the onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. Utterly bewildered by the turn of events, that wasn't it said that Mingjian Villa had come to confront Yi Xian? How has it transformed into an apology from the villa to him? Just then, Gu Chongqing was suddenly captivated by the gift within the box. His expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "What is this? Su Zhuangzhu, could this sword be the legendary Tianhua Qilin sword?" Inside the gift box lay a strikingly crimson long sword, measuring 3 feet in length, exuding an extraordinary sharpness as if forged from flames. The blade was intricately engraved with flame patterns, casting a cold, ethereal glow in the grand hall, radiating an air of nobility and refinement. "What? The Tianhua Qilin sword?" Upon hearing this, Yu Mingming gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. "Isn't this the top-ranked divine sword of Mingjian Villa? It is said to have been forged from the blood of a Qilin. And even the hilt is made from a Qilin's horn. This is a true Earth-grade divine weapon." Earth-grade divine weapon. Yi Xian felt a surge of excitement as he lifted his hand to rest upon the Tianhua Qilin sword. Indeed, an incredibly terrifying wave of scorching heat emanated from the blade, a presence far surpassing that of the Kunlun sword by several hundred times. What a magnificent sword, Yi Xian thought with delight. Truly, it deserved its legendary status as an Earth-grade divine weapon. The Kunlun sword was already a remarkable treasure among swords, yet the Tianhua Qilin sword was exponentially more powerful. He could hardly fathom the magnitude of power it would unleash if he were to wield it with the 12 heavenly star swords. Su Batian hastily smiled obsequiously, saying, "Mr. Yi, you are a prodigious talent with a boundless future. After careful consideration, I feel the Kunlun sword truly does not match your esteemed status. Hence, I present the Tianhua Qilin sword today, hoping you will graciously accept it." Witnessing such a cautious demeanor from Su Batian left the onlookers in shock, questioning their own eyes that Su Batian was, after all, the esteemed leader of Mingjian Villa, a figure of significant authority in the entire Langyu prefecture, who was unaware of his status. Yet, here he was, exhibiting such humility before Yi Xian. Who would believe it? Before anyone could regain their composure, Su Wujia stepped forward with a beaming smile. "Mr. Yi, I am Su Wujia from Baikayate. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Oh, Master Su, greetings." That Yi Xian nodded. "I am unworthy. I am unworthy." Su Wujia quickly waved his hands, panic evident on his face. Master Su is a title given by those who do not understand. "You may call me Xiao Su." Xiao Su. Upon hearing this, Tang Xuero and the others were instantly petrified, their eyes wide in disbelief as they gazed at Su Wujia. Su Batian's humility was shocking enough. But Su Wujia was a legendary third-tier alchemist. His status was so exalted that even their sect leader had to show him respect, a figure of such stature allowing Yi Xian to call him Xiao Su. "Am I dreaming? I must be dreaming. Brother, if you don't hit me, How will I know I'm not dreaming? Wang Yaos exclaimed in disbelief, pleading with Wang Yaogu to strike him to confirm his wakefulness. Wang Yaogu, equally astonished, could hardly comprehend what Wang Yaos had said. Not only them, but even good Chongqing was wide-eyed, seemingly struck by lightning, unable to regain his senses for quite some time. In that moment, an unspoken thought flashed through everyone's minds. Are these two insane? Chapter 47. A gift again, but to decline would be disrespectful. Mr. Yi, just as the crowd was in a state of astonishment, Su Wujie took out a storage bag from his bosom and respectfully handed it to Yi Xian. Inside are some spiritual herbs I cultivated myself. A small token of my esteem that I hope you will accept it. Spiritual herbs? Yi Xian opened the bag and was astonished to find over 100 premium spiritual herbs such as Tianqing flower, Longyan grass, and ice mountain snow lotus. Each of these was an exceedingly precious herb, and just from a glance, their combined worth must be several million spirit stones. Master Su, you are truly generous. Yi Xian smiled lightly, his expression remaining largely unchanged as he fixed his gaze on Su Batian and Su Wujie, saying with a casual tone, Su Zhuangzhu, Master Su, your late-night visit and the two lavish gifts you have presented suggest that you have a request of me. Su Batian and Su Wujie exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they hesitated to speak. Surely the medicinal effects of the pill I provided have manifested. Yi Xian interjected suddenly. Since he had first encountered Su Batian, he had noticed a remarkable improvement in the latter's aura, far beyond what it had been that morning. That he deduced that Su Batian had consumed his pill and achieved a breakthrough. After all, he could not think of anything else that would compel the leader of Mingjian Villa to personally pay him a visit. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Su Batian quickly clasped his fists and exclaimed, Mr. De Yi, your insight is remarkable. To be candid, that pill you provided has been of tremendous assistance. I have been stuck at the 6th level of the martial sect for a full 50 years, unable to break through even with Master Su's Tianyuan pill. However, after taking your pill, I successfully broke through immediately. Moreover, I advanced 2 whole levels from the 6th to the 8th level of the martial sect. What? The hall erupted in an uproar at this revelation. Breaking through from the 6th to the 8th level of the martial sect. That was a leap of 2 entire tiers for a martial artist at such a level. Ascending even 1 tier could take decades of effort, and to achieve 2 tiers would typically require at least a century. Yet Yi Xian had managed this with a single pill, among all present. The most astonished was Tang Shuero. While she had suspected that Yi Xian's pill could aid Su Batian's breakthrough, she had not anticipated its effects to be so formidable. It could elevate a martial sect powerhouse by 2 tiers in one go. Su Batian continued respectfully, Thus, I have come today, firstly to express my gratitude for your generous gift of the pill, and secondly to inquire about its origin. Su Wujie gazed at Yi Xian with eager anticipation. He was immensely curious about the source of such an extraordinary pill. However, Yi Xian feigned ignorance, saying, Su Zhuangzhu, I would not mind revealing the origin of the pill, but given the modest gifts you have presented, I fear it may place me in a difficult position. Yi Xian glanced at his many senior brothers and sisters present, and remarked, Look, I have so many fellow disciples here. Is it fair for me alone to receive gifts? What? Upon hearing this, Su Qingyin's expression changed, and she angrily retorted, Yi Xian, when will you be satisfied? It's merely a question about the origin of a pill. Do not be so greedy. Is that so? If you are unwilling, then let us part ways. Everyone, please return. Yi Xian waved his hand dismissively, a nonchalant expression on his face. His pills were crafted by the renowned Dan Wanggu Shanhou of Qingzhou, a treasure coveted by countless martial artists. Yet they were reluctant to offer even a small gift for his fellow disciples. It seemed they lacked sincerity. Seeing Yi Xian about to leave, Su Batian's expression changed, and he quickly called out, Mr. De Yi, please wait. Su Batian smiled apologetically, saying, You were right, Mr. Yi. I did not consider this thoroughly. Today, I just happened to bring along a few extra fine swords that if your fellow disciples do not mind, I would be willing to offer them as gifts. As Su Batian spoke, he slapped the storage bag whoosh. With a dazzling display of light, numerous sharp, long swords appeared before everyone, each exuding a fierce aura, unmistakably high-quality treasures among the Xian grade. Grandfather, upon witnessing this, Su Qingyin felt a twinge of displeasure. Silence. Su Batian snapped, then turned to Tang Shuero and the other disciples of Tianqing sect with a beaming smile. Miss Tang, and esteemed disciples of Tianqing sect. These swords are precious collectibles from my Mingjian villa. This one is the Yuanhong sword, ranked 9th in Mingjian villa. This one is the Feixia sword, ranked 7th. This one is Su Batian began to introduce each sword. And as they listened, the disciples of Tianqing sect were left in awe. How astonishing! Ranked 9th, ranked 7th. These were divine swords among the top 10 in Mingjian villa. Under normal circumstances, with their status in Tianqing sect, they would not even have the chance to glimpse such treasures. Yet now, Su Batian was offering these legendary swords as gifts. Is this truly for us? Yu Mingming swallowed hard, casting a disbelieving glance at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled gently, saying, "Senior sister, since this is Zhuangju Su's kind intention, you should accept it." Su Batian quickly added, "Yes, yes. These swords are all voluntarily offered by me. Please, do not stand on ceremony. Just take them." Su Qingyan pouted slightly, just about to speak when Su Wuji beside her tugged at the corner of her garment, signaling her not to act rashly to TO outsiders. These swords might appear exceedingly precious. However, Su Wuji understood that in comparison to the extraordinary alchemist behind Yi Xian, they were utterly insignificant. If a few mystic-grade swords could win the favor of a 4th-grade alchemist, then this business was undoubtedly a tremendous bargain. Upon hearing Su Batian's words, the disciples of the Tianqing sect were also brimming with excitement, eagerly stepping forward to select their swords. "Ha! Since Master Su has said so, we shall not be modest. I shall take this Yuanhong sword. It suits my temperament. And I shall take this Feixia sword. Master Su, you are truly magnanimous that I bet your business will flourish, and the Jian sword manor will spread across the lands. Sons will all be top scholars, and daughters will all be esteemed ladies." In an instant, the disciples were all enthusiastically selecting their favored swords that Su Batian, with great caution, inquired, "Mr. Yi, can you now disclose the source of the elixir?" Certainly, Yi Xian nodded. Splendid. Upon hearing this, Su Wuji was instantly filled with excitement, rubbing his palms in anticipation. "In that case, please, Mr. Yi, summon this extraordinary alchemist forth." Extraordinary alchemist. Yi Xian was taken aback. What extraordinary alchemist? Of course, the one who concocted this elixir. Su Wuji replied. Why? Yi Xian chuckled. "Oh, you mean this. This elixir was concocted by me." "What?" The word struck Su Batian and Su Wuji with astonishment. In Chapter 48, Uninvited Guests, and the Approach of Killing Intent. "What? You concocted it yourself?" Upon hearing Yi Xian's declaration, both Su Batian and Su Wuji's expressions shifted, their eyes glimmering with disbelief. Su Qingyan scoffed, crossing her arms, and incredulously retorted, "Yi Xian, you are just boasting. The elixir you gave my grandfather was of at least 4th-grade quality. Do you really think you can concoct a 4th-grade elixir? You're not suggesting that you are a 4th-grade alchemist, are you?" Not only Su Qingyan, but even Su Wuji, a fellow alchemist, wore a face of skepticism. It is known that alchemists place even greater emphasis on talent than martial artists. Lacking talent, one might still become a martial artist through effort, but to become an alchemist without talent is utterly impossible. Without talent, one cannot even step into the threshold of alchemy. Moreover, advancing as an alchemist is exceedingly arduous. Each rank advancement can take decades. Some may even become apprentice alchemists yet never attain the rank of 1st-grade alchemist in their lifetime. Su Wuji, after spending several hundred years, barely managed to achieve the status of a 3rd-grade alchemist, and that was with decent talent and after studying several 3rd-grade formulas diligently. And Yi Xian, he appeared to be just over 20. A 20-year-old 4th-grade alchemist. Such a rarity would be unheard of even in the entire Eastern Spirit domain, let alone in the Deqian Empire. But they were oblivious to the fact that Yi Xian had inherited the complete legacy of the Dan Wang Gushan. And with the aid of the Spirit Intelligence Eye, he had already comprehended the entirety of the Wan Dan Bao Lu. While he may not yet be a top-tier alchemist, concocting a 4th-grade elixir was certainly within his capabilities. Yi Xian smiled lightly. "What? You do not believe me? Very well. Since you are skeptical, I shall concoct it before your very eyes." What? Upon hearing this, Su Wuji's face lit up with excitement. "Mr. Yi, you intend to personally concoct the elixir?" Yi Xian nodded. After all, having received so many gifts from Su Batian today, it would be remiss not to reciprocate with some elixirs. Moreover, this presented a perfect opportunity for him to refine his alchemical skills. Su Qin smiled and said, "Junior brother, we just happen to have an alchemy room in Tianqing sect, which is seldom used. That if you wish to use it, I could take you there." "Thank you, senior brother." Yi Xian smiled slightly. Upon finishing, Su Qin led Yi Xian, Su Batian, and Su Wuji away. Su Qingyin watched Yi Xian's departing figure, hesitated for a moment, then stomped her lotus foot, exclaiming, "Umph, that Yi Xian, full of hot air. I shall see how you concoct an elixir." With that, Su Qingyin followed suit. Gazing at the figures of the departing individuals, Gu Chongqing murmured in disbelief, "I never imagined that Yi Xian is not only a martial prodigy, but also adept at alchemy. Truly remarkable. This time, our Tianqing sect has struck gold." Tang Zuro inquired, "Elder Gu, shall we follow them?" Gu Chongqing shook his head. "No need. The art of alchemy requires a calm and focused mind, with Su Qin accompanying them. It suffices. Our large group would only hinder Yi Xian's performance." "Understood." The others clasped their fists, each silently relinquishing the desire to follow. Soon, under Su Qin's guidance, Yi Xian and the others arrived at the alchemy room of the Tianqing sect. Upon opening the door, a cloud of dust billowed forth, and the musty scent of neglect filled the air. Clearly, this alchemy room had not been used for quite some time, with a thick layer of dust covering the floor and cobwebs adorning the corners. In the very center of the alchemy room stood a bronze alchemical cauldron, albeit in a similarly dilapidated state, with large patches of paint chipped away, making it look pitted and worn. The entire room appeared to be in a state of utter disrepair. Cough, cough. Su Qingyin covered her nose, her face contorted in disgust. "Is this truly your Tianqing sect's alchemy room? Why is it so shabby? That cauldron looks rusty. Can it still be used?" Qingyin, Su Batian frowned. Feeling that his granddaughter was being excessively rude, Su Qin sighed. "It cannot be helped. Our Tianqing sect once had alchemists in residence, but since its decline, they have all left, resulting in this room falling into disuse. However, it should still be suitable for concocting elixirs." "Thank you, senior brother." The Yi Xian smiled slightly. Su Wuji, filled with curiosity, asked, "Mr. Yi, what elixir do you intend to concoct? Could it be the one you gifted to old Su?" "Certainly not," Yi Xian replied with a wry smile. The elixir he gifted Su Batian was a human elixir, made from the flesh and blood of martial artists. A demonic elixir he would never concoct in front of Su Qingyin and the others. Fortunately, the Wandan Bao Lu contained a vast number of fourth-grade elixirs. After pondering for a moment, he turned to Su Wuji and said, "Master Su, I have heard that your Baichao Hall is currently researching an elixir known as the Lioli Fire Cleansing Elixir?" Su Wuji nodded. "Indeed. The Lioli Fire Cleansing Elixir is a fourth-grade elixir that possesses the ability to clear the heart and dispel fire, especially effective against fire poisons. The Princess of Langya County has suffered from fire poison for many years. Each time she suffers an attack, her entire body feels like a furnace, causing her immense pain. Thus, she has entrusted us at Baichao Hall to concoct the Lioli Fire Cleansing Elixir to counteract the fire poison within. But unfortunately, upon reaching this point," Su Wuji sighed, "although Baichao Hall has a fourth-grade alchemist, he has only recently advanced and is truly incapable of concocting the Lioli Fire Cleansing Elixir." Su Wuji's tone carried a deep sense of helplessness. Yi Xian replied calmly, "In that case, I shall do you a personal favor today and concoct the Lioli Fire Cleansing Elixir for you." "What?" The declaration sent shockwaves through everyone in the alchemy room. Su Wuji's eyes widened in disbelief. "Mr. Yi, you cannot be joking. You can concoct the Lioli Fire Cleansing Elixir? How is that possible?" As an alchemist, he was acutely aware of how challenging it was to concoct the Lioli Fire Cleansing Elixir. Even their Baichao Hall's strongest alchemist, who had just advanced to fourth grade, was unable to do so. How could Yi Xian claim he could? Su Qingyin scoffed derisively. "Yi Xian, aren't you afraid of your boastful words falling flat? Do you even know what the Lioli Fire Cleansing Elixir is? It is a top-tier elixir among fourth-grade elixirs. Not even you, let alone Master Imo from Baichao Hall, could manage it. How dare you, a mere junior who hasn't even reached the martial sovereign realm, make such grand claims? If you can concoct it, then I shall be the legendary Dan Wang." Su Qingyin laughed heartily, her expression filled with disdain as she regarded Yi Xian. She had already harbored a dislike for him, and seeing her grandfather bestow so many precious swords upon him only fueled her indignation. She firmly believed Yi Xian could not concoct elixirs. After all, a fourth-grade alchemist at such a young age was unheard of. Not just in the Qin Empire, but even throughout the entire Eastern Spirit domain. Perhaps the elixir he gifted her grandfather was stolen from somewhere. Qingyan, seeing his granddaughter's utter lack of decorum. Su Baishan's expression darkened, and he could not help but admonish her. Su Qingyan shrank back, hastily closing her mouth. Yet her eyes remained fixed on Yi Xian, brimming with defiance. Why? Yi Xian smiled gently. Miss Su. Whether I am boasting or not, you shall soon find out. There is no need to be so impatient. Cut it out. Su Qingyan crossed her arms, her face filled with disdain. That you're just boasting, if you can actually refine it. I shall serve as your personal maid for a month. Fine. Yi Xian coldly smiled, and without uttering another word, he stepped forward to the alchemical furnace. Just as he prepared to concoct the Lioli fire-tempering pill, a sudden rustling echoed at the entrance of the Tianqing sect. That a few unexpected guests appeared, clad in black garments, wielding blades, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Young Master Sikong, this is the Tianqing sect. A deep voice, filled with unrestrained fury, resonated through the night. That if Yi Xian had been present, he would have immediately recognized the speaker as Yun Shan, the steward of Mingjian Villa, whom he had thoroughly disciplined earlier that day. Beside Yun Shan stood a tall, dashing young man, dressed in a blue robe, his hands clasped behind his back, with a countenance equally infused with lethal intent. That on the lapel of his robe, 3 ethereal golden characters were embroidered. Chaos Sect. A chilling aura emanated from the young man, sweeping through the surroundings, causing flowers and grasses to wilt instantly, as if the very air was suffused with a sense of impending doom. Chapter 49. Langya Sikong. Half-step martial sovereign. So, it was they who seized my Kunlun sword. As soon as Yun Shan's words fell, the young man referred to as young Master Sikong spoke in a cold tone, his eyes glinting with a frigid light. Indeed. Yun Shan gritted his teeth, his tone a mixture of hatred and grievance. That it was this Tianqing sect that not only snatched away your long-awaited Kunlun sword but also caused my expulsion from Mingjian Villa, leading to my loss of the steward position. Young Master Sikong, everyone in Langya County knows that I, Yun Shan, have been following you. You must avenge me. Yun Shan's face was a mask of grievance, and as he spoke further, tears streamed down his weathered face as he began to weep uncontrollably. Indeed, the individual known as young Master Sikong was none other than Sikong Qing, the heir of the Langya Sikong family, and also a formidable expert ranked 15th on the Dragon Tiger list. Humph. Upon hearing Yun Shan's words, Sikong Qing let out a cold snort, anger flickering in his eyes as he reprimanded. A mere insignificant sect has reduced you, the steward of Mingjian Villa, to such a state. Do you still have the audacity to claim you are associated with my Sikong family? With a resounding thud, Sikong Qing flicked his folding fan, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that sent Yun Shan hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing into a rock several meters away. The violent impact left Yun Shan grimacing in pain, his body drenched in cold sweat. Yet he dared not show any sign of discontent. He quickly knelt on the ground, trembling in fear, and pleaded, "Young Master Sikong, spare me. I acknowledge my mistakes. Please grant me mercy." Humph. Sikong Qing's expression was icy as he waved his fan and asked indifferently, "What is the name of the brat who snatched the Kunlun sword?" Yun Shan hastily replied, reporting to young Master Sikong, "His name is Yi Xian. He is the one who recently caused a commotion during the 8th sex assessment and killed Zhuge Qingyun." "Oh, is it him?" Upon hearing that name, Sikong Qing paused momentarily, a glimmer of interest flickering in his eyes. That he had heard of a 9th-grade genius emerging from Tianqing sect, one who single-handedly slaughtered several disciples of the Chaos sect, and even killed Zhuge Qingyun, who was ranked 25th on the Dragon Tiger list. Interesting that I had originally planned to confront this Yi Xian after acquiring the Kunlun sword, but it seems he has delivered himself right into my grasp. Sikong Qing chuckled coldly, his eyes filled with a fierce killing intent. As a disciple of the Chaos sect, Sikong Qing held an absolute sense of superiority. He would not permit anyone to tarnish the reputation of the Chaos sect. Moreover, this brat actually dared to covet his Kunlun sword. At this moment, Yi Xian had already become a target in Sikong Qing's mind. Just as Sikong Qing and the others exchanged words, a furious shout pierced through the night. "Who goes there?" 2 diminutive figures suddenly emerged at the entrance of the Tianqing sect, brandishing swords, their faces alert as they regarded Sikong Qing and his companions. They were the brothers Wang Yaodu and Wang Yaosei, tasked with guarding the sect that night. "What are you doing here? This is the territory of the Tianqing sect." Non-disciples must leave at once, Wang Yaodu said, his brow furrowed as he admonished Sikong Qing and his companions. However, in the face of Wang Yaodu's reprimand, Sikong Qing remained unfazed. Instead, he raised his right hand and lightly pointed at Wang Yaodu. Get lost. With a whoosh, a beam of crimson light shot forth from Sikong Qing's fingertip, like a meteor streaking through the night, striking Wang Yaodu squarely in the chest. Wang Yaodu cried out in agony. His body propelled backward, crashing against the mountain gate. His chest was pierced by the light, blood seeping out profusely, leaving him pale and in excruciating pain. Big brother. Wang Yaosei rushed forward, extracting a pill to administer to his injured sibling, that he then glared angrily at Sikong Qing and his companions, exclaiming, "You scoundrels! Who are you to harm my brother?" Silence. Yunshan bellowed, a smug smile on his face as he declared, "You are standing before the esteemed heir of the Langus Sikong family, young Master Sikong, who ranks 15th on the Dragon Tiger list." The Sikong family, the faces of Wang Yaodu and Wang Yaosei paled in an instant. The name Langus Sikong resonated throughout Langu County, known for its prestigious status, far surpassing that of the Han family. How could such a significant figure appear at the Tianqing sect? Sikong Qing sneered, "You brats, I've come here today to find your disciple Yi Xian. If you do not wish to die, summon Yi Xian to come out within 10 seconds. Otherwise, I shall reduce your Tianqing sect to a wasteland." His arrogant words echoed at the entrance of the Tianqing sect, a terrifying pressure emanating from Sikong Qing's form. Feeling the oppressive aura, Wang Yaodu and Wang Yaosei exchanged worried glances, fear flashing in their eyes. That half-step martial sovereign. This Sikong Qing had evidently surpassed the master realm, standing on the brink of martial sovereign. Damn it, he's that strong. Wang Yaodu furrowed his brow, unable to suppress a gasp of disbelief. Just as the two brothers were in shock, a sudden rush of air announced the arrival of Ge Changqing, accompanied by Tang Shuiyo, Yu Mingming, and Wang Yaodu, who landed in front of the brothers. Elder. Upon seeing Ge Changqing, the brothers' expressions brightened, as if they had found their pillar of support. "Oh, so you are the elder of the Tianqing sect?" Sikong Qing squinted, a mocking smile gracing his handsome features. Ge Changqing glanced at the injured Wang Yaodu, a flicker of anger crossing his face. Though he quickly suppressed it, he clasped his fists and said, "Young Master Sikong, visiting at such a late hour and injuring my sect's disciples seems rather improper, does it not?" "Pa!" At these words, Yin Shan spat disdainfully. "What are you? How dare you speak to young Master Sikong like that? Let me tell you, if you do not hand over that brat Yi Xian today, with young Master Sikong's power, he can easily turn your Tianqing sect into a graveyard." Yi Xian? Ge Changqing was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Sikong Qing had come in the dead of night specifically for Yi Xian. "Elder Ge, we cannot hand over Yi Xian." Tang Shuiyo spoke urgently, her expression anxious. To Ji Changqing nodded. He was well aware that yielding Yi Xian would lead to dire consequences. The Sikong family wielded immense power in Langu County, and Sikong Qing was known for his ruthless methods. That if they surrendered Yi Xian, the consequences would be unthinkable. With this in mind, Ge Changqing clasped his fists and said solemnly, "I apologize, young Master Sikong, but Yi Xian is a disciple of the Tianqing sect, that I cannot hand him over to you. The night has fallen. I kindly urge young Master Sikong to return early. Otherwise, when our sect master emerges, things may become difficult to resolve." Having reached this point, Ge Changqing decided to invoke Su Ding's name to deter Sikong Qing. However, to Ge Changqing's surprise, upon hearing his words, Sikong Qing not only did not leave, but instead laughed heartily, his face filled with disdain. "Sect master, are you referring to Su Ding? Old fool, do you think I am a fool? Since I dared to come to your Tianqing sect, I am fully prepared. If I am not mistaken, your sect master should still be in seclusion, right? Relying on him to save you. Have the courage to let him come out and try." Upon hearing Sikong Qing's words, Ge Changqing's expression darkened, that he had not anticipated that Sikong Qing would be so cautious, even aware of their sect master's seclusion. Sikong Qing snorted coldly and reiterated, "I will say it once more. You have 10 seconds to summon Yi Xian. Otherwise," with a hum, Sikong Qing raised his right hand, a crimson light gathering at his fingertip, exuding a terrifying aura. "After 10 seconds, I will turn the Tianqing sect into a wasteland." Chapter 50. Perilous Situations. 3-Phase Isolation Formation. In 10 seconds, this young master shall reduce the Tianqing sect to utter ruin. The ominous words echoed before the gates of the Tianqing sect, while a flicker of crimson light illuminated Xikong Qing's handsome, yet sinister visage. An overwhelming sense of pressure surged forth, enveloping all present. Even Ge Chongqing, among others, felt a jolt of surprise upon sensing the formidable aura of a half-step martial sovereign. Xikong Qing was alarmingly powerful. At the mere age of 30, he had already reached the threshold of the half-step martial sovereign realm, surpassing even the century-old Ge Chongqing. Truly a worthy heir of the Langus Xikong family. With a faint smile, Xikong Qing inquired, "What say you, Elder Ge? Will you surrender Yi Xian or not?" Yun Shan, wearing a sinister grin, added, "I advise you to think carefully, Ge. You have so many disciples present. Their lives rest solely in your hands. You would do well to ponder your answer." Hearing Yun Shan's words, Ge Chongqing glanced at Tang Shuiyo and the others beside him, asking, "What do you think? Should I hand over Yi Xian? No way." Tang Shuiyo was the first to object. "Absolutely not." Wang Yaodu echoed in agreement. Wang Yao smirked and said, "Though I, Wang Yaos, have a penchant for beauty, I can understand the meaning of loyalty, since my junior brother has joined the Tianqing sect. He is now one of us. If you wish to capture him, I, as a senior brother, shall never consent." "Indeed," Wang Yaodu added, clutching his chest and gritting his teeth, "though my junior brother has only recently joined. He is already a disciple of our Tianqing sect. Anyone who dares to harm him shall face my wrath." Ge Chongqing glanced at Yu Mengmeng, preparing to speak when, clang, Yu Mengmeng unsheathed her sword. Her voice cold as she declared, "Elder Ge, you need not inquire of me. Though I am but a woman, I understand the honor of our sect. If they seek to capture my junior brother, I, Yu Mengmeng, shall never agree." "What?" Witnessing this scene, Yun Shan's expression darkened, his visage resembling a stormy sky. Chongqing laughed heartily, saying, "Manager Yun, young Master Xikong, do you see this? My disciples have chosen not to surrender Yi Xian. As an elder of the Tianqing sect, I find it quite impossible to comply." Clang. With that, Ge Chongqing drew his sword, coldly stating, "I apologize, but today, the Tianqing sect shall not surrender Yi Xian." At this sight, Yun Shan was furious, trembling with rage. Just as he prepared to unleash a torrent of curses, Xikong Qing waved his hand, a mocking smile on his handsome face. Well, what a brazen Tianqing sect. A mere third-rate sect dares defy my wishes. Since you seek death, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Whoosh! With that, Xikong Qing pointed his right index finger, crimson light transforming into a shooting star aimed directly at Yu Mengmeng. "Not good." Ge Chongqing's expression shifted, and he quickly positioned himself before Yu Mengmeng, forming a barrier with his hands as surging spiritual power coalesced into a protective shield. Boom! Upon impact, the barrier shattered into countless fragments, slowly dispersing in the air. The tremendous force sent Ge Chongqing staggering back several steps, his right hand clutching his chest as he coughed up blood. "Elder Ge," Tang Shuiyo's face paled, worry etched across her features. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Ge Chongqing waved his hand and, after stabilizing his internal energy, spoke with a grave tone, as expected of a half-step martial sovereign. "A casual strike has left me struggling to defend." "Naturally," Yun Shan replied, brimming with pride. "Young Master Xikong's cultivation has entirely surpassed the Master Realm. He is but a step away from the martial sovereign realm. You, at the mere 7th layer of the Master Realm, dare to challenge him. How foolish." Xikong Qing remained indifferent, stating that previous strike was merely a lesson. "Next, I shall show you the dire consequences of offending the Xikong family." Buzz! As soon as the words left his lips, Xikong Qing raised his right hand once more, a crimson glow reappearing at his fingertip. This terrifying aura was tenfold stronger than the previous burst. Not good. Ge Chongqing's face turned pale with alarm. He understood that Xikong Qing was preparing to unleash a fatal strike. Should that light be released, they would be rendered incapacitated, if not dead. In a moment of urgency, Ge Chongqing shouted, "Shuiyo, take Yu Mengmeng and the others and retreat to the seclusion chamber. Inform the sect master to emerge. I will hold them off here." But Tang Shuiyo's expression shifted to "Go now." Ge Chongqing barked, "This Xikong Qing is a half-step martial sovereign. If we do not leave, we will perish here. Quickly inform the sect master." Bang! With that, Gu Chongqing thrust his palm, sending Tang Shuyo stumbling back a few steps, his frail body standing like a mountain, shielding Tang Shuyo and the others behind him. Run! His desperate shout resonated at the mountain gate. Tang Shuyo's eyes brimmed with tears. Despite her reluctance, she understood Gu Chongqing's intent. Right? Wiping away her tears, Tang Shuyo grasped Yu Mingming and the others, swiftly making for the seclusion chamber. However, before Tang Shuyo could take more than a few steps, Si Kongqing let out a cold snort and pointed a finger at her. Boom! Ah! The crimson beam pierced through Tang Shuyo's ankle like an arrow, causing her to scream in agony. As she fell to the ground, a gaping wound appeared where the light struck, crimson blood flowing forth amid excruciating pain. Humph! Si Kongqing sneered, thinking of fleeing. Did this young master grant you permission? Swish! With a flick of his right hand, several yellow talismans flew forth, landing with a thud, some on the ground, others against the walls, and still others upon the trees. Si Kongqing formed a hand sign. Buzz! In an instant, beams of spiritual light erupted from the talismans, intertwining and coalescing into a grand net of spiritual energy that encapsulated Tang Shuyo, Gu Chongqing, and even Si Kongqing himself. Did I ask this a spiritual array? Tang Shuyo's face shifted. Si Kongqing chuckled coldly. Indeed, this is the Si Kong family's tri-elemental isolation array. It can sever all external communication. Even a martial sovereign would find it difficult to perceive while ensnared within. What? Tang Shuyo's expression contorted in horror. Damn it. Wang Yao's immediately drew his sword, striking at the spiritual array. Yet the barrier held firm, impervious as a fortress, resisting all attempts to breach it. Save your effort. This tri-elemental isolation array is as solid as a fortress. Unless one is a half-step martial sovereign, it is impossible to damage it in the slightest. Si Kongqing grinned maliciously, looking at Tang Shuyo and the others, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Next, allow this young master to show you the terror of offending my Si Kong family. Si Kongqing sneered, lifting his foot and advancing toward Tang Shuyo and the others. At this sight, the disciples of the Tianqing sect turned pale, despair flooding their eyes. Meanwhile, within the alchemy chamber, Yi Xian remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding at the mountain gate. He sat cross-legged before the alchemical furnace, eyes closed, preparing to refine the Lioli fire cleansing pill. Chapter 51. The Ancient Yellow Spring Seal, the completion of the fire cleansing pill. Yi Xian, are you capable or not? Watching Yi Xian remain motionless before the alchemical furnace, Su Qingyan pouted, arms crossed. You've been dawdling for ages without even igniting a flame. If you can't refine pills, just say so. Don't waste everyone's time. Qingyan, Su Batian frowned, lightly tapping Su Qingyan on the forehead. Ouch, Su Qingyan grimaced. Just as she was about to retort, Yi Xian smiled faintly and said, Apologies, Miss Su, for keeping you waiting. Allow me to demonstrate how I refine pills. With that, Yi Xian suddenly extended his right hand, pointing at the furnace before him. Whoosh! Instantly, a ball of orange-red flame surged from the furnace's base, filling the room with searing heat that Yi Xian formed a complex hand seal. Pointing again at the furnace, weakened. As he did so, the flames at the bottom seemed to gain a life of their own, gradually diminishing in intensity. This is, seeing Yi Xian's hand seal, Su Wuji's expression changed. As if realization dawned upon him, his eyes filled with disbelief. The ancient Yellow Spring Seal. This is the legendary ancient Yellow Spring Seal? The ancient Yellow Spring Seal? Hearing the name, the others present paused, their faces revealing expressions of confusion. Master Su, what is the ancient Yellow Spring Seal? Su Batian inquired curiously. Su Wujie took a deep breath and explained, the ancient Yellow Spring Seal is an exceptionally profound fire-controlling technique. It not only allows for precise manipulation of flames, but also enhances the quality of the medicinal pill to perfection. It is said that only certain esteemed alchemical families possess the qualifications to cultivate such techniques. Even I, an old man, have only encountered mere fragments of knowledge regarding it in a prominent alchemical clan in Qingzhou, yet the technique employed by M.R.Ye at this moment bears an uncanny resemblance to the ancient Huangquan seal I have seen before. What? Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. The fire control technique, reserved for the alchemical families, How could Yi Xian possibly wield it? Could it be that he hails from an influential alchemical lineage? In an instant, the hearts of the crowd surged like a tempest, unable to find tranquility. That no, it cannot be. Su Qingyan chuckled dryly, her eyes filled with disbelief. How could he possibly be from an alchemical family? If he truly held such a noble status, why would he come to participate in the 8th sex assessment of Langyi County? Grandpa Su, you must have made a mistake. Perhaps, Su Wujing sighed in resignation. To be honest, he too found it hard to believe that Yi Xian was acquainted with the Huangquan seal. After all, Yi Xian was still so young. If he truly possessed such legendary fire control skills, it would be a great blow to him. Just as the crowd remained in a state of uncertainty, clap. Yi Xian clapped his storage pouch, and instantly, 7 or 8 precious spiritual herbs materialized before him. With a swift motion, Yi Xian seized one and tossed it into the cauldron. Xianyi grass, wow! As the spiritual herb entered the cauldron, Yi Xian immediately spun his hand seal, causing the flames at the bottom of the cauldron to blaze vigorously. The searing heat relentlessly roasting the Xianyi grass. Under the scorching waves, the Xianyi grass melted almost instantaneously, transforming into a viscous liquid that very moment, as the Xianyi grass was dissolved. Yi Xian once again grabbed handfuls of spiritual herbs. Ice mountain, snow, lotus, sunflower, rootless wood, mandrake, wow! One after another, the spiritual herbs were cast into the cauldron by Yi Xian, and under the surging heat, they were swiftly dissolved, coalescing into vibrant, colorful, viscous liquids that a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, filling the room, a delight to the senses. Such astonishing speed in refining. Witnessing this scene, Su Wujing's eyes widened in astonishment. Su Qingyan curiously asked, Grandpa Su, is he refining at an impressive speed? Of course, Su Wujing chuckled bitterly, saying, not just fast, it's simply divine speed. Miss Su, do you know how long it typically takes for a regular alchemist to refine a single herb? Su Qingyan shook her head at Su Wujing. At least half an hour. What upon hearing this, Su Qingyan was instantly shocked. Does it really take that long? She had never imagined that refining a single herb would require such an extensive duration. Watching Yi Xian toss in one herb after another, she had assumed it would be a swift process. What did you think? Su Wujing sighed, saying, the herbs required for alchemy are all immensely precious. The fire control demanded of an alchemist is extraordinarily stringent. If the flames are too high, the medicinal properties will evaporate. If too low, the essence cannot be extracted. Only through perfect refinement can a pill be formed. Thus, each herb necessitates at least half an hour for proper refinement. Yet, Mr. Yi managed to refine 7 or 8 herbs in a mere 10 minutes. Such speed is virtually unheard of. Even more astonishing is that while his refining speed is remarkable, the potency extracted is precisely perfect. Not an ounce too much, not an ounce too little. It is nothing short of perfection. Su Wujing's gaze remained fixed on Yi Xian, his tone imbued with excitement. What? Is it truly that impressive? Su Qingyan exclaimed in disbelief. Does that mean Yi Xian's fire control technique surpasses even yours, Grandpa Su? Su Wujing shook his head, a look of shame on his face. It is not merely stronger. It is on an entirely different level. His fire control technique, even if I were to practice for another 200 years, I might not attain it. Moreover, his demeanor while controlling the flames is so calm and composed. It indicates that his alchemical skills are far beyond what I can compare. He could very well be a 4th grade or even a 5th grade alchemist. Hiss, upon hearing this, not only Su Qingyan, but even Su Batian and Su Qing gasped in astonishment. A 5th grade alchemist? That is a rare gem that has never been seen in all of Langyi County. Such a formidable figure could only emerge from places like Qingzhou or the imperial capital. They could hardly fathom that Yi Xian, a young man in his 20s, could be a 5th grade alchemist. This is truly terrifying. Could it be that what he said was indeed true? He really knows how to refine pills. Su Qingyan bit her red lip, gazing at the meticulous youth seated by the cauldron. A complex array of emotions surged within her. She recalled how she had previously mocked Yi Xian, claiming he could not refine pills, and merely boasted. Yet, it now appeared that he not only knew how to refine pills, but might even be a 5th grade alchemist. A wave of guilt washed over Su Qingyan. Could it be that I have truly misjudged him? Su Qingyan clenched her fists. Perhaps it was Yi Xian's extraordinary talent that drew her in. She suddenly perceived that the young man seated before the cauldron exuded an unusual allure. especially his face, which had once seemed detestable, now appeared somewhat handsome under the glow of the flames. This fellow, when serious, has a certain charm, doesn't he? Su Qingyan murmured. However, her mind quickly recalled the moment Yi Xian had playfully slapped her backside, and she shook her head vigorously, forcefully suppressing such thoughts. Ugh! Su Qingyan, what nonsense are you thinking? This fellow is merely a lecherous rogue who slaps people's backsides. What is so charming about that? What is so impressive about fire control? Alchemy requires more than just controlling flames. If you can actually produce a pill, then I shall respect you. Su Qingyan huffed, silently declaring, just as she was lost in thought. Bang! Yi Xian suddenly raised his hand and struck the cauldron with force that in an instant. The lid flew off, and an overwhelming fragrance wafted from within the cauldron. The aroma was so rich that it penetrated the alchemy room, easily detectable within a radius of several hundred meters. Wow! The next moment, dazzling radiance burst forth from the cauldron. Upon witnessing this brilliance, Su Wujing's eyes widened, a spark of excitement flashing within them. The Lioli Fire Refining Pill. It has done. Chapter 52. Another pill gifted, Su Qingyan's delight. The Lioli Fire Refining Pill is completed. The sound of exhilaration resonated throughout the alchemy room. The beams of light shooting from the cauldron transformed dramatically in midair. A tempting fragrance continuously emanating from the radiant glow. In this moment, everyone could not help but close their eyes, immersing themselves in the intoxicating aroma. What a rich pill fragrance! This aroma is surely no less than that of a 4th-grade pill. It might even reach the 5th-grade level. Su Wujing opened his eyes, his gaze fixated on the radiant light emanating from the cauldron, and perhaps due to his excitement, his body trembled uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Yi Xian raised his right hand and grasped the air. Wow! In the next moment, the beams of light seemed to come alive, converging towards Yi Xian's right hand, gathering into his palm. When Yi Xian opened his hand, the beams of light transformed into a smooth, round pill. The pill was blood-red, resembling a blood gemstone, reflecting a crimson glow, and was currently emitting steam, releasing an enticing fragrance that on this pill, for wavy patterns were distinctly visible. It's done. A 4th-grade pill, it's done. Witnessing this scene, Su Wujing was so overwhelmed with excitement that he became flustered, hurriedly moving closer to Yi Xian to closely examine the pill in his hand that Su Badian cautiously inquired, Mr. Yi, is this the Lioli Fire Refining Pill? Yi Xian remained silent, casually tossing the pill to Su Wujing. Whether it was or not, Master Su would know at a glance. Indeed, Su Wujing caught the pill and immediately began to inspect it with great care. The surrounding Su Qingyan and the others held their breath, motionless, their eyes fixed on Su Wujing. After scrutinizing the pill for a while, Su Wujing's expression grew, increasingly exhilarated, unable to contain his excitement as he shouted. That's right. It's the Lioli Fire Refining Pill. Look, this pill is blood-red, resembling a ruby, and matches the descriptions recorded in the books perfectly. Moreover, it bears the same 4 patterns as the Lioli Fire Refining Pill. It is indeed a genuine 4th-grade pill. Su Wujing was filled with exhilaration, showcasing the pill in his hand to everyone as if it were a treasure of unparalleled worth. Grandpa Su, are you certain you Haven Tea made a mistake? Su Qingyan asked, unable to suppress her skepticism. Su Wujing shook his head resolutely, declaring, Impossible. I have immersed myself in the world of alchemy for over a century, having seen countless pills, no fewer than 8,000. While I may not be able to concoct the Lioli Fire Refining Pill, I could never mistake it. Moreover, since Master Yi is capable of refining 4th-grade elixirs, it is evident that he is undoubtedly an alchemist of at least 4th rank. Do you think such a remarkable individual would stoop to deceive us with counterfeit elixirs? Su Qin exclaimed with excitement. So, my junior apprentice really managed to concoct a 4th-grade elixir. The fire poison afflicting the Princess of Langia has been cured. Indeed, it has. It has, Su Wujia laughed heartily. Just moments ago, he was troubled by the fire poison affecting the Princess of Langia, and who would have thought that in the blink of an eye? Yi Xian would concoct the Lioli Fire Purifying Elixir. This time, the fire poison plaguing the Princess of Langia could finally be eradicated. Observing Su Wujia's exuberance, Su Qingyan felt a whirlwind of emotions. She had just been contemplating that controlling fire was no great feat. Yet unexpectedly, in the next moment, Yi Xian's elixir was successfully refined. At that moment, Su Qingyan felt as though a multitude of invisible slaps were landing on her face. Leaving her cheeks burning, Su Wujie clasped his fists and cautiously inquired, "Master Yi, may I request to acquire this Lioli fire-purifying elixir? Name your price, and our Baichao Hall will gladly pay." Unbeknownst to him, Su Wujie's address to Yi Xian had already transitioned from M.Y.E to Master Y.E. Yi Xian waved his hand and replied, "No need for that I have already received numerous gifts from you today. This Lioli fire-purifying elixir is a promise I made to you, and thus it shall be given freely." "What? Free of charge?" Upon hearing this, Su Wujie's body trembled, and tears streamed down his wrinkled face. Good heavens! This is the legendary 4th-grade elixir, the Lioli fire-purifying elixir. An elixir of such caliber, if sold on the market, could even purchase a medium-sized family. Yi Xian actually gave it to them at Baichao Hall for free? With a thud, Su Wujie bent his knee and knelt before Yi Xian, overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master Yi. This favor today will be etched in the annals of Baichao Hall from now on, if Master Yi ever requires assistance. Baichao Hall is willing to go through fire and water for you." Bang bang. After speaking, Su Wujie bowed twice in reverence, his gratitude overflowing. Witnessing this scene, Su Qingyan was utterly dumbfounded. The image of Su's grandfather in her mind had always been that of a lofty and stern figure. Now, for the sake of an elixir, he had knelt before Yi Xian. "Su girl." Just as Su Qingyan was lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out. She turned to see Yi Xian smiling at her. "What do you want?" Seeing Yi Xian smile, Su Qingyan felt a jolt of alarm, instinctively retreating a few steps while covering her backside. What does this guy intend to do? He wouldn't possibly want me to be his personal maid, would he? Su Qingyan suddenly recalled her earlier remark about becoming his personal maid if he succeeded in refining the Lioli fire-purifying elixir. Now that the elixir was ready, he wouldn't be expecting her to fulfill that promise. Would he? Oh no! In an instant, Su Qingyan felt as though her heart was crashing against a wall, regretting her impulsive words to Yi Xian. "What are you planning? I warn you, don't get any funny ideas. So what if you have refined the Lioli fire-purifying elixir? I will never submit to you." Su Qingyan gritted her teeth, casting a terrified glance at Yi Xian, repeatedly warning him. However, Yi Xian paid her no heed, continuing to approach her with a cheerful smile. When they were merely half a meter apart, he suddenly extended a hand. Ta-da! This action startled Su Qingyan, who promptly darted behind Su Batian, tears brimming in her eyes. Pleading, "Grandpa, save me." Looking at Su Qingyan's panicked demeanor, Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, but he soon comprehended her thoughts, shaking his head with a wry smile. "Su girl, why are you so anxious? I won't harm you. I merely wish to give you something. Look." Yi Xian opened his palm, revealing a smooth and round elixir resting in his hand. This is, upon seeing the elixir, Su Batian's expression shifted, astonished as he exclaimed, "Master Yi, is this the elixir you gifted me earlier today?" "Indeed." Yi Xian nodded. "That I have received quite a number of gifts from you at Mingjian Villa today that I intended to reciprocate, but since you have just broken through and your cultivation is still unstable, I shall give this elixir to Su girl instead. With this elixir, Su girl should be able to break through to the 9th level of the Master Realm." Su Qingyan was momentarily stunned, pointing at the elixir in disbelief. This is for me." Yi Xian nodded. Su Qingyan still found it hard to believe. You are truly giving me this elixir just for that and not for anything else?" "Anything else?" Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "What else could you be referring to? You surely aren't suggesting the personal maid, are you?" "Aha! Rest assured, I have no interest in what you referred to as a personal maid." As Yi Xian exposed her thoughts, Su Qingyan's face turned crimson, and she hurriedly retorted, "What personal maid? I never said anything about being a personal maid. Don't slander me." All right, then do you want this elixir or not? If you don't, I'll just toss it." Yi Xian pouted, preparing to discard the elixir. Hey, I want it." "Who said I don't want it?" Witnessing this scene, Su Qingyan immediately panicked, swiftly reaching out to snatch the elixir. She then cradled the elixir carefully, as if it were a precious treasure, her face alight with joy. This was indeed the elixir that could elevate her to the 9th level of the Master Realm. Only a fool would refuse it. Chapter 53. Sex unrest, Yi Xian's fury. Upon witnessing Yi Xian gift Su Qingyan the elixir, Su Batian swiftly tapped Su Qingyan's head, urging, "You little brat, Master Yi has bestowed you an elixir. So you should promptly express your gratitude." Su Qingyan pouted, preparing to decline, but as she gazed at the elixir in her hand and recalled her previous misjudgment of him, she suddenly felt that perhaps this fellow was not as intolerable as she had thought. "Thank you, Master Yi," she mumbled, her face flushed at "Oh." Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering in his eyes as he playfully remarked, "I never expected Su Girl would actually say thank you. Truly, the sun must be rising in the west today." "No need for thanks, Su Girl, what did you just say?" Seeing Yi Xian's teasing gaze, Su Qingyan's cheeks burned with embarrassment, stomping her foot in frustration. What did he mean by saying she would say thank you? Was she really such an unreasonable person? "Umph, Yi Xian, you scoundrel." Had she known, she wouldn't have bothered to thank him. Su Qingyan gritted her teeth in anger, mentally berating Yi Xian 1,000 times over. However, she could only keep such thoughts to herself. After all, she was well aware that if a confrontation were to arise, it would likely be herself who would suffer. Thus, she could only forcefully swallow her anger. Glaring fiercely at Yi Xian, hoping her glare could pierce through him. Seeing this, Su Batian couldn't help but smile wryly. This girl had finally met her match. It was the first time he had witnessed his fearless little granddaughter being at a disadvantage. In the past, she had always been the one to put others in their place. Today truly felt like the sun was rising in the west, just as Su Batian was lost in thought. A series of sounds akin to breaking glass resonated through the alchemy room. "Huh." Su Qing's expression changed, hastily pulling out a jade tablet from his robe, that on the tablet, a name was inscribed, Yu Mingming. However, at this moment, the jade tablet was covered in cracks, emitting a continuous sound of breaking. What on earth is happening? Su Qing's countenance turned grim. "Senior brother, what is it?" Yi Xian inquired with curiosity, that Su Qing's face darkened. "This is the life token of a disciple of the Tianxing sect. When the sect leader is absent, it is entrusted to my care that if the token develops cracks, it signifies that the disciple of the Tianxing sect is in mortal danger." "What?" Yi Xian's expression shifted dramatically. Just then, another series of cracking noises echoed, and Su Qing's expression soured as he quickly pulled out several more life tokens. Much like Yu Mingming's token, these too were riddled with cracks, incessantly producing the sound of shattering. "Wang Yao, Duan Yao, Tang Shuio. Why is Elder Ji's token also breaking?" Su Qing gasped, his hands trembling as he clutched the tokens. Once a life token shatters, it signifies that its owner is in grave peril. At this moment, these tokens were fracturing at an alarming rate, with some on the verge of collapse. This meant that the lives of Tang Shuio and the others were hanging by a thread. "This is bad. It's senior sister. They are in danger." Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Xian's expression darkened instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed swiftly toward the alchemy chamber. Su Batian and Su Wujia exchanged glances and hurriedly followed suit. After all, Yi Xian had rendered great kindness to the Mingjian Mountain Manor and the Baikatang. Now that trouble had befallen his sect, they could not stand idly by. Meanwhile, at the Tianxing sect, in front of the mountain gate, within the threefold isolation array, a resounding crash echoed, accompanied by a piercing scream. Ge Chongqing's figure flew backward like a kite with a broken string, rolling several times on the ground before crashing heavily against a rock. "Wow!" He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion ashen, beads of cold sweat dripping from his forehead, and his aura weakened to the utmost. "Elder!" Tang Shuiro and the others exclaimed in unison, rushing to support Ge Chongqing. Their eyes filled with fury as they glared at Si Kongqing. Si Kongqing laughed maniacally, disdain evident in his gaze as he said, "Is this the strength of the elders of Tianxing sect? Pathetic like ants, utterly insignificant. I advise you to surrender quickly, or I shall make you wish for death." "Ha! In your dreams!" Tang Shuiro shouted fiercely, her delicate form suddenly darting forward like a wraith, brandishing the Qingwan sword and fiercely thrusting it towards Si Kongqing. Seeing this, Yu Mingming and the others also sprang into action. Draw swords and kill. Sweep through the ranks. Chase the stars and seize the moon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, sharp sword energy erupted from all directions, akin to a tempest, brimming with boundless killing intent as it slashed towards Si Kongqing. "Humph!" Overestimating yourselves, Sikong Qing snorted coldly, a look of contempt flashing in his eyes, with a subtle change of footwork. He effortlessly evaded the incoming sword strikes from behind, but he then raised his right hand and struck down fiercely, bang. Ah! Yu Mingming and the Wang brothers let out agonized screams as their bodies flew backward like cannonballs, crashing violently against the rock wall. That single blow had broken several of their ribs. Mingming, Tang Shuoro cried out, her gaze toward Sikong Qing filled with murderous intent as she wielded her long sword, resembling a silver moon slicing through the night sky, and fiercely stabbed towards Sikong Qing's chest. Yet just as her sword was about to strike, Sikong Qing raised his right hand, pinching it lightly between his thumb and index finger. Ding, he had actually managed to catch Tang Shuoro's thrust. What? Tang Shuoro's expression changed, and she exerted all her strength with her right hand. But to her horror, she discovered that no matter how hard she tried, her sword could not advance even an inch. Sikong Qing's fingers seemed to possess an unfathomable might, firmly restraining her attack. Ha ha ha! Sikong Qing laughed, saying, Miss Tang, I advise you not to waste your energy. I am a half-step martial sovereign. And with your strength, not only can you not slay me, but you cannot even harm a single finger of mine. Bang, with a wave of his sleeve, Tang Shuoro was sent flying backward as she hit the ground. Sikong Qing swiftly lunged forward, stomping on her injured ankle, causing excruciating pain to shoot through her, making her break out in a cold sweat and gasp for breath. Miss Tang, why must you go to such lengths? You are so exquisitely beautiful. Why sacrifice your life for someone like Yi Xian? If you hand him over and agree to be my consort, I might consider sparing you. Rest assured, I know how to cherish and protect such beauty as you. You would live quite comfortably by my side, Sikong Qing leered, his gaze toward Tang Shuoro filled with lewd desire. However, in response to his words, Tang Shuoro's face twisted in disgust as she spat. Pa, in your dreams, even in death, Tang Shuoro, would never look at a beast like you, what? Sikong Qing's expression darkened, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. You seek death, since you are so oblivious to your own fate. I shall grant your wish. I will send you on your way. Do not worry. Once I kill you, I will personally find Yi Xian and scatter his bones to the winds. You shall not be lonely on your journey to the underworld. Ha! Sikong Qing laughed maniacally as he finished speaking. He raised his right hand and pointed delicately at Tang Shuoro. Buzz, a crimson glow enveloped his index finger, radiating an intense killing intent. Ready to strike. It's over. Tang Shuoro closed her eyes in despair, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. But just as Sikong Qing aimed at Tang Shuoro, preparing to unleash his deadly light, a thunderous explosion erupted from outside the isolation array. Yi Xian, wielding a long sword, stood outside the threefold isolation array, his crimson eyes filled with an overwhelming killing intent, as if he could devour a person whole. Sikong Qing, if you dare to lay a finger on my senior sister, I will ensure you meet a death so gruesome that not even your bones will remain. Chapter 54. Thunderous Strike, Slaying Yunshan, Sikong Qing. If you dare to harm my senior sister, I will ensure you meet a death so gruesome that not even your bones will remain. Yi Xian's furious voice reverberated before the mountain gate, akin to a thunderous bell, shaking the entire threefold isolation array. Junior brother. Upon seeing Yi Xian's sudden appearance, Tang Shuoro's expression changed, and she instinctively exclaimed, Junior brother, you must flee. This fellow is incredibly strong. You're no match for him. Oh. Hearing Tang Shuoro's words, Sikong Qing raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at Yi Xian. So you are Yi Xian? Good lad, I have been searching for you for quite some time. Yi Xian ignored Sikong Qing's taunts and instead turned his attention to Tang Shuoro on the ground, as well as Gu Chongqing and the others around him. Upon witnessing the bloodied and pitiful state of the Tianqing sect's elders and disciples, a flicker of killing intent surged in his eyes. Sikong Qing, you dare to lay hands on my Tianqing sect members. You are courting death. Yi Xian gritted his teeth, the Tianhua Qilin sword in his hand, trembling, resonating with his seething rage. This is the Tianhua Qilin sword. Yunshan's expression shifted dramatically as he looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. Kid, that is the top-ranked Earth-grade divine sword from Mingjian Mountain Manor. Where did you acquire it? What? An Earth-grade divine sword. Upon hearing Yunshan's words, Sikong Qing's face also revealed a look of exhilaration. An Earth-grade divine sword is a legendary weapon. Who would have thought this kid concealed such a treasure? If he could obtain it, his strength would surely ascend to another level. Ha ha! Sikong Qing laughed heartily, his face brimming with excitement. Good lad. I never expected you to possess an Earth-grade divine sword. Here's the deal. If you hand over the divine sword, I will spare your life. And not only that, I can also let your Tianqing sect's elders and disciples go free. How about it? Sikong Qing sneered, extending his hand, his tone condescending, as if he were not negotiating but rather informing Yi Xian. Did you hear that, little beast? Hurry up and hand over the Tianhua Qilin sword. Yunshan cackled wickedly, striding toward Yi Xian, preparing to seize the Tianhua Qilin sword directly. However, just as Yunshan reached out his hand, whoosh, a fiery red sword light suddenly shot forth, ruthlessly slicing toward Yunshan's arm, accompanied by a spray of blood. Yunshan's entire arm was severed, blood gushing from his shoulder. Ah! Yunshan clutched his shoulder, letting out a heart-wrenching scream, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Yi Xian. You audacious little beast. You dared to sever this old man's arm. You have some nerve, ah! Yunshan, seemingly driven mad, charged toward Yi Xian. Yet before he could near him, whoosh, the fiery red long sword pierced through the air like a blazing sun, piercing directly into Yunshan's throat. Yunshan clutched his neck, his eyes wide, attempting to scream, but only garbled sounds escaped his lips, the light of life rapidly fading from his gaze. Old fool, you talk too much. With a thrust, Yi Xian withdrew the long sword to Yunshan's body, crumpled to the ground like a rag doll, his aura extinguished, dead beyond measure. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, all present gasped in shock. It must be noted that Yunshan was a formidable master at the 5th level. Yet Yi Xian, merely a junior at the 4th level, had slain him with a single sword strike. This was truly defying the heavens. Impressive. My junior brother is incredibly strong, Yu Mingming exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. On the other side, after dispatching Yunshan, Yi Xian shook his right hand, flicking off the blood from his sword, and pointed the blade directly at Sikong Qing. You filthy wretch, now it is your turn. What? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Sikong Qing was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Kid, do you think that by killing Yunshan, you can strut around? Let me tell you, I am a half-step martial sovereign. Even if you killed Yunshan, slaying you would be as simple as killing a chicken. Boom! As soon as the words fell, Sikong Qing's body trembled, and a terrifying aura surged forth from within him, unmistakably revealing the dreadful strength of a half-step martial sovereign. However, just as Sikong Qing brimmed with confidence, a voice, aged and resonant, echoed through the night. Is that so? Is a half-step martial sovereign truly formidable? What if I were to join in? Before Sikong Qing could fully comprehend, Su Batian emerged slowly from the distance, hands clasped behind his back, accompanied by Su Qingyan and Su Qin, that's Su Zhuangzhu. Upon seeing Su Batian, Sikong Qing's expression changed abruptly, disbelief evident in his gaze. How could the master of the Mingjian villa be here? Before Sikong Qing could react further, another aged voice rang out. If Su Zhuangzhu is not enough, what about me? At that moment, Su Wujing also appeared from the shadows, his hands similarly clasped behind him. His weathered face as grim as water, his icy gaze fixed on Sikong Qing. Master Su? The sight of Su Wujing startled Sikong Qing once more. As the scion of the Sikong family of Lengia, he was keenly aware of Su Wujing's esteemed status as a third-tier alchemist in Baikatang. Even his own father would have to show deference. Sikong Qing could not have fathomed that a mere disciple of the Tianqing sect would attract not only Su Batian of Mingjian Villa, but also Su Wujing of Baikatang. What was happening? Shuero, elder. While Sikong Qing was momentarily dazed, Su Qin stepped forward, hastily assisting Tang Shuero and Ge Chongqing, among others, that he then retrieved healing elixirs from his storage bag, administering them to each of them in turn. How are you all? Are you all right? Su Qin inquired with concern. We're fine. Thank you, senior brother, Tang Shuero replied, shaking her head. Under the elixir's effects, her injuries began to heal gradually, and the excruciating pain she had felt was significantly alleviated. Beside her, Ge Chongqing, Yu Mingming, and the 3 brothers from the Wang family also looked considerably better, their strength returning under the elixir's influence. Damn it, I'm finally back to life? I almost thought I was going to die here today, Wang Yaos remarked, moving his body with a hint of residual fear. Observing this scene, Sikong Qing furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes, yet he had no time to dwell on these individuals. Instead, he stepped forward and clasped his fists towards Su Batian and Su Wujing, respectfully stating, Su Zhuangzhu. Master Su, what brings you here? What brings us here? Su Batian snorted coldly, his tone ominous. Sikong Qing, you have quite the audacity. Not only did you trespass in a Master Ye's sect in the dead of night, but you also dared to lay hands on Master Ye's disciples. Who gave you the gall to so brazenly offend Master Yi? What? Master Yi. Sikong Qing was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixated on Yi Xian in astonishment. Chapter 55, Confrontation with Sikong Qing, an imminent clash, Master Yi. Upon hearing Su Batian refer to Yi Xian as Master Yi, Sikong Qing was utterly stunned, even questioning whether his ears had deceived him that Su Batian was the master of Mingjian Villa, while Yi Xian was merely a disciple of an insignificant sect. Surely, even with some talent, he did not merit being called master by Su Batian. As Sikong Qing remained dazed, Su Wujing coldly interjected, Master Yi is a benefactor of Bai Keitang and a fourth-tier alchemist. To offend him is to offend Bai Keitang. Sikong Qing, you have some nerve. Who gave you the courage to insult Master Ye's disciples? What? A fourth-tier alchemist? Upon hearing Su Wujing's words, Sikong Qing was once again left speechless that if Su Batian calling Yi Xian Master Yi had stirred a tempest within him. Su Wujing's revelation of Yi Xian being a fourth-tier alchemist sent shockwaves through his mind. As the scion of the Sikong family of Langia, Sikong Qing was acutely aware of the immense value of an alchemist's rank. Even a lowly first-tier alchemist held an exalted position in Langia County, let alone a fourth-tier alchemist, an individual coveted by all factions. How could this be? He is actually a fourth-tier alchemist. Sikong Qing's voice quivered, his speech stammering as he struggled to grasp the reality before him. Yet, regardless of whether Sikong Qing believed it, the simultaneous appearance of Su Batian and Su Wujing to defend Yi Xian rendered Sikong Qing hesitant to confront Yi Xian any further. Taking a deep breath, he clasped his fists and said, I apologize, Su Zhuangzhu. Master Su, I was unaware that Yi Xian was under your protection. Since the two of you have spoken, I shall take my leave. With that, Sikong Qing cast a reluctant glance at Yi Xian. Despite not obtaining the Kunlun sword and the Tianhua Qilin sword, he felt a tinge of regret. However, he had already resolved that when Su Batian and Su Wujing were not present, he would personally eliminate Yi Xian. By then, even Su Batian and Su Wujing would find it difficult to intervene. With that thought, Sikong Qing coldly smiled and turned to depart. Upon witnessing Sikong Qing's intention to leave, Tang Xuero and the others could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, that guy is leaving. Although the process had been tumultuous, managing to repel a member of the Sikong family of Langia was no small feat. However, just as Sikong Qing was about to exit, Yi Xian suddenly stepped forward to block his path, speaking in a solemn tone. Wait, Sikong Qing, did I permit you to leave? Sikong Qing raised an eyebrow, suppressing his anger as he replied, Yi Xian, do you have something to say? Yi Xian's expression remained impassive as he coldly stated, I told you, today you shall die without a complete corpse. Who allowed you to leave? Clang! With that, Yi Xian drew the Tianhua Qilin sword from his waist. Its sharp blade aimed directly at Sikong Qing's head, a chilling, killing intent permeating the air. You. Sikong Qing's complexion changed, fury coalescing in his gaze as he retorted. Yi Xian, what do you mean? I have already stated that I bear you no grudge. You cannot truly believe that with Su Zhuangzhu and Master Su's protection, you can act without restraint, can you? Protection? Yi Xian scoffed, I apologize, but I, Yi Xian, have never needed anyone's protection in my life. Since you keep insisting that I rely on Su Batian and Su Wujing for shelter, do you dare to fight me to the death? Rest assured, should I fall, it will be due to my own inadequacy. Su Batian and Su Wujing will not trouble you, moreover. Did you not wish to obtain the Kunlun sword and the Tianhua Qilin sword? If you can defeat me, you may take both swords with you. What do you say? What? Hearing this, Sikong Qing's expression changed, a glimmer of excitement appearing in his eyes that he had not anticipated that Yi Xian would be so reckless. Not only challenging him to a one-on-one duel, but also offering the possibility of claiming the Kunlun sword and the Tianhuaqilan sword should he emerge victorious. Even Su Batian and Su Wujing would not pursue him for it. This was an incredible opportunity. Junior apprentice brother. Tang Shiro's face paled, rushing forward to grasp Yi Xian's arm, urgently imploring, Junior apprentice brother, do not act impulsively. Indeed, Yi Xian, I cannot agree to this. Guchangqing also fervently objected. Xikongqing is a master at the half-step martial sovereign realm, while you are merely at the 4th level of the master realm. I absolutely cannot permit you to engage in battle with him. Yes, Junior apprentice brother, please do not act rashly. Su Qin quickly urged that it should be noted that Yi Xian was presently the most gifted disciple of their Tianqing sect, possessing remarkable potential as well as being a 4th-tier alchemist. Yi Xian carried not only his own life, but also the hopes of the entire Tianqing sect's rise. If anything were to happen to him, none of them present could bear the consequences. However, despite the pleas of those around him, Yi Xian waved his hand, stating, elders, senior brothers and sisters, there is no need for further discussion. My mind is made up. I have stated that if he dares to harm you, he will undoubtedly die today. I have vowed, and I shall uphold my word. But Tang Shiuro still wore a worried expression that why Yi Xian smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, senior sister. Are you not aware of my strength? Since I dare to challenge him, I certainly have my confidence. This, Tang Shiuro remained apprehensive to that moment. Su Qingyan stepped forward, offering reassurance. Do not fret, Miss Tang. Although Yi Xian can be infuriating, he is reliable, since he dares to speak such words. He undoubtedly has his own trump card. Just trust him. Very well. Hearing this, Tang Shiuro sighed. The others, including Guchangqing, could only shake their heads in resignation, choosing to place their faith in Yi Xian. Nonetheless, they instinctively reached for their swords, their gazes fixed intently on Xikongqing. Should Xikongqing make any move to threaten Yi Xian's life, they would not hesitate to act, even at the cost of their own lives, to protect him. Seeing Yi Xian's unwavering confidence, Xikongqing laughed heartily. Kid, are you certain you wish to duel with me? Do not say I did not warn you. My cultivation far surpasses yours by several realms. If you regret it now, it is not too late. Otherwise, buzz. On the right index finger of Xikongqing, a spot of crimson light coalesced, emanating an aura of extreme terror and murderous intent. Once I make my move, you shall have no opportunity to beg for mercy. Yi Xian remarked with a faint, cold smile. Fear not, for the one pleading for mercy may not be me. What did you say upon hearing this? Xikongqing's expression darkened, and fury surged within him. Sharp-tongued. Since you seek confrontation, I shall oblige. I am eager to see if you can maintain your arrogance after this. With a swift motion, Xikongqing leaped forward, charging fiercely at Yi Xian. Chapter 56. The Demon Blade, Ghostly Wail, Devouring Life. Xikongqing's figure surged forth like a wild wolf, striking with unparalleled speed towards Yi Xian. Simultaneously, he concentrated crimson light in his right hand and pointed fiercely at Yi Xian. Lingxi finger. In an instant, the crimson light transformed into a straight line of red, imbued with an aura of boundless destruction, hurtling violently towards Yi Xian's chest. Not good. Guchangqing's expression changed dramatically, and he cried out in alarm. The Lingxi finger is a secret technique of the Xikong family, possessing astonishing power capable of piercing even the toughest steel. I suffered greatly against this move earlier. Yi Xian, you must evade, Guchangqing shouted urgently. Yet, faced with the oncoming red beam, Yi Xian stood unflinching, his footwork ghostly and ethereal, allowing him to effortlessly evade the direct assault. Oh! Seeing Yi Xian dodge the attack, Xikongqing raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. However, it was fleeting, replaced by a renewed cold smile. You managed to evade my Lingxi finger? Impressive, but let us see how you escape from my next move. Whoosh, with that, Xikongqing raised his right hand, unleashing a torrent of red beams like a tempest, each one hurtling towards Yi Xian. Swish, swish, swish. The air filled with countless crimson beams, numbering in the thousands, resembling a rain of blood from the heavens. The terrifying killing intent causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Bang, bang, bang. With each beam striking the ground, it created a massive crater, easily penetrating even the hardest granite point. One could only imagine the horrific scene if these beams struck a human. Ha ha, Yi Xian, are you not quite adept at evasion? Come, witness how you will escape from my next attack. Sikong Qing laughed maniacally, his eyes brimming with arrogance and murderous intent, his hands moving faster than ever. Swish, swish, swish. The multitude of beams surged forth like a torrential downpour, aiming directly for Yi Xian's vital points. However, just as Sikong Qing believed Yi Xian had nowhere to run and was doomed, Yi Xian remained calm and unfazed. His footwork ghostly as he continued to weave and dodge. Every time a beam threatened to strike, Yi Xian would anticipate a second in advance, effortlessly evading the onslaught. Bang, bang, bang. The beams whizzed past Yi Xian, crashing into the ground and erupting with thunderous roars. All the beams had missed their target. How is this possible? Sikong Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. His beams were faster than sound, if Yi Xian had dodged the first beam by chance. This scene was utterly shocking. Yi Xian had completely evaded his assaults. Impossible! This cannot be. Sikong Qing roared in anger, raising his right hand to launch another attack. Yet just as his hand lifted, whoosh, Yi Xian's figure suddenly appeared before him like a specter. And without warning, he unleashed a powerful punch. What? Sikong Qing was taken aback that he had never anticipated Yi Xian's speed to be so astonishing, leaving him with no time to react as Yi Xian closed the distance. He could only watch as Yi Xian's fist drew closer. Bang! With a single punch, Sikong Qing let out a pained scream. Stumbling back several steps, blood pouring from his mouth and nose, his nasal bones shattered, and several teeth knocked out. Sikong Qing raised his hand to wipe his mouth, and upon seeing his bloodied palm, his expression darkened, fury boiling over as he shouted, "Scoundrel! Yi Xian, how dare you make me bleed? I will slaughter you!" Clang! As soon as his words fell, Sikong Qing flipped his right hand, and a sharp, long knife appeared in his grasp, shrouded in swirling black light, exuding an aura of terror. This is Su Baishan's expression changed. The demon blade? Ghostly wail. Demon blade? Su Qinyan asked, puzzled. Grandfather, what is a demon blade? Su Batian replied solemnly. The demon blade is an exceptionally malevolent weapon, said to be forged from vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts. It contains a powerful curse, capable of devouring a warrior's cultivation. What? It can devour cultivation. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. This was the first time they had heard of a weapon that could consume one's cultivation. Truly, the demon blade is wicked, Sikong Qing sneered. That is not all. The curse within my demon blade can even devour a warrior's life. Once touched by its edge, within 3 minutes, one will be reduced to a desiccated corpse. But fear not, my swordsmanship is swift. Before you can endure this hellish torment, I will have already ended your life. Sikong Qing's smile was chilling. With that, he charged forth, the demon blade radiating ominous black light as he swung it violently towards Yi Xian. The demon blade thirsts for blood. Swish! The sharp blade shimmered with a murderous intent, akin to the scythe of death, poised to harvest Yi Xian's life in the next moment. However, just as the blade was about to strike Yi Xian, he did not evade. Instead, he raised his hand and reached directly for the incoming demon blade. Bang! In the next moment, the sharp blade was seized firmly in Yi Xian's grasp. What? Sikong Qing's expression changed dramatically, and the onlookers were equally astonished. No one had anticipated that Yi Xian would not only refuse to evade, but would dare to grasp the vicious blade. Was he out of his mind? Boy, you must be insane. My demon blade, upon the slightest touch, will drain your life, and yet you dare to reach out. Truly reckless, Sikong Qing chuckled coldly. Since Yi Xian seeks death, he shall not blame Sikong Qing for being merciless. In the next moment, Sikong Qing shouted coldly, his spiritual energy surging violently, causing the black light of the demon blade to swell to its peak, the terrifying devouring power radiating from it. However, just as Sikong Qing believed Yi Xian's life would be drained by the demon blade, Yi Xian remained unfazed, not a trace of fear on his face, instead revealing a strange and cold smile. Devouring life. My apologies, Sikong Qing, but coincidentally, I also possess a few skills in the art of devouring. What? Sikong Qing was momentarily taken aback. Before he could react, Yi Xian suddenly shouted, Primordial Devouring Demon Technique. Activate. Boom! As Yi Xian's voice fell, a similarly terrifying, devouring force erupted from within him in the next moment. This devouring force surged forth like a tidal wave, countering the devouring power of the demon blade. And within mere moments, the cursed power of the demon blade began to dissipate at a visible rate. It was being devoured in reverse. Chapter 57. Curse Backlash, Slaying Sikong Qing. How is this possible? Watching the cursed power being consumed, Sikong Qing's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling with fear. His demon blade, ghostly wail, was impervious. Even a half-step martial sovereign would be instantly drained upon contact. How could this happen today? Being countered by Yi Xian? No, impossible. My demon blade can withstand even half-step martial sovereign experts. How can a mere fourth-tier master realm warrior block it? I refuse to believe it. Sikong Qing roared in frustration, crackle, with a sound reminiscent of popping beans. His right hand gripping the demon blade swelled, and the black light emanating from the blade intensified, releasing waves of sinister energy. Wherever this dark energy spread, the surrounding plants and trees rapidly decayed, emitting thick plumes of black smoke. Not good. Gu Chongqing's expression shifted as he urgently warned everyone. This blade's aura can devour life. Everyone retreat quickly, beware of being scorched by the blade's energy. Upon hearing this, Tang Shuuro and the others dared not linger, hastily channeling their spiritual energy as they retreated frantically. Yet, the expansion of this blade's aura was remarkably swift. A swirling mass of black mist surged forth like a frenzied tsunami, threatening to engulf the weakest among them. Yu Mingming. Yu Mingming's face drained of color in sheer terror. Mingming. Tang Shuyo's expression shifted dramatically as she prepared to rush to Yu Mingming's aid. However, at that critical moment, Su Batian descended from the heavens like a divine being, pointing a single finger at the encroaching black mist. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying surge of spiritual power erupted from Su Batian, coalescing in the air into a protective barrier, resembling an inverted giant bowl, enveloping everyone present within its confines. Shielded by this barrier, the lethal blade aura was instantaneously repelled. Gao Chongqing exhaled deeply, his countenance etched with astonishment as he surveyed the surrounding blade aura. He could scarcely fathom that had he hesitated even a moment longer, he might have been consumed entirely, leaving not a trace behind. Meanwhile, as the demonic blade's aura intensified, Sikong Qing's demeanor grew exceedingly arrogant. Unable to suppress his sinister laughter, that ha-ha! Yi Xian, weren't you able to absorb this? This is the full curse power of the demonic blade, now let's see how you manage to absorb it now. Sikong Qing cackled maniacally, simultaneously exerting force with his right hand. The sharp demonic blade, akin to the scythe of death, brimmed with dreadful curse energy as it bore down upon Yi Xian. Yet in the face of this scene, Yi Xian remained remarkably composed, his smile unwavering. Had Sikong Qing unleashed another technique today, given his half-step martial zone cultivation, victory would have been far from guaranteed. However, regrettably for Sikong Qing, when it came to devouring, the primordial devouring demon technique was a gift from the system. Not to mention curses, he could consume any entity infused with energy in this world, let alone a mere demonic blade. Primordial devouring demon technique. Activate! Yi Xian bellowed as his voice faded. A torrent of spiritual energy erupted from him. A terrifying devouring force akin to a bottomless black hole surged toward the demonic blade. Whoosh, whoosh, under the utmost exertion of the primordial devouring demon technique. The black mist enshrouding the demonic blade began to dissipate rapidly. The curse energy entwined with the demonic blade weakened significantly. How can this be possible? Sikong Qing's expression was filled with horror as he beheld the diminishing curse energy. His grip on the blade trembling uncontrollably. Not only he, but even Su Batian and Su Wujia, who stood not far away, were equally astonished. The demonic blade, Ghost Cry, was the ancestral treasure of the Sikong clan. It had even consumed the life of a martial zone realm warrior before. How could such a formidable cursed weapon be devoured by Yi Xian with no means of resistance? Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Sikong Qing, is this truly your ultimate technique? Yi Xian scoffed coldly, his gaze filled with disdain, that if this is all you are capable of, I'm afraid today is the day you meet your end at my hands. Devouring Demon Technique, Consume, Boom. With Yi Xian's furious shout, the power of the devouring demon technique surged once more. In the next moment, the black mist emanating from the demonic blade vanished at an even faster pace. Within mere seconds, the last wisp of black mist was completely consumed by Yi Xian. Clang. Xikong Qing's grip faltered, sending the demonic blade clattering to the ground with a crisp sound. The once sinister demonic blade now lay devoid of its black mist. Its cursed power entirely extinguished, transforming into an utterly ordinary long sword. It appeared to have lost all its luster. Had they not known it was the legendary demonic blade, Ghost Cry, they might have mistaken it for a simple kitchen knife. After absorbing the cursed power, Yi Xian exhaled deeply, feeling an enigmatic force swell within him. Indeed, it was the cursed power of the demonic blade, under the influence of the primordial devouring demon technique. The curse energy from the demonic blade had now been entirely harnessed. With a wave of his hand, a surge of black mist poured forth from his palm, withering the flowers and grass in its wake. With another wave, a fresh surge of black mist emerged, swiftly corroding a nearby rock, which sizzled and emitted black smoke. Within mere seconds, the rock melted into a pool of stone liquid. Hiss, witnessing this scene. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. How can this be? Master Yi has actually refined the power of the demonic blade. Su Baishan's eyes widened in incredulity that he had never seen a person capable of devouring curse energy. Even he, a seasoned warrior, had never heard of such a feat, let alone Xikong Qing, whose complexion had turned ashen, trembling uncontrollably, retreating in sheer horror, his once arrogant visage now betraying a flicker of fear. No, this cannot be. How can a weakling at the fourth stage of the Master Realm withstand the power of the demonic blade? Xikong Qing's voice quivered, his eyes reflecting disbelief. Yet, regardless of his faith or doubts, it was far too late. In the next moment, Yi Xian stepped forward, his gaze frostily fixed on Xikong Qing, the corners of his mouth curling into a cruel smile. Xikong, young master, shall we now reckon with the blood debts between us? No, please no, whoosh. Xikong Qing's eyes were wide with terror as he turned to flee without a moment's hesitation. The strange methods Yi Xian had employed today had shattered his resolve. Upon seeing Yi Xian approach, he could hardly muster any intention of resistance, fleeing for his life. He ran as if his life depended on it, covering over 100 meters in mere seconds, racing toward the Xikong clan. If he could return to his family, he could call upon the elders for assistance. At that time, he would surely slay Yi Xian and avenge his previous humiliation. Boom. With this thought, Xikong Qing's spiritual energy surged, enabling him to flee with even greater speed. However, just as he was about to escape the influence of Tianxing sect, whoosh, Yi Xian's figure suddenly materialized before him like a specter, his cold voice resonating like the echoes of hell itself. Xikong, young master, where do you think you are going? Yi Xian smiled icily, whoosh. A swirl of black mist enveloped Yi Xian's right hand, infused with terrifying devouring curse energy, crashing towards Xikong Qing's chest. Chapter 58. Devouring Cultivation. Breaking through again, bang. The hand imbued with curse energy struck fiercely against Xikong Qing's chest. The impact reverberated through his entire being, instantly enveloping him in dense black mist, which clung to his flesh like a parasite, ravenously devouring every inch of him. Ah! The excruciating agony prompted Xikong Qing to emit a harrowing scream, his body writhing as he rolled on the ground, desperately attempting to rid himself of the black mist. However, the mist seemed to possess a life of its own. No matter how fervently Xikong Qing struggled, he could not escape its grasp. The mist voraciously consumed his flesh, soon leaving his arms, thighs, and even his face bloodied and mangled, with the very bones beneath his skin starkly visible. The agonizing cries echoed through the night, reverberating relentlessly. Even seasoned warriors like Su Batian and Su Wujia felt a chill creeping into their hearts at the sight. Yet, Yi Xian had no intention of sparing Xikong Qing. Looking down upon the writhing figure with a malevolent grin, he then raised his right hand. Buzz! A torrent of curse energy enveloped Yi Xian's right hand. This time far stronger than before. No, Yi Xian, I was wrong. Please spare me. Xikong Qing lay on the ground, howling in despair, his gaze filled with terror as he looked at Yi Xian, as if witnessing the very specter of death. Yet, Yi Xian paid him no heed. In the midst of Sikong Qing's fear-filled gaze, his right hand shot forth like lightning, seizing Sikong Qing by the throat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black mist writhed like sentient tendrils, surging into Sikong Qing's eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, invading his very being. Under the corrosive influence of the black mist, Sikong Qing's body convulsed violently, contorting grotesquely. Within mere seconds, his flesh was devoured completely, leaving behind a pool of foul blood. A ghastly sight. The once formidable half-step martial zone realm warrior met his demise beneath the sinister aura of his own demonic blade. As Sikong Qing perished, his cultivation surged into Yi Xian, absorbed entirely. With Sikong Qing's power flowing into him, Yi Xian's strength escalated dramatically, climbing to new heights. 4th stage of the Master Realm, 5th stage of the Master Realm, 6th stage of the Master Realm, 8th stage of the Master Realm, boom! With a resounding roar of spiritual energy, Yi Xian's cultivation soared from the 4th to the 8th stage of the Master Realm, a staggering leap of 4 realms. With a sharp intake of breath, Yi Xian felt the surging power within him, a flicker of astonishment and excitement reflected in his gaze. Who would have thought that a mere half-step martial sovereign would enable him to ascend 4 realms? It must be noted that the Hongwang swallowing heaven demon technique imposes exceedingly stringent requirements on energy transformation. It is not simply the case that Yi Xian could absorb all the energy from a half-step martial sovereign. In reality, only about 1/10 of that energy could truly be transformed and integrated into his own cultivation, while the remaining 90% would be discarded as waste. This implies that the energy from Sikong Qing, a mere 1/10, had allowed Yi Xian to elevate his power by 4 realms. One cannot help but acknowledge the sheer terror of such a half-step martial sovereign. Contemplating this, curiosity flickered in Yi Xian's eyes as he mused. If a half-step martial sovereign could propel me to the 8th heaven of the Master Realm, I wonder what realm I would attain by devouring a full martial sovereign. However, this notion was swiftly cast aside by Yi Xian. After all, given his previous strength, he was merely evenly matched against a half-step martial sovereign. The reason he was able to slay Sikong Qing today was due to the latter inadvertently walking into his line of fire and being crushed by his Hongwang swallowing heaven demon technique. Otherwise, he would not have dispatched Sikong Qing so effortlessly. Nonetheless, with my current cultivation at the 8th heaven of the Master Realm, even if I cannot defeat a martial sovereign, I should possess sufficient capability for self-preservation. As for a half-step martial sovereign, I should be able to eliminate them with ease. Yi Xian clenched his fists, murmuring to himself, having gained a clearer understanding of his present strength, while Yi Xian was lost in thought. Su Batian and Su Wuji approached him. Su Batian clasped his fists together in a respectful gesture, smiling broadly as he said, "Congratulations, Master Yi, congratulations indeed. At such a young age, you have slain a half-step martial sovereign and now broken through to the 8th heaven of the Master Realm, elevating your prowess to a new level." Su Wuji chimed in with a hearty laugh, also bowing to Yi Xian. Tang Xuero wore a beaming smile as well, exclaiming, "Congratulations, junior brother." "Thank you, senior sister." Yi Xian responded with a gentle smile. Turning to Su Batian and the others, "I appreciate your support. Su Zhuangzhu Su Dashi, it was merely a stroke of luck." Luck? Upon hearing this, Su Qin could not help but chuckle wryly, his expression full of helplessness as he remarked, "You, a Master Realm 4th heaven, have slain a half-step martial sovereign and have now ascended to the 8th heaven. And yet you claim it was mere luck." "Exactly. If that is luck, then I too wish to be as fortunate as you," Wang Yao added, shaking his head. The crowd expressed their dismay, lamenting why they were not as talented as this junior brother. Yi Xian smiled wryly at their reactions, feeling somewhat helpless. However, he refrained from dwelling on this topic and turned to Su Batian and Su Wuji, saying, "Su Zhuangzhu Su Dashi, given your staunch support today, I hope you do not regret it after I have slain Sikong Qing. That at this." Everyone around turned their curious gaze towards the two, for after all, Sikong Qing was a member of the prestigious Sikong family in Langya, holding significant sway in the region. Now, with Su Batian and Su Wuji standing alongside Yi Xian, should the Sikong family learn of this, it would be impossible to avoid misunderstandings. It was likely that the Sikong family would directly conclude that Su Batian and Su Wuji aided Yi Xian in slaying Sikong Qing. Consequently, both the Mingjian Villa and Baichao Hall would likely face the wrath of the Sikong family. Yet, in response to Yi Xian's query, Su Batian merely smiled faintly, saying, "Master Yi is jesting. Although I am not a paragon of virtue, I do understand the value of gratitude, since I have dared to stand with Master Yi today. I naturally fear no retribution from the Sikong family. Regret is not in my vocabulary." Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, glancing at Su Wuji. "And you, Su Dashi?" Su Wuji smiled softly. "I have already stated that from this day forth, Baichao Hall will look to Master Yi as our leader." Though Su Wuji did not explicitly say he had no regrets, his words clearly indicated his stance. Whoever dared to touch Yi Xian would be opposing Baichao Hall. Seeing Su Batian and Su Wuji both prepared to stand by him, Yi Xian nodded inwardly. However, although he had slain Sikong Qing, it was not in his nature to merely endure being bullied. Observing Tang Shui-ro and the others, whose faces remained pale, Yi Xian furrowed his brow, a flicker of concern crossing his features as he exclaimed, "However, the Chaos Sect is truly overstepping. They have repeatedly sought trouble with me. This time, they even dared to invade Tianqing Sect and injure my senior sisters. If I do not teach these ruffians a lesson, they will genuinely believe they can trample upon me." Hearing this, Ge Chongqing's expression changed, and he hurriedly advised Yi Xian, "Our Tianqing Sect has not suffered any losses. You have already killed Sikong Qing, so do not provoke the Chaos Sect any further." Yi Xian shook his head in response. "Elder, your words are misguided. It is not I who seeks them out. Rather, they refuse to let go of me. Strike first to prevent 100 retaliations that if we allow them to bully us, not only I, but our Tianqing Sect will never know peace." Yi Xian's intent was not to recklessly seek the annihilation of the Chaos Sect. Even with the formidable Hong Huang swallowing heaven demon technique, he could not possibly contend with the entirety of the Chaos Sect. Therefore, his aim was to challenge the younger generation of the Chaos Sect. Coincidentally, Yi Xian was aware of a platform within the Chaos Sect known as the 100 Battles Platform. Any martial artist whose cultivation did not exceed the Master Realm was eligible to challenge the disciples of the Chaos Sect there. Moreover, should an external disciple succeed in overcoming the 100 Battles Platform, the Chaos Sect would offer rewards. Yi Xian's intention was to challenge this 100 Battles Platform. Subsequently, Yi Xian turned to Su Batian and Su Wuji, stating, "I wish to challenge the Chaos Sect. However, to prevent them from exploiting their size to bully us, I would like to request your presence as my support. Would you both be willing to accompany me to the Chaos Sect? Furthermore, I also seek your testimony to affirm that it was Sikong Qing who first provoked my Tianqing Sect, prompting my response in slaying him." Upon hearing this, Su Wuji's face lit up with joy. He had been contemplating how to forge a connection with Yi Xian, and this was the perfect opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Wuji pounded his chest and declared, "Rest assured, Master Yi, I will vouch for your innocence without you even needing to ask. Here in Langya, while others may fear the Chaos Sect, Baichao Hall does not. Master need not worry. As long as I am present, the Chaos Sect will not dare to act recklessly," Su Batian added, casting a disgruntled glance at Su Wuji for stealing his moment to shine before resolutely continuing. "With my presence, such bullying by the Chaos Sect will not be tolerated. If Master wishes to challenge the Chaos Sect, I shall certainly accompany you." Yi Xian nodded. "Very well then. There is no time to waste. Let us set forth immediately." The entrance to the Chaos Sect was well known, and the group traversed swiftly, arriving at the vicinity of the Chaos Sect's gates within a few hours. The 100 Battles Platform was situated right beside the entrance of the Chaos Sect. Before the 100 Battles Platform stood 3 massive bronze drums, colored black, white, and gold, should any external martial artist wish to challenge a disciple of the Chaos Sect. They would need to strike these drums. Striking the black drum signified a challenge to disciples ranked 50 to 100 on the Dragon Tiger ranking. The white drum represented a challenge to those ranked 10 to 50, while striking the resplendent gold drum indicated a challenge to the top 10. In stark contrast to Tianqing Sect, the entrance to the Chaos Sect was far more grand and imposing than as soon as Yi Xian and his companions arrived near the gates. They were swiftly noticed by the disciples of the Chaos Sect. Observing Ge Chongqing and the others advancing toward the gates, a few disciples of the Chaos Sect could no longer remain passive. Immediately, several of them obstructed Yi Xian and his companions. The leader, a dark-skinned disciple with a hawk-like nose and a shadowy expression, looked disdainfully at Ge Chongqing's elder robes, sneering, "Elder of Tianqing sect, what business do you have in my chaos sect?" Ge Chongqing, as the grand elder of Tianqing sect, felt a surge of anger at being treated with such disrespect by this young disciple of the chaos sect. And he retorted, "I am indeed the grand elder of Tianqing sect. Why do you obstruct our path?" Before the hawk-nosed disciple could respond, his peers behind him burst into laughter, one of them mocking, "Ha ha, Grand Elder of Tianqing sect, what a grand title. But our chaos sect is not a place where just anyone can wander in. Even your sect leader would need to seek our permission to enter the chaos sect. So scram back where you came from, and don't dirty my eyes." Listening to the biting jests and scornful remarks from the disciples of the chaos sect, both Ge Chongqing and Tang Shuoro were visibly infuriated. Wai Yixian cast a cold glance at the noisy group of chaos sect disciples before him. With a mere look, he discerned that their realms were far too feeble, and their strength woefully inadequate. He had no intention of engaging them in combat. In an instant, Yixian's figure flickered and vanished without a trace. The disciple with the hawk-like nose from the chaos sect was caught off guard. But in the next moment, Yixian reappeared before the white copper drum. This sudden commotion shocked the chaos sect disciples who had been watching the spectacle of the Tianqing sect. Immediately, one of them pointed at Yixian and bellowed, "What do you intend to do?" Yixian responded with a chilling smile, "What do I intend to do? I wish to challenge your chaos sect." As he spoke, he lightly tapped the surface of the white copper drum with his fingers. Instantly, a radiant white light erupted from the drum, accompanied by an invisible sound wave that rippled through the air in layers that a thunderous drumbeat resounded like a celestial thunderclap at the gates of the chaos sect. In that moment, the entire chaos sect seemed to awaken as if disturbed from a slumbering hornet's nest, with countless disciples rushing forth from the sect. This is the sound of the battle drum of the 100 battle platform. Which young upstart dares to challenge a disciple of the chaos sect ranked within the top 50 of the Dragon and Tiger rankings? Who dares to strike the battle drum of my 100 battle platform? Such audacity! To provoke my chaos sect, do they not value their lives? Amidst the clamor, Yi Xian's gaze swiftly fell upon the throngs of warriors clad in the garb of the chaos sect. Once they recognized the Tianqing sect attire adorning Yi Xian, a wave of even more fervent ridicule erupted from the crowd. Am I seeing things? This fellow is from the Tianqing sect. After all these years, it is the first time someone from the Tianqing sect has dared to challenge the 100 battle platform, that I wonder if any senior brothers here can step forward and swiftly knock this ignorant fool off the stage. Chapter 60. Next, who will come forth? The disciples of the chaos sect were stirred, and soon, a tall, square-faced disciple emanating an aura that suggested a warning against approach leaped forward to stand before Wei Ping. I never expected a disciple of the Tianqing sect to possess such courage. Very well. I, Zhou Shan, shall show you today just how vast the chasm between our chaos sect and your Tianqing sect truly is. Yi Xian cast a fleeting glance at the chaos sect disciple named Zhou Shan and retorted, "Enough with the prattle. If you're going to fight, then let us fight without further ado." At his words, Zhou Shan was instantly enraged. With a metallic clang, he unsheathed his long blade and shouted as he charged forward, "Fine. Since you wish for death, I shall grant it to you swiftly." Zhou Shan was at the 7th level of the Master Realm, and as he drew his long blade, a formidable blade aura surged forth, spiraling upward like a mighty howl. "Receive my strike." Songlong Moon Slash, as Zhou Shan shouted, the blade aura sliced through the air with the ferocity of a full moon suspended in the sky, aimed directly at Wei Ping. The surrounding disciples of the chaos sect cheered in approval. Yet, Yi Xian did not even draw his Tianhua Qilin sword. Instead, he simply intoned Ancestral Dragon Infinite Fist with that punch. The image of a scaled dragon emerged, fully armored, above Yi Xian's fist. Before this blow, Zhou Shan's blade aura was as fragile as parchment, effortlessly shattered. Zhou Shan, witnessing the ever-growing fist approaching him, was filled with dread. Unable to react in time, Wei Ping's punch shattered Zhou Shan's blade aura and struck him squarely in the chest. In the next instant, a series of sickening cracks echoed from Zhou Shan's ribcage as he spat forth a mouthful of blood, not even managing a groan before being sent tumbling off the platform, unconscious that in that moment, the nearby disciples of the chaos sect, who had anticipated an entertaining show, were left utterly astonished. One of the most elite disciples among the younger generation of the Chaos sect. Zhou Shan had been defeated by a disciple of the Tianqing sect, regarded as the weakest among the 8 great sects, were it not for the lingering scent of blood in the air. The disciples of the Chaos sect might have found it hard to believe their eyes at this moment. Yi Xian looked at the disciples of the Chaos sect surrounding him, their expressions a mix of disbelief, shared animosity, anger, and a hint of fear. He smiled faintly, brushing off the slightly wrinkled fabric of his attire. From his storage bag, he tossed forth the lifeless body of Xikong Qing, declaring, "My time is precious. Those ranked below 15th on the Dragon and Tiger rankings are unworthy to accept my challenge." With a resounding thud, Xikong Qing's wretched corpse landed before the disciples of the Chaos sect like a discarded dog. Immediately, the disciples, still reeling from Zhou Shan's defeat to a disciple of the Tianqing sect, erupted into a cacophony of outrage. "What? This is the body of Xikong Qing. How audacious to kill a genius disciple of our Chaos sect and still dare to provoke us. Does he truly believe our Chaos sect is easy prey? To offend my Chaos sect brothers, let us unite and not allow this murderer to act with impunity." As the disciples of the Chaos sect surged forward in a frenzy, the figures of Su Batian and Su Wuji, who had been standing aside, suddenly moved to shield Yi Xian. The distinct auras of the martial sovereign realm erupted, instantly subduing the disciples of Chaos Peak. Su Batian scanned the Chaos sect disciples before him, his voice cold as ice. "I have heard that the 100 battle platform of the Chaos sect is a place for one-on-one, fair duels. What is this? Is the Chaos sect unable to bear the loss and resorting to numbers?" Su Wuji added with a frigid tone, "If the Chaos sect conducts itself according to the rules, my Baikayatang will not intervene. But if you wish to bully Master Yi with sheer numbers, my Baikayatang will be the first to object." Among the crowd, many recognized Su Batian and Su Wuji, leading to a chorus of astonished gasps. The master of Mingjian Mountain Villa, the elder of Baikayatang. How could they stand up for a disciple of the Tianqing sect? However, it was not long before another voice thundered. "What of the master of Mingjian Mountain Villa and the elder of Baikayatang? Do you believe my Chaos sect lacks elders?" Before the words had barely settled, some began to contact their mentors. Moments later, a powerful aura erupted from within the Chaos sect. In the blink of an eye, 3 middle-aged men clad in the robes of Chaos sect elders soared into the air, arriving before the 100 battle platform within mere moments. As soon as the 3 elders appeared, their gazes were drawn to the lifeless body of Xikong Qing on the ground, coupled with the embellished accounts from the surrounding Chaos sect disciples. Their expressions darkened considerably. The foremost elder coldly scoffed at Su Batian. "What? Does Su Villa Master wish to wage war against my Chaos sect?" Su Batian, evidently familiar with the 3 Chaos sect elders, returned the scorn with a huff, saying, "My Mingjian Mountain Villa is but a small establishment, and I dare not offend the Chaos sect. However, I have always detested injustice, and when I see someone abusing their power, I cannot remain silent." Su Wuji stepped forward, his demeanor righteous. Elders Wang Jian, Lu Yin, and Mu Feng, look at your esteemed disciples from the Chaos sect. They challenged the 100 battle platform in a fair manner. Yet they are besieged. Is this the way of the Chaos sect? Under the pressure from Su Batian and Su Wuji, the elder named Wang Jian wore an expression so dark it seemed about to drip with malice. Pointing at Xikong Qing's corpse, he declared, "I care not for your eloquent words. Today, if you do not provide my Chaos sect with an explanation, neither the master of Mingjian Mountain Villa nor the elder of Baikayatang shall escape my sect's wrath." Yi Xian chuckled coldly. "An explanation? Xikong Qing ambushed my Tianqing sect, injuring several of my disciples and elders. Is it not justifiable that we retaliated? If you seek an explanation, my Tianqing sect desires one as well." Upon hearing Yi Xian's retort, the icy demeanor of Wang Jian intensified. He glared at Yi Xian and said, "A sharp-tongued fellow indeed. But do you have evidence to support your claim that Xikong Qing ambushed your Tianqing sect?" Su Batian and Su Wuji stepped forward without hesitation. "We can testify that Xikong Qing's ambush on the Tianqing sect is a verifiable fact." Yi Xian pointed to Chongqing and the others not far away, saying, "My senior brothers and sisters bear the marks left by Xikong Qing. If you do not believe me, a glance will suffice. With both witness and material evidence at hand, even if Wang Jin wished to eliminate the audacious figure before him. He could not act. After casting a lingering glare at Yi Xian, Wang Jin waved his sleeve and ordered the removal of Si Kongqing's body, stating, "This matter will be thoroughly investigated by my chaos sect." Having said that, the three elders vanished from sight in an instant. Upon witnessing this, Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief and, surveying the chaos sect disciples around him, broke into a grin. Next, who will come forth? Chapter 61 Continuous Challenges. Victorious battles faced with the fierce gaze of Yi Xian. A palpable aura of dread enveloped the disciples of the chaos sect, causing none to dare step forward. Regardless of the disgraceful display of their peers, with Yi Xian having effortlessly vanquished Zhou Shan and the lifeless body of Si Kongqing, currently ranked 15th on the Dragon and Tiger list, it became abundantly clear that anyone lacking the prowess to contend at Si Kongqing's level would merely be fodder before Yi Xian. In that moment, despite their deep-seated animosity towards Yi Xian, no disciple dared to ascend the stage, plunging the atmosphere into an eerie silence. After a prolonged pause, as the challenge remained unanswered, a trace of disdain crept across Yi Xian's visage. So it appears that within the Chaos Sect, not a single soul dares to accept my challenge. Truly a farce, being the foremost among the 8 great sects. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with indignation. Just then, a figure clad in half-armor with a bronze tiger-headed spear strapped to his back, sporting a scar the length of a finger across his face, soared forth from the depths of the Chaos Sect. In an instant, an unparalleled aura surged skyward, as if the heavens themselves would be pierced. Witnessing this arrival, the previously dispirited disciples of the Chaos Sect found their resolve rekindled that it's Wang Jun, the master of the Silent Destruction Spear. Haha, Brother Wang is ranked 13th on the Dragon and Tiger list. And his Wild Tiger Spear is a profound grade weapon, far surpassing Si Kongqing's strength. That brat from the Tianqing sect is surely doomed now. The Silent Destruction Spear practiced by Brother Wang is one of the 8 true traditions of our Chaos Sect. Renowned for its unmatched prowess, with Brother Wang here, we shall surely avenge our previous humiliation. Listening to the flattery from the disciples below, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, directing his gaze towards the rapidly approaching figure. In his previous life, he had indeed heard of Wang Jun and his Silent Destruction Spear, but back then, Wang Jun did not achieve his status through his own merit. Rather, he relied on the backing of his elder brother, who was ranked 8th on the Dragon and Tiger list. However, judging by his aura, it was evident that Wang Jun was not to be underestimated. That in the blink of an eye, Wang Jun landed upon the 100 Battles platform. After taking a glance at Yi Xian, he scoffed, "I was wondering who would dare spout such nonsense in our Chaos Sect, only to find it's you, a mere 8th-level master. How could Si Kongqing have been defeated by such a brat?" Truly embarrassing that as he spoke, Wang Jun did not even draw his spear, addressing Yi Xian directly. "Come, my time is precious. I have no leisure to waste on idle chatter." Yi Xian, upon hearing this, chose not to engage in further conversation. Instead, he unsheathed the Tianhua Qilin sword and simply inquired, "Are you certain you want to use a weapon?" Wang Jun disregarded Yi Xian's question, instead assuming a fighting stance that a sharp and formidable aura enveloped his arms, resembling the edge of a weapon. Observing this, Yi Xian did not hesitate. With a resounding shout, he proclaimed, "Tianqing Galaxy." In an instant, hundreds of sword energies cascaded like shooting stars, raining down upon Wang Jun. Each beam of sword energy radiated brilliance, filling the air with an unparalleled sharpness that resonated deeply within the hearts of all present. As the sword energies surged, the surrounding air crackled under the pressure of countless sword strikes. Wang Jun's pupils constricted in an instant, his mind momentarily blank, as he hastily brandished the Wild Tiger Spear before him. However, in his haste, he could not hope to withstand the onslaught of Yi Xian's sword energies. With a thunderous crash, the 100 Battles platform seemed to be struck by a meteor, violently upheaving half of its structure. Clouds of dust billowed upward, accompanied by a piercing scream. The onlookers, all seasoned warriors, were unperturbed by the dust obscuring their view. That moment, after being struck by the Tianqing Galaxy, Wang Jun's half-armor lay in tatters, revealing numerous wounds across his skin. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air, and to everyone's astonishment, Wang Jun's Wild Tiger Spear shattered into 2 pieces, bloodied and battered, Wang Jun fixed a furious glare upon Yi Xian and spat out a single word: despicable. Before collapsing onto the ground, did I in response? Yi Xian merely shrugged. It was not his fault that Wang Jun chose not to wield a weapon. The only regret he felt was that, with so many eyes upon him, it seemed implausible to end Wang Jun's life in such a public setting. Despite the absence of elders from the Chaos Sect, it was clear that if Yi Xian attempted to deliver a fatal blow, he would undoubtedly be interrupted. As Wang Jun lay gravely injured and unconscious, the disciples of the Chaos Sect could no longer contain themselves, rushing forward to drag him away. After yet another defeat, the way the remaining disciples regarded Yi Xian shifted subtly, a flicker of fear beginning to permeate their ranks. Yet, Yi Xian was not inclined to let them off so easily, stretching his limbs. He pointed his sword at the remaining disciples of the Chaos Sect and declared, "Who else wishes to challenge me?" Among those pointed at, a disciple involuntarily swallowed hard, producing a conspicuous gulp that echoed in the silent atmosphere. Yet no one dared to mock him, for fear had gripped more than one heart at that moment. After a prolonged silence, one disciple finally spoke up, unable to restrain himself. "Do not be so arrogant. Once Brother Li Guan arrives, he will surely take your life." At this, Yi Xian remained unperturbed, raising an eyebrow as he replied, "If that is the case, why not hasten to summon this Li Guan?" The disciple, attempting to maintain his composure, retorted, "Fine, wait here if you dare. Brother Li Guan does not reside within the sect. I shall fetch him at once." Yi Xian, growing impatient, dug at his ears and said, "Be swift. I cannot wait long." The disciple shouted back, "2/4 of an hour. Those unafraid of death can wait 2/4 of an hour." Yi Xian waved his hand dismissively, urging him to hurry, in the blink of an eye. The disciple dashed away like a startled rabbit. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Xian took a moment to catch his breath. As 2/4 of an hour passed in a flash, a radiant sword light shot across the horizon, hurtling towards Yi Xian with incredible speed. Yi Xian focused his gaze and soon discerned a figure clad in black, exuding an air of indifference, swiftly approaching with a long sword slung across his back. Before he even arrived, a thunderous resonance of sword intent akin to distant thunder echoed in Yi Xian's ears. Upon witnessing this, Ge Changqing's expression shifted dramatically. The disciple known as Li Guan exuded an aura that was perilously close to that of a martial sovereign. In that moment, Ge Changqing couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding for Yi Xian. Simultaneously, the disciples of the Chaos Sect seemed invigorated, their spirits soaring as if fueled by adrenaline. Chapter 62, The Third Style of the Ancestral Dragon Limitless Fist. Even from a distance, Yi Xian could sense the unmatched sword intent emanating from Li Guan. In his previous life, Li Guan was equally renowned. Unlike Wang Jun, his reputation was forged solely through the prowess of his 1,000-Jun sword. In the future, Li Guan would indeed break through and ascend to become one of the most powerful elders within the Chaos Sect. At that moment, Yi Xian felt a surge of vigilance wash over him. In mere moments, Li Guan arrived at the 100 Battles platform, and the disciples below were nearly beside themselves with excitement. "Brother Li, this brat has already defeated both Zhou Shan and Wang Jun. You must not underestimate him. Brother Li, this scoundrel is audacious. He cannot be allowed to leave the Chaos Sect alive. Brother Li." Hearing the fervent cries from the disciples, Li Guan's vigilance towards Yi Xian heightened. However, before the battle commenced, Li Guan surprisingly clasped his fists in salute to Yi Xian. "Since you dare to challenge the 100 Battles platform of our Chaos Sect, do not blame me for using my superiority against you." Noting the semblance of courtesy in Li Guan's demeanor, Yi Xian returned the gesture. "Isn't using superiority against the weak the very tenet of your Chaos Sect? Bring it on." Li Guan's eyes narrowed at this retort, and he replied, "Words are futile. Let us see the truth in action." With that, Li Guan carefully drew forth his renowned 1,000-Jun sword. Instantly, a heavy, towering aura emerged behind him, enveloping him in an overwhelming presence that swept through the entire arena. Not only did Yi Xian, standing before Li Guan on the 100 Battles platform, feel the weight of this aura, but even the onlookers below felt as though they were burdened by an invisible weight pressing down upon them. Yi Xian felt this heaviness most acutely. At that moment, he sensed every fiber of his being. Even the Tianhui Qilin sword in his hand and the garments adorning his body had grown several times heavier. Moreover, as Yi Xian knew from his previous life, the longer the battle with Li Guan dragged on, the more pronounced this oppressive sensation would become. In fact, there were instances in the past where opponents had perished before Li Guan even drew his sword. Their bodies crushed under this immense pressure. At that moment, the cheers from the Chaos Sect disciples erupted. Haha, this is Brother Li's mountainous martial intent. That brat from the Tianqing sect is finished. Brother Li's mountainous martial intent is utterly domineering. This fellow is bound to lose. It is Tang Shuiro and Ge Chongqing, who upon perceiving Li Guan's formidable martial intent and hearing the jubilant cheers of the disciples from the Chaos Sect, are both taken aback, their expressions drastically altered. Moreover, Tang Shuiro, despite her severe injuries, has dragged herself to the front of Su Batian and Su Wuji, imploring them earnestly to ensure that Yi Xian remains unharmed. Su Batian and Su Wuji, too, were grave expressions that as formidable warriors of the martial sovereign realm, they can naturally discern that Li Guan has already ascended to the status of a martial sovereign. The disparity in power between a martial artist at the martial sovereign level and that of a master is nothing short of astronomical. A shared thought arises in their minds. Yi Xian is in peril. Nonetheless, both men resolutely decide that, regardless of the circumstances, they shall not allow Yi Xian to perish upon the battlefield of 100 struggles. However, none could have anticipated that this overwhelming pressure would have a significant effect on others. Yet it would prove insufficient against Yi Xian, that in the next instant, Yi Xian felt a stirring within, secretly channeling the primordial devouring demon technique. Instantly, the intangible weight that felt almost palpable was transformed by the technique into a surge of spiritual energy, which he drew into his body. Yi Xian immediately felt himself lighten, a wave of relaxation washing over him. Nevertheless, on the surface, he still appeared to be struggling considerably. Guan wielded the Thousand June sword, a hefty blade as wide as an ordinary person's palm and with a spine 3 fingers thick. With the sword held in a reverse grip, he leisurely executed a strike in an instant. The air beneath the sword's edge appeared to compress, emitting a profoundly dull sound akin to a gust of wind. The next moment, a heavy, earthy yellow sword aura sliced towards Yi Xian. Yet, despite the ferocity of the sword aura, its speed was not particularly swift. Yi Xian seemed to be affected by the weighty martial intent, his movements slightly hindered, seemingly unable to evade the impending sword aura. Subsequently, Yi Xian pivoted the Tianhuqilan sword and gritted his teeth, declaring, 12 celestial swords, 9th style, a sword across the river. In an instant, the Tianhuqilan sword slashed horizontally, a resplendent sword aura rushing forth to meet Li Guan's blade. Observing the dazzling sword light, a smile crept upon Li Guan's lips. Indeed, in the next moment, the two sword auras collided. Yi Xian's strike merely halted Li Guan's sword aura for a fleeting instant before being utterly shattered. Fortunately, this brief delay allowed Yi Xian to evade the sword aura just in time. Seeing this, Li Guan maintained his composure, wielding the Thousand June sword to unleash successive sword lights that relentlessly slashed towards Yi Xian. Each time, Li Guan would reciprocate with a strike, momentarily obstructing before deftly evading.